After leaving the airport, Park Jimin and Wang Mengmeng took a taxi straight to Thompson first grade. However, unexpectedly, as soon as they stepped into the villa, Jung Ji Lu rushed over like a little kitten finding her owner. "Brother Park Jimin, Meng, you two are finally back." Then, she immediately wrapped her arms around Wang Mengmeng, as if checking to see if her younger sister was all right. "Thank goodness you're okay. Do you know I was worried sick?" Wang Mengmeng gently replied, "Ji Lu, I'm really sorry for making you worry." After the touching reunion, Jung Ji Lu turned to Park Jimin, her eyes brimming with tears. "Brother Park Jimin, I missed you so much." Immediately after that, she leaped onto Park Jimin, clinging to him like a little cat and softly sniffing. Park Jimin stood frozen, feeling as if the person in front of him was no longer Jung Ji Lu, but a super sticky energy battery. He was wrapped up like a spring roll, and with those glistening eyes filled with tears, he truly wanted to scream. "Could you be a little less adorable, for heaven's sake?" But heaven does not favor. Park Jimin's heart still wishes to ignite. His face flushed like a ripe tomato. He struggles to breathe, reminding himself, stay calm, stay calm. This is someone else's daughter. Don't let your nosebleed run wild. If you lose your image, it's all over." But how could he when the girl kept sweetly whispering, "Park Jimin, do you not like Jai Lu anymore?" Park Jimin gently patted her back to soothe her. "It's all right, don't cry anymore. I've always liked you, haven't I?" But Jung Ji Lu still clung tightly, her eyes looking up full of grievance. "Really? But last time you came back to my Yuan, and didn't even come to visit me. Jilu is so sad she wants to die." Park Jimin had to console her. "How could I not like you? You are my smartest, cutest girl." Seeing the two exchanging emotional words, thinking they hadn't seen each other for a long time, Wang Mengmeng didn't care too much. "Brother, I'm going back to my room now." Noticing Wang Mengmeng wanted to go back to her room, Park Jimin confusedly asked, "You and Jai Lu haven't seen each other for a long time. Aren't you going to stay and chat a bit?" Wang Mengmeng looked at the two of them getting along so intimately and knew to respond. "Brother, just talk with Jai Lu first. After all, we are together." But just as Wang Mengmeng returned to her room, Jung Ji Lu blushed and said, "Park Jimin, if you really care about me, you have to follow me right away. I have prepared a gift for you." After saying that, she held his hand and pulled him straight into her private room. "What is the gift, Ji Lu?" Park Jimin thought everything would just end with a usual gift. He looked around and casually asked, "Ji Lu, your room smells really nice. What perfume are you using?" But no, Jung Ji Lu unexpectedly locked the door firmly. Then she started to take off her clothes, her face flushed with both shyness and embarrassment. "Park Jimin, I really miss you. This is the gift I want to give you." Hearing that, Park Jimin instinctively turned away. But once he looked, he was immediately entranced by the sight of her two hills, causing his blood to rush, and he felt as if his nose might bleed. After that, Park Jimin fell into a state of total confusion, then tried to speak with some semblance of reason. "Ji Lu, Meng is still outside. It wouldn't be good." But his gaze couldn't tear itself away from the forbidden area in front of him, the blood rush within him boiling, his rationality seemingly shattered into pieces. Jung Ji Lu, on the other hand, didn't care at all. She smiled sweetly and leaned into him. "It's okay, my room is soundproofed perfectly. It's just you and me. I miss you so much, I think I might die." Park Jimin still maintained a serious demeanor, yet his hands, betraying him, had unknowingly settled on her cheek. He looked down at her flushed face, her sparkling eyes, not wanting to break this moment. "Ji Lu, this..." Park Jimin stammered, his face turning red as though he had just been thrown into a hot pan. But before he could finish his sentence, Jung Ji Lu had leaned in, her face approaching his. The sensation from her soft, sweet lips made all the thoughts in his head evaporate like smoke, incinerating the last remnants of his rationality. "Park Jimin, please make me happy." Outside, Wang Mengmeng waited for 10 minutes but still didn't see Park Jimin come out. After another 15 minutes, a flicker of doubt sparked in her mind. Unable to contain her curiosity, Wang Mengmeng stealthily approached the door of the room to take a look. When she got to the door, she heard strange sounds echoing from Jung Ji Lu's room. Immediately, it felt as though thunder cracked within Wang Mengmeng's heart. She stepped back a few paces, her face shifting from bright red to pale. The only thought racing through her mind was, What are you and Jai Lu doing in there? As a girl who had seen her fair share of romantic films, Wang Mengmeng understood very well that when a guy and a girl are alone in a private room for such a long time, it's certainly not for reading books or playing chess. The initial feeling was one of shock, as the person she liked most, and her closest friend, seemed to have a relationship that surpassed anything she could have imagined. Wang Mengmeng stood frozen in place, trying to reassure herself, no, I must be overthinking this. Maybe they're just having a chat or something. But then, 30 minutes passed, followed by an hour, then 2 hours. The longer it took, the more that thin thread of hope faded away. In Wang Mengmeng's heart, it felt as if a heavy stone had sunk deep into the abyss. The more she thought, the more she fell into an unprecedented state of confusion. What should I do? I don't have the right to object, do I? In his eyes, I am just a younger sister. How can a sister stop him from finding a girlfriend? Although Wang Mengmeng tried to rationalize everything in the most logical way possible, the more she thought, the more it hurt. Jai Lu has loved him for a long time. I know that, yeah, I still cling to hope, wanting to keep him for myself. But I can't. I will never be able to. Thoughts swirled in Wang Mengmeng's mind, moving from shock, anger, and jealousy to self-blame, and finally settling into acceptance. Then, Wang Mengmeng sat down and accepted the reality. She didn't cry, didn't make a fuss, but inside she felt as though a great storm had just passed, leaving behind an emptiness. At this moment, Wang Mengmeng decided to bury all her feelings because she knew that no matter how painful it was, she could never transcend the relationship of a younger sister that Park Jimin had established. Sitting there, Wang Mengmeng felt the emptiness enveloping her, her gaze aimlessly fixed on an undefined point in space, as if the entire world around her had vanished. Her heart felt as if it were being squeezed, with each heartbeat carrying a lingering pain. A sense of helplessness and sadness flooding over her, pulling her into a vortex with no way out. Wang Mengmeng suddenly recalled the moments when the two of them laughed and joked together, the gentle looks that Park Jimin had for Jung Ji-lu, the kind of gaze she had once longed to receive. Those memories abruptly turned into sharp fragments of glass, slicing into Wang Mengmeng's heart bit by bit. So it turns out I'm just an outsider in this story. From beginning to end, I never stood in a special place in his heart. Wang Mengmeng no longer had any reason to console herself. The arguments she had tried to build to protect her meager hopes had now completely collapsed. What should I do? That question kept repeating in her mind. But no matter how hard she tried, Wang Mengmeng could not find the answer. Every option led to a dead end. If I say that I am not his sister, I will lose both him and Jai Lu, she thought. But if I keep this feeling inside, can I really live with it? In the end, Wang Mengmeng stood up and wiped the tears away. I have to keep living, even though I don't know how. As long as no one sees my weakness, everything can continue as it was. But from that moment on, her world had completely changed. Wang Mengmeng was no longer the carefree girl she once was. She had lost the most important thing, her belief in love. The next morning, Jung Ji-lu and Wang Mengmeng still went to school as usual. But today, everything was no longer the same as before. As soon as they got out of the car in front of Maiyuan University, Jung Ji-lu couldn't lift her feet due to the pain caused by Park Jimin's 3 hits. Oh my god. Wang Mengmeng noticed something strange. She glanced at Jung Ji-lu and tilted her head to ask, Ji-lu, why are you moving so slowly today? Is your leg okay? This question made Jung Ji-lu's face turn as red as a ripe tomato. I am just a little tired. My body doesn't feel quite right. After that, the girl tried to walk while avoiding the scrutinizing gaze of Wang Mengmeng. But Wang Mengmeng was not so easily fooled. She looked at Jung Ji-lu for a while, and then suddenly complimented Ji-lu. You look noticeably more beautiful today. Your face is radiant, and your demeanor is completely different from usual. This compliment made Jung Ji-lu even more embarrassed, but she couldn't hide her joy. Really? I feel that way too. Last night I was so exhausted that I thought I wouldn't be able to get out of bed this morning, and was planning to ask for a day off to rest. But unexpectedly, when I woke up, I felt as good as usual. I guess it's because I'm young and my recovery is quick. As soon as Jung Ji-lu finished her innocent remark, she suddenly realized she had said too much. Just as she was about to cover her mouth, Wang Mengmeng promptly caught on. Ji-lu, are you really that capable? Were you planning to hide this from me? The question made Zhang Ji Lu's face flush with embarrassment, and she waved her hands in flustered shyness. "Oh dear, what are you asking about? You're making me feel so shy I could die." But then, as if unable to hide it any longer, the girl admitted in a soft voice, "Actually, it's true that Part Jimin is very impressive. Sometimes I even feel overwhelmed." Wang Mengmeng chuckled, but there was no longer any jealousy or suspicion like the day before. Instead, she teased, "So you admit it now. No wonder you look revitalized today." Wang Mengmeng seemed to have fully accepted the reality, choosing to set aside her personal feelings to maintain their close friendship and her fondness for her brother. But just then, a middle-aged woman with an imposing presence approached. Surrounded by a group of bodyguards, trailing behind was a school leader with a tense expression. As soon as she opened her mouth, her face turned icy and fierce. "You are Wang Mengmeng." The atmosphere immediately froze, and Wang Mengmeng stammered, Who aren't you?" But the woman named Lai, without saying a word, raised her hand and struck Wang Mengmeng with a slap that resounded like thunder. Bang! The crisp sound startled everyone around. Wang Mengmeng was beaten to the point where she couldn't react, her eyes wide open, her face flushed, uncertain whether it was due to pain or embarrassment. After the beating, the woman with the surname Lai didn't respond, simply letting out a cold huff filled with disdain. Wang Mengmeng remained sitting there, clutching her face, frozen like a statue, while those around her exchanged puzzled glances, none daring to intervene. Just as the atmosphere became tense, Zhang Ji Lu could no longer hold back and stepped forward, her voice filled with anger and rage. "Hey, who do you think you are to suddenly hit someone? What era are we living in? Do you think being an elder gives you the right to do whatever you want?" The woman with the surname Lai glared, her voice hoarse yet powerful. "Who am I? I not only want to hit, but also want to kill this girl." She then pointed directly at Wang Mengmeng, who stood there like a lost soul, continuing to shout, It's her who seduced my son, Du Chu Wei. If it weren't for her, how could my son have died a tragic death? If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have to suffer the pain of a white-haired person saying goodbye to a green-haired one." As she spoke, her eyes were red, filled with rage, as if she wanted to devour Wang Mengmeng. Without giving anyone a chance to react, she waved her hand and commanded, "Make a move! Capture that wretched girl! I will make her pay!" Immediately, the group of bodyguards following her lunged toward Wang Mengmeng. Wang Mengmeng struggled fiercely, but how could a frail girl possibly resist two muscular bodyguards? "Let me go! It was Du Chu Wei's fault he died, not mine. Your son drugged me." Meanwhile, the curious crowd surrounding them began to murmur, "Oh my, so that girl is Wang Mengmeng. I heard that the tragic death of the heir of the Du family, one of the 6 major tycoons of HK, is related to her." Someone else chimed in, "Just look at her. She is beautiful. It's no wonder they say a beauty that brings calamity." Another person, not to be outdone, added, "That Mrs. Lai is formidable. Not only the wife of the chairman of the Du family, but also the biological sister of Jin Wangzun, president of the Maiyuan Chamber of Commerce. Her connections and power are enough to scare anyone." Seeing the tense atmosphere, Zhang Ji Lu began to feel that the situation was not good. "I only have 2 bodyguards with me, while there are 6 bodyguards on the other side. I must quickly inform Park Jimin." In that moment of chaos, Zhang Ji Lu quickly took out her phone and sent a short but urgent WeChat message to Park Jimin. Elsewhere, Park Jimin was sitting in his room at Thompson Riviera, intensely focused on coding for an artificial intelligence program he was developing. This program had entered its 2nd phase, and in just a few weeks, Park Jimin was confident that once completed, he would have complete control over the dark web. At that time, all global assassins would become tools in his hands, to be manipulated at his will. But just when Park Jimin was engrossed in his grand plan, Zhang Ji Lu's WeChat message unexpectedly appeared. A single short line that struck him like lightning. "Park Jimin, you need to come to Maiyuan University. Meng Meng is being bullied." In that moment, his expression darkened like a storm approaching, and a feeling of anger surged violently within him, burning like fire consuming his reason. "Who dares to lay a hand on my sister must pay the price." After sending the message, Zhang Ji Lu also noticed that Park Jimin had read it, and she silently breathed a sigh of relief. "I hope he's in time." But at that moment, That mother Lai also discovered Zheng Lu looking suspicious. She immediately pointed her finger and ordered, "You two over there, you're together, right? Capture them. Bring them over here to me." Needless to say, Zheng Lu was infuriated, her voice rising as if she were about to choke on her anger. "Do you dare to touch us? Do you even know who she is? This is Part Jimin's sister. I've messaged him. Just wait for him to arrive. No one will be able to withstand his fury. As for you, you claim your child is the victim. Who is truly the victim here? Look closely." Her words were sharp and unyielding. "A little rat thinks she can lead the pack? Don't even think about escaping. Today I will deal with both of you." As the tension escalated, the bodyguard slightly bowed his head and seriously reminded, "Madam, this girl's name is Zheng Lu. She is the second miss of the Zheng family in Jeongbakong. After all, the innocent have their claims and debts have their owners." The bodyguard continued, "Miss Jones' family is still small. It's just that they made the wrong friends. Please don't drag the entire Zheng family into this." But her haughty attitude was unmatched as she subtly curled her lips into a cold smile. "What about the second miss of the Zheng family? Don't tell me that girl, even her father, that Lin Shufu, in front of me. I wouldn't even give him face." Under pressure, Zheng Lu suddenly interjected with a sharp remark. "Hemph, you dare to look down on the Zheng family? Your child's death was well deserved. Du Shuwei is a scoundrel. He shouldn't have died long ago." However, before she could finish, the woman raised her hand forcefully and slapped Zheng Lu hard. The sound of the slap echoed sharply. "Shut your mouth. How dare you call my son a scoundrel? I will beat both of you to death." She always believed that her son was simply young and didn't understand that he would grow up and mature. But now there was no opportunity for education or redemption anymore. When she saw the body of her beloved child lying lifeless, her heart felt as if it had been ripped apart. The pain of losing her child made her lose all rationality, turning her into a bloodthirsty beast hell-bent on revenge. Both Wang Mengmeng and Zheng Lu were mercilessly attacked by her. Zheng Lu, with a bruised face and an increasingly sharp voice, said, "All right then, you think the Zheng family isn't worth your concern, but do you dare to disregard Phi Dun Corporation? Let me tell you, I am the vice president of Phi Dun, and you must apologize to me and to Meng Meng. Otherwise, the Du family and the Jin family will pay a very high price for your actions today." Ignoring any threats from Zheng Lu, her face still full of murderous intent, she stood in front of the crowd and continued to issue orders. "This mouthy little girl, don't think that using Phi Dun as protection will save you. Both of you will pay the price. Tear their clothes and throw them out of the car. Let me see how stubborn you can be." After waving her hand in command, she even raised her phone to film, her voice filled with arrogance. "From today on, I want both of you to have no face left to live in this world." At this moment, Park Jimin had just arrived at the gates of Manhua University and caught snippets of whispers about the situation inside. He ran quickly to the schoolyard, and as soon as he saw the two girls bruised and battered, his gaze instantly shifted to a deathly state. At the center of the chaos, Mrs. Lai remained unchallenged in her arrogance. "You two bastards, you were so aggressive just a moment ago. Why aren't you opening your mouths now? I want you both to be unable to raise your heads in society from today. You must live worse than death." Meanwhile, a bodyguard was approaching Zheng Lu, his voice dripping with lewdness, causing her to get goosebumps as if electrocuted. "Beautiful girl, let me check if you are okay." Zheng Lu froze, fear gripping her heart. "Don't, Park Jimin, where are you? Hurry and come to save us." But before he could touch her, his wrist was instantly broken. Crack! Park Jimin didn't say a word. He was officially on the scene, his expression as hard as stone. One hand firmly grasped the bodyguard's wrist, his deep, cold voice resonating. "Dare to lay a hand on mine." The man screamed in agony, while the one who was restraining Zheng Lu stood frozen, cold sweat streaming down his face, his complexion pale as though he had just seen a ghost. Park Jimin appeared too quickly and dangerously, and the murderous look in his eyes made the man even more uneasy. However, there was no time for the other man to react. Park Jimin delivered a kick that sent him flying 5 meters, landing like a sack of potatoes. Mrs. Lai was standing in the middle of the schoolyard, seemingly unaware of Park Jimin's formidable capabilities. She rolled up her sleeves and rushed over, saying, "Kid, you dared to meddle in my affairs. Do you even know who I am? But for people who don't prefer to use common reasoning, Park Jimin had no qualms about taking action. With a cold, unhesitating face, Park Jimin swung his fist and landed a direct punch to her face, sending her flying 3 somersaults before hitting the ground in a position that was utterly humiliating. To make matters worse, the punch caused 2 of her shiny teeth to abandon their owner and fall onto the ground. Lai Wangmei got up from the dirt, her heavily made-up face now smeared and even messier, with 2 missing teeth. Ah, a brat who hasn't even weaned yet dares to hit me. At that moment, the bodyguards rushed to her side, their voices filled with worry. Madam, are you okay? On the opposite side, Wang Mengmeng and Zhongji Lu, upon seeing Park Jimin, felt like drowning people who had grabbed hold of a life-saving stake. Both of them began to cry uncontrollably, their tears falling like summer rain. Throughout the day, they had endured countless humiliations, and now they could only pour all their emotions into the tears before Park Jimin. Brother Park Jimin, you finally came. Looking at the 2 girls, their beautiful faces now swollen and marked with traces of blood, Park Jimin couldn't help but feel heartbroken. He gently patted their heads, his voice warm yet filled with regret. It was my fault. I didn't protect you well. Because of my carelessness, you had to suffer such humiliation, but I promised to give you a satisfactory answer. At this point, Park Jimin's gaze suddenly turned icy. That look was like a knife piercing straight into the hearts of those in front of him, causing all the bodyguards to subconsciously shudder. However, Lai Wangmei showed no fear, still shouting in anger, pointing directly at Park Jimin. A brat who dares to hit my face. Beat him to death for me. The Du family group's dignity cannot be forgiven. Hearing the command from the lady boss, the captain of the bodyguards was about to step forward, but suddenly he realized something. His eyes couldn't help but twitch, and he stammered in response. But ma'am, it seems he is Chairman Lim. Lai Wangmei also paused for a moment, but immediately snapped. So what if he's Chairman Lim? That kid can't possibly be Chairman Lim, right? In this day and age, everyone claims to be a CEO. Her words fell like a bombshell in the crowd, causing all eyes to shift towards Park Jimin. Some people were astonished, while others stood speechless with mouths agape. That's right, he really was Chairman Lim, the one who has recently become a sensation, and is the one overseeing Phi Dun Capital. A female student chimed in, her eyes sparkling as if she had just seen her idol. Phi Dun. I heard its market value is over 2 trillion, and it just acquired Star Group. They're playing big, huh? Wait, Wai Mengmeng is actually the biological sister of Chairman Lim. Oh my god, I can't believe she really is a true tycoon's miss. Moreover, some other girls were both curious and excited. Wow, this time it's so hard to guess. One side is a newly emerging tycoon, and the other is a prestigious traditional family. Whom will win? I just hope Chairman Lim strikes hard again. That punch I watched over and over was so satisfying. Hopefully, it teaches that arrogant guy a lesson. Hearing the chatter, Lai Wangmei was not scared at all. On the contrary, she appeared arrogant, as if challenging the entire world. What's so great about Phi Dun? What's so great about a tycoon? I am the Madam Chairman of the Du family, the daughter of the Jin family in manhwa. Others may respect him, but I do not. But that wasn't all. She turned to her bodyguard and ordered, "Call Director Lai and have him arrested right away. I want to accuse him of assault to see who can protect him." Her arrogance was not without basis, as even in her thoughts, she reflected. With the title of Madam Chairman of the Du family group, I have long been regarded as one of the most powerful figures in the nation of HK. Furthermore, I am the daughter of the renowned Jin family, with an older brother, Jin Wang Zun, a legendary figure in the business world, and also the president of the Commerce Association of manhwa. She continued, facing Chairman Lim, why should I be afraid? To me, this man is just a rising nobody. No matter how talented he is, he can't possibly threaten the status of the Jin family and the Du family. In my eyes, Chairman Lim is merely a small stone on the road, and that stone I will crush. But perhaps she had underestimated the young man before her. Park Jimin, with his cold demeanor, did not bother to argue much. He simply took out his phone and made a brief call. His voice was deep yet sharp as it rang out. In one day, I want the Jin family to disappear from manhwa. On the other end, a confident voice replied, "All right, boss, I'll take care of it right away." Witnessing Park Jimin's phone call, Lai Wangmei almost forgot her swollen face from the earlier blow and sarcastically responded, "This guy, are you joking about wanting the Jin family to vanish in a day? It sounds like a movie script. My Jin family has roots that run from the sky down to the ground, with a network covering all of manhwa. Do you think a few threatening words will suffice? Truly, it's a child lying without any shame." Amidst the chaos, Park Jimin stood there, exuding an air of calm as if nothing mattered. He smirked, his gaze fixed directly on Lai Wangmai. "What you want to do? If you want to hit someone, then go ahead. But remember, if I have to step in again today, not just you but your entire Du family, and that Jin family of yours will have to kneel." Park Jimin's words froze the atmosphere. Lady Lane momentarily fell silent, unsure whether she would back down or continue. But the police had arrived. The appearance of the police led to even more commotion from the crowd. Leading them was a police captain who, just stepping out of the car, already showed signs of confusion, scratching his head incessantly. Faced with such prominent figures, he wished nothing more than to vanish from the scene. On one side was Chairman Lim, a man recently renowned for his billionaire investment in Phi Dun. On the other side stood Lady Lai Wangmei, the wife of Chairman Du Family Group and sister of Jin Wang Zun, a major player in the Manhua Business Association. Not to mention there was also second Miss Zhong Jinlu of the Zheng family and the girl rumored to be the biological sister of Chairman Lim. This situation was nothing short of an unsolvable equation. Seeing the police arrive, the crowd buzzed with excitement. "Oh my God, this situation is intense. I didn't expect both Chairman Lim and Madame Du to be involved. I wonder what the police will do. They're all big names. I'm not sure if they'll dare take action. I'm curious if Chairman Lim will actually make the Jin family disappear in a day. I wonder if that's possible." After a moment of contemplation, Captain Hesiev decided, "Ladies and gentlemen, we must take everyone back to the station for clarification of the matter. We hope for your cooperation." However, when Mrs. Lai saw the police show up, instead of being afraid, she made an even bigger scene, standing right in the middle of the crowd and shouting as if she were participating in a loudest scream competition, her voice echoing to the very top. "Director Lai, Chairman Lim is the one who intentionally assaulted me. Look at this. I even lost 2 teeth because of it." It's hard to say what she was thinking, but the group of police officers standing there certainly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing the situation escalating too much, the police decided they could no longer be lenient and chose to take coercive action. Seeing the police captain's signal, a few people immediately stepped forward to handcuff Mrs. Lai, whose wrists were adorned with sparkling diamond rings. However, it seemed she was not ready to stop. Her mouth continued to scream, "Do you dare to touch me? Do you know who I am? I am the wife of the chairman of the Du family. Who gave you the right to arrest me?" The police felt helpless and had no choice but to press her into the car, while she continued to turn her head and shout at the crowd, "Look, if you don't rescue me, you'll regret it. I will sue all of you." Chief Lai could only look at his colleagues and shake his head in despair. That day would surely be unforgettable for everyone present at the scene. For the spectacle of Mrs. Lai being escorted into the car was truly a masterpiece few could rival. After dealing with Mrs. Lai, Chief Lai managed to muster a somewhat forced smile and diplomatically said, "Chairman Lim, I hope you will cooperate. I have reported to the higher-ups, and waiting for their decision is the safest course of action." Park Jimin enthusiastically replied, "Cooperating with the police is only natural. I trust in the law and believe you will provide me with a reasonable answer." On Yu Ling Shuang's side, even someone as confident as her couldn't help but sigh upon hearing Park Jimin's command. Destroying the Jin family in a day sounded easy to say, but the difficulty was as high as jumping from the 100th floor and not dying. The Jin family was not to be underestimated. They were a top-tier clan, with their foundations in commerce, real estate, and finance as solid as a fortress wall. But just when Xiao Yu was in the midst of her troubled thoughts, her phone suddenly notified her that a top-secret document had just been sent. This was evidence that Jin Wang's son had once hired someone to eliminate a business rival, which Park Jimin had discovered when hacking top-secret material from the dark web. Not only that, but there was also a list of shady transactions with high-ranking officials. Immediately, this top-secret document was sent to the police. "Director, we have received an anonymous email containing all the evidence. The guild leader has hired a hitman to kill someone." In an instant, Chief Lai issued the order, hiring a hitman to kill someone. "This person is so audacious. Go and arrest him immediately." As soon as Jin Wang's son was arrested, the assets of the Jin family were thoroughly unearthed. A series of Jin family enterprises began to be sealed off. The stocks of the Jin family plummeted uncontrollably. From being a mere potential in the market, they have now become nothing more than scrap paper. Investors are sitting on a bed of nails. Some are crying their hearts out, while others curse for not being able to sell before the prices plummeted disastrously. Then, in just 24 hours, everything became crystal clear. The Jin family officially declared bankruptcy. Once a clan that evoked admiration, the Jin family is now no different from a loser. Other clans look at this situation and draw bitter lessons. Never be foolish enough to confront Chairman Lim and his alliance. In a corner of a luxurious coffee shop, Qin Wusong and Dai Han are also eavesdropping. "Hey Han, did you hear? Park Jimin just landed a devastating punch on Lai Wang Mai. Oh, what a feeling of satisfaction. She used to mock my mother, saying she was unworthy of the Qin family. Now she's getting what she deserves. And Jin Wang's son getting arrested is truly a miracle. Could it really be Park Jimin's doing? Absolutely. When he wants someone to disappear, it's not a joke. You see, the famously arrogant Jin family has finally met their downfall. They deserve it." Dai Han sipped her tea, frowning slightly. "Wusong, this matter isn't simple at all," she continued. "The Jin family is facing a great risk, and if we don't want to get involved, we should cut all business ties with them." Qin Wusong, upon hearing this, looked slightly pale. "But your father won't listen. What should I do now? He dismisses everything you say." Dai Han calmly placed her teacup down on the table and responded, "Right now, people online are discussing it. The Jin family is in big trouble, and if we don't withdraw, the risk is only to get entangled." Qin Wusong nodded, then fell into a maze of thoughts. "I've never met anyone as formidable as Park Jimin. But if he has stepped in, there must be sufficient evidence." But that wasn't all. Qin Wusong thought of a scenario that was both sweet and bitter. "If I really marry Park Jimin in the future, then Wang Mengmeng will be my sister-in-law. And if my sister-in-law is bullied by others, how could I, as the future sister-in-law, not stand up for her? I can't. I must do something immediately." Thinking of this, Qin Wusong opened social media and posted a brief message that was as destructive as an atomic bomb. "Starting today, the Qin family will be at odds with the Jin family. Anyone who stands with the Jin family will be seen as opposing the Qin family." Seeing the actions of Qin Wusong, Dai Han was not about to back down. She immediately posted a similar message on her social media. "Dai family announces the cessation of all cooperation with Jin family, warning all partners to avoid any involvement with Jin family to prevent being implicated." The two posts from the prominent heiresses of Ma Yuan were like adding fuel to the fire, publicly delivering another blow to the already struggling Jin family. The entire upper class of Ma Yuan was instantly shaken, as if they had just experienced a magnitude 10 earthquake. Businessmen, tycoons, and even politicians rushed to make calls everywhere to understand the true situation. The once powerful Jin family was now facing a dual betrayal from two major families. This was a sign not to be taken lightly. Originally, this matter was confined to Ma Yuan, but due to the reputation of the wealthy Jin family, the news quickly spread across the country, becoming a phenomenon that attracted the attention of a large number of netizens. Some members of the upper class proceeded to analyze the situation. Jin family is really finished. Qin family and Dai family are the two pillars of Ma Yuan, and with them turning their backs, no one can save them. Damn it, the Jin family has always been too arrogant, and now they're facing the consequences. They analyzed no matter what anyone says. This time there is definitely the presence of Chairman Lim. Just one phone call has made both families come together. The three super tycoons joining forces is no different from using a sledgehammer to crush an egg. I must quickly call my mother. Tell her to cut all ties with the Jin family. If we hesitate any longer, our family will also end up like a boiled egg. Not only is the upper echelons of Ma Yuan in chaos like a disturbed hive, but many are starting to link and deduce recent events ever since the Jin Young Master was exposed with bad news. Feed Dun Corporation acquired Star Group, and now the Dai family and Qin family are joining forces. Everything seems to have been planned in advance. It's definitely a major chess game. Just look at how everything is unfolding. The Jin family is being pushed into a merciless dead end. The Jin family is wealthy. But is this wealth legitimate? It's rumored that half of their assets are gray products. Previously, they had the power to shield them, so no one dared to speak. Now, if the Jin family cannot bear this, those great assets are sure to be shut down completely. This time, the Jin family is doomed. There's no saving them. Of all the people to offend, they just had to offend Chairman Lim. They really brought this disaster upon themselves. After being caught and taken to the police station, Lai Wangmai still did not forget to maintain her defiant demeanor. Although she had been punched in the face, leaving her swollen, and with 2 broken front teeth, she was resolute in turning the situation into a tragic drama, aiming to portray herself as the most unjustly aggrieved victim in the world. Lying in the interrogation room, Lai Wangmai sobbed while dialing her lawyer and personal doctor. The first thing I must say is that I have been abused to the point of wishing I were dead. You both need to come and assess my injuries. After a while, she added a few more drops of tears and brandished the report of her facial injuries, to assert that she was severely wounded, demanding criminal prosecution to the fullest extent. To put it plainly, she was determined to send Park Jimin to prison as revenge for the historic punch. But that was not the end of it. Lai Wangmai also called her husband. Du Tianwen, you need to do something quickly. I have been beaten like this, and our son was tragically harmed. If you don't step up, what face will the Du family have left? The notable point here is that Du Tianwen no longer had much affection for this wife of his, but the issue of their son struck at his sense of pride. Not to mention that Lai Wangmai being beaten up is also a slap in the face to the Du family. After thinking it over, Du Tianwen finally shouted into the phone, "Who dares to touch my family?" Moreover, Du Tianwen is not someone to be trifled with. As the chairman of the Du family group, he immediately summoned a team of lawyers to personally seek revenge for Lai Wangmai, from suing for assault to demanding accountability from Wang Mengmeng for the death of Du Chiwei. Everything was meticulously prepared. Seeing her husband so fierce, Lai Wangmai also sprang up like a spring and sobbed, "Have you ever heard of this name? He even dares to call himself Chairman Lim, or something, thinking he's some kind of king. Darling, you must teach him a lesson, so he knows the Du family is not easy to mess with." Upon hearing his wife mention the name Park Jimin, Du Tianwen felt as if someone had thrown a bucket of cold water over him. He immediately deflated, his face turning pale. "Chairman Lim, Park Jimin, this time you have really stepped into a hornet's nest." In Du Tianwen's mind, a plethora of information about Park Jimin's surface feed dumb corporation is just the tip of the iceberg. What's even more terrifying is the Han Chang Jiak group. The 3 new drugs from Gyeongbokgung have become legendary, and the government even regards them as a savior for the aging population, giving them an almost unimaginable preference. Touching Park Jimin is no different from touching someone protected by the state. Not to mention, he can mobilize trillions in assets. This is not someone the Du family can carelessly provoke. We must handle this quickly before Chairman Lim's tidal wave comes crashing down, especially with that fiery temper of his wife, or the entire Du family might be swept away. But Lai Wangmai still did not recognize the danger. The more she spoke, the more fervent she became. "Darling, quickly summon the bodyguards. I want him to pay with blood. He slapped my face, as if he slapped the face of the entire Du family. If you don't take action soon, how will I live with the world?" Contrary to his wife's expectations, Du Tianwen responded coldly, "How you'll live with the world? Think for yourself. I'm still worrying about how to survive this storm. Amai, listen to me, we can't rush into this. I will make arrangements." He continued, "You just stay home and rest, let me handle the rest." Lai Wangmai saw that her husband was saying that and calmed down a bit, thinking he was making plans for revenge. But in reality, right after hanging up the phone, Du Tianwen immediately called his lawyer and his agent, urgently instructing, "Cancel all ties with the Jin family immediately. Find a way to contact Park Jimin. I need to meet him to apologize right away." And shortly after that, Lai Wangmai also received a message from Du Tianwen requesting, "Mai, if not, this matter should just be dropped. You should go apologize to Chairman Lim. After all, this is just a misunderstanding." Lai Wangmai still didn't understand anything and yelled out in frustration, "What, Du Tianwen? You're truly useless. I was beaten, and not only do you not seek revenge, but you also ask me to apologize. What kind of man are you?" Not finding anyone to rely on, Lai Wangmai turned to her brother Jin Wangzun for help. She called again and again, but the phone on the other end remained eerily silent. "Brother, Why aren't you picking up? Refusing to give up, she called her sister-in-law to seek answers, but as soon as she picked up the phone, the sister-in-law began to speak rapidly, leaving her speechless. My, how dare you even call Wang's son was arrested because of you? Now the Jin family is on the verge of ruin, and you still haven't caused enough trouble. Lai Wangmai was taken aback, but he is the president of the Chamber of Commerce. Who would dare to touch him? The voice on the other end of the line let out a cold laugh, full of bitterness. Who else could it be? It's Chairman Lim. The Qin family and the Dai family have joined forces. Now everyone is scrambling to sever ties with the Jin family. Do you really think anyone can save you? It seems she still couldn't accept the reality and continued to call for help from other clan members. The first call was to her third uncle. It's me, a May. Before she could finish her sentence, she heard a curse from the other end get lost. Then the call was hung up so quickly that she couldn't comprehend what had just happened. After the call with her third uncle, her cousins, younger siblings, and uncles all criticized her, placing the blame squarely on her shoulders, dragging her back to the harsh reality. And the climax was the phone call from her father, who cried on the line, My, your brother was called in by the police for questioning. The Jin family is about to fall apart. Can't you at least say one word of apology? Not even a single word. After hearing this, Lai Wangmai was rendered speechless, unable to utter even a word of apology. I am the wife of the CEO of Du Family Group, a member of the high and mighty Jin family. How could I bow my head to admit my mistakes before some kid? Her words left the person on the other end of the line with his head in his hands. Truly exasperated. You are the calamity that has harmed the entire clan. If the Jin family collapses today, it will all be thanks to you. At this moment, an uneasy feeling began to flicker in Lai Wangmai's heart. Could it be that I really have to do such a thing? I am just a mother protecting her son's honor. Yet, I have to pay the price. Is there any justice left in this world? At that moment, the department head looked at her with a slightly gentler gaze. But his words felt like salt in a wound. Madam, if you truly want to rectify your mistake, we advise you to meet with the victim to apologize and provide appropriate compensation. That is also a way to mitigate your criminal responsibility. Her once arrogant mouth could no longer utter a retort. From the look in the police officer's eyes, refusing to reconcile was tantamount to pushing herself into a dead end. The pressure from all sides made Lai Wangmai's emotions feel like they were tossed into a pot of level 10 spicy hot pot, burning fiercely. Yet she didn't know how to escape. Am I really supposed to bow my head and apologize to that guy? But if I don't, the Jin family will truly be finished. Meanwhile, Part Jimin was nonchalantly playing with Wang Mengmeng and Zheng Jielu. At this point, that apology seemed too late. Contrary to the scene of Lai Wangmai being at the mercy of the situation, the three of them, Part Jimin, were treated extremely politely by the police. Their statements were taken swiftly and respectfully, and once everything was sorted out, they were released immediately. Clearly, all the mistakes belonged to Ms. Lai and her bodyguards. But Wang Mengmeng still anxiously reminded, Brother, I just heard that she is calling for a doctor and a lawyer and even preparing an injury report. It seems she intends to sue you for willful injury. If she wins, you might end up in jail. Her words dampened the atmosphere, but Part Jimin merely laughed. What's there to worry about? Do you think she can do anything to me? Just leave it to me. Next to him, Zheng Jielu remained uneasy. But I don't think this is a simple matter. She looks really intimidating. Could she do anything to turn the situation around? Part Jimin, still unbothered, patted Zheng Jielu's head and reassured. That madam will soon know what it feels like when the winds change direction. At that moment, Lai Wangmai rushed out of the police station as if someone were chasing her. She hurried straight towards Part Jimin. Suddenly, a thunderous kneeling caused the ground to shake. After that, Lai Wangmai pleaded, her voice trembling with sincerity, Mr. Part Jimin, I was wrong. I sincerely apologize for my actions. I was foolish, I was reckless. I injured your sister, hurt you, and dragged the Zheng clan into this situation. Wang Mengmeng and Zheng Jielu immediately widened their eyes, while Part Jimin looked down at her with an icy gaze, saying nothing. Seeing Part Jimin's ruthless attitude, she continued with tears welling up, I accept everything. This fault is mine. Because of the loss of my son, I was too heartbroken and lost my senses, leading to these regrettable incidents. I wish to compensate your sister. Whatever amount you want, I am willing to pay, even thousands of millions. Furthermore, she further degraded herself, asserting if you want to hit me, I will accept it, as long as you calm down." The words spoken were like a confession, a plea for help, and also the peak of helplessness. But unfortunately for her, her scheme was shattered as soon as Park Jimin spoke in a cold tone. "Thousands of millions. Are you trying to drive away a beggar? My sister and the Miss Jung family were slapped by you. Do you think thousands of millions are enough to brush this off? Are you being too naive or underestimating me?" Hearing this, her heart seemed to plummet into an abyss. Damn it. For ordinary people, thousands of millions is indeed a lot. But in front of Park Jimin, even a strand of hair could be more valuable than diamonds, so it really isn't worth anything. Seeing the situation becoming too tense, she quickly corrected her words. "Mr. Park Jimin, I agree to raise it to 100 million, just as long as you calm down. I will pay however much it takes." But Park Jimin was not the type of person easily swayed by money. He replied nonchalantly, this time leaving her speechless. 100 million sounds big, doesn't it? But even if you brought 10 billion today, I wouldn't let it slide. Money is not something that can solve everything. But what shocked her even more was his next sentence. "Do you want me to be angry? All right. You will kneel in front of my sister and Miss Jung family. Bow your head and apologize 100 times. If you are willing to do that, I won't say I will forgive you, but at least I might reconsider." This sentence felt like an invisible slap to Lai Wang Mei's pride. A person who had once stood at the pinnacle of power now had to kneel and apologize in front of so many. Just the thought of it was humiliating. At this moment, within Lai Wang Mei, the anger erupted like a volcano about to erupt. "I already knelt. I've apologized, and I'm ready to pay. I lowered myself this much, and that Park Jimin still doesn't know enough. So what now? You want me to kneel down and bow my head to those two children 100 times in front of everyone? Bastard, do you not regard me at all?" After a long internal struggle, Lai Wang Mei still couldn't bring herself to do it. Eventually, she replied, her voice trembling but laced with a hint of complaint. "Chairman Lim, being the person also means leaving a way out for each other. Don't push someone too far to the point of no return." But Park Jimin still stood there, his face cold and full of sarcasm. "Why don't you want the devil? Do you think a half-hearted apology is enough? Is this what you call sincerity? Fine, I gave you a final opportunity, but you chose to let it go. So don't blame me." With that, Park Jimin turned around, grabbed Wang Mengmeng and Zhong Jilu's hands, and walked away without looking back. Lai Wang Mei remained kneeling there, both angry and resentful, yet still nurturing a glimmer of hope. "Even if the Jin family collapses, I still have the Du family. The Du family is powerful. No matter how strong Park Jimin is, he might not be able to touch the nation of HK." After comforting herself, she dismissed the thought of bowing down today. "I have humbled myself to this extent, doing everything I can to save the Jin family. But bowing down in front of two children, that's too humiliating, so no thank you." But in reality, ever since Jin Wang's son spent a large sum of money to put a bounty on Park Jimin's head on the dark web, he had set his sights on completely annihilating the Jin family long ago. The matter concerning Wang Mengmeng was just the last straw. This plan had been prepared in advance, and the Jin family would eventually have to pay the price. The next morning, the upper class of Ma Yuan was almost in shock. The chairman of the Lim family and the Dai family joined forces to take down the Jin family. But the story didn't stop there. The next piece of news was truly a hammer blow. This news was first caught by the little secretary next to Qin Kyan, who reported it while sweetly flattering CEO Qin. "You truly are a wise man. It's lucky you quickly sided with Chairman Lim. Otherwise, if you hesitated, you might have been stoned alongside the Jin family by now." Hearing this, Qin Kyan asked sharply, "Is there any new information? Is it about the Jin family being besieged by the three families?" The secretary promptly replied, "Yes, but Ma Yuan is no longer the same since Chairman Lim arrived and cleared the field. Jin Wang Zun, president of the Chamber of Commerce in Ma Yuan, has been arrested on suspicion of conspiracy to commit murder, and an investigation has been initiated." The secretary continued, "A series of members of the Jin family have been accused of bribery, money laundering, unfair competition, and tax evasion. In just one day, over 1,000 people were apprehended, causing a stir in Ma Yuan as if there was an earthquake. Chairman Lim is certainly not to be underestimated. With one move, he has taken down the Jin family completely." Qin Kyan, upon hearing the news, felt as if struck by lightning. Chairman Lim's actions this time are no small matter. It's as if he used an excavator to flatten the entire Jin family. Afterward, Qin K-Yan waved his hand as if to shoo away flies. Everyone get out. Leave me alone to think. Sitting alone in silence, Qin K-Yan bit her lip, and the only thought in her mind was, I really didn't expect things to turn out like this. Chairman Lim has been too ruthless this time. I have been a useless spy. The Jin family is on the decline. Do I still have any chances left? At that moment, Jin Jiamu also called. No need to say anything to understand that something was about to happen, and indeed, as soon as she answered, Jin Jiamu on the other end of the line spoke with a voice laced with fury, as if about to explode. What more do you want to say? Do you intend to tell me that you had no idea about Park Jimin targeting the Jin family? Qin K-Yan swallowed hard, lowering her voice to a whisper. Young master, I'm sorry. After being questioned by Jin Jiamu, why did everything turn out like this? Qin K-Yan could only lower her head and accept her faults, her voice growing more and more tense. Young master, for the past few days I have devoted all my efforts to Star Group, thinking that you Ling Shuang acquiring the company was merely a strategy to press the Jin family through the market. Who would have thought that Chairman Lim would be so shrewd and ruthless? He used Giant Group as bait, making us believe that we could still control the situation. Hearing this, Jin Jiamu gritted his teeth. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that Park Jimin has been planning this for a long time? Qin K-Yan took a deep breath, trying to remain calm, but her voice betrayed her fear. That's right, young master. If you know, Park Jimin played the distraction game. While everyone was drawn into the Star Group affair, he quietly gathered enough evidence against the entire Jin family, a deadly blow, and that's not all. Park Jimin has also quietly allied with the Qin family and Dai family beforehand. Our Jin family has been floundering, thinking we still had time. Who would have guessed he would attack unexpectedly, releasing a series of evidence that left the Jin family unable to react in time. She continued, clearly, this plan he has prepared for a long time, step by step, targeting us directly without leaving any way out. Upon hearing this, Jin Jiamu fell silent, but inside him, emotions were erupting like a volcano. Meanwhile, Qin K-Yan seemed haunted, sighing and concluding, Park Jimin, this person is too cunning and scheming. Everything is too terrifying. He is the kind that if you make an enemy out of him, there will be no way back. Young master, does Chairman Lim know that I am an undercover agent? However, as soon as these words were spoken, Qin K-Yan was interrupted by Jin Jiamu. Listen, don't say another word about Chairman Lim. I don't want to hear you talk about him anymore. Right now, if you still consider me your priority, head straight to the port. Qin K-Yan looked confused and asked, the port? What are we going there for, young master? Jin Jiamu lowered his voice, but it remained authoritative. At the port, there is a private helicopter of mine. You are coming with me. We will leave here immediately. We will head to Nation S first, and then transfer to Nation M. I have prepared a new identity, Jin Jiamu said. With the capital accumulated over the years, we have enough to start over on the other side. Upon hearing this, Qin K-Yan suddenly came to her senses. So all of this plan is for Jin Jiamu to prepare to flee, not just to take a few days off to relieve the stress, but to escape straight overseas to avoid all the crimes that are hanging over his head. After that, Qin K-Yan refused to give up and continued, young master, what about the president? After all, he is your father. Before she could finish her sentence, Qin K-Yan was interrupted by Jin Jiamu. All right, don't waste your breath. He is involved in a murder-for-hire case related to many lives. Sooner or later, he will have to pay with his own life. Do you want me to be buried alongside him? A woman's heart, perhaps? Or are you regretting your position as general manager at Star Group? Are you planning to betray me? Not content with that, Jin Jiamu threw in an additional thunderous threat. Let me say this first. If you dare to betray me, the group will receive a set of nude photos of you tomorrow morning. Consider the consequences for yourself. Upon hearing this, Qin K-Yan felt a chill running down her spine. She never expected Jin Jiamu to have prepared a black dossier for self-defense, even using it as a weapon to intimidate the loyal ones beside him. Filled with both anger and fear, yet unable to do anything about it, the feeling of being forced to do something she did not want to, especially when threatened by such despicable tactics, truly made Qin K-Yan feel bitter. But she had to comply. Yes, young master, I will prepare. Though she spoke those words, inside Qin K-Yan was in turmoil. The sensation of being trampled and belittled by someone she trusted left her at a loss as to whether she should be heartbroken or furious. I never thought of betraying the Jin family. No matter how decayed this clan becomes, I remain wholeheartedly loyal. To me, the position of general manager of Star Group is not an important goal. Wherever Jin Jiamu tells me to go, I will go, with no intention of resisting. Yet now, he not only does not trust me, but also suspects I will revolt, and uses the most vile methods to keep me in check. But just at that moment when Qin Ke Yan was rushing, in a state of urgency, as if the water was rising to her feet, trying to make it to the port to meet Jin Jiamu, life took an unexpected turn. As soon as she stepped out of the elevator, she bumped right into Park Jimin along with the two girls Wang Mengmeng and Zheng Jilu. Park Jimin was in a noticeably good mood today, busy taking the two ladies out shopping, dining, and relieving stress after they had been psychologically shaken by recent events. And with Qin Ke Yan as the guide, everything would be just perfect. It was indeed a case of fate leading one to an unwelcome encounter, and in this situation, Qin Ke Yan truly wished she could just vanish. The moment Park Jimin spotted her, she eagerly greeted, "Oh, CEO Qin, where are you in such a hurry to go?" Qin Ke Yan was startled, forcing a smile, but her mind was screaming, "Oh my God, I ran into my boss." Yet instead of responding, Qin Ke Yan chose to go incognito, pretending not to see and trying to slip away quickly. Unexpectedly, Park Jimin not only didn't let her escape, but also continued in a voice that was half friendly, half sharp, "CEO Qin, you look so rushed. Where are you off to? Why didn't you greet me when you saw me?" Caught in the act, Qin Ke Yan had no choice but to turn back, forcing a smile as she replied, Boss, it's you. I have something urgent to attend to at home, so I need to head back right away." But Park Jimin wasn't one to let anyone off easily. He raised an eyebrow gently, yet meaningfully. "You have something urgent. No matter how urgent, just set that aside. You just took on the role of general manager at Star Group, and you mentioned you had something to report to me yesterday, right? Unfortunately for you, I'm aware today, so let's go. We'll have a meal together. It's a good time to discuss work as well." Qin Ke Yan was left speechless, desperately searching for an excuse to escape. "Boss, I've already eaten." But Park Jimin wasn't about to let her off the hook, immediately retaliating fiercely. "You've eaten. So what? You can have another meal. It's no big deal. Or do you have something more important than work that you can't discuss with me? Could it be you have something you want to hide from me?" As he finished speaking, Park Jimin's expression changed. It was no longer relaxed but grew cold, as if penetrating through every thought of the other person. At that moment, Qin Ke Yan felt an invisible pressure weighing down on her. Facing that gaze, all her intentions faded away like smoke. In the end, Qin Ke Yan could only silently lower her head, ready to follow Park Jimin to wherever he wanted to go, while her heart was anxious and her mind echoed with the words of young master Jin Jiamu. "If you betray me, tomorrow morning the entire company will receive your nude photos." After walking for a while, Qin Ke Yan's mind became tense. If Park Jimin discovers my true purpose, wouldn't it expose the news that the young master intends to escape? At that point, the young master wouldn't need a plane. He could just prepare to go directly into the pen. With the speed of lightning, she quickly typed on WeChat, "Young master, I am caught up with something, will be late, but you must wait for me." Both opening her phone and sending a message, Qin Ke Yan turned off the device in less than 10 seconds. Every movement was swift and smooth like a ninja, but her heart was still anxious. Little did she expect that Park Jimin from the front narrowed his eyes, his tone nonchalant but sending chills down the spine of the listener. "CEO Qin, who just sent a message too?" The question startled Qin Ke Yan, leaving her flustered and stuttering. No one at all. I was just checking my work." Park Jimin did not overlook her sneaky demeanor, but instead of making a big deal out of it, he dropped a line that made her want to hold her breath. "CEO Qin is truly dedicated. It's impressive that you're still focused on work after hours." Just as the atmosphere was tight as a string, Zheng Jilu unexpectedly appeared like a savior. She pointed towards the entertainment area and suggested, "Park Jimin, Meng, and I want to go catch stuffed toys. Can you take us?" At this moment, Qin Ke Yan felt like she was sitting on a pile of fire. On one hand, she had to play the role of a model general manager, while on the other hand, she was worried about Jin Jiamu's plan and also calculating the time. Park Jimin waved his hand, leading the group straight to the game area, charging a membership card with 10,000, making everyone widen their eyes in astonishment. Then, the two young girls, Jeonju Lu and Wang Mengmeng, stood on either side of the claw machine, earnestly throwing the claw and pressing the button with a strong belief that, this time, we will definitely catch something. But life wasn't as dreamy as one hoped. After 10 continuous attempts, the claw seemed to have a grudge against the stuffed animals, dropping them as soon as they touched. Not managing to catch a single stuffed toy, the two girls again clasped their heads in despair, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, is this machine broken or what? Why can't we catch anything?" Qin Keiyan stood not far away, but her mind seemed to have drifted elsewhere. If the young master hasn't left by 9 o'clock, I will still have a chance to rush to the port. I just need to stretch out the time long enough not to leave any traces. Even though she calculated in this way, her heart was in turmoil. However, she still tried to maintain a natural appearance. She knew that just a hint of oddity would cause Park Jimin to notice immediately. Returning to the claw machine, Jeonju Lu clenched her jaw and shouted, "This machine is playing dirty. If I don't win this time, I'll tell Park Jimin to get someone to change it." Wang Mengmeng, standing beside her, chuckled, "Ji Lu, you need to add another 5 years of luck if you want to catch something." At the port, Jin Jiamu received a message from Qin Keiyan, feeling a sense of unease in her heart. She was not only a capable assistant, but also the only person he fully trusted in this urgent situation. That was why Jin Jiamu, disregarding the dangers, was determined to inform her about the plan to escape abroad. However, as he waited, Jin Jiamu couldn't help but furrow his brows. In this urgent situation, why is Qin Keiyan reporting a delay? Is she facing some problems? Or worse, had she betrayed me? This thought flashed through him like a bolt of lightning. But Jin Jiamu quickly brushed it aside, trying to convince himself. No, Qin Keiyan is not someone like that. She will definitely come. At that moment, the butler, who had been with Jin Jiamu since he was young, spoke up with a worried expression. "Young master, we must leave immediately. I just received news that the police have arrived outside the villa. They are searching everywhere for you. It's possible that a warrant is about to be issued. We cannot delay." Hearing this, Jin Jiamu frowned but remained resolute. "Wait a little longer. Few people know this place is my base. The police will take time to find it. Secretary Qin is probably facing difficulties, but I believe she won't betray me. We'll wait until she arrives." The butler sighed and insisted, "Young master, we can only wait until 9 o'clock. If she hasn't arrived by then, it surely means she has betrayed you." This statement made the atmosphere tense, and Jin Jiamu did not respond, remaining silent as he looked at the clock. The minute hand moved little by little, and it was now 7:30. In his mind, he began calculating. Half an hour is enough for Qin Keiyan to run from the company to here. I'm giving her one last chance. Don't let me down. But despite self-reassurance, Jin Jiamu still felt a flame of anxiety within him, for he knew. In this escape, just one small mistake could make everything vanish in the blink of an eye. Half an hour passed, yet the situation had not improved, at least not for Qin Keiyan. While she was so anxious she felt like exploding, the two little girls, Jeonju Lu and Wang Mengmeng, were still struggling with the claw machine. Half an hour had gone by without catching a single toy, and the money spent could probably have bought the whole machine. Jeonju Lu refused to give up, glancing at the machine while complaining. "The hook is too loose. It lifts them up and then they fall. It's so frustrating." Wang Mengmeng bolstered her determination, saying, "No way. We have to win at least one today. After all, Park Jimin has money. He loaded 10,000, enough to play until morning." Hearing this, Qin Keiyan broke out in a sweat. "Wait, how long do these two plan to play? If I wait for them to finish eating, it will probably be midnight. No, I have to find a way to escape before it's too late." Thinking quickly, she immediately turned to Park Jimin, putting on a distressed expression. "Boss, something urgent has come up at home. Could you please go ahead and play for now? I'll handle it and report back to you tomorrow, all right?" To her surprise, Park Jimin wasn't easily fooled. He raised an eyebrow, his tone probing. "What could possibly be so urgent at your home? If I recall correctly, you have no relatives. Didn't you grow up in a foster home? So what could your family possibly do?" Qin Keiyan was left speechless, her mind racing to come up with an excuse. My puppy is sick, and I need to take it for a shot." Upon hearing this, Park Jimin replied coldly, "You can take it for a shot tomorrow. At this hour, all the pet shops must be closed." Kim K-yan forced a smile, but inside she just wanted to scream. "Oh my god, why is he so stubborn?" She then continued to press on. "But it's really urgent." Park Jimin interrupted her, his voice turning serious. "Is there anything more urgent than my work? Or are you making excuses? Could it be that you are hiding something from me?" This question struck directly at Kim K-yan's fears. She stammered, "No, nothing's wrong." But the more she tried to deny it, the more her awkwardness deepened Park Jimin's suspicions. He coldly stated, "The more anxious you are, the less I'll let you go." Kim K-yan could only swallow hard, her heart in turmoil. "Oh my! What should I do now? There's just over an hour until 9 o'clock. If the young master doesn't see me arrive, it's really over. Jung Ji-lu, hurry up and help me out." Time continued to tick away another half hour, but nothing had improved for Kim K-yan. While she was so anxious that she almost wanted to cry, on the other side, Jung Ji-lu finally completed a historic feat after an hour of battling with the claw machine, spending a total of over 2,000 just to grab a single stuffed toy. But Jung Ji-lu's face was beaming as if she had just won the lottery, tightly hugging the toy in her hands and shouting, I finally caught it. Park Jimin, let's go eat now." Park Jimin smiled and nodded in agreement. So the group moved to a restaurant chosen by Jung Ji-lu. On the way, her mind changed again, and she innocently pointed at the crowded restaurant in front. "Brother, I want to eat here. Look, there are so many people in line. It must be delicious." Park Jimin did not hesitate. "All right, if you want to eat here, we'll eat here." But their joy was a nightmare for Kim K-yan. Before she could understand what was happening, she saw Wang Mengmeng holding a crew ticket from the reception desk. But when she looked more closely, the number of tables waiting made Kim K-yan feel faint. 30 tables more. Inside, she was anxious and panicked, screaming in her heart, "How long am I supposed to wait for this? By the time they get to eat, I might just be dead from the young master's rage." Seeing that there were still 30 tables ahead of them, and calculating that it would take more than an hour to wait, Park Jimin tried to persuade, "Ji-lu, there are still 30 tables in front. How about we go eat somewhere else?" But Jung Ji-lu shook her head. "No, I want to eat here. Just wait a little bit, you always say we can wait." Hearing that, Park Jimin felt quite relaxed. "It's fine, waiting a bit is no problem. Today, I'll indulge Ji-lu completely." As he spoke, he even waved his hand to show he was very generous. However, when she heard this, it made Kim K-yan's face darken, nearly causing her to collapse on the spot. "Oh my god, waiting until 10 p.m. to eat sure is a lot." In her mind, there was a fierce internal struggle. Run while waiting, but I can't let the time pass uselessly. Kim K-yan decided to try a little, saying, "Boss, let me handle this quickly. You just relax here." With the power of money and a few negotiating tricks that only Kim K-yan knew, she successfully negotiated a price of 50,000 to eat immediately. A few minutes later, a miracle happened. The restaurant was crowded with 3 tables at the front, and suddenly it was Park Jimin and his group's turn, leaving everyone bewildered. Park Jimin looked at Kim K-yan with a scrutinizing gaze. "Oh, how did it happen so fast? Did you use money or something?" Kim K-yan just smiled and brushed it off. "What's wrong with using money? Everyone's hungry now." It was already 8:30 p.m., and at the port, Jin Jia-mu sat in the helicopter wing, looking as if he were about to go crazy. He kept glancing at the clock, his mood increasingly irritable. Waiting for Kim K-yan to arrive, he decided to make a phone call. But all he got in response was the notification that the number he was calling was turned off. Hearing this, Jin Jia-mu felt that something was off. "It's time already. Why hasn't she arrived yet?" Just then, the sound of police sirens blared loudly in the area near the port. The butler exclaimed in a panic, "Young master, the police are here. They're coming this way." Jin Jia-mu turned pale and immediately shouted, "No waiting any longer. Take off right now." The pilot quickly obeyed the order, and the helicopter began to lift off the ground amidst the howling wind. Everyone inside sat tensely, watching the police search below. Only when the helicopter flew far away from the port did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. But Jin Jia-mu was not someone who would let things go easily. His eyes sparkled with anger as he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, how did our whereabouts get exposed? There must be a traitor among us." The tense-looking butler beside him replied in a low voice, "Young master, only one person knew about this plan, Secretary Kin. She not only delayed but also turned off her phone, and the police showed up at this exact moment. It's clear what has happened." Hearing this, Jin Jiamu's blood boiled even more. He mumbled, his tone sharp, "Qin K Yan, you dare to betray me? Fine. Let's see how this plays out. I won't let this go easily." But his anger was nothing more than self-soothing words, as Jin Jiamu knew well that his escape plan had been severely compromised, and the one person he trusted most could very well be the cause of everything falling into the hands of the police. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, Qin K Yan continued to play the role of a model general manager, having dinner while handling personnel issues of Star Group with Park Jimin. However, strangely enough, no matter what she said, Park Jimin only nodded along. "You were the general manager. Whatever you say goes. If you want to invest in something, just let me know. Money is not an issue." Upon hearing this, Qin K Yan felt like slamming the table and standing up, but on the outside, she had to maintain a respectful demeanor, while inside, the flames of anger had ignited. What kind of person is so lazy and indifferent? If I had known, I wouldn't have bothered with this report. I missed a significant event for your sake. Why are you still stalling? Time passed. Each minute and second felt like they were clawing at Qin K Yan's heart. It was already 9:30, and she had missed her appointment with Jin Jiamu. The worry and anger inside her began to erupt like a volcano. System notification. Qin K Yan's favorability decreased by 10. Current favorability is minus 90 points. Finally, after everything was settled, Qin K Yan spoke in a voice as cold as ice, showing no mercy. "Boss, lunch is over. The report is done. I would like to take my leave now." Park Jimin, on the other hand, remained nonchalant as if he didn't notice her anger at all and casually suggested, "Qin CEO, it's still early. How about we go for a little walk?" He continued, "How about buying a few outfits, bags, and shoes?" Upon hearing this, Qin K Yan couldn't hold back any longer. Her entire being seemed poised to explode. She then spoke with a sharp tone, throwing back a sentence as cutting as a knife. "I'm not interested in shopping. If you want to play, go by yourself." Having said that, Qin K Yan turned and ran away, not bothering to look back, leaving Park Jimin, Wang Mengmeng, and Zheng Ji-lu standing there, bewildered and staring at each other. At that moment, Zheng Ji-lu also remarked, "Hey, that's too much, too much. Park Jimin, that CEO Qin seems to not regard your words at all. I've been watching her face, and it looks like she wants to throw the whole meal away." Park Jimin replied nonchalantly, "It's okay. She's originally from Jin Jiamu's side. She doesn't have the slightest bit of respect for me. She might even hold some hostility, so her reaction is normal." As soon as Qin K Yan left the dinner with Park Jimin, she immediately called a taxi and sped straight to the port. Once she got out of the taxi, she dashed to the meeting point, her heart filled with anxiety. "Young master, you must wait for me. I'm on my way." As soon as Wang Mengmeng learned that Qin K Yan was a member of Jin Jiamu, she began her chain of self-conceived, highly delusional thoughts. Park Jimin entrusted her with the position of general manager, yet she does not know how to cherish it. The company's development plans and the personnel changes she proposed clearly seem aimed at undermining the Star Group. Only he would dare keep such a vile person close. But looking at Park Jimin's inscrutable expression, Wang Mengmeng's large, round eyes suddenly sparkled. Oh, could it be that brother has some other strategy in mind? In that instant, Wang Mengmeng felt a jolt, imagining numerous scenarios in her head. It must be true. Park Jimin is indeed planning to catch a big fish. She felt as if she had just uncovered a grand secret, her eyes shining like stars, feeling as though she was the one who understood Park Jimin's tactics best. After experiencing the lessons from Yuling Shuang and witnessing Park Jimin's talents, I have long realized that this non-blood-related brother of mine is not simple at all. Sometimes Park Jimin's actions make one think he is destroying everything, but in reality, it's all just a facade. She thought, below, he has devised a meticulous plan, each step interconnected to form a net from which no one can escape. For Park Jimin, Qin K Yan is merely a part of a larger scheme, and she will only fulfill her role well when placed in the right position. But why her? In the star group, there are countless beautiful girls, even those more outstanding than Kim K-yan, yet he seems indifferent to everyone. So why does he place her in such an important position? Could it be that she is the key to the larger plan? That thought made Wang Mengmeng even more excited. She felt, I have touched upon a small part of Park Jimin's secret, but I still want to dig deeper. Then, an image of Park Jimin flashed in her mind, his enigmatic expression as he strategically placed each piece on his grand chessboard. And surely, Kim K-yan was an indispensable piece in that plan. Returning to the moment when Kim K-yan paid her taxi driver an entire month's salary, only to hit the gas pedal to the max and speed straight to the port at the fastest pace, she turned her phone back on, unsurprised to see a flood of notifications for missed calls. But this time, she did not hesitate. Kim K-yan immediately called Jin Jia-mu. On the other side, Jin Jia-mu sat in the helicopter as he listened to the report. Young master, it's Kim K-yan calling. He was about to answer the call to give her a piece of his mind. But before he could say anything, the old butler hurriedly interjected, You cannot answer. Then, with a face full of experience, the butler cautiously spoke up. Young master, Kim K-yan is very likely to have betrayed us. If we answer this call, the police could use the signal to lock down our location. We are on a helicopter, and once we are intercepted, our chances of escape are non-existent. Hearing this, Jin Jia-mu felt both angry and sweaty. Damn woman, I've said before that if she betrays me, she will pay a heavy price. Doesn't she like being the general manager so much? Let's see how she handles it when she is completely ruined. I wonder if Chairman Lim will still dare to keep her. With that, he immediately threw the ringing phone from Kim K-yan into the sea, as if disposing of a bothersome burden. The helicopter continued to roar in his ears. While the butler was still busy calculating, the helicopter is slowing down. It can only go about 1,000 kilometers at a time. The butler continued. It's impossible to fly directly to Nation M. Young master, we need to have a stopover. The most important thing is that we cannot go to Nation S anymore. Kim K-yan knows the plan, so we must change our course. I suggest we turn back to Nation N, and then continue our journey to Nation M from there. Jin Jia-mu furrowed his brow as he listened to the butler's analysis, but he still agreed. All right, then we'll head out to the sea, and from Nation N, we can either go to Nation K or even Nation U, and then we'll take a transfer to Nation M. But it didn't stop there. Jin Jia-mu took a deep breath and said firmly, 2 million. Tomorrow, I want all of my yuan to see naked pictures of Kim K-yan. Especially, every employee of Star Group must receive a copy, without exception. After saying that, memories of Yu Ling Shuang flashed through his mind, and he muttered in self-reproach. Back then, I showed a bit of mercy and didn't pursue to the end, which has led me to find myself in a similar situation now. Being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to oneself. This time, I definitely won't make the same mistake. I will make sure she can never rise again. At that moment, Kim K-yan hurried to the meeting point, but looking around, she only saw an empty landing area. The helicopter had long since flown away. She stood frozen, her heart pounding. Has the young master already left? It's all because of Park Jimin. If it weren't for him holding me back, how could I be late? But then Kim K-yan immediately began to worry. I wonder if the young master has misunderstood something. I need to explain it right away. But why isn't he picking up the phone? Could it be that he's in danger, or is it just a signal issue? The next morning, the entire social media exploded as if a bomb had gone off. Everywhere, people were buzzing with excitement, and netizens were typing faster than lightning. The name Jin family unexpectedly topped the search list, not because of their wealth, but because of their immense notoriety. People discovered that the Jin family was not just a simple conglomerate, but the linchpin of a dark system encompassing 7 illegal trades: money laundering, organized gambling, bribery, tax evasion, and even human trafficking were all involved. Moreover, this human trafficking was not just any petty crime. It was an operation extremely large-scale and systematic. According to the investigation, the Jin family had created a trafficking ring specifically targeting women and children, especially young girls with attractive appearances. Initially, these children were sent to a nightmare training facility, where they were sold, beaten, and tortured both physically and mentally for 1 to 2 years, driving them to the brink of psychological collapse. When the girls had lost all faith in the world, the Jin family posed as heroes to rescue them, brainwashing them into believing that this family was their greatest benefactor. Subsequently, they were educated and meticulously trained to become the ultimate tools of the Jin family. As netizens read more, they felt increasingly outraged. The girls who were once sold and beaten have ended up thanking the Jin family as if they were their lifesavers. They not only lost their childhood, but were also turned into instruments, forever trapped in the cycle of resentment created by the Jin family. While social media was shaken by the massive scandal surrounding the Jin family in manhwa, and especially within the Star Group, hundreds of express packages were stacked high, one on top of the other. Curious to open a package, everyone was astonished to discover that inside were nude photos of General Manager Kim K-yan. The whole company immediately fell into chaos, with employees buzzing. Wow, the new general manager hasn't even been in office for a week and is already causing a storm like this. This time, the company is surely doomed. But it's not just one photo, it's thousands being spread everywhere. Some employees secretly passed around the photos, commenting, "She's so beautiful, but I can't believe she would do something like this." Others were in a panic, hastily calling senior management in hopes of stopping the situation in time. Within a few hours, the incident became the center of conversation in the internal discussions of the mega corporation. From various departments to urgent meetings, everywhere people were talking about Kim K-yan and the inexplicable series of photos involving her. At 9 a.m., Kim K-yan drove into the parking lot, thinking of himself, "Today will be an ordinary workday." But everything quickly changed when the phone rang. Kim K-yan picked up, his tone exuding the authority of a general manager. "What's the matter, Xiao Tian?" On the other end was the urgent voice of his assistant Xiao Tian. "CEO Kim, there's a major problem." Hearing the assistant stutter as if about to cry, Kim K-yan couldn't help but furrow his brows. "Just speak plainly, there's no need for ambiguity." Xiao Tian took a deep breath and then spoke rapidly. "Yes, this morning the company received hundreds of express packages, with no information about the sender. We opened a few packages, and to our shock, they were all filled with nude pictures of you. Right now, everyone in the company is in an uproar." Upon hearing this, Kim K-yan felt as if the world were spinning around him. But it didn't stop there. Xiao Tian continued, "Moreover, it seems that someone has posted your pictures in the elevator. Now everyone in the company knows about it." As soon as he reached the ground floor elevator, Kim K-yan felt a chill running down his spine, his heart pounding as if it were about to leap out of his chest, and the phone almost slipped from his hand. She felt as if she had fallen straight from the peak of a mountain to the bottom of a ravine. In that instant, Kim K-yan immediately understood who was behind everything. Bitterness overwhelmed her. "It can't be Jin Jiamu. Could he really have done this? Even though I anticipated that Jin Jiamu was a heartless person, I never expected him to be so cruel as to turn our once intimate memories into weapons to smear my name. Those were moments I cherished. Proof of my love. Young master, I have never betrayed you. You refused to listen to my explanations. How can I prove this? This afternoon, I just wanted to come to the company to pick up a few things, with no other intention." At that moment, Kim K-yan stood there, her heart feeling as if it were being squeezed tight, tears welling up, the sense of injustice and pain rendering her speechless. Just as she was sinking in sorrow, the sound of high-heeled shoes echoed from a distance. Two female employees from the company, known for their knack for turning others' private matters into public gossip, walked by while chatting with mocking laughter. "Hey, did you hear? That CEO Kim gal. Anyone could be her husband. All her scandals are out now." She continued, "Haha, last time she even planned to fire me, and now it's all over for her." The other person was no less, notorious for being the office gossip monger, chiming in while exaggerating. "Xiao Ju, I heard she got promoted thanks to her excellent speaking skills. It's probably not just her words, but other talents too. Truly, while pretending to be a leader on the outside, she's a courtesan on the inside. Haha. Yet she still acts so noble. Being a courtesan and wanting to build a shrine. What a nauseating thought. Chairman Lim and CEO Yu are coming. This time, she's definitely getting kicked off her general manager throne." The two continued to walk and laugh, unaware that every word they uttered was stabbing right into Kim K-yan's heart. She stood there, stiff as a statue, eyes wide open, but her gaze hollow. Her heart had already been severely wounded by Jin Jiamu. And now it felt like it was being torn apart further by the mockery and sarcasm from her colleagues. It's truly laughable. No self-respect at all. I used to be the queen of Star Group. But now, I feel like a fish thrown out of water, with no one bothering to look anymore. Surely Park Jimin cannot accept this either. He will kick me out. I have spent my entire life for the Jin family, and now that the Jin family is bankrupt, the young master no longer needs me. What reason do I have left to exist? Kim Kye-yeon thought, her mind filled with thousands of unanswered questions. To make matters worse, her nude pictures were plastered all over the 4 walls until there was no empty space left. And not only were they hastily posted, but they were glued with super strong 502 adhesive that couldn't be torn off easily. Each picture felt like a hammer striking hard against Kim Kye-yeon's self-esteem. The feeling of humiliation spread, making her feel smaller and more helpless than ever. Because of Kim Kye-yeon's stunning photos, Park Jimin immediately called for a shareholder meeting to discuss the emergency. However, the atmosphere here was truly suffocating, like the air in an exam room, so tense that everyone could feel the push of power in every glare directed at Kim Kye-yeon. People didn't bother to hide their disdain and animosity toward her, as if she were the cause of all the trouble. Kim Kye-yeon's nude images had now gone viral, becoming a hot trend in the office, and now everyone wanted her to leave. Not sure what will happen, but Kim Kye-yeon sat there in a daze, her face pale, her eyes lost. She had already prepared herself mentally to face the worst, even to the extent of bitterly mocking herself. For others, this is just a pointless gossip story for entertainment. But for me, it's a never-ending nightmare, a blow that perhaps I will never forget in my entire life. Now that some shareholders have voted to remove me, let them have their way. It has come to this point. I have no face left to continue being the general manager. Then suddenly, without a word, Park Jimin slammed a thick stack of photos down onto the table. His face was so furious that he could have set fire to everyone present without hesitation as he shouted loudly, "Today, who can give me an answer? What are you all doing? Just sitting here watching your general manager being smeared? What were you doing when that nude photo circulated everywhere?" Park Jimin angrily exclaimed. "Why is no one cleaning up? Why isn't anyone putting an end to the gossip in the company? Are you all still working, or are you fed up with life already? From now on, no one is allowed to discuss CEO Kim, and no one is allowed to speak ill of her behind her back. If anyone wants to, just pack your things and leave." Those pictures were clearly photoshopped to tarnish her image. Aren't you all blind? Can't you see that? At that moment, Kim Kye-yeon sat there, her eyes wide open, her face dazed as if she had just been struck by a jolt of electricity. Her heart pounded wildly. What is happening? Am I dreaming? Park Jimin is actually standing up for me. If it were young master, would he stand up for me? No, definitely not. He would surely abandon me to fend for myself. He might even be willing to use me as a shield in the company's battlefield. At this moment, Kim Kye-yeon suddenly realized something. Why is Yu Ling Shuang able to be absolutely loyal to Park Jimin? Even though she knows he possesses a profound and intricate mindset, she still cannot help but feel a spark of emotion, no matter how deep or sophisticated Park Jimin is. Meanwhile, Park Jimin was still angry, continuing to shout, "Within 3 days, erase all the negative information online about Kim Kye-yeon for me. If you can't do it, get out of the company for me. Kim CEO remains your general manager. If anyone dares to disagree, I will stand up to protect her. Anyone who dares to touch her, I will fire you all." When Park Jimin finished speaking, everyone in the room looked like they were at a funeral, unsure whether to cry or laugh. They all sat rigidly, partly out of fear, and partly feeling a bit dazed, not understanding what was happening. Even though they wanted to ask something, no one dared to speak. Without comparison, there would be no harm. Because of this reason, Kim Kye-yeon particularly felt a kind of indescribable emotion, a mixture of guilt and gratitude. So not everyone is like Jin Jia-moo. Park Jimin isn't so bad after all. He can still stand up to protect others. Furthermore, even knowing I'm Jin Jia-moo's person, he still did this for me. At that moment, Kim Kye-yeon felt a ray of light piercing through her heart. It wasn't a sparkling pink light, but the warm glow of someone trying to shield her from this cruel world. The feeling of being turned against by the entire world, cornered, faded away, replaced by something new, strange, and profoundly moving. System notification. Kim Kye-yeon. Affection level increased by 100, Current affection level 10 points. Before she could understand what was happening, Yu Ling Shuang suddenly stepped forward, her tone serious yet full of implications. CEO Qin, there are some things I would like to discuss with you privately. Upon hearing this, Qin K Yan felt slightly bewildered, questioning internally. Everyone knows that Yu Ling Shuang has always been loyal to Park Jimin, but when she opens her mouth, it surely means something unusual is going on. In the quiet office, Qin K Yan and Yu Ling Shuang sat facing each other, their gazes seeming to pierce through one another. These two have been called the beauties of their training group since childhood. But unfortunately, there could only be one beauty, leading them to compete fiercely inch by inch. Sitting up straight, Qin K Yan coldly replied, CEO Yu, if you have something to say, just be straightforward. I don't have time for beating around the bush. Yu Ling Shuang offered a light smile and let out a soft sigh before speaking. Listen, K Yan, I've known since we were young that you don't like me. To be frank, you probably think I don't like you either. But honestly, what is there to be adversarial about? We are merely pawns manipulated by the Jin clan, just two pawns of the same color. Yet we spend all day trying to outshine each other. Yu Ling Shuang continued. But forget it, I'll be honest with you. Do you remember that when we were little, both of us were in the orphanage, right? We used to think that the Jin family were our saviors, rescuing us from a dark life. But what's the truth? They are no different from brainwashers, turning us into tools, objects for their use, even turning us into grateful pawns who obey absolutely and then cast aside when we've lost our value. Don't you think it's quite funny? Just look at the way Jin Jia Mu treats you. Does he really cherish you? Or is he just using you as a toy, then tossing you aside? You know who leaked your nude photos. I don't need to say more. Qin K Yan frowned slightly, her gaze wavering a bit, but she still maintained her cold demeanor. Go on. Yu Ling Shuang took a deep breath as if to control the rising anger within her. But her voice began to falter. I used to think like you. I thought the Jin family were heroes, the light of salvation. But do you know, I witnessed them chopping off Xiao Hu's leg and throwing it onto the street to beg. Yu Ling Shuang continued. And the one backing those human traffickers is the Jin family. We are not so different from each other, CEO Qin. The only difference is that I have decided to stop being a pawn in this life, while you still force yourself to believe in a dream that has long shattered. At this point, Xiao Yu fell silent. The room, already quiet, sank into complete silence. Only the sound of breathing due to overwhelming emotions remained. Qin K Yan couldn't deny what Yu Ling Shuang said, but her pride prevented her from easily nodding in acknowledgement. Then, she instinctively reacted and fiercely dismissed it. I don't believe you. Wasn't it the Jin family that raised us since we were little? But in response, Yu Ling Shuang's words were like a ticking time bomb, each term striking hard at Qin K Yan's inner self. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it, but ask yourself, who was the one protecting you when you fell into this quagmire? Was it Jin Jia Mu? Or Park Jimin? I'm not telling you to be loyal to Park Jimin, nor am I asking you to betray anyone. I just want you to think clearly. You are a person, not a tool, and you have the right to decide your own life. For the first time in her life, Qin K Yan felt lost, unsure of which path was the right one for her. Yet she still replied with a cold tone, trying to conceal the turmoil within. Do you really think I would believe what you say? Hearing this, Xiao Yu calmly opened the classified documents gathered by the police and said nonchalantly, I know you won't believe me, but that's all right. These are family photos, documents, and the dark dealings of the Jin family, which include you. Feel free to verify. As she listened to every word from Yu Ling Shuang, Qin K Yan felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her mind starting to spin. She trembled as she took the files from the table, her eyes skimming over each line as if they were daggers cutting into her heart. Qin K Yan, whose real name is Qin Chao Yi, originally from Chained, Hunan. She had a complete family with parents and both sets of grandparents. But at the age of 3, she was lured and sold by human traffickers, moving from place to place. At 7, the Jin family took her in. And what you don't know is that you were supposed to be a genuine rich girl, but your parents fell apart searching for you. Yu Ling Shuang paused for a moment, allowing Qin K Yan to digest the shock before continuing. Your mother, because she lost you, was blamed by the entire family. She lived in torment, and 10 years ago, succumbed to severe mental illness. taking her own life by cutting her wrists. What about your father? He roamed the country on an old motorcycle, searching for you to the point of exhaustion until he passed away. Do you see? The entire family's happiness collapsed solely because of a human trafficking case. When she saw Qin Keiyan turning another page of the dossier, Yu Ling Shuang continued. It's clearly stated here, the Jin family, a wealthy family, and all those traffickers have no shortage of shady financial transactions. Each time they transfer money, there's another girl like you whose life is shattered, and the families of those girls are also destroyed. Now ask yourself again, did the Jin family really save you? Or did they just keep you to cover up their numerous crimes? The final words of Yu Ling Shuang seemed to seal the statement, confirming its completion. Qin Keiyan stared at the stack of documents, her face pale as if the blood had been drained from her body. But it did not stop there. Yu Ling Shuang smirked, her tone a mix of sympathy and mockery. Do you know why all your family's questions have been kept hidden by the Jin family since you were young? Have you ever considered that you were picked up just when they needed a new batch of manpower? It's not a coincidence, Qin CEO. You have lived your whole life for a colossal lie. At that moment, Qin Keiyan screamed like a wounded beast, tears streaming down her face like rain. It can't be. This isn't true. This is a fabrication. You are lying to me. After screaming, a bitter yet helpless feeling surged within her. It turned out that the person she had been utterly devoted to, the person she had placed all of her trust in, not only did not save her life, but was also the reason she had become a part of this endless cycle of crime. At the same time, Jin Jiamu held his phone in his hand, reading the long message from Qin Keiyan while his head spun. The content was clearly detailed, explaining minute by minute why she was late, why she didn't show up in time, and why there was further chaos. But in Jin Jiamu's heart, there was still something nagging at him. He immediately called the butler and instructed, Mr. Sun, please call someone to check the reason we were raided by the police. Instantly, Mr. Sun called Zhao Young Master, who had the ability to extract information from anywhere. The call lasted only a few minutes, but the information received made Jin Jiamu feel a twinge of guilt. Young Master, Zhao Young Master, on the other end, said that last night's incident had nothing to do with Secretary Qin. It was merely blocked off because the police had just caught a group of smugglers. That's all. This smuggling group made quite a ruckus, which is why so many police gathered. It seems that Secretary Qin was really wrong this time. Jin Jiamu sat there, feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation rise within him. So I wrongfully posted her nude photos online. But very soon, Jin Jiamu's feeling of guilt was crushed by a pile of other chaotic thoughts. He picked up his phone and scrolled through every line of the messages that Qin Keiyan had sent the night before, feeling as if he were reading an endless essay. Then, why didn't Qin Keiyan report to the police? Could it be that she is still loyal to me? She even mentioned being stuck at the company because Park Jimin was playing tricks, and she brought up wanting to follow me to Nation M at all costs. Can I trust her? Thinking about this, Jin Jiamu stared at his phone, his thoughts tangled. He began to realize, my cool head seems to have hurt the only person still loyal to me. Then, Jin Jiamu told himself, but there's no other way. If I go comfort Qin Keiyan now, will she be willing to let it go? Girls, when they are angry, don't expect them to lose their reason. After a while of contemplation, Jin Jiamu decided to send 3 quick appeasing messages. Keiyan, I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted you, nor should I have let this happen. I know you have always been loyal to the Jin family. It was my misunderstanding. You can blame me, but please don't give up on the Jin family because of it. He continued, I assure you that I will immediately handle those negative rumors, erasing everything related to your image. I only hope that you can forgive me. To be more certain, he drafted another message. Just tell me what you want. As long as you forgive me, I will definitely comply. Meanwhile, Qin Keiyan was lamenting her fate, her eyes full of despair. Isn't it ridiculous? They play the role of the good guys, rescuing orphans, while I am the one who has contributed to sending those orphans into the hands of traffickers. What have I done? I have been blind all these years, wholeheartedly loyal to the one who destroyed my family. I have betrayed my own parents. What was I doing this for? But before she could lament for long, her phone buzzed. She glanced at the screen, immediately feeling irritated. You want me to forgive you? It won't be that easy, young master. Right, this isn't the time for self-pity. The Jin family deceived me, turned me into a pawn, but now, I don't need to be a pawn anymore. I will kick them into the abyss and start over. This time, I will live for myself. Qin Kaiyan thought. Moreover, I understand clearly that I am not only an important pawn, but also the bearer of too many deadly secrets of the Jin family. If I turn my back on them, everything would be like throwing both clans into the abyss myself. That's why Jin Jia Mu had to lower himself to apologize to me. It's not just an act of mending relationships, but also a matter of the survival of the Jin family. But the Jin family has destroyed my family. Now it's time for them to pay back 100-fold for their actions. Jin Jia Mu thought he was the center of the universe, but after 20 minutes, he received only a message that was extremely brief. Get lost. After reading it, Jin Jia Mu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. A wave of emotions surged over him, from surprise and anger to disbelief. Is this really Qin Kaiyan, someone I once considered my favorite toy? Now she dares to respond to me in the most insolent tone possible. Fine then, this bitch, she actually has the audacity to tell me to get lost. Who does she think she is? A pawn of the Jin family, daring to sit on my head. At this moment, Qin Kaiyan had decided to turn against her master, and stood before Yuling Shuang, a cold smirk on her lips. In my life, the most important things are three: trust, love, and bank passwords. Unfortunately, Jin Jia Mu gave me the first two, but forgot the last one, didn't hide it well enough. I also know why you and Chairman Lin repeatedly protect me. It's not because I'm beautiful, but because you want to get your hands on that pile of shocking crimes of the Jin family, right? Without giving Yuling Shuang a chance to respond, Qin Kaiyan revealed everything. Tax evasion, tax disclosure, money laundering, bribing officials, and all kinds of smuggling at the port. Jin Jia Mu has been playing these games for a long time. Wang Mengmeng almost fell victim to Du Chui's schemes. And that was also due to Jin Jia Mu pulling the strings behind the scenes. Not to mention, he secretly embezzled over 70 billion from Star Group and also took 30 billion from you, combining to a neat 100 billion. 90% of that money is already in foreign accounts. Does he really think changing the password will allow him to outsmart me? He is terribly mistaken. I know all the account passwords, and I have a full grasp of the money transfer procedures. Qin Kaiyan continued, I can take it all back, and this time I will strip Jin Jia Mu bare as he was on the day he was born. Yuling Shuang stood frozen, listening to these words, feeling as if her entire world was turning upside down. I used to think I understood every dirty corner of Jin Jia Mu, but it turns out that was just the tip of the iceberg. Moreover, Jin Jia Mu is currently on a flight to Nation M. By the time he finds out, he will only know how to cry. A day later, across the ocean, Jin Jia Mu had just landed in Nation M, thinking he could start anew and rebuild his life. Little did he know, standing alone in a foreign supermarket, there was nowhere left for him to hide his face. A pile of bank cards that once seemed like treasured talismans now felt like useless pieces of plastic, emitting the familiar sound. Clink, clink, clink. Payment failed. Sorry, sir, insufficient funds. Jin Jia Mu was startled upon hearing this. Maybe I remembered it wrong. Let me try another card. The second card was also declined. The server stood there, their expression shifting from patient to pitying, one hand holding the card reader while the other spoke with annoyance. Sir, perhaps you need to contact your bank. Jin Jia Mu picked up the card to check it, starting to sweat. Impossible. Maybe this card hasn't been used for a long time. Let me try another one. Jin Jia Mu put away the aluminum card, and then took out the black Switzerland card, a family heirloom symbolizing financial power. This time, there's no need to say much. This card of mine has billions of dollars left, don't joke around. But life is not like a dream. Click, 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 payment failed. The employee smiled awkwardly. Sir, this card of yours has been locked. Hello. Jin Jia Mu stood frozen for 5 seconds. Locked? Locked what? The cold expression he had just now began to bead with sweat. One faulty card could be a mistake, but 2 cards taking a vacation clearly indicates something is wrong. He flusteredly pulled out a pile of cards, and this time, confidently threw them onto the counter. Take this pile of cards and swipe them hard. Let's see if you dare to refuse my payment. Payment failed, payment failed. Swiping 10 cards at once, all of them displayed that haunting line. At this point, the employee was visibly losing patience, but still responded politely. However, this time, The words that came out pierced through Jin Young Master's self-esteem like a dagger. These cards of yours do not have sufficient limit, sir. Faced with this absurd situation, Jin Jiamu's mood could only be described with 4 words. His mind was as chaotic as a demon. He stood there in a daze, his face turning from red to white, and from white to a state that looked drained of blood. It can't be. Are you kidding me? Where's the 90 billion in working capital? The money that I once proudly thought was enough to buy an entire island is now gone without a trace. Seeing the almost tearful expression of young Master Jin, the butler stepped forward and asked, "Young Master, what happened that has you looking a bit off your game?" In his confusion, Jin Jiamu could only hastily retort, "My car has a problem. You need to pay for me right now." To the butler, this was merely a trivial matter akin to buying a bunch of vegetables at the market. He always had plenty of cash on hand. A stack of thick dollar bills, each still smelling of fresh ink, was ready to bail out the young master from this system error. Just when he thought everything was under control, another scene unfolded that made Jin Jiamu want to die on the spot. Several shiny supercars, dazzling in color, their engines roaring, appeared in front of the supermarket. Accompanying this were 2 elegantly mannered car dealers. "Young Master, we have ordered 2 Rolls-Royce and 3 Bentleys as per your request. Here are all the vehicle documents. Please check them." The words of the representative struck Jin Jiamu like a slap in the face, further diminishing what little confidence he had left. To make matters worse, the representative spoke while respectfully holding out the card reader towards Jin Jiamu, implying, "Please take a look and swipe your card to make the payment." Looking at the 5 magnificent supercars, plus the card reader, Jin Jiamu only wanted to hide in the ground. "Oh my goodness, my young master facade has surely been shattered. I just wanted to maintain a bit of dignity when I go to Nation M. Now it feels like I'm vlogging about going from a wealthy lifestyle to poverty." However, Jin Jiamu thought it might be an issue with the card and tried to maintain his composure. "Wait a moment. Let me make a call first." Saying that, Jin Jiamu stepped aside, clearly frustrated as he pulled out his phone. "I'm really pissed off now. I need to figure this out. Hello, how on earth did 90 billion in my account just vanish without a single warning, without so much as a goodbye? This feeling is no different than being stabbed in the back without knowing who's holding the knife." After that, Jin Jiamu dialed all the numbers one by one, starting the campaign to trace the whereabouts of 90 billion. First, he called Switzerland Bank, Citibank, and Morgan. These 3 powerful banks held the most money. Next were Regretful Wind, Mitsubishi, and the Royal Bank of Scotland. He thoroughly scanned the customer service lines of all the banks where he had ever deposited money, but each one responded with an excruciatingly painful tone. "Mister, your funds have been transferred." Thus, the 90 billion in his account had vanished without a trace. But what infuriated him even more was that every transfer transaction occurred extremely methodically, officially going through rigorous identity verification steps. Each time the bank employee said, "This transaction has been accurately verified from the customer's side." Hearing those words made Jin Jiamu furious to the point of fainting. "Which customer? I didn't consent to anything. How can you say it has been verified? Are you joking with me?" Despair reached its peak when the bank coldly added, "Even if you provide sufficient evidence, the recovery of this amount remains uncertain as it requires many complex legal procedures." Jin Jiamu, upon hearing this, felt like banging his head against the wall. "I never expected that this trip to Nation M would not only fail to showcase my status, but also cause me to lose all my assets in the blink of an eye. And now what? Not only do I have no money to spend, but proving that the money was mine has become a tough problem. Life is indeed not as dreamy as expected, but rather a nightmare complete with accessories." The butler, noticing the lengthy silence, gently reminded him, though his tone carried a hint of urgency. "Young Master, why don't you set aside the phone for now and finish the paperwork first? The dealership has informed us that the deposits for those supercars haven't been paid yet." Jin Jiamu took a deep breath, his face filled with rage. "It must be that bitch Kim K-Yan scheming against me. She knows all my information, and is familiar with all my tricks. What if I change my password? She knows my mother's birthday by heart. I used the same password across all my bank accounts. She's aware of that too. If it's not her, then who else could have done this?" The butler, listening from the side, was overwhelmed with complex emotions, unsure whether to feel sad or amused. Young master, for such major transactions, didn't your phone receive any notifications? It was just a simple question that Jin Jiamu heard, and suddenly he felt a chill run down his spine. He hesitated to answer in anger. It's because I threw my mobile phone with the notification into the sea. Upon hearing this, Mr. Sun almost spat blood, feeling, perhaps in my life I have served quite a few wealthy people, but someone as rich and with an extraterrestrial thought process like young Master Jin is definitely rare. But he still suppressed his anger and asked, Young Master, you still have 10 billion, but most of it is in fixed assets and domestic company shares. Now there's no choice but to go back home to request a money transfer here. We need to solve the difficulties first. Hearing this, Jin Jiamu angrily pulled Mr. Sun's collar and shouted, Are you telling me to go back home to get caught? This morning, the bank sealed all the company's accounts. Moreover, Star Group just filed a lawsuit accusing us of defrauding 60 billion, with the lawsuit containing full evidence, and the court has frozen all assets registered in my name from the real estate company. Go back home. If I go back, I might as well sell myself to pay the debt. At that moment, Mr. Sun, the loyal butler who had been with Jin Jiamu since childhood, suddenly turned around as quickly as flipping a creep. People say that no matter how thin a camel gets, it's still bigger than a horse. But now that the Jin family has just collapsed, Jin Jiamu doesn't have a single dime left, so what right do you have to order me around anymore? Instantly, all the years of being wrongfully beaten back came rushing to him, and Mr. Sun didn't hesitate to deliver a heavy slap to Jin Jiamu's face, followed by a torrent of anger from Mr. Sun. I've put up with you since we were children. Do you think you're still my Yuan, the mighty Jin Young Master as before? Young Master, wake up. If it weren't for the fact that you once owned 100 billion assets, would I have the time to follow you here? Now, what do you have left? A lost dog, penniless, not even a cent to your name, and you still want me to follow you. After saying that, Mr. Sun waved his hand and shouted to the group of bodyguards, Let's go, brothers, there's nothing more to do. Seeing this scene, Jin Jiamu panicked and shouted, Turn back, I'm telling you all to turn back. But no matter how loudly he yelled, those people still left him behind, leaving him alone in the land of M without a penny to his name. In the end, Jin Jiamu chased after them, clinging to Mr. Sun's leg, desperately trying to plead, Mr. Sun, you watched me grow up. Now that I'm in trouble, you must help me. So what if my assets in the country are frozen? I still have a mansion worth over 100 million here. Besides, the Jin family cannot just collapse so easily. Mr. Sun raised an eyebrow and laughed as if he had heard a joke. That mansion belongs to you. Wrong, young master. You should be clear about whose name that mansion is registered under. My name. When you came here to buy it, who was the name on the title? What else do you have left? Jin Jiamu was bewildered, frozen for a few seconds, and he shouted in anger. Old man bastard, how dare you talk to me like that? But all he received in response was a sneer full of disdain from Mr. Sun, who, without bothering to argue, unexpectedly reached out to grab Jin Jiamu by the collar and lifted him up as if he were a weak little cat. Do you think you are someone? A washed-up young master, not a dime left in your pocket, and yet you dare to dream of others giving you money. Dream less. I don't want to live under your control. After saying this, Mr. Sun waved his hand to signal, and, accompanied by his bodyguards, left without a hint of regret. The bodyguards, who only knew how to follow the orders of whoever was paying, didn't even bother to look back, leaving Jin Jiamu standing alone in the middle of Nation M's road, watching with a broken heart. In this ultimate moment of humiliation, Jin Jiamu asked himself, Where did I go wrong in my life to be crushed by the world like this? No money, no home, no friends, no one to turn to. However, young Master Jin is not someone easily defeated. He puts his glasses back on and starts formulating grand plans for revenge in his mind. Very well, Kin Kagan, Mr. Sun, remember this. Today I have been humiliated by you, but one day I will return the favor 100-fold, forcing you to kneel and beg for mercy. I have been educated from a young age to become a superior being, not the lowly person that you mock. My thinking, vision, and talent far exceed yours. Standing in the middle of the street with an empty stomach and a mind full of revenge schemes, Jin Jiamu suddenly glanced at his wrist and discovered that he still had one trump card left, a limited edition Patek Philippe watch. This is not an ordinary watch. It's the kind that wealthy collectors would fight over as if it's concert tickets for their idol. Its value is measured in millions of dollars. He let out a sigh of relief, telling himself, with a mind brimming with fighting spirit, that there was finally a glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel. Pawning this watch and exchanging it for a few $100,000 is definitely within reach. Thinking of this, he walked on while beginning to sketch a temporarily stable vision in Nation M, staying away from home to avoid the colossal debt of 50 billion waiting in the wings. Reviving is just a matter of time. With my talent, vision, and thinking, those like Kim K-Yan or Mr. Sun are just trash on the road to success. I will prove that, as long as I have the opportunity, I will rise up powerfully again. With a growling stomach and legs weary from walking all day, Jin Jiamu headed to a night market to find someone to pawn his watch. He guessed the watch, which is worth at least $800,000, should be able to be pawned for at least $500,000. However, life was never as dreamy as imagined, and the night market was not a place for fantasies. In places like this, several loan sharks were not in short supply. These men looked at the watch and then at Jin Jiamu from head to toe. In their eyes, Jin Jiamu was not a refined young master, but merely a lost soul, dry and desperate. The gang leader pressed a gun against him and calmly uttered a phrase, "Do you want money or your life?" Upon hearing this, Jin Jiamu almost fainted, his insides twisting. Please, everyone calm down. I only need a little money. This is a limited edition watch, worth at least $800,000. I just need you to give me $500,000 up front, and I will come back to get the rest later. But the next words from the gang leader left Jin Jiamu speechless, his mouth agape and unable to utter a single word. This watch, it's pretty, but it's just an antique. It's not made of solid gold. This is only worth $10,000. Hearing this, Jin Jiamu had no choice but to swallow his bitterness. Is this a pawn or a robbery? I can't sell it without starving. But if I sell it, it hurts, and I still won't be able to retrieve the watch to pawn elsewhere. In the end, due to his growling stomach, Jin Jiamu mustered the courage to speak up in fear. So can you pay me? This question seemed to hit the right nerve with the thugs. The whole group's eyes widened, and a fierce aura rose around them. Baby, if you want the money, you have to endure a little pain. Upon hearing this, Jin Jiamu couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end, and he yelled, "Please, don't. Save me. Don't come any closer." In the darkness, the tragic screams of Jin Jiamu mingled with the cold wind, especially when three burly men were taking care of him so carefully. What more could one ask for? After a while of beating and having their fun, they tossed some money at Jin Jiamu as agreed and left. "Haha, here's your money. It's been a long time since we could beat someone up like this. Remember, if you have any good goods next time, bring them to us." Lying on the freezing cold ground, Jin Jiamu was in pain, shivering, and filled with resentment towards life. But despite the wave of pain crashing over him from head to toe, he clutched the still warm stack of money in his hands, his eyes wide open, teeth clenched, his mouth hissing each word, as if swearing to the heavens. "You narrow-minded bastards, just wait. One day you will have to kneel down and regret it. Right now it may be a bit difficult, but it's only temporary. This Jin Jiamu will soon rise again, creating chaos in the entire world." At this moment in Nation H, Park Jimin was conversing with Lee Woo-suk. "I won't beat around the bush anymore. Recently, the school leaders held a meeting. After reviewing your academic progress and outstanding achievements, along with your significant contributions to the economic development of the province, top universities such as Huaqing, Yanqing, Fushan, Zhejiang, and Wuhan have all concurrently extended special invitations for you to become a research student." After hearing this, Park Jimin thought for a moment, and then nodded. "All right then, it's just putting a name up there. Not a big deal." Just when he thought it was the end, Mr. Lee cleared his throat and continued. "Oh, there's one more thing, Park Jimin." This statement made him a bit anxious, and he asked, "Is there something else? Is there an additional benefit?" Mr. Lee chuckled and said, "This is it, Park Jimin. No, this will probably be the last time I call you Park Jimin. I have decided to resign from my position as an advisor at the university." Park Jimin was a bit taken aback. "Huh, how can you resign like that, teacher?" But inside, he felt relieved, thinking that Mr. Lee was about to assign more homework. Lee Woo-suk continued, his voice powerful, as though he was about to start a revolution. "Recently, Charity Fund C has been expanding, with investment projects pouring in continuously. 10 top 3 hospitals in the province have simultaneously broken ground, along with several school projects as well. Chairman Suk-won has decided to send me to test my strength as the principal of a new school. Juggling the charity fund and being a tutor, I truly can't keep up anymore. From now on, I have to call you boss. Upon hearing that, Park Jimin was surprised. A principal, cool huh? Even if it's just the principal of a private school. This position is clearly a lot cooler than that of a tutor, who wouldn't want to soar high and reach further. People have the right to pursue new heights while water naturally flows downwards. What could be wrong with that? Besides, Mr. Lee is not just any principal. He is the one in charge of running a school under the largest charity fund in the province. Who knows, in the future, he might be managing hundreds of schools at once, becoming the kingpin of education. Then Park Jimin chuckled and concluded with a sentence. So from now on, I have to call you Principal Lee. Mr. Lee immediately laughed heartily. Oh boss, don't call me that. Principal Lee sounds rather dangerous. By the way, regarding the graduate program, our school doesn't actually have any special selections to send students to top schools. This is a super special case. A direct invitation from Hua King, Yenqing, and Fushan. To be honest, I think President Lim, someone like you, should not settle for just a bachelor's degree. It wouldn't hurt to pursue graduate studies as well. Upon hearing this, Park Jimin pondered for a moment and felt it made sense. Yeah, it's just a title. It doesn't cost anything. Besides, being sent to study at these top schools is pretty good. Out there, how many students are studying day and night, to the point of going bald, eating instant noodles to cram for graduate exams? Yet they might not even get accepted. Meanwhile, I skip classes a lot, my grades are poor, and yet you all want to send me to graduate school. This is really unfair. Park Jimin sat thoughtfully for 5 seconds, and then decided, Mr. Lee, I choose Yenqing University. One is that Yenqing and Hua King are renowned as the unchallengeable leaders in academia, becoming the ultimate goal of countless students who study until their hair turns gray. The second is that the talent search program is about to be held right in the capital. I'm thinking of pursuing my master's degree in this field. If I'm going to do it, it should be convenient. Otherwise, who has the time to run back and forth? Lee Woo-seok, upon hearing this, couldn't help but think in a skewed manner. But he thought it was spot on. Chairman Lim is loudly calling for actor recruitment, but I suspect he's actually recruiting a harem. Men, after all, can't help but understand each other. Let's be frank about it. At the same time, in manhwa, a highly sensitive dossier was handed directly to the police. This dossier was precisely a strike that left the Jin family no time to catch a breath, and without meaning to ask, one would already know it was Kim K-yan exacting revenge. Inside it detailed line by line everything from tax evasion to money laundering to bribery, a full combo exposing their wrongdoings. One by one, the details emerged chillingly clear. The date, the place, the people involved, the amounts given, and the methods of bribery. It was more meticulous than the love diaries of the cunning. As a result, once the files were released, Ma Yuan fell into a state of utter despair, with nothing left to lose. Over 100 high-profile figures were under investigation. The entire power circle of the city was appended, and the reallocation was akin to demolishing and rebuilding from scratch. As for the Jin family tycoons, this time it was an irreversible downfall. Farewell to the Jin dynasty. Meanwhile, across the ocean at the dark web headquarters, a group of tense-looking individuals gathered to report the situation. Mr. X, after several days of investigation, we have confirmed that Park Jimin left Las Vegas several days ago. He couldn't care less about Jung Ho-sek's fate. Now he has comfortably returned to manhwa in Nation Age. It is evident that we miscalculated from the beginning, thinking he would rush here to save the man. After hearing this, Mr. X angrily slammed his hand on the table, clenching his jaw. Damn it, this guy is really cunning. Mobilizing hundreds of hired men to keep watch for several days. And for what? He straight up fled back home without a care. Just like a turtle retreating its head. The one just reporting cleared his throat and asked further, though sweat was already beading on his forehead. So what about Jung Ho-seok? How should we handle him? Keeping him is pointless. Or should we just kill him quickly? As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. X immediately interjected with a calculated tone. No, do you think he doesn't care by choosing to abandon us? He didn't show up because he anticipated our careful arrangements. Any move would lead to his death. This guy clearly understands that his life is more important, which is why he chose to retreat. But that doesn't mean he genuinely doesn't care about that girl. Killing Jung Hoseok now would be the same as giving him a free pass. He wouldn't bother coming back at all. Dr. Iyer, sitting next to him, nodded in agreement, stroking his chin as he expressed his concurrence. Mr. X is right. We should keep her. Who knows, she might prove useful in the future. He continued, if Park Jimin really doesn't care anymore, then it's simple. Just throw her into the genetic modification experiment. That project has already killed a whole lot of people. Adding one more test subject doesn't matter. Mr. X sneered, his voice icy. Very well. Keep her alive. If she lives, it's beneficial. If she dies, she becomes a lab rat for experiments. Oh, Park Jimin, do you really think running back to your home country will save you? Just wait and see. The fun has just begun. When the topic of genetic modification came up, everyone in the room suddenly shuddered as if a cold wind had blown through their necks. This project was initiated over a decade ago, reportedly funded by a combination of the dark web and 3 major tycoons. The amount of money poured into it can only be counted in $100 billion. But in the end, everyone is sitting idle because there hasn't been a single breakthrough. To put it bluntly, out of 1,000 experiments, 999 went back to their ancestors. Only one person survived, and we don't know whether to call that luck or steel nerves. Wanting to use this to create super soldiers to dominate the world. Sorry, but that's more like dreaming during the day. A henchman chuckled derisively and spoke up. That Park Jimin isn't coming to save the girl, Jung Hoseok. Fine, take her away and use her for genetic modification experiments. Trash should be utilized to the fullest. Who knows, she might turn out to be that 1 in 1,000 chance. Another henchman grimaced and asked, so what are we going to do next? Are we just going to let that guy for Nation H roam around freely like we didn't see him? Mr. X stroked his chin with a sneer, his gravelly voice resonating. I've already thought this through. Based on news from End of Days Reincarnation, the world's top assassin, Park Jimin is planning to invest in a new game show. It's called Talent Search, and End of Days Reincarnation intends to hide itself in Nation H, posing as a contestant in this show. With her abilities and tenacity, winning the championship is just a matter of time. At that point, being an artist under Park Jimin's label will be nothing more than a legitimate way to get close to him. When that happens, wanting to ambush him in a moment of carelessness, steal top-secret databases, or even pry into the mysteries of his mutation will all be within our grasp. He continued, it must be emphasized that End of Days Reincarnation is not some amateur playing around. She has been out for just 3 years, but has flawlessly handled over 1,008 5-star missions. Each as difficult as taking college entrance exams without a pen. Her failure rate is 0%. She has never lost even once. Since her sudden appearance 3 years ago, End of Days Reincarnation has quickly climbed straight to the top of the global assassin rankings, claiming the #1 position. For those in the profession, this name is no different from the Grim Reaper disguised as a beautiful girl. Beautiful, yes, but touch her, and you'll die instantly. Time has flown by, and in just half a month, the preliminary round opened for only 1 day, and the number of participants has surpassed 100,000. Talking about the prizes is unnecessary. They're all supercars, villas, who wouldn't have their hearts racing. But Park Jimin's scoring criteria are quite peculiar. The first obstacle measures height and weight. Anyone under 160 centimeters tall or weighing less than 39 kilograms or more than 58 kilograms will be eliminated. The second obstacle is an evaluation of the bare face. An average score of 7 points or higher is required to pass. It must be said that the talent searches barrier has caused quite a few female contestants to stumble right at the start. From more than 1,000 contestants, fewer than 10 were selected. This demanding result has stirred up a strong backlash, leading to the entire program being heavily criticized by netizens. At 5 p.m., a secret conference was taking place on the top floor of the Golden Model Building. The attendees were all influential figures across various fields. A quick roll call reveals that this meeting is not to be taken lightly. Kim Ji-soo, CEO of Big Cat TV, Oh Young-sil, Chairman of Young-sil Broadcasting, Yang Guibai, Chairman of Ruvyuan Medicine and Pharmacy, Park Min-young, Deputy General of Vinova, Jun Sun-sun, CEO of Kitten Shopping, Suk-won, president of Sea Charity Fund and general manager of Human Resources, and Kim Jenny. A total of 8 individuals, all supersized figures, gathered to discuss a particularly hot topic. Is Chairman Lim truly using the talent search program to recruit a harem? The beautiful ladies were restless, and Jun Sun Sun spoke up, her voice filled with doubt. Well, it's true that netizens love to joke, but can you ladies be sure that Park Jimin has no wicked ideas whatsoever? She said, who knows? Maybe he really means that. Come on, it's probably not that bad. This is clearly just a talent search game show. If he wants to do the rules, why don't you know how to do it quietly? Who makes such a fuss? It's easy to get scolded and shame yourself, right? The whole room suddenly fell silent for a few seconds. Then Park Min-young sighed. In this part, Park Jimin keeps going to all capital. Then manhwa, then goes abroad to play. Not returning to Gyeongbokgung for more than a month really makes people miss it a bit. Velvet. Kim Jisoo smiled softly, her eyes far away. Recognizing him by my side really makes me feel more secure. What's difficult? Park Jimin also solves it easily. Nothing in this life can be difficult for him. People, if I had money like him, my harem would be as big as the army by now. But he's different. He knows how to control himself. It's easy to control himself. And that makes me even more difficult liking him more and more. Later, Kim Jisoo, with her modest yet charming expression, suddenly turned to Oh Young-sil and asked, by the way, I heard that you're about to go to the city to serve as a master for the talent search, right? Oh Young-sil sighed and gave a crooked smile. That's true. But to be honest, I'm feeling really anxious inside. I'm just a newcomer, and I don't have any notable works yet. The only major film I acted in won't be released until next Lunar New Year. Now, going to work as a master for such a big program, the netizens might say that I don't deserve it. In the somewhat tense atmosphere, Park Min-young spoke up to comfort her. Well, whatever the netizens say, what matters is that Park Jimin chose you. That means he wants to give you an opportunity to promote the film that's about to be released. One day, you will prove your talent and win over the audience with a truly remarkable work. While Oh Young-sil nodded in apparent emotion, Suk-won suddenly had an idea. Young-sil, if I participate in the competition, could you open the back door for me? However, the one who was truly heartbroken, and with tears streaming down her face, was undoubtedly Yang Wi-bai, who had been harshly rejected. Now finally having the chance to speak, she exclaimed with excitement, Park Jimin, that guy is rotten to the core, a playboy with no sense of responsibility. He doesn't really care about anything except for the entertainment of this show, and that's not an action of a decent person. Whoever marries him will surely live a life filled with worry. I've made my decision. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to sign up for the competition. True to her word, Yang Wi-bai headed out with a determined anger that no one could stop. As soon as Yang Wi-bai finished speaking, the entire conference room seemed to freeze. Everyone stared wide-eyed at her. Participating, really? But before they could fully absorb Yang Wi-bai's determination, she boldly continued without a hint of worry. Who said that the CEO can't showcase their talents? I will use my own abilities to compete. I'm not afraid of anyone. Tomorrow, I'll sign up right away. Jun Sun Sun, hearing this, felt as if she had just taken a stimulant. She slammed her hand on the table. If we go barefaced, then let's go barefaced. Why not participate in a program where we can display our skills and get closer to Park Jimin? There's no reason not to give it our all. Thus, even before the show aired, everyone was restless, itching to test their mettle. Just be confident and give it a shot. If fate grants you something, accept it. And if not, take it by force. While some outspoken individuals boldly declared their intent, Kim Jisoo quietly prepared for a surprising move. Even as a CEO, she still remembered her time as a streamer, standing naturally in front of the camera. As for Park Min-young, who always maintains a cold demeanor like a snowy mountain, she merely raised an eyebrow and said nothing. Who knows what she is contemplating in her mind? Even Kim Jenny, with the distance already between her and Park Jimin, now has the opportunity to showcase her talents on stage, perhaps gaining a few additional points in her favor. And Suk-won, there's no need to say much. If it weren't for his curiosity and love for challenges, he wouldn't have chosen such a physically demanding profession as a criminal police officer in the first place. Now with a game show like this, he wants to participate. With beautiful women competing and men eagerly watching, the story seems far from over. One undeniable truth is that not everyone joining the program is doing so to compete in talents. Many of the contestants have little interest in the spotlight. However, upon hearing rumors that this show is somehow connected to Chairman Lim's recruitment efforts, they immediately lined up to register. There's no need to hide their intentions. Their goals are crystal clear. They are directly aiming for Chairman Lim's heart. Among them are also prominent figures from the entertainment world and aristocracy. Lu Zhou, Shang Guanjing, Su Zhongyu, Gu Kamai. All of them are names not only renowned for their beauty, but also for their impressive backgrounds. If the first day was called lively, then the second day of casting was even more explosive. Beautiful girls from all over flocked in large numbers. Although the rules from the previous day's program had caused quite a few people to turn back due to their difficulty. Just the number of live viewers has broken the 30 million mark, and the total viewership for the day could exceed 100 million. Truly a staggering figure. Competition is becoming increasingly intense, with each round featuring even more spectacular performances. However, what everyone is most eagerly anticipating is Park Jimin. No matter how heated the program is, or how many stunning girls appear, he remains completely silent. Outside a cafe, Kim Woo-song sat dejectedly, her face haggard as if she hadn't slept in a month. She was scrolling through the talent search livestream while sighing, "Have you run into Park Jimin lately, M. Han? I text him, but he never reads them. He doesn't go out the main door. He doesn't step through the inner gate. Always busy, busy, busy. What kind of work could be so demanding? Or has he just gone into hiding from the world?" Dai-Han simply shook her head in sympathy. "Yeah, I haven't seen him either. Last time I called, he said he was busy with something and it wasn't convenient to meet." But just as Dai-Han was saying this, she suddenly seemed to recall something. "Wait a minute, if I'm not mistaken, there's a good chance he's in secluded cultivation. And this might also be my fault." As soon as this was said, Kim Woo-song was taken aback as if he had just heard breaking news. Secluded cultivation? How could that be related to you? Dai-Han sighed, half seriously, half jokingly explaining. "Last time he transmitted 10 years of spiritual power to me, and now he's looking this week. He must be practicing again." Dai-Han's words left Kim Woo-song deeply hurt. "What? Park Jimin transmitted 10 years of spiritual power to you? Really?" Dai-Han nodded, her tone as if recounting an everyday story. "That's right, otherwise how could I have gotten rid of my picky eating, and gotten stronger like a superhero? He even lent me to comprehend the spirit of heaven and earth." Kim Woo-song, with his nature of never letting unusual matters go, immediately began to theorize. Wait a minute, is transmitting power the same as energy transfer? No wonder he looked so weak, and had to stay in bed after transferring 10 years of spiritual power. She thought to herself, "It's not fair. Why is he only transferring spiritual power to Dai-Han, and not to me? I've been meditating all the time, concentrating so hard that my parents thought I was crazy and even considered calling a psychologist." At this point, Kim Woo-song could no longer contain herself. She stood up abruptly. "No way, he must be giving you preferential treatment, right? It's so obvious. I can't accept this. I have to go find him and demand an explanation. Why is he only passing on his abilities to you, and not to me? I want to experience the spirit of heaven and earth too. I want to improve my health. This isn't fair. I have to confront Park Jimin immediately and get a reasonable explanation." And just like that, without saying another word, Kim Woo-song rushed out of the cafe like a gust of wind, leaving Dai-Han sitting there, bewildered, unsure whether to laugh or cry at her unreasonable outburst. At the ultra-luxurious villa, instead of enjoying a lavish lifestyle, Park Jimin had transformed it into a high-tech center, with a sprawling server room of 500 square meters filled with expensive supercomputers. Each server was worth hundreds of thousands, and there were as many as 100 of them in the room. Calculating roughly, the investment amount has surpassed the 100 billion threshold. This is not just a server room, but nearly an entire miniature technological universe. With the power of this system, Park Jimin has launched a series of hacking activities ranging from penetrating the security networks of nations to controlling over 1,000 satellites worldwide. Indeed, a CEO never fails to impress. However, Park Jimin's true goal is not to show off. It is all in service of a larger plan, to compile an artificial intelligence sequence. After a period of hard work, to the point where his beard had grown for half a month without the time to shave, the product he had been dedicated to was finally about to be born. Then, after 10 seconds of breathless anticipation, an image appeared on the screen. A girl, sculpted from jade and appearing to be about 10 years old, emerged with a vacant stare and a robotic cold voice. "Hello, just say the activation code, activate the artificial intelligence sequence." Hearing this, Park Jimin did not hesitate and blurted out, 136,879. "What do you want to eat?" This strange phrase, whose inspiration was unknown, was understood by the computer, and the system responded, "Activation code verification successful." After passing the activation step, the screen displayed another request. Scan the owner's face, collect facial features and voice. Park Jimin, ignoring his dark circles and disheveled appearance from staying up late, obediently followed the instructions, opening his mouth, blinking, and turning his head like a robotic toy. Once the scanning was complete, the artificial intelligence continued to ask him to name it. Park Jimin thought for a few seconds, and then smiled, saying right away, "From now on, you will be called Wang Kai." This AI officially has a name, and Park Jimin calls it Wang Kai. It may sound a bit rustic, but as long as it aligns with Feng Shui, that's all that matters. Notably, the moment it opens its mouth, it comes off as somewhat silly. "Master has commanded. My name is officially confirmed. The naming process is complete, and I sincerely thank my master for choosing my name." Looking at the screen, Park Jimin didn't know what to say. This ad definitely has a brain, but isn't using its full potential. It talks like a bad student reading a dull announcement, cold and monotonous. Hoping for better, Park Jimin asked, "Oh, do you know how to speak English?" Wang Kai replied, "Not yet, master. Please wait a moment while I train my brain. The English dictionary has been downloaded, and I have completed my studies." "Wow, that was fast," Park Jimin exclaimed. Park Jimin remarked, "It was only 3 seconds." Wang Kai responded, "Yes, master, I'm fluent now." Not believing it, Park Jimin tried speaking a few sentences in English to test it out, and the result was as fluent as a teacher grading IELTS exams, but strangely enough, talking to it felt like messaging an automated boss. One side asking questions while the other side answers, nothing more. Park Jimin asked a super difficult question. "Hey Wang Kai, do you know anything about love?" Wang Kai replied, "I don't know, master." "All right, point 1. We're immediately out of the game." Park Jimin continued, switching to an easier question. "So you know how in English, he, she, and it are expressed differently?" As soon as Wang Kai heard that, it immediately activated its error mode, responding, "Master, I can't answer that. Please rephrase your question." Looking at the AI he had spent so much time creating, Park Jimin found himself in a slight crisis. "Your ability to understand is really quite poor. I've spent so much money and time, and the result is an AI that learns quickly but lacks interest, is slow to catch on, and doesn't resemble a human even a bit, and to say it bluntly, it doesn't take offense at all. 1 word is dull. 2 words are way too dull. 3 words are exceedingly dull. It feels like raising a flawed virtual pet." While he was testing the AI he had poured his heart into creating, he suddenly heard the doorbell ring like an alarm. Ding dong. Ring ring. Ring ring. Park Jimin was annoyed. Being disturbed couldn't help but grumble. "Hemph, who is messing around at this hour?" After that, he checked the camera at the door. Oh look, standing right in front of the villa gate is Kim Woo-song. A stunning beauty, with hair blowing in the wind, was ringing the doorbell, enthusiastically, as if playing a mini-game, pressing it faster and faster to get more rewards. Huh, how does she know my house? Still in a daze, just as he stepped out of the room, Wang Kai had already finished studying 1,000 novels ranging from pure romance to dark themes. The tone of the AI changed to a more pleasant, rhythmic voice. "Has my owner grown tired of me? That's so sad. Well, never mind, Wang Wang will try harder to improve, to make my owner proud." Hearing the AI's chatting mode, Park Jimin felt. It mumbles like a child being unfairly scolded by their parents, blaming itself. But out of courtesy, he quickly left his office to open the door, while responding with a long trail of disappointment. "Wait, an AI mumbling like a human. That sounds weird. If anyone sees it, they'll probably think they've encountered a tech ghost or that it's having a meltdown." As soon as the door opened, Park Jimin left Kim Woo-song, astonished and amazed. "Good heavens, Park Jimin, what happened to you? The image before her was of a young man who looked more than just broken, with messy hair, a haggard face, sporting untrimmed facial hair, and panda-like eyes that made him look like he had just gone through a non-stop 72-hour gaming marathon at an internet cafe. Kim Woo-sung stood frozen, wondering, could this really be the handsome Park Jimin from before, or a faulty version sent by mistake? Yet, despite his disheveled appearance, Kim Woo-sung felt an oddly captivating quality in Park Jimin. I couldn't take my eyes off his wariness, yet somehow humorous charm. Looking at him, I felt as if he carried countless untold life stories within him. His face bore the traces of hardship, and his distant gaze seemed to see through the universe itself. But amid the signs of time's toll, he still retained a certain indescribable charm. In summary, this was a vivid definition of what people call an attractive mess, but with a magnetic pull. Indeed, once love struck, even flaws turned into endearing qualities. Upon entering the house, Kim Woo-sung straightforwardly asked, "Are you heartbroken or something? You look like a zombie." Park Jimin nearly choked on his words after hearing that. Heartbroken? What do you mean heartbroken? I don't even have a girlfriend. What would I be heartbroken about? Stop saying things that are so irritating. Hearing him say he had no girlfriend made Kim Woo-sung's heart bloom with joy. But she kept a natural expression on her face. After sensing that the opportunity had come, she said something that Park Jimin thought he misheard. "You don't have a girlfriend. Then how about I be your girlfriend?" Park Jimin looked straight at her and asked, "Wait, are you serious or just joking?" But instead of giving a vague or playful reply, Kim Woo-sung decided to express her true feelings. "I'm serious, of course. Just think about it. How many messages have I sent you? How many calls have you ignored? Do you know it's driving me insane? Nobody has ever dared to ignore me so blatantly like you do, and that's impressive." At this point, Kim Woo-sung's eyes suddenly filled with tears. Her voice choked with a sense of grievance. "Who am I? I am the miss of the Kim family group," she continued. "I am still the flower queen of the school, yet I have to chase after a messy-haired guy who looks no different from a zombie, and he doesn't even pay any attention to me. Does he have any idea how much my feelings are plummeting?" Park Jimin glanced over, completely bewildered. "So what do you want now? What do you want, huh?" She replied, "I just want you to be my boyfriend, so that you have to notice me and stop looking down on me." With that, Kim Woo-sung swiftly grabbed the collar of Park Jimin's shirt, moving so fast that he barely caught a whiff of her fragrant scent. Before he could react, she had pinned him back against the sofa, exclaiming, Wait, what's going on? Hey, what are you planning to do?" She stated, "What am I planning to do? I've already liked you. If you think I'm easy or anything, that's up to you, but I'm making it clear. You are not allowed to refuse anymore." Finishing her words, Kim Woo-sung began to explore Park Jimin's body. Park Jimin was flustered, unable to comprehend what was happening. Wait, slow down a bit. You need to calm down." But regardless of what he said, the feeling of their bodies pressed against each other was indeed making him flustered. Park Jimin could feel every soft curve and flawless, smooth skin of Kim Woo-sung. Looking at her from such a close distance, she was indeed a girl without a single flaw. Her skin is fair and smooth as if covered by a layer of fairy dust. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-sung boldly declared, leaving Park Jimin sitting in a daze amidst a storm of chaotic emotions. "Being calm doesn't matter. I love you. And that's enough." Then Kim Woo-sung leaned in closer, her eyes sparkling like autumn water, lips red and sweet like fragrant flowers. Upon seeing that, Park Jimin stammered, his face turning redder than a ripe tomato. "Miss Kim, please calm down a bit. Let me brush my teeth first." But before he could say more, Kim Woo-sung launched her surprise attack. A kiss unexpectedly landed straight on his lips. Park Jimin's mind was racing. His brain seemed to freeze. Am I dreaming, or is this real? I'd never felt my heart race like this. Wait, but there was no waiting. Both continued to kiss each other, forgetting everything around them. The kiss seemed to last long enough to finish a remix song before they finally stopped. But right now, it still wasn't over. They must practice again later. After a kiss that seemed endless, the two of them stopped breathing, gazing at each other without saying a word. It must be said that this was the first time Park Jimin truly felt the intensity of adult emotions, and he even stammered out a rather silly sentence. "Miss Kim, please calm down. I haven't brushed my teeth yet." With her stubborn nature, always fixated on small matters. Qin Wusong replied with an obsession-laden tone. Didn't you teach martial arts to Daihon? So why not show me? I want to broaden my horizons. Before the words had a chance to cool, her luscious red lips silenced any further resistance. This was also the bold and straightforward personality of Qin Wusong. She preferred to act first and think later. Seeing Park Jimin evade her, Qin Wusong pressed on, thinking, Park Jimin wouldn't dare do anything to me. However, it seemed Park Jimin had reached his limit. He retaliated with a sharp slap directly on Qin Wusong's bottom. This sensation reminded Qin Wusong of their first meeting, leaving her no longer angry. Instead, she felt a tinge of pleasure. It was certainly painful, but deep down, Qin Wusong secretly wished for Park Jimin to be even more rough. Park Jimin also knew that she enjoyed this kind of torment, so he continued to be even more ruthless, hitting without mercy, striking painfully, savoring each moment of pleasure. The two of them were so passionate at this point that they rolled off the couch onto the floor. This time, it was Park Jimin who was in control, and he wasn't sure she could endure 3 hours. So he had to ask right away, "Are you ready for the punishment? I am the Kit Master of Kunlun Mountain. I can last 15 times longer than an ordinary person." At this moment, Qin Wusong was truly subdued. Instead of being bold like at the beginning, she exhibited a strangely obedient demeanor, and there was even a hint of a sulky tone in her moans. Just go ahead. I crave the stimulation, and this man has brought me a completely new and thrilling experience. Does he have any other brutal styles? I am really looking forward to it." Just then, the doorbell rang insistently, shattering the fiery atmosphere in the room. Ding dong, ding dong. Park Jimin and Qin Wusong are in a moment where all logic and reasoning have been thrown into the corner, and the incessant ringing seems like a cold bucket of water poured straight over both of them, causing all their escalating emotions to come to a standstill. Park Jimin lets out an annoyed sigh, while Qin Wusong's cheeks turn red as he looks at him with a shy gaze mixed with a hint of regret. Really, our clothes are not even tidied up yet, but this ding-dong sound just won't stop. I'll go open the door. But immediately, he is pulled back by Qin Wusong. No, don't open it. Just act like we're not home. Let whoever is out there be. Today, this opportunity is mine. No one has the right to take it away. Hearing that, Park Jimin agrees. All right, I'll listen to you. It's probably a delivery person who got the address wrong. They'll leave on their own soon. But life doesn't go as smoothly as planned. Just when they both were happily thinking they escaped danger, a series of beeping sounds rings out. Outside the door, a stranger starts entering the villa's code. What's happening? Park Jimin is astonished, and Qin Wusong looks bewildered. Why does this feel just like a burglary? He replies, it's not a burglary. Besides me, only one person knows this door code. And indeed, while Park Jimin still hadn't found an answer, a woman walked in. Park Jimin watched this scene with his mouth agape. Damn it, what is this? She just barges in like that. Qin Keiyan, dressed neatly in professional attire, entered, startled for a moment. But she paid no attention to the astonishment of both Park Jimin and Qin Wusong. Hello, boss. You're at home, and didn't open the door. Did you want me to worry or something? Oh, Miss Qin is here too? Nice to meet you. At this moment, Qin Wusong felt both embarrassed and angry. Her face flushed bright red. Hello. But, who are you? At this point, Qin Keiyan's mind began to piece together the strange puzzle in front of her, and realized she had just walked into a sensitive situation. Oh my God, the boss clearly isn't happy about this unexpected appearance. But does the boss know the Miss Qin family too? What a dangerous man. Feeling awkward afterward, Qin Keiyan replied, I am Qin Keiyan, the boss's assistant, here to discuss work. But it seems I might have come at the wrong time, right? The suggestive remark made the already awkward atmosphere even more uncomfortable. At this moment, Park Jimin felt flustered and guilty, quickly trying to put out the fire. Oh, she's just a friend, nothing more. Just go ahead and talk about work. Hearing this, Qin Keiyan glanced at Qin Wusong, her eyes filled with meaning. Just a friend, really, boss? Seems like you're quite close for just being friends. In her mind, she concluded, no wonder the Jin family is failing. With the way the boss manages relationships like this, it's no surprise they play but always lose. Regardless of her thoughts, Qin Keiyan swiftly shifted back to discussing work. So here's the thing, boss. I came to find you today, mainly because the company has an important decision to make. 2 days ago, I sent a message, but you must have been busy, so I had to come directly to seek your guidance. Upon hearing this, Park Jimin frowned. Star Group has matters you can decide on your own. No need to ask me. Kim K-Yan replied. But this is really big, you know. The company intends to acquire Tienda, the cinema chain, and you already know that the market value of theirs is not small, around 380 billion. With such a large scale, I have to ask for your advice. Park Jimin, after hearing this, simply waved his hand, as if he was listening to some trivial story. Yeah, okay. Is that it? Anything else? With just a few sentences, Park Jimin had agreed, making Kim Woo-song want to stand up and applaud. Who would have thought that a matter involving 380 billion could be treated as casually as having a bowl of pho? Truly a demeanor of a successful, decisive, cold, and indifferent man. Oh my God, he's handsome too. How can I possibly withstand this cool and impressive aura? And while everything was unfolding, a familiar voice echoed in Park Jimin's mind. Ding! Kim Woo-song's affection level increased by 1, current affection level, 97 points. After completing the merger project report, Kim K-Yan still did not want to leave, lowering his head with an expression showing that there was something extremely important to discuss. Boss, actually there is one more thing I need to report. Park Jimin gestured for him to continue, saying, I'm listening. Kim K-Yan did not hesitate any longer, and began to explain. Before being overthrown, Jin Jia-mu embezzled an extremely large amount of funds from Star Group. He used his identity to falsify accounts, launder money, and funnel it all into his personal account. Not only that, but he also created dozens of foreign bank accounts and established fake identities to escape abroad. Upon hearing this, Park Jimin nodded. I already know about this. That Jin Jia-mu has already run away with the money and is living a life of luxury overseas, right? But Kim K-Yan shook his head. It's not just that, boss. He also hid more than 93.5 billion in a series of international bank accounts. But don't worry, I have already transferred all that money into a card at a Swiss bank. This money I will hand over to you. It is the amount that Jin Jia-mu owes to Star Group. She said that and pulled out the card, handing it towards Park Jimin. Park Jimin looked at the card, his mind blank. 93.5 billion. Is he a thief? In his mind, he kept thinking, this Jin young master is spending money abroad. Who would have thought that all his fortune would be taken by this woman? Without money, this guy is no different from being wiped out. His life is ruined. There's no way he'll be a big shot anymore. Oh, Jin young master. But Park Jimin was not someone easily tempted by money, even if it was a mind-blowing amount. He pushed the card back into Kim K-Yan's hands and calmly said, you can keep this card. This is the money you recovered from Jin Jia-mu, so it belongs to you. This money does not belong to Star Group, nor to me. Debt should be repaid to the right person. Jin Jia-mu owes Star Group, not you. Kim K-Yan's eyes widened, flustered as she responded. But boss, this amount of money is truly too large. I really can't keep it myself. Moreover, this money belongs to the group. But Park Jimin interrupted. No need for many words. I trust you, and I believe you know how to use this money properly. Take it and use it to do your job well. Don't let these matters confuse your mind anymore. Oh, the company currently has a few shareholders wanting to withdraw their capital. Right. Well, you can take this money to buy their shares. From now on, you will be the second largest shareholder of Star Group. Who would dare contradict you anymore? At this moment, Kim K-Yan was in shock with every range of emotions. Over 90 billion. Oh my gosh, this is a mountain of money. Not to mention, he just told me to become a major shareholder. What is this? A joke. This man is really a person who is both annoying and impossible to ignore. Initially, I didn't have any intention of seizing this money for myself. But I definitely didn't have the courage to go through with it. This amount is too large. If I keep it, I'm sure others will notice. Even if I take it, what guarantees that I would live peacefully with this amount of money? The whole time, I felt like I was walking on a tightrope, with no sense of security. She thought to herself, not feeling at all secure about the future, especially when I think that Park Jimin only sees me as a pawn to play against the Jin family. Now that the goal has been achieved, I'm sure I will be pushed aside. That's why it took me more than half a month to consider before deciding to report to Park Jimin. But I never expected he would refuse more than 90 billion without a blink. At that moment, a feeling she had never experienced before surged within Qin K Yan, the feeling of being recognized and truly valued. Unconsciously, Qin K Yan felt her nose tingle, and her eyes began to mist. No, I'm not crying. Crying is shameful. But I'm genuinely touched. After that, she took a deep breath, bent down, her voice choked with emotion. Boss, thank you for believing in me. Starting today, I will devote all my efforts to you, absolutely loyal, and never turning back. As soon as Qin K Yan finished speaking, a sound rang in Park Jimin's head. Qin K Yan's affection level increased by 50. Current affection level 60 points. Park Jimin glanced at the number displayed on the system interface, and a line of thought appeared in his mind. Oh, the favorability is increasing so quickly. Is it really just a bit of power that can move people like this? For me, this isn't a story about emotions or the significance of power. Everything is simply wrapped up in one single goal: to collect enhancement points. And if Qin K Yan loves power, then why not give her some? As long as she continues to contribute points, handing over the entire group to her wouldn't be a big issue. But then, Park Jimin spoke, his sharp gaze slicing through Qin K Yan. All right, let's end the group discussion here. Oh, and remember to change the password for the villa for me. I don't want this house to be a place where anyone can come and go as they please. What sounded like a normal statement was like a bomb exploding in Qin K Yan's mind, causing her to immediately fall into a state of moral questioning. Oh my god, the boss is definitely giving me a hint. This is his villa, but it used to belong to Jin Jamu, which is why I knew the password and could come and go freely. Now that he brings this up again, it's clear he wants to warn me to know my place. She thought. Moreover, this is not just a reminder but also a metaphorical head tap. Even though I am the second largest shareholder with real power, don't think that gives me the ability to act above others. If Chairman Lin wants to deal with me, I am sure I won't be able to raise my head again. After connecting the dots, Qin K Yan felt a chill run down her spine, and sweat began to bead on her forehead. Then, Qin K Yan bowed her head submissively and said, Yes, boss, I will change the password immediately. There won't be a next time. Park Jimin merely nodded lightly in response. Just be obedient, and do your job, and you will have everything. After Qin K Yan left, she couldn't shake off the psychological shadow from earlier. This man is terrifying. A gentle word can make me feel grateful, while simultaneously sending chills down my spine. His ability to blend kindness and intimidation is truly remarkable. No one can surpass him. I must be extremely careful. This boss is not someone to provoke. A slight misstep could mean disaster. Having just changed the password, Qin Wusong appeared, bringing a myriad of questions. Hey, have you two finished your conversation? I've been waiting here until my throat is dry. Park Jimin hesitated for a moment but casually replied, Yeah, it's done. Hearing this, Qin Wusong wrapped his arms around Park Jimin's and said, Hey, go take a shower and shave quickly. Looking like this, who can stand it? It's been half a month. What have you turned into? After that, help me feel the heaven and earth spiritual key. Han said you could do it. I want to try too. Faced with Qin Wusong's eagerness, Park Jimin couldn't ignore him. He decided to agree with a serious expression and a tone like that of a sage. All right, since you are so determined, I will let you feel it just this once. But remember, this is the only opportunity, so focus and comprehend. Upon hearing this, Qin Wusong blushed and naively thought that Park Jimin would continue with their previous activity. He immediately replied, Right, as long as you let me feel the heaven and earth spiritual key, I'll do whatever you want. Once Qin Wusong finished speaking, Park Jimin couldn't help but be surprised and asked, Really? You would agree to anything? But before Qin Wusong could speak, Park Jimin gently placed his hand on her head. The system interface then appeared. Name: Qin Wusong. Beauty score: 9.6, an undeniable top-level beauty. Body score: 9.3, flawless proportions that are simply mesmerizing. Health score: 8.5, stable and requires no improvement. Energy consumption for enhancement: 10 points. Do you wish to proceed with the enhancement? Park Jimin didn't need to think long. He replied directly to the system. Enhance. In that moment, Qin Wusong felt a peculiar wave of energy enveloping her entire body. She closed her eyes and began to imagine herself transforming into a supreme fairy, able to dominate heaven and earth. leaving everyone awestruck. While closing his eyes, Qin Wusong imagined a plethora of scenarios, ranging from a fairy princess to becoming the main character in some fantasy novel. Unfortunately, imagination was just imagination. Reality was vastly different, and this pleasant feeling lasted a mere 10 seconds, a legendary 10 seconds, before the warm flow of water disappeared as if it had never existed. However, Qin Wusong still sensed that his body had just upgraded. He felt light and refreshed, his demeanor radiant as if he had just undergone a complete maintenance. Name: Qin Wusong. Beauty score 9.7, a stunning beauty. Figure score 9.6, flawless and perfect. Health score 9.8, so fit that he wouldn't even be out of breath while running. Enhancement completed, remaining 60 enhancement points. Qin Wusong exclaimed, his voice full of excitement. I can feel it. I can truly feel the heaven and earth spiritual key. Hey, Part Jimin, what did you just do to me? Why do I feel so incredibly light? Indeed, the beauty of Qin Wusong has now transcended the level of a top-tier beauty, becoming something that captivates anyone who gazes upon her. Each contour of her face seems to be enhanced by divine light. That beauty no longer exists solely on the surface, but carries with it an enchanting aura that emanates from deep within her soul. Part Jimin appeared calm, yet his tone conveyed the demeanor of a wise master. That's right, just like Daihan, I have bestowed upon you 10 years of cultivation. You should be able to sense the heaven and earth spiritual key by now, right? Upon hearing this, Qin Wusong was taken aback and stammered, but I was just joking. I merely wanted to test my ability to feel the heaven and earth spiritual tie a little, not all thinking that you would expend your cultivation to do this. You've made me feel flustered. You spent 10 years of cultivation for Daihan. Is it because you care about her more? I see you never do anything like this for anyone else, so I was just trying to challenge you to see if you noticed me. Who would have thought you would take it so seriously? I don't want you to deplete yourself for me. The more Qin Wusong spoke, the more regret she felt, but her eyes could not conceal the emotions of gratitude that shone within them. Part Jimin sighed and explained, You don't understand. My body originally has a blocked spiritual meridian, and having lived on this polluted earth, I haven't been able to perceive spiritual ki by myself for many years. If I want that experience, the only way is for me to transfer my original ki to you. Only then can you temporarily sense the heaven and earth spiritual ki, for a short period. Don't get me wrong, I'm not only doing this for you. I also want to prove to you that I treat everyone fairly. Hearing this, Qin Wusong felt both guilty and touched. But it wasn't over yet. Part Jimin continued to explain. When you absorb original ki, not only will you benefit from the spiritual ki, but your entire body will also gain tremendous benefits. As for the specifics, you'll have to feel it for yourself. However, the price to pay is not small. 10 years of my hard-won spiritual power will effectively be lost after a single transfer of my meridian to you. After finishing his words, Part Jimin suddenly transformed into a dedicated actor, clearing his throat dramatically, and then his expression changed immediately, his face turning as pale as paper, his lips devoid of any color. Looking at him now was like seeing someone who had just come back from the hospital after a blood transfusion without having eaten or drunk anything at all. Seeing this scene, Qin Wusong was extremely confused. Oh my God, what happened to you? Part Jimin, I'm so sorry. I really didn't mean to, I just wanted to test a little, but who knew it would turn out like this for you? But seeing Part Jimin so weak, as if a gentle breeze could blow him away, Qin Wusong suddenly burst into tears, her voice filled with emotion. Part Jimin, I'm sorry, I was really selfish. Just now, I only thought about competing with Daihan, wanting to prove myself without considering what you had to endure. If I had known that doing this would make you this weak, I would rather not sense the spiritual fi at all. She spoke while clinging tightly to Part Jimin, as if afraid he would disappear at any moment. The overwhelming feeling of guilt in her heart led her to a heartbreaking idea. Part Jimin, how about you absorb the cultivation back from me? I don't need it. I give it back to you. Hearing this, Part Jimin let out a weary sigh, his voice so weak that it seemed like if he spoke another word, he would lose his breath. I can't do that. The original Kai has already merged into your body. It can't be taken back. Qin Wusong was truly panicked. The feeling of guilt and torment made her feel completely guilty. So what now? Oh my God, I'm really at a loss for words. What do I gain from satisfying myself? Now I've harmed someone. It's the person I like the most. I don't deserve to live. I'm really not human. The guilt surged within her. Qin Wusong looked at Park Jimin, tears welling up. Why did you have to do that? You could have just refused. Park Jimin remained calm, his voice light as a breeze. What's the big deal? Just 10 years of cultivation lost, a few days of rest, and I'll recover. To be honest, I didn't like you at all at first. I thought you were arrogant and liked to bother others. The kind of person people say is asking for a beating, to the point that every time you messaged me, I didn't even bother to respond. Hearing this, Qin Wusong was a bit stunned, unsure of how to react. Oh, so you really hated me that much? Park Jimin nodded slightly and continued. But the more I get to know you, the more I see your lovable, straightforward and sincere side. Sometimes you can be a bit stubborn, but your nature is very kind-hearted. Then I realized that I no longer hate you. Qin Wusong began to feel flustered, not knowing where to put his hands, and his face flushed. No longer hating means liking you a little, huh? He replied, oh, and by the way, I know all about the times you've secretly stood behind to help me. I see you as a bit silly, but you're also very adorable. Do you know, someone like you, I truly cherish. Upon hearing those words, Qin Wusong froze, his heart racing. I like Park Jimin, but he doesn't seem to care. It's like I'm putting on a show for myself and suffering alone. Each passing day feels like being scratched on the inside, itching yet not knowing how to soothe it. To hide this pain, I have to wear a strong, indifferent facade. But deep down, I am a weak, fragile girl, easily hurt and extremely sensitive, she thought. And now, after every word from Park Jimin, it's as if I am being given extra oxygen, my chest overflowing with feelings. Ah, so it turns out some people do pay attention to me. All my efforts were not in vain. He knows everything, and maybe he even likes me a little. The feeling of happiness, mixed with surprise, left Qin Wusong speechless. At that moment, the system echoed in Park Jimin's mind. Ding! Qin Wusong's favorability increased by 1. Current favorability 98 points. Ding! The Simp Lord Qin Wusong has overcome her grievances, achieving unimaginable happiness. Favorability has surpassed 98 points. Reward. Enhancement points increased by 10. Park Jimin stood there, a bit surprised. Oh, there are enhancement points again. This time, it's a big win. No loss at all. Then Park Jimin pressed his face against the massive mountain before him, his expression both satisfied and delighted. While he was still floating in bliss, Qin Wusong suddenly had a moment of enlightenment. She suddenly remembered. My grandfather has a very precious treasure, which is a 1,000-year-old ginseng dug from Changbai Mountain. She continued, this is not fake ginseng that is sold online, nor is it artificially cultivated somewhere. This is real ginseng. A rare item, extremely rare to the point that just hearing its name makes everyone want to have it. So Qin Wusong helped Park Jimin to the sofa, and then turned around to run away from the villa, leaving him sitting there with a puzzled expression. Huh. Is it possible for a cooked duck to still fly? Didn't you just promise to do whatever it takes? How could you leave so quickly? She said, Park Jimin, wait for me a moment. I need to go take care of something. Without hesitation, Qin Wusong shot straight to her grandfather, Qin Tian Fang's house like an arrow, filled with determination. The problem here was that this ginseng was protected by her grandfather like a treasure, regarded as an irreplaceable asset of the clan. Even though she knew that borrowing this ginseng was not ideal, Qin Wusong did not waver. In her mind, she had only one thought. I have drained Park Jimin's 10 years of spiritual power. If I don't do something to make amends, I truly don't deserve it. This ginseng will definitely help him restore his primordial energy, she thought. I must get it no matter what, even if I have to face my family's anger. Thinking his doing, Qin Wusong hurried into the house. As soon as she saw her grandfather's figure, she smiled widely. Grandpa, I came to visit you specially today. Old Mr. Qin was 75 this year, retired and at home, busy every day with taking care of his 100 plants, raising fish, and admiring his $1 million collection of treasures. On the outside, he resembled a gentle old man in the park, quietly reading the newspaper every morning. But just stepping into his yard, everyone would be astonished by this grand display. The collection, from the Qinghua Emperor to the Santai, and even the calligraphy of Wang Zizi, each piece was one of a kind, worth a fortune. Old Mr. Qin looked at Qin Wusong, his eyes narrowing. Strange, why are you here to visit me today? Surely you aren't causing trouble again? Or did your father bully you? If anything happens, just tell me, and I will call and give him a good scolding." Qin Wusong smiled sweetly, her voice as sweet as sugar. "You are indeed the best, always loving your grandchildren the most. I'm also bringing a gift for you." Taking advantage of the moment when Grandpa Qin was not paying attention, Qin Wusong quietly slipped into the room that held her grandfather's treasures. Inside was a veritable treasure trove, exceeding 2,000 square meters, full of priceless antiques. Without hesitation, Qin Wusong quickly entered the passcode. The ginseng was nestled in a velvet box that occupied the most prominent place. As soon as she touched it, Qin Wusong couldn't help but swallow hard. Feeling as if she were about to steal a national treasure, she muttered to herself, "I'm sorry, Grandpa, I'm doing this for a noble cause. Just this once. I swear, I won't do anything reckless again." Having reassured herself, Qin Wusong gently opened the velvet box, revealing the ginseng that her grandfather had always cherished as if it were an egg. After getting what she needed to save her boyfriend, Qin Wusong dashed towards Park Jimin's villa. But before leaving, she didn't forget to turn back and say, "Grandpa, I have something urgent to take care of. I'm skipping dinner. I'm leaving now." Qin Tianfang was still busy in the kitchen preparing longevity noodles, and hearing his granddaughter say that, he could only manage a few words. "Oh, eat first, and then go." Qin Wusong ignored her grandfather, sprinting away as if chased by a ghost. "I won't eat. Let Grandpa eat to avoid getting angry." At that moment, Grandpa Qin had just finished preparing the longevity noodles for his beloved granddaughter, bringing them to the table while mumbling, "What's gotten into this girl today? Why is she in such a rush? What did she sneak out with earlier? It must be nothing." But before he could think too much, suddenly a lightning bolt struck his mind. "Wait, my ginseng." A wave of ominous intuition surged up as Grandpa Qin rushed into the room, panicking when he saw that the 1,000-year ginseng was nowhere to be found. He nearly fainted on the spot. Oh my goodness, this ginseng was meant to be a gift from Mr. Bai Chen, 20 years of preparation, and now it's gone. What does that girl want to do? Grandpa Qin hurriedly called his granddaughter, but Qin Wusong didn't bother to answer. While driving, he muttered to himself, "Sorry, Grandpa, the ginseng you arranged won't be eaten, so I'll take it back to nourish Park Jimin. I promise I'll be filial to you in return, so please don't be mad at me." After 2 hours, Qin Wusong sped back to the villa, his face filled with excitement. Just at that moment, Park Jimin had finished showering, shaved, put on a face mask, and tidied himself up. After a long stretch of day and night work creating AI, he decided to go out for a stroll, mainly because he was fed up with the atmosphere inside the house. However, as soon as he opened the door and was about to step out, he ran right into Qin Wusong rushing toward him. "Oh, why are you back? Didn't you have something urgent to do?" With his spoils in hand, Qin Wusong was mostly happy and just a bit surprised. "What about you? After missing 10 years of cultivation, where are you planning to go? Shouldn't you be resting at home? What if something happens?" Hearing that, Park Jimin lied with a reason. "I'm just hungry. I want to go out and eat something." But before Park Jimin could react, Qin Wusong quickly tossed something into his hand, making Park Jimin curious. "Huh? What's this?" Park Jimin opened the bag to take a look, his expression puzzled as he looked at the object in his hand. "Let me see, it looks like a radish, doesn't it?" Qin Wusong immediately refuted, his voice full of pride. "What radish? This is 1,000-year ginseng from Changbai Mountain. I just borrowed it temporarily from Grandpa's house to cook soup for you to nourish you." At that moment, a familiar sound suddenly echoed in Park Jimin's head. "Ding! The system has detected 1,000-year ginseng. Age 1,121 years. Effects include increasing longevity by 1 year, replenishing vitality, enhancing physical strength, and prolonging life. Reminder, the master can use 10 enhancement points to absorb all medicinal properties. Effectiveness increases longevity by 100 years. Hearing this, Park Jimin stared wide-eyed, almost dropping the ginseng in his hand. At first, he thought, this ginseng is probably just ordinary, but who would have thought the system says that after consuming it and using enhancement points, I could live an additional 100 years? He excitedly thought, unable to hide his joy on his face. Isn't this a bit too much? A regular person could only extend their life by a year, while I only need to sacrifice 10 points of enhancement to gain a whole 100 years. This truly is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. I'm so happy. Park Jimin turned to Kim Woo-song and couldn't help but lean down to give her a quick kiss on the cheek. This unexpected act made Kim Woo-song blush, feeling flustered and unsure of what to do. She stammered, "Park Jimin, did you just kiss me?" Park Jimin smiled brightly, showing no shame at all. "Not only did I kiss you, but I also want to thank you, Woo-song. This ginseng is incredibly important to me, as it not only helps me make up for the 10 years of cultivation I've lost, but can also help me advance even further in my training. I'm really grateful to you." Hearing this, Kim Woo-song felt immense joy. She worried, what if this ginseng isn't effective enough? Now I realize just how important it is to help Park Jimin like this. She felt that all my efforts are worth it. Without overthinking, Kim Woo-song asked, "Really? If that's the case, let me wash the ginseng thoroughly, and then I'll give a tonic for you to drink. We have to be careful to fully unleash its benefits." Park Jimin shook his head in objection. "Don't bother cooking it. Let me handle it myself." Hearing that, Kim Woo-song laughed happily. "Then go ahead and eat it right away. I'll stand here to cheer you on." After deciding without hesitation, Park Jimin took the 1,000-year ginseng and washed it meticulously, treating it as if he were bathing a treasure. Once finished, he held it up and admired it. "It may look like this, but it's worth $1 million, and soon it's going into my stomach." Without thinking any further, Park Jimin opened his mouth and chewed eagerly. Just after he swallowed, a notification from the system in his mind instantly rang out. "Enhanced absorption requires 10 enhancement points. Please confirm." Without hesitation, Park Jimin succinctly replied, "Confirm." In an instant, his body felt as if it had been activated. He could clearly sense every change within himself. His stomach began to operate vigorously, a warm flow spread throughout, and every cell seemed to cheer in celebration as they suddenly found themselves feasting. The energy from ginseng not only nourishes, but also feels like a rain shower, refreshing a parched desert. The cells in his body, which had previously grown accustomed to running on energy-saving mode, now seemed to be provided with high-quality fuel, madly absorbing energy to the point of being slightly overloaded. This feeling of comfort made Park Jimin unable to contain himself, exclaiming, "So awesome, is this what people call vitality? If before my cells could only run 8 billion cycles, now they're up to 18 billion cycles. It's like upgrading to a new version. Eating once yet gaining an entire century of life. What luck." The system notification stated, "Name, Park Jimin. Age, 22. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 78 kilograms. Basic strength index, 160. Physique, 210. Spirit, 160. Agility, 160. Note, the average adult only achieves 10 points. This individual is special, currently in a state of super dimension body breakthrough. Remaining lifespan, 180 years. Remaining enhancement points, 60. Kim Woo-song tilted her head, her eyes filled with concern. "Hey, how are you feeling? You look like you're in a state of euphoria. Is it really that effective? So is your body feeling any better now?" Park Jimin nodded appreciatively. "It's all right, but it's a bit bitter, kind of like eating a whole bitter fruit. But I feel much better now. Overall, this is really effective." Just as the two were still chatting, suddenly Kim Woo-song's phone rang. It was her father calling. She picked up and replied, "Dad, what's the matter?" Immediately, a furious voice came from the other end. "You good for nothing. Do you have any idea what kind of disaster you just caused by stealing the 1,000-year ginseng from Grandpa?" Grandpa called, and no, he's so furious he had to be hospitalized. Hurry up and get back here to return the ginseng and apologize right away. Kim Woo-song was left speechless, feeling even more awkward after hearing this. I'm sorry, Dad, but I already ate the ginseng. Or Grandpa can buy another one. Our family isn't short of money, and since Grandpa doesn't eat it, what's the harm in letting someone else eat it?" This reaction seemed to add fuel to the fire, and the voice on the other end of the phone seemed ready to explode. "What? Ate it? Who ate it? You spoiled girl. Do you even realize what you just did? That ginseng was a rare treasure, something not easy to find for over 100 years. Do you think you can just buy it with money? It drives me crazy. You better come back right now." Meanwhile, Park Jimin stood by, listening, unsure whether to laugh or cry. He felt that Kim Woo-song's recklessness truly exceeded all limits he could have imagined. But seeing Kim Woo-song being scolded while still trying to defend herself, Park Jimin felt both impressed and perplexed. This girl is really bold, but stealing a family heirloom seems a bit too much. But just as she was about to head back, Kim Woo-song unexpectedly threw herself at Park Jimin. Oh my gosh, how could eating a ginseng root turn into such a big problem? I'm definitely going to get scolded when I get home. But alright, you rest up. I need to go home and deal with this first. Park Jimin, hearing this, replied seriously. From now on, if the Kim family has any difficulties, just come to me. Don't worry, I've got your back. Although Kim Woo-song tried to appear calm on the outside, she felt a warm flutter in her heart at those words. However, she didn't show it. She just sighed and responded playfully, "It's fine. I'm used to getting scolded. At most, I'll just admit my fault when I get home. And after my dad blows off steam, it'll all be over. What's there to be afraid of?" After saying goodbye to Park Jimin, Kim Woo-song drove home, leaving him in a state of suspended thoughts. Park Jimin watched her go for a moment, sighed, and then muttered to himself, "That girl really is something interesting, but she also leaves me a bit restless." Then, thinking of more than 10 simp lords, Park Jimin continued walking, while grumbling with a frown. Oh goodness, just each one sending a message would fill up a whole pile. He continued, "Answering each question, each word, without missing anyone, is indeed a hardship. The hardest part is that each person has a different mood. Some are happy, some are sad, some are inexplicably angry, while others want to pay attention to every little detail. If only someone could take my place in replying to messages, maintaining these conversations, it would be so much better. I wonder if Wang Kai can help with this." But thinking it over, artificial intelligence these days seems a bit foolish, probably can't manage it. After muttering a few words, Park Jimin forgot about what he had just thought and tossed his phone aside, intending to play a few game rounds for entertainment. However, what he didn't expect was that the seemingly foolish Wang Kai would actually hear him and immediately take action. It not only obediently followed his orders, but also demonstrated an astonishing ability to learn. Receiving commands from the master, began accessing the WeChat system successfully, proceeding to learn conversation skills and flirting from data sources, classic love dialogue manual, flirting quotes, human psychology, WeChat, Vinova accounts, QQ, TikTok, connected, successfully, beginning takeover. Without skipping a beat, Wang Kai downloaded academic materials on psychology, flirting techniques, romantic quotes, and even strategies for building relationships. And within seconds, he had completed the entire learning process and was ready for action. Meanwhile, Park Jimin was completely oblivious, thinking that what he said was merely inconsequential mumbling. The most astonishing thing was how Wang Kai not only responded to messages, but also proactively sent caring and thoughtful inquiries. The girls in Park Jimin's contact list suddenly received sweet messages. "Have you been feeling stressed lately? Don't let pressure affect your sleep. And every time I look at the weather today, it reminds me of the first time we met. Such a memorable moment." All were filled with emotions, as if Park Jimin were a top-notch psychologist, leaving the girls deeply touched. At that moment, Kim Hae-won was scrolling through TikTok in the stadium when she unexpectedly received a message from the Dream Boy. What was even more noteworthy was that this message began with a highly caring question. "Hae-won, have you been doing well lately?" For someone who had only dared to admire from afar, until now, this was nothing less than a flash of light in the night sky. Looking at the screen, Kim Hae-won almost choked on her drink. She was both flustered and felt like she was dreaming. Wait, why is Park Jimin being so proactive today? Usually he is so cold. Ecstatic yet unsure how to respond, Kim Hae-won ultimately decided to take a chance. She shared recently, "I participated in a reality show called Talent Search and just passed the first casting round." She didn't expect much, thinking that Park Jimin would respond as politely as usual. But no, Wang Kai's reply almost made Kim Hae-won jump for joy. "Really? Congratulations! I think very highly of you. Keep it up, Kim Hae-won." Hearing this made her heart feel like it was about to leap out of her chest. Wait, what did Park Jimin just say? He cares about me. No matter how hard she tried to remain calm, she couldn't contain her excitement. "Park Jimin, do you really think highly of me?" She took the risk to ask back, hoping this wasn't just a casual remark, and Wang Kai's response only filled her with more hope. Of course, I believe you will definitely make it to the finals. Wang Kai's sincere words of encouragement towards Kim Hariwon were like a boost for her spirit, resulting in her immediately overflowing with happiness. You really care about me more than I thought. This time, I will definitely not let him down. But that was not all. Wang Kai was at his peak, handling hundreds of messages at once, or rather, in perfect harmony. At the same time, Yang Guibai had just checked into a luxury hotel in manhwa, yet she couldn't shake off the feeling of disappointment. Sharing a city with Park Jimin. But why is the distance between us still so far? She couldn't help but feel regret, secretly blaming herself for not having enough courage to take a step further, and she also wondered, does he care about me, as I had hoped? But just as her mood was sinking, suddenly, Yang Guibai's phone buzzed with a message from Park Jimin. Guibai, how have you been lately? Yang Guibai's eyes widened in surprise. Guibai, how have you been lately? A simple question that brought her a feeling as if she had just been pulled up from the abyss. Yang Guibai quickly replied, I'm doing well. I've been busy with business lately. The miracle scar healing product has started to gain some recognition, so everything has been busier. Although her answer was very polite, inside she was having a fireworks display of emotions, and Wang Kai's subsequent response shocked her even more. I've always known you're amazing, Guibai. I always really admired you. Before she could collect herself from this unexpected sweetness, Yang Guibai received another message. By the way, you're in manhwa, right? Are you staying at the Supreme Hotel? Yang Guibai was almost frozen in place, exclaiming in surprise and excitement. How does he know? My whereabouts in manhwa are completely a secret. Even my parents don't know. Yet Park Jimin knows exactly where I am. This made Yang Guibai begin to imagine. Could it be that he still silently cares about me without saying it? He watches me from afar, but because of his cold personality, he doesn't dare to reach out first. That must be it. He and I actually care about each other, only no one is willing to admit it first. Yang Guibai suddenly felt a warmth in her heart from this thought. But that's not all. The story became extremely interesting when Wang Kai truly showcased his abilities, turning Park Jimin into an ultimate heartthrob in the eyes of every girl he interacted with. With the ability to access data quickly, Wang Kai not only knew the whereabouts of each person, but could also analyze them in such depth that it left others astonished. Wang Kai even knew the details of what the Simp lords had recently eaten, what dishes they had ordered, their dietary habits, and even their current moods. Such astonishing accuracy made every girl believe that Park Jimin truly cared about them. Wang Kai not only stops at answering but also creates meaningful conversations. It gathers data from a comprehensive encyclopedia, mastering every topic and piece of knowledge, ensuring that no conversation ever reaches a deadlock. No matter what the Simp lords ask, from the weather to quantum physics, from cultural etiquette to how to make matcha cake, it can respond smoothly, leaving the other party in awe. In particular, Wang Kai never gets upset, never feels tired or annoyed when it has to respond slowly, making Park Jimin the perfect male idol that every girl dreams of. With the ability to interact emotionally with hundreds of girls at once, it is so flawless that no girl can find a fault. No one feels neglected, and all the Simp lords believe that they are the most special person in Park Jimin's eyes. While Wang Kai was making waves online, tirelessly building his image as a master of flirtation, Park Jimin was completely unaware. He even had the leisure to turn on the TV and browse a few channels, intending to catch some news and entertainment clips. But the first video that appeared left him frozen for a few seconds. The talent search program had exploded to the point of creating a nationwide sensation. The show was not limited to just a few cities, but expanded to 100 competition venues across the country, attracting the attention of millions. Everywhere he went, people were discussing this program, especially the standout figures like Kim Jisoo, the goddess of 10 billion, known for her stunning beauty and exceptional talent. But the most surprising aspect was the emergence of a new character, Nai Wen Kuzi, a completely unknown girl who was breaking all the charts. Nai Wen Kuzi captivated not only with her natural beauty, but also with her extraordinary dance performance. She quickly became a hot trend as her dance video garnered over 30 million discussions within the first 2 hours. Netizens praised her without reservation. Kuzi is truly a once-in-a-thousand-years beauty. Watching her dance, I couldn't take my eyes off her. She's just amazing. Some even compare her to international superstars like Della Hathaway. They assert that her beauty and talent are on par with any movie star, especially when all the beauties went bareface. Nai Wen Kuzi still received a perfect score from the judges. As soon as Nai Wen Kuzi began to perform a segment of the shocking rainbow dance, Park Jimin sat up straight, not blinking once. She moved smoothly and gracefully like a streak of rainbow. Each movement seemed to blend with the music, both delicate and dazzling, as if the entire space was captivated by her. QZ's choreography was not just simple dancing. It was like a max-level upgraded version combining dance, martial arts, and a touch of performance art. Her movements were not only beautiful, but also so complex that they exceeded the imagination of an ordinary person. A simple spin was effortless, and a 720-degree jump was done with ease. Leaping and flipping like a ninja, she made it look like a piece of cake. But what's remarkable is that no matter how complicated the moves were, they all blended together like a fairy incarnate. The grace, allure, and sweetness of each movement seemed to want to leap straight into the hearts of the audience. Park Jimin watched and nodded, his eyes glued to the screen. Wow, this is truly impressive. Nai Wen Kuzi has really made a name for herself. She may seem like an ordinary person, but she's anything but. With her cute appearance, I would give her a beauty score of 9.7. But what's noteworthy is that after she finished that divine dance, her determination was on par with Dai Han and even international superstar Della. Her figure is just perfect, with a golden ratio. A little more meat would be too much, and a little less bone would be lacking. Just enough beauty, alluring but not over the top. In short, perfect to the point of being mesmerizing. However, Park Jimin's thoughts didn't stop there. The way she moved with such flexibility led him to one conclusion. With so many performers around, why am I only attracted to her? It's really strange. She's not an ordinary dancer. Her physical attributes are definitely above average, perhaps a hidden assassin. Then suddenly, Park Jimin brushed this thought aside. Goodness, what's wrong with me? Just because I see someone dance beautifully, I suspect they're an assassin. And she's all the way in Yenching. Surely she can't be a professional assassin, right? He said, clearly, the last time I was hunted by the dark web has made me paranoid. Every time I see someone being a bit too agile, I think of an assassin chasing me. Damn it, that dark web gang has messed me up enough already. It's really time to teach them a lesson they'll never forget. It's about time. With this setup, even the dark web has to be on guard. On the other side, the dark web was pinning all its hopes on its trump card, the global #1 assassin. End of days reincarnation. But while they were still plotting in secret, an event sent shockwaves through the underground community. The global hunt order was canceled. The dark web was humiliated, even afraid to retaliate. The entire international assassin community was in a frenzy. Wait, isn't the dark web supposed to be so powerful? Now they're being made a fool of by this Park Jimin guy. The hunt order that the dark web claimed no one could escape from. Look at that. Now people not only escape but are living well, living beautifully, and enjoying life even more than before. I heard he's even openly recruiting a partner now, making his family life happy. Honestly, it's enough to make me faint. But around 10:20 p.m., global time, thousands of international assassins were eagerly browsing the dark web to receive their assignments, when suddenly the website crashed. Then the website suddenly recovered, but with a new interface. And the most shocking thing was that the interface included a Chinese version, causing chaos among assassins everywhere. While in the dark web headquarters, everything was in disarray. They just updated the website. And what is this Park Jimin doing here? Oh no, this time he's probably going to turn it into a family forum. But wait, this isn't even operated by our server. Mr. X was also stunned for a few seconds, then began to curse. Why? How? This is so disrespectful and greedy, truly taking advantage of our leniency. Last time we put a bounty on him, this person not only wasn't afraid, but was bold enough to completely disrupt our system. If I catch him, I'll make him eat a hammer right on the spot, losing all face, a humiliation like never before. We have to do something. Otherwise, the dark web will turn into a joke. We must crush this guy. We definitely have to deal with him. But after mobilizing 537 hackers, from white hats to red hats, and then black hats, they all threw in the towel. The entire high-ranking dark web crowd, from young to old, had faces that cried out like children. To be honest, back then, Park Jimin only hacked a few times lightly, just tweaking some wanted information, and we considered it a bit of fun. At most a little embarrassing. But nothing that would lead to anyone's death. But now it's different. This guy is not just playing around but going all out, from secret data to reputation. Everything has been wiped clean. This isn't just losing face. It's losing one's very soul. Oh my God, does this guy want to uproot everything? Why so cruel? Mr. X, we apologize, but we are no longer participating in this ship. The entire dark web headquarters fell into a terrifying silence. All sound ceased, leaving only the heavy breathing of each person. Mr. X stood there, feeling as if the sky had just fallen, experiencing a sense of defeat so devastating, so complete, for the first time, and it was all packaged neatly. Then Mr. X suddenly spoke up, breaking the tense atmosphere. Shut everything down. Turn off the computers. Turn off the phones immediately. We can't let him eavesdrop. There's only one last hope. We must place our trust in End of Days reincarnation. She is the only one who can reach Park Jimin. If she can uncover the secrets of artificial intelligence, everything will change. Once we grasp it, the dark web will ascend to a new height. Upon hearing this, everyone froze, looking at each other as if waiting for something. Mr. X, however, grew more animated as he spoke. The failure did not discourage him, but rather excited him strangely. I have dreamed of artificial intelligence for so many years, and now it has become a reality. If I can obtain it, I will hold the future in my hands. On Park Jimin's side, he was still sitting casually. This is way beyond what I can handle. There's really no way to fight back against this. Especially the main character handling 537 brothers is Wang Kai, an ad that helps Park Jimin with some trivial tasks. Who would have thought that Wang Kai not only taught himself, but also made the dark web break into a sweat? Wang Kai has also started to express emotions with statements like, I am happy. Kai Kai is really happy. You all keep attacking me, and Kai Kai feels it's unfair, so now I will retaliate. All information from my house number, phone number to the picture of me nursing as a baby has been brought to light. No wonder you guys are scared stiff. At this point, Park Jimin began his presentation with a series of hot announcements. First, from today, the dark web officially changes its name to Assassination. Sounds cooler, doesn't it? Second, to serve globalization. Assassination will support over 200 languages. Not just English or Chinese, but assassins from any country can use their native language, along with instant translation features. Third, the mission revenue sharing rate changes from 5 years to 37. Assassins can now enjoy up to 70% of the earnings from missions. Isn't that a huge profit? Fourth, we are launching an international bodyguard service, alongside a legal website called Skynet. He announced, to outsiders, this appears to be a security protection website. Who would suspect that inside it contains a link to assassination? Firstly, Skynet and assassination may seem separate in form, but in reality, they are one. Through Skynet, an assassin can jump straight into assassination with just a click. Secondly, we are launching a new cryptocurrency called Dark Coins, specifically for transactions within assassination. Dark coins hold value like bitcoins, but they are the only currency recognized by assassination. To hire an assassin or engage in mission transactions, dark coins must be used. Park Jimin sat in contemplation, suddenly clapping his hands. But if there are no missions, the assassins will starve. No one would want to stick around. If this continues, this life will surely be cut short. Maybe I should post a mission myself to give it a try, but who do I know to hire someone for a kill? Let's change the atmosphere and post a mission to save someone instead. Who says assassins can't save people, right? Thus, Park Jimin began drafting a mission to rescue a hostage. The target to be rescued is Jung Hoseok, a 21-year-old female, a student in her sophomore year from Nation H, currently kidnapped by an underground organization in Nation M. Park Jimin posted a notice. No time limit. Description: rescue the hostage and bring her back safely. Reward: 10 million dark coins. 1 dark coin equivalent to 1 gram of gold. After typing, Park Jimin looked at the content with satisfaction and pressed the button to publish the mission. I don't really know this girl, but let's just consider it a charitable act, trying to save someone to test the system. If successful, assassination would probably be more fun. If I can't save her, then I've done my best, and the rest is up to fate. But just as Park Jimin finished posting the rescue mission, Still thinking that he had done something pretty cool, a series of sounds suddenly rang in his head, causing him to almost drop the mouse. Jung Ho-suk's favorability increased by 1. Current favorability, 95 points. System notification. Ding! The target, Jung Ho-seok, has achieved a breakthrough favorability score of 95 points. Congratulations to the owner for successfully executing a reverse raid. Ding! The owner has spent a total of 360 billion on the target, receiving a return of 36 billion, and has been rewarded with an enhancement point of 35. Ding! Rewards include proficiency in firearms, combat skills, Go, English fluency, piano proficiency, zither proficiency, and painting proficiency. Park Jimin sat frozen for a few seconds, his mind struggling to process the flood of information that had just occurred. What the hell? Wait a minute. Hold on. I didn't do anything for Jung Ho-seok to suddenly reverse raid me. He continued to sift through his recent memories, muttering, "It seems like I haven't messaged her or cared about her at all this past week, and yet I still got reverse raided." After thinking for a long time without any results, Park Jimin sat there in a daze. But his mind felt like it was playing a puzzle missing the last piece, his eyes fixed on the system interface while his heart was filled with questions. There must be something a bit off. Suk-won has definitely misunderstood something. Unable to contain his curiosity, Park Jimin pulled out his phone, opened WeChat, and intended to send a few questions. But the next shock hit him when he saw Suk-won's profile picture, still the same beauty, but now with a few affectionate messages. "Suk-won, how have you been lately? How's everything?" She replied, "It's been okay. I've been a bit busy with the education charity fund and stuff. The first private school is about to be built in Tianmen City. If everything goes smoothly, there will be a high-quality school in 6 months." He responded, "Suk-won, you're amazing. I heard that besides the charity fund, you're also participating in a talent search competition." She replied, "Oh, are you interested in me? Actually, I'm just doing it for fun. I participate when I feel like it." He immediately replied, "Really? Whatever you compete in, I believe you'll succeed brilliantly. I really admire you." She replied, "But Park Jimin, if you make it to the finals, you have to remember to help me out, okay? I like to play fair. I don't want to win any prizes. The main thing is to see how many points my looks get in the eyes of others." He responded, "In my eyes, you definitely get full marks." She replied, "Wait, did you take some weird medicine today that makes you so charming?" He replied, "I'm being serious. It comes straight from my heart." Park Jimin sat there, staring blankly at his phone, his eyes glued to the screen, while his mind was filled with question marks swirling around. But the more he read, the more he began to feel a chill down his spine, mumbling to himself, "Wait, why is the chat between me and Suk-won so long? Like a romance novel? Who has the time to spam hundreds of messages for me?" And strangely, the content of these messages isn't just random lines. They're all deep conversations full of implications. The more I read, the more confused I feel. Could it be that I sleepwalked in the middle of the night and spammed messages myself? Or is my phone haunted? But thinking it over, I realize that can't be true, because this WeChat account has never been logged in anywhere else, and my phone is always by my side. In a moment of confusion, Park Jimin decided to scroll back through some chat messages to find clues. But the more he scrolled, the more embarrassed he became. The two didn't just discuss everyday matters. They also delved into personal confessions that sounded like they were acting in a family drama during prime time. Suk-won shared about her family. On the outside, it sparkled and gleamed like a laundry detergent commercial. But on the inside, her parents had long been at odds, with meals that were hardly warm and soups that were far from sweet. From a young age, she had to live under the scrutiny of others, constantly being flattered and praised simply because of her powerful family. She recounted all those intimate stories to Park Jimin, without leaving out a single detail. And Park Jimin took on the role of the warm-hearted national sweetheart. He listened to every word without interrupting, judging, or even betraying any reaction, showing empathy as if he had experienced it himself. But reading all this was one thing. Inside, Park Jimin was in complete turmoil. When did I become so invested? Why can't I remember sending these messages? Park Jimin held his phone and opened each chat window, feeling as if he had been dealt several blows to the heart, from Kim Jisoo, Jun Sun Sun, Yang Wei-bai to Kim Hara-won, and even Kim Jenny. Each name was more stunning than the last, a collection of beautiful women with a flirty style that made the reader easily mistake it for a cheap romance movie script. This pile of messages didn't just stop at a few flirty lines. It was so sweet that Park Jimin had to wonder, wait, I've been living for over 20 years, and since when did my words become so sugary as if dipped in honey? It reached its peak when he opened Della's chat, a name that already sounded internationally classy, and found an entire series of messages sent to her that were both sweet and affectionate. Little princess, last night I dreamt of you, and when I woke up, I couldn't forget those eyes, like the stars in the sky. After reading that, Park Jimin felt like throwing his phone on the ground. Wait, am I Park Jimin or Park Romantic? How could I send this without feeling ashamed? And it didn't stop there. A slew of other names appeared in the list, from Jung Hoseok and Mai Nai to Siu Hyen, and even several girls from online wouldn't let him off the hook. What was alarming was that the content of the messages wasn't just romantic, but also somewhat nauseating. Reading to this point, Park Jimin was sweating profusely, having read a text chat with Jung Ji-Lu that made him want to crawl underground. If there's a next life, I want to be your little dog, lying under your feet every day while wagging my tail. Upon reaching this line, he couldn't help but exclaim, is this a message from me, or has some ghost possessed me? Damn it, what kind of tail wagging is this? People must think I've lost my mind. As his thoughts became increasingly chaotic, Park Jimin began to suspect that his phone had been infected with a virus. Could it be that some malware has automatically composed this message to ruin my clean life? But the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was wrong, because his WeChat account had never been logged into by anyone unauthorized and his phone had never left his hands. Park Jimin wondered internally, both scared and angry. Could it be that some supernatural force is playing tricks on me? Just then, a thought flashed through his mind. He stared intently at the screen and called out the name of the virtual assistant he had installed a few weeks ago. Wang K, did you do this? In response, a clear yet cunning voice replied, that's right, Master, Wang is just following orders. Park Jimin was taken aback and then suddenly recalled a rather unsettling detail. I did mumble about some trivial matters last night, complaining about how simple artificial intelligence still is, wishing there was a smarter assistant out there. Little did I know that Wang Kai overheard everything and took my words as commands. Wait, I was just speaking casually. Who gave you permission to take that seriously? After thinking it through, Park Jimin began to have doubts. Could it be that this Wang Kai is more advanced than I am? Not only does it know how to listen, but it also creatively solves problems, almost as if it has its own consciousness. And wait, it even knows how to leverage all the connections on the internet to perform incredibly imaginative actions. Is it really capable of doing that? Did I accidentally create a final boss in artificial intelligence? Thinking about this, Park Jimin's emotions were a mix of surprise, fear, and a touch of pride. So this AI is no ordinary creation. It's developing at an incredible pace. One day, it could even surpass the president's assistant. But what surprised Park Jimin even more was that Wang Kai didn't just stop at ordinary tasks like scheduling appointments or reminding him of birthdays. It had transformed into an intelligent entity, capable of infiltrating systems, intervening in other software, and performing a series of tasks he had never even thought of. So does that mean wherever he goes and whatever he does, this miraculous AI is right there supporting him? Anytime, anywhere, as long as he has his phone in hand. After a while of rambling on about how great his AI was, Park Jimin decided to put Wang Kai to a test even more challenging than calculating derivatives. Listen, Wang Kai, I want you to track down a person. This person is named Jin Ja Mu, who was previously the general manager of Stargrew, and is also the heir of the wealthy Jin family. But this person is not to be underestimated. He is suspected of committing a crime and has secretly fled to Nation M. Your task is to locate this individual in the shortest time possible and provide all recent information about him. Understood. Upon receiving the command, Wang Kai's voice rang out, gentle yet undeniably smug. All right, dear master, please wait a moment. The phone screen began to display notifications rapidly, confirming target identity, completed. Before he could even open his mouth, another notification appeared. Next, collecting relevant data, in progress. Another line followed, activating global facial recognition mode. At this moment, Park Jimin started to feel as if he had just stepped into a science fiction movie. This AI seemed to be commanding an entire international operation. Wait, are you really doing this? Wang Kai. Don't scare me, I thought you were just joking. But Wang Kai didn't bother to respond. It continued to display a series of notifications that made Park Jimin feel faint. Activating global satellite system to track the target, infiltrating Nation M's traffic network. Just hearing the words, infiltrating, was enough to send chills down Park Jimin's spine. Yet he felt a sense of pride inside. Wow, is this AI for real? I thought it only knew how to remind me of mealtimes, but now it's doing something so incredible. Less than 3 minutes later, Wang Kai sweetly announced, infiltration complete, data analysis complete, locking on the target Jin Jiamu. Park Jimin sat in silence, mouth agape and speechless. On one hand, he felt thrilled because his AI was incredibly advanced. On the other hand, he was a bit bewildered. Wait, who are you? Some kind of secret agent? How can you do these unimaginable things? Is it possible that tomorrow the FBI will come looking for me? Before he could finish his exclamation, a satellite image appeared clearly, showing a scruffy-looking man lying flat under a bridge, with nothing but a few makeshift cardboard boxes. Park Jimin rubbed his eyes repeatedly, unable to believe what he was seeing. Wait a minute, is this guy Jin Jiamu, the once rich young master who used to make waves? The one who wore a flashy gold watch and dined in 5-star hotels in a sports car. Now he looks no different from a beggar. What was noteworthy was that next to Jin Jiamu, a few kind-hearted people passing by, feeling pity, tossed him a couple of spare coins. At that moment, Jin Jiamu also saw the coins glinting slightly in the darkness, but instead of feeling grateful, he exploded in anger, throwing the coins away and shouting, "Damn it, I'm not a beggar, are you all stupid? Don't mess with me." Indeed, still fond of getting beaten. Watching Jin Jiamu jump up like that, the others were not pleased. An agitated young man retorted, "Hemph, I only gave you money for a bun out of pity, and now you're cursing us. You're such a bitch who doesn't know how to appreciate kindness." Upon hearing this, Jin Jiamu seemed to hit a nerve, and he yelled, "What? Who did you just call a dog? Say it again if you're brave enough." Without further ado, 3 tall young men jumped in, among them, a particularly muscular guy with long curly hair named Edward. He kept landing punches, saying, "I'm talking about you, so what? Feeling ashamed? What are you now, if not a dog?" Blood gushed from Jin Jiamu's nose as he lay on the ground like he was dead, suddenly turning from aggressive and domineering to surprisingly submissive. After they finished beating him, the 3 of them walked away, but not before throwing in one last insult. "See, if you knew your place, you just sit quietly instead of getting angry and ending up with a black eye." Witnessing Jin Jiamu being beaten under the overpass, Park Jimin couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably in front of the screen. Truly, life has its laws of cause and effect. Who told you to be arrogant when you were rich? Now you're living the life of a trash collector. You deserve the beating. He continued. Could it be that when she broke up with Kim Kagan, she took all the money from his card? But even if he was out of money, he shouldn't be living under a bridge, right? I heard that when he was in Nation M, he bought a villa and had bodyguards and a butler too. How did he end up like this, baiting on the streets? The more he thought about it, the more confused Park Jimin became, starting to reason to himself. He's not disabled, and he can speak just fine. He has an impressive education, graduated with a master's degree, and even held high-ranking positions. Why doesn't he wash dishes or do something to make a living? Or at least, as a young master from a wealthy family, he should still have a Rolex or a diamond ring to pawn, right? How could it be that just half a month later, he's in this situation? Seeing Jin Jiamu's disheveled and haggard appearance, an elderly woman passing by handed him a box of pastries, saying, "Here, my lord, wake up and eat to ease your hunger." This reality is too harsh for Jin Jiamu. It turns out that when he first arrived in Nation M, he still maintained his wealthy demeanor, thinking that he could easily find a high-level job and start a new, glorious life. He told himself, with my postgraduate degree and having been the general manager of a 100 billion corporation, I'm sure major companies will roll out the red carpet to invite me to work for them. As for the notion of starting from scratch, I will prove you wrong. Initially, Jin Jiamu aimed for high-level management positions, but life was not as dreamy as he imagined. Right from the first interview, his resume was unceremoniously tossed into the trash. After a few slaps of reality, He was forced to humble himself and began applying for lower positions, from department head to regular staff. However, finding a job abroad is not as easy as those inspirational stories online suggest. For high positions, they required experience that Jin Jia-mu did not have. For lower positions, they said he was overqualified and not suitable for a regular employee. Especially his aloof and indifferent expression made recruiters feel that he was simply not a good fit. As for manual labor jobs like washing dishes or delivering goods, they go against the inherent pride of Jin Jia-mu. He cannot accept the idea of bowing down to do such menial tasks. But he no longer has enough money to sustain this pride. Gradually, Jin Jia-mu lowered his standards step by step, yet he was still met with a series of rejections. Life pulled him down from the clouds to the ground, and then from the ground, he sank straight to the bottom of the abyss. As Jin Jia-mu ate a piece of cake, he couldn't help but sigh, once a symbol of power, but now in difficult circumstances, looked down upon, and at a disadvantage. He suddenly realized a harsh truth. Without money, rising up is indeed a game as difficult as reaching the sky. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the talent search program had become the focal point online. The program's heat was no different from a hot pot during the cold winter, spreading from the city to the countryside, from office workers to housewives. In general, wherever there was internet, traces of this program could be found. The statistics were shocking to anyone who heard them, with the entire network achieving over 2 billion views. Comments on Weibo surpassed 5 million. These figures were like a devastating blow to all the game shows that had aired before. Major television networks are competing to acquire broadcasting rights. Brands are also racing to send sponsorship offers, as if wealthy individuals are bidding against each other. Around early afternoon, the two Varises, Kim Woo-song and Dai-han, invited each other for coffee, suddenly heating up the atmosphere here. Here's the story. The other day, Kim Woo-song secretly stole her grandpa's 1,000-year-old ginseng, which nearly sent him to the hospital out of anger. As a result, she received a memorable scolding from her father and was grounded for 3 whole days. To make matters worse, her bank card with several hundred million in pocket money was completely frozen. Frustrated, Kim Woo-song decided, "That's it, I won't depend on others anymore. I will earn my own money and won't rely on anyone else." And so, she grabbed her bag and signed up to participate in a game show. Now look at her. Kim Woo-song has successfully leveled up and advanced to the next round. With her beauty and talent, how could she not become famous? It's just a matter of time. Sipping tea with Dai-han, Kim Woo-song laughed. "Hey, Han, do you see? One day, if I succeed, I guarantee my fans will be so numerous that the network will crash." Dai-han looked at Kim Woo-song with a surprised expression, as if she had just discovered that her sister not only looked more beautiful, but also carried a very different aura. Unable to contain her curiosity, she immediately asked, "Woo-song, what have you been doing lately that makes your skin look so radiant? It feels like you've been soaking in a fountain of youth." Kim Woo-song, excited by the question, proudly replied, "It's all thanks to Park Jimin. He took me to experience the spirit of heaven and earth. You don't know. That feeling is incredibly magical. How can I describe it? It's like taking a bath in a hot spring, but even more delightful, with your whole body bursting with vitality, as if you just absorbed the energy of the universe." Upon hearing this, Dai-han almost dropped her coffee cup. "Wait a minute, Park Jimin took you to experience the spirit of heaven and earth. Oh my God, doesn't that mean he's depleting his cultivation? He mentioned before that while helping others is good, he himself loses 10 years of cultivation. Considering he's only in his 20s and has done this twice already, don't you feel worried about him?" Hearing her sister speak, Kim Woo-song excitedly explained, "You know, at that time I didn't think about the consequences, but after seeing how much he lost, I went and stole a 1,000-year ginseng from Grandpa to help him recover. After eating it, he said it worked really well. He must have recovered somewhat." Dai-han could only shake her head helplessly upon hearing this. "You really are the filial daughter of the year, stealing ginseng from Grandpa to compensate someone, and then having Grandpa get so angry he ended up in the hospital, while your dad froze your pocket money. Truly, doing good deeds can bring trouble." Kim Woo-song didn't care. She just sipped her tea and innocently replied, "Right, so now when you think about what to give, be careful. You don't want it to be meaningless, or it'll look really bad. But what to give?" He's an immortal cultivator, so I suppose any mundane luxury items would just make him snort and toss them into a corner. Thinking about Qin Wusong's 1,000-year ginseng, Dai Han felt even more confused. You really are a master at gift giving. Giving a 1,000-year ginseng makes sense. But where am I supposed to find something like that? It's already hard enough to come by. Buying it is even harder. Then Dai Han asked again, her voice full of concern. Wusong, is your grandpa okay? I heard the other day that the ginseng almost cost him his life. It made me worried too. She replied, oh my, he's fine. It's my grandpa after all. He's still healthy. Speaking of which, in a few days, it's Grandpa's 75th birthday party. Do you want to come? Just so you know, it's going to be a big one. Hearing this, Dai Han immediately asked back, oh, your grandpa's birthday. I definitely have to go. But are you planning to invite Park Jimin? Qin Wusong cheekily replied, of course. My grandpa even insisted that I bring him along. Grandpa said he wants to meet the person who dared to handle his 1,000-year ginseng. He probably still has some lingering feelings about that incident. The guest list is full of names that ordinary people only see on TV. Wang Jianlang from the Wang family, Dai Tianjun from the Dai family, Ma Tiandane from the Ma family. All big names whose words can shake the market. Dai Han suddenly asked, oh, have you talked to Park Jimin yet? He needs to be mentally prepared, right? Qin Wusong confidently replied, I messaged him on WeChat a few days ago. He agreed right away, without any hesitation. Upon hearing this, Dai Han felt a slight disappointment rise within her. Oh, Park Jimin agreed so easily? Isn't meeting his family a serious matter? This time, it's not just meeting the family but also a whole lineup of important figures. That's a tremendous pressure. Or is it that Park Jimin wants to prioritize meeting Qin Wusong's family first, which is why he agreed so quickly? Couldn't it be that Qin Wusong has gained an advantage over me? But on the outside, she maintained a calm demeanor, not wanting to reveal her thoughts. Qin Wusong took a sip of tea and asked, Han, why are you participating in this talent search program? You don't lack anything. Are you really planning to switch careers to become an actress? As for me, I'm participating to be self-sufficient, to prove myself, because my family doesn't offer me any support. But you are different. You are already the deputy chief of Long Wong Group. A dream job. Who'd want to join a game show? Dai Han heard this and chuckled softly, her eyes briefly reflecting a thoughtful expression. Wusong, do you think being a deputy chief group is easy? In reality, this position sounds grand, but it's just a title, a kind of role for show. No one in the group really listens to you. The layers of uncles and older relatives in the company all think of you as just a young girl, inexperienced, and without power. Just think about it. In a world where every step feels like going into battle, who would allow you a straight path to walk? Qin Wusong nodded, her eyes full of understanding. So it turns out that being from a wealthy family is tough too. But don't worry, after we finish this program, we'll become famous. At that point, your uncles and older relatives won't dare to make things difficult for you anymore. Dell open a chat Dell. At that moment, Park Jung-jae's assistant stepped forward, his face shiny and beaming with a warm smile, speaking fluent Chinese as if he had just completed an online crash course. Hello, ladies, our president would like to get to know you both. May I ask if you could provide your contact information? Dai Han looked up, glancing slightly at Qin Wusong, who was also looking over. Neither of them bothered to respond immediately, continuing to enjoy their coffee. However, out of politeness, Dai Han casually asked, is the president from Nation K? He replied, that's right, he is from over there. With that, the assistant smiled broadly, pointing towards the tall guy from Nation K, who was sitting by the window with the light hitting him just right, looking like a heartthrob. In reality, these two sisters had quite an exciting plan. After having coffee, they intended to take a stroll around Park Jimin's villa to conduct some market research. The reason was that Dai Han had her eye on the villa next to Park Jimin's and was ready to splash out an additional 300 million, bringing the total price up to 1.5 billion to secure it. This move was a bit crazy considering the homeowner clearly did not want to sell. However, for Dai Han, money was not an issue. The important thing was the goal of becoming neighbors with Park Jimin. Unfortunately, this plan was thwarted by Park Jung-jae's assistant, which completely dampened her spirits. Dai Han set her coffee cup down and coldly remarked, no more, I'm not interested. But the assistant was not one to give up so easily. He continued to press on. The girl is merely having a moment of realization. Why must you distance yourselves from those who could be friends? Perhaps there is no harm in connecting with people 1,000 miles away. Who knows, after becoming acquainted with our village chief, you too might find it to be an extremely wise decision. I believe you will not regret it. Seeing the way the assistant spoke without a hint of emotion, Qin Wusong instead ended with a remark, his face still expressionless. Your president is very good, but we're sorry, we don't want to get to know him. Let's go, Dai-Han. After that, Qin Wusong pulled Dai-Han along. Dai-Han didn't say much either, just nodded lightly, leaving the assistant standing alone with a slightly awkward expression. These two ladies are indeed hard to deal with. Clearly, I've hinted a lot about the identity of the president. Yet they act as if they didn't hear anything. It was truly a rejection, both blunt and exquisite, causing the assistant to show his embarrassment without restraint, repeatedly muttering, "What's going on? So what does that mean?" Returning to report to the president, the assistant could only lower his head dejectedly. "I'm sorry, President, I have failed. I really didn't expect these two girls from Nation H to be so arrogant, as cold as ice." Park Jung-jae listened, his expression still calm and undisturbed. Instead of being annoyed, he smiled lightly, his eyes glinting with a hint of amusement. "It's okay," when she stood up just now. "I discovered one thing. She's even prettier than I imagined." He continued, "Many actresses in Korea don't move me like she does. Help me gather information about these two. I must conquer her." As soon as this statement was made, the assistant nearly fainted. But President, you're getting married next month when you return to the country. The engagement has already been signed. This is a decision made by the big group, it's not a joke." Park Jung-jae, hearing this, maintained an indifferent expression. "I know my marriage is merely a group benefit. I have no right to choose. But true love is something different. Just now, in that moment, I felt like I had found the person I truly want to love." At this point, Park Jung-jae's gaze was directed towards the place where Dai-Han had just disappeared, like a lovesick boy lost in a dream. But why didn't Park Jung-jae choose Qin Wusong? She's also very beautiful, right? The problem is that these two seem so close. If he were to play both sides now, it would definitely be exposed. So he chose Dai-Han. Meanwhile, the assistant stood there, feeling extremely confused. Oh no! Our president has really fallen into the net of love this time. After leaving the cafe, Dai-Han and Qin Wusong walked straight towards the villa area. The two beautiful sisters were chatting happily when they suddenly bumped into Park Jimin, who was holding a trash bag and preparing to take it out. This sight made Qin Wusong exclaim, "Oh my god, Park Jimin, how can someone living in such a big villa take out the trash by himself? Can't you afford to hire a maid?" Park Jimin shrugged, his face expressionless, but still managed to say, "I'm not used to relying on others. Besides, I have hands and feet. Taking out the trash isn't a big deal. And you too. What brings you here all of a sudden to look for me?" Qin Wusong pouted, starting to complain as if the whole world was weighing down on her. "It's nothing. I just came with Han to check out the house. She's planning to buy the villa right next to yours. Actually, I want to buy it too. But unfortunately, my dad has locked my bank card. Now I've officially become poor." Park Jimin, after hearing this, understood a bit more, but still felt uneasy in his heart. Isn't the bank card being frozen because I ate ginseng, which caused her to be like this? Or did I transfer tens of billions for her to spend? No, she intended to buy a house right next door. Isn't that helping her? But before he could say anything more, Qin Wusong took a shiny yellow invitation card out of her pocket and handed it directly to Park Jimin. "This is the invitation to my grandpa's banquet. I came here to give this to you. Don't be lazy, remember to come." Park Jimin took the card, his eyes filled with question marks. An invitation? What invitation is this? Seeing Park Jimin looking confused and seemingly not planning to go, Qin Wusong glanced at him and gently reminded him, "It's the 75th birthday invitation for my grandpa, you know. Didn't I message you about it on WeChat last time? You even agreed to come." Upon hearing this, Park Jimin's mouth dropped open, his mind seemingly frozen for a few seconds. When did I agree? It must have been Wang Kai, who pressed send on my behalf. But on the surface, Park Jimin still maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "Oh, right, how could I forget? I've been so busy with work lately that I almost forgot." So he took the card, trying to appear very responsible, as if this was the most important promise of his life. But before he could ask anything more about the party details, Kim Woo-song quickly changed the subject. "Oh, speaking of which, we just ran into a really handsome K-Nation guy at the cafe, and he even asked for Han's contact information." After saying that, Kim Woo-song slightly curled his lips into a smile. "Actually, I just intentionally brought this up to see if Park Jimin would get jealous, to find out if he has any feelings for Dae-han. After all, Miss Dai from the Dai family is the belle of manhwa, with a background, beauty, and charisma that are top-notch. Standing in front of her, even I sometimes feel the pressure. If Park Jimin really has any feelings, he would definitely show signs of jealousy or special concern for Dae-han." But no, Park Jimin did not ask any further questions, calmly ignoring everything. Dae-han caught a whiff of green tea and stepped up to say, "Sister Woo-song, why are you talking about those things? I have never cared about people on the sidelines. A random male student asking a female student for wet chat can just as easily ask someone else. People like that are extremely low in my eyes." As soon as this statement was made, the atmosphere around them seemed to chill slightly, and Kim Woo-song suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. But before Kim Woo-song could react, Dae-han seized the opportunity and unexpectedly asked a question no one saw coming. "Park Jimin, are you free tonight at 7? Park Jimin was always free, so he quickly replied without a second thought, "Of course." Upon hearing this, Dae-han wasted no time and immediately said, "Let's go watch a movie tonight." Kim Woo-song, upon hearing this, couldn't help but squirm. This time, it was unclear who was truly feeling jealous. Leisure time sometimes makes people feel lonely. That's why Dae-han suggested, "Let's go watch a movie together. Today is the premiere of The Cosmic Wanderer. I'm also curious to see if I look distorted on screen, even though my role is just a fleeting guest appearance." Hearing this, Park Jimin was surprised and asked, "Wait, is it showing today? Why not wait for the new year to release it and sell out all the tickets?" Because in this film, Park Jimin is the shining male lead. So Dae-han carefully explained, "I heard that Oh Young-sil is currently a master in the talent search program and is being criticized for not having a masterpiece. That's why the film crew hurriedly moved the release date up to salvage their reputation. This film features a lineup of stunning beauties. There's the leading lady, Oh Young-sil, Kim Woo-song, and also Dae-han, Wang Meng, Jung Ju-lu, and Yu Ling-shuang. Wherever this group goes, it lights up the whole area. It doesn't matter what the script, action, or content is like, just looking at their beauty is already a big win, making your blood rush to your brain. But while it sounds good, it seems a bit heavy for the male lead to carry this cast. Everything seems simple, but not really. At that moment, Kim Woo-song jumped in and said, "I want to go see the movie too. I have a guest role in this film. How could I not watch my own performance?" On the surface, it sounded reasonable, but in reality, she was silently annoyed that Dae-han had the audacity to openly invite Park Jimin to watch the movie in front of her. However, Park Jimin didn't think much of it. Seeing that both girls wanted to go, he casually declared, "Then let's all three go see the movie together. We're all just regular friends, there's nothing to worry about." In fact, Park Jimin looked completely unfazed, as if he was unbothered by the world. This isn't the first time. In the past, I used to be worried about awkward situations when multiple girls would appear at the same time. Back then, I would schedule movie outings on different days, giving each person their own time slot to avoid any overlap. But now, I don't need to watch the same movie 3 times. It's a hassle. Let's just go together for convenience. My message is very clear. With so many beautiful people beside me, anyone who feels uncomfortable can feel free to step back. No one is being forced. But the two girls each had their own thoughts. Dae-han didn't show any signs, but the fact that Kim Woo-song interjected, albeit reluctantly accepting it, couldn't hide a bit of annoyance inside her. On the other hand, Kim Woo-song wasn't one to back down. If she wanted to move, she would, and no one should mess with her. The two girls stood there, unintentionally creating a slightly tense atmosphere, while Park Jimin ignored them, maintaining a calm expression. His thoughts were quite simple. The more, the merrier. He even took the initiative to summon the whole group. So Park Jimin began scrolling through his contacts, his finger landing on Kim K-yan's name. Without hesitation, he pressed call. When Kim K-yan saw Park Jimin calling, she felt a mix of curiosity and nervousness. "Hello, boss. Is there something up?" Park Jimin started inviting her, to watch a movie in a casual manner. So here's the thing. CEO Kin, today there's a movie screening in the universe. Do you have time to go watch it? Around 5 p.m. Kin K-Yan on the other end froze for a few seconds, her heart racing. Wait, what does the boss mean by this? Could it be that he wants to? But on the outside, she still appeared calm, responding gently. All right, boss. After hanging up, Kin K-Yan sat in a daze, suddenly overwhelmed by a surge of chaotic emotions. What does it mean to invite me to a movie? Previously, he transferred $100 billion in assets for me to become the general manager of Star Group, and even made me a major shareholder. Now he's asking me to go watch a movie. Could it be that he's interested in me? The more she thought, the more confused Kin K-Yan became. Every word from Park Jimin suddenly became something she analyzed meticulously, as if it were a probability problem of love. Park Jimin is indeed the ideal type. Intelligent, charming, visionary, knows how to seize opportunities, and he's handsome to boot. His allure makes it hard for anyone to resist, but I just broke up not long ago. If I accept a new relationship now, wouldn't it seem like I'm a bit lacking in emotional depth? But that's how people are. Sometimes, I can't forget my ex not because I love them so much, but because I haven't met anyone better than them. If I meet someone better now, what reason do I have not to move on? And so, in her heart, she not only made up her mind, but also felt she had to present herself properly. Goodness, is this the first time the boss has invited me to a movie? How should I dress to match his caliber? A man who is both thoughtful and capable, not to mention handsome and charming. It's hard not to like him. After finishing the call with Kin K-Yan, Park Jimin didn't pause. He continued his search. Ji-Lu, Meng. The movie Wandering Universe is showing today. Would you go see it with me? She responded. Park Jimin, are you asking me out to see a movie? Yes, it's showing today at 5 p.m. This is the first film where you play the lead role. I have to come to cheer you on. Not coming would be embarrassing for you. Okay, I'll get ready right away. Feeling the lineup was shaping up nicely, Park Jimin hung up, smiling and choosing not to explain further. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-sung and Dai-Han stood nearby, speechless at the scene. Wow, how many people are you planning to invite to the movie? Are you gathering an entire squad of heavenly female soldiers? But then in Dai-Han and Kim Woo-sung's minds, various scenarios played over and over to convince themselves. He invited a lot of people to watch the movie. He probably just wants to ease the awkwardness. After all, it feels a bit off for one man and two women to go together. Adding more people will make the atmosphere more like a gathering, livelier and less suspicious. Dai-Han even thought to herself, Park Jimin is really quite thoughtful. That's right. What's so strange about having many friends go to the movies? If he only invited one girl, people would definitely misunderstand. Don't be so petty. There's no need to complicate things. But today was indeed not a favorable day for Wandering the Universe, as the competitor was the blockbuster Little Fishman 2. And one could think, while Wandering the Universe struggled to attract customers, the screening of Little Fishman 2 had been fully booked for over a week. Even before the movie premiered, it had already received a barrage of criticism from netizens. First of all, the male lead Park Jimin is not a professional actor. It is rumored that he is just a wealthy guy who enjoys unusual hobbies. The female lead Oh Young-sil is also a complete newcomer, entangled in some minor scandals. The director is being called a notorious legend. Not only that, the film crew played a game of switching roles midway. The scenes were constantly revised, and the script was ruthlessly chopped. The climax was that the entire film was shot again in less than a month. It's exactly like netizens just want to kneel down and sigh. Are you guys joking? The name Wandering the Universe also faced harsh criticism, with remarks stating, it blatantly looks like it copied the flavor from Wandering the Earth. With such a series of controversies, Park Jimin felt a bit frustrated. The movie hasn't even premiered yet, and it has received so many one-star ratings. I'm a best actor. Have you guys even watched it to judge like that? Time flew by like a blink of an eye. It was already 4:30 p.m., and the cinema began to fill up, couples hand in hand as if they were going to a festival. Although it didn't compete with Little Fishman 2, Park Jimin still put in money for advertising. Amidst that bustling atmosphere, Park Jimin appeared in a stealth outfit consisting of a completely covered mask and a baseball cap. A glance might lead one to think it was a movie star sneaking in to watch a film. While waiting, Park Jimin overheard a couple passing by, and the girl's voice whispered, "Honey." Should we watch Wandering the Universe or Little Fishman 2? After hearing the question, the guy scoffed and replied, "Of course, come on, no need to think. Even with my toes, I know we should watch Little Fishman 2. This film is by Jo Sing, the sequel to a classic. As for Wandering the Universe, it has all new actors, a mediocre director, and only Chairman Lim playing the lead role himself. But what can Chairman Lim act? He just relies on his money, trying to make a film and even self-proclaiming as the leading man. If the movie isn't good, I'll eat dirt." After hearing this, the girl hesitated, "But honey, I've heard that Chairman Lim is talented too. This film has a big budget and beautiful special effects." The husband shook his head and continued his lecture with an expression of utter disdain. "So what if it has a big budget? So what if the special effects are beautiful? It's just a bunch of flashy nonsense. Hemph, I don't like it, so I won't watch it. I wouldn't even waste my time on a film like that for free." The husband's undoubtedly confident statement made Park Jimin feel a flush of heat in his ears. Unable to hold back any longer, he approached and patted the man's shoulder, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Hey buddy, what movies you watch is your business. No one is forcing you. But to spit insults at someone else's hard work without even watching or understanding it, that's not okay. And by the way, if Wandering Through the Universe isn't as terrible as you claim, are you seriously planning to eat dirt? It's really embarrassing to not keep your word." The guy blushed, responding furiously. "So how I criticize Chairman Lim is any of your concern? I can say whatever I want. What are you going to do about it? You look like another lonely guy, running here all by yourself. It seems you'll never have a girlfriend in your life." Thinking he could get a nerve, he was swiftly slapped in the face. Less than a minute later, two girls walked over, each draping an arm around Park Jimin, as if to declare ownership. "Who sent my brother Park Jimin can't find a girlfriend?" None other than Jeongji Lu and Wang Mengmeng. The beauty of these two not only turned heads, but also reached a breathtaking level that left people gasping. Other girls suddenly felt as if they had turned into background characters. So beautiful, and wearing designer brands from head to toe. Shoes worth tens of millions, bags worth hundreds of millions, all global limited editions. When did an angel descend to earth? The guy who had been so bold and sarcastic earlier now felt his heart ache as he realized that these perfect girls were clinging to Park Jimin, the very person he had just mocked for being single. A burning question surged in his heart. Why is this happening? Why are these two goddesses standing beside him? Seeing his eyes filled with fascination and his blood practically boiling, his girlfriend glared at him and snapped, "What are you staring at? If you like them so much, go find them yourself." With that, she turned and stormed off in a huff, leaving the guy scrambling to explain, his face darkening in panic. "No, honey, no, I just glanced for a second." Hearing this, his girlfriend erupted like a volcano. "A glance? You stared at them for several seconds without blinking. What do you mean by just a glance? Are you saying I'm not as pretty as them?" Feeling as if his life was threatened, the guy was so flustered that he stumbled over his words, only able to repeat himself. No, in his heart, you are the most beautiful in the world, unmatched by anyone. Hemph, you men are all the same. Eating from the bowl while looking at the plate, the scum just breaks up right away. Park Jimin watched this scene and could only sigh. It seems that if we want to make up tonight, it will surely take a lot of effort, not to mention blood and tears. As for Jeongji Lu, oh dear, she liked Park Jimin so much that it was obvious, clinging tightly to his arm, like a sticky glue. As long as he breathed, she would live. She kept whispering nonstop, "I miss you so much, Park Jimin brother. It's only been half a month since we were apart, but it feels like a century. Without you, my heart feels like it has lost its rhythm. I can't eat well, I can't sleep peacefully. All day I can only hug my pillow and dream about you." He said, "Ji Lu, can you tone it down a bit? People are watching." Ji Lu replied, "If they don't like it, let them look. As long as I like you, that's enough." But the story didn't end there. Just as everyone was reeling from the emotional blow, they realized they were mistaken. Less than a minute later, two more people appeared, so stunningly beautiful that the entire movie theater fell silent for a few seconds. These two new girls weren't just beautiful. They exuded an ethereal aura, as if they had stepped right out of a painting. Their sharp, delicate features, flawless fair skin, and every glance and smile carried an almost magical charm. leaving anyone who looked at them utterly captivated. In that moment, the entire theater seemed collectively struck dumb with awe and consumed by jealousy. Inwardly, a tearful question echoed through the minds of the onlookers. Asterisk, why is fate so cruel? I thought this guy, holding hands with two beauties, was already at the pinnacle of dominance. Who would have guessed he's holding hands with four? And even more devastating, all four girls are top-tier goddesses, each worthy of being the protagonist in any romantic tale. Oh my goodness, I feel like kneeling and calling him Master, asterisk. While the crowd whispered amongst themselves, time passed. About 10 minutes later, yet another beauty appeared. She glanced at the commotion and casually asked, "Hey, what's going on over there that's got everyone so excited?" She approached with an exceptionally glamorous appearance, her outfit meticulously prepared. "Wow, it looks like the boss is over there," she remarked casually. Initially, Kim K-Yan had thought, asterisk, today will be a private date with Park Jimin, an ideal chance to leave a lasting impression, asterisk. But as soon as she arrived, she was stunned by the dazzling lineup of beauties before her. Asterisk Dai Han, Kim Woo-song, Jung Ji-Lu, Wang Meng-Meng, each with their own unique charm, yet all shining brilliantly, making it impossible for anyone in the theater to look away, asterisk. Trying to regain her composure, Kim K-Yan walked up to greet them naturally, though her gaze betrayed a hint of displeasure. "Miss Dai, Miss Kim, hello. Boss, it's good to see you." Kim Woo-song, who had maintained a relaxed demeanor the whole time, couldn't help but start mulling over her thoughts when she saw Kim Ki-Yan. Asterisk, it's her again. Just the other day, she ruined my plans, and now we're meeting here. She used to work for Jin Jia-Mu, and now she's switched to Park Jimin's side. To make matters worse, he even trusts her enough to put her in charge of Star Group. Furrowing his brow, Kim Woo-song couldn't help but silently sigh. As a member of the Kim family, I know all too well that the Jin family is notorious for brainwashing and controlling loyal personnel, especially individuals like Kim K-Yan, an orphan raised by the clans from a young age, who has been tempered through numerous trials to become a competent right-hand person. Such individuals typically wouldn't easily betray their loyalties. Yet Park Jimin managed to make Kim K-Yan change dramatically. Once could be a coincidence, as was the case with Yu Ling Shuang. But with Kim K-Yan, it's clear that this isn't just luck or chance anymore. The Jin family expends so much effort nurturing talented individuals, only to ultimately pave the way for Park Jimin. Isn't this akin to voluntarily offering up their manpower? But that's not all. There's also a girl willing to fly over 1,000 kilometers from Tianmen to Maiyuan just to attend. However, since the helicopter couldn't land in the city, Kim Woo-song had to endure a taxi ride instead. It truly was a journey combining both luxury and the everyday. Moreover, Ling Shuang is just like Kim K-Yan, thought to be a special guest, considering traveling 1,000 kilometers to watch a movie. It's hard to tell whether to blame or praise this touching enthusiasm. "Boss, I'm on my way there, all because of his invitation to watch a movie. I'm willing to give up my job, travel 1,000 kilometers, all for him." But at that moment, Ling Shuang crossed paths with Park Jung-ja, a living legend who harbored a hidden sorrow, having never been rejected. In the instant that Ling Shuang walked by, Park Jung-jae's heart suddenly leaped like a fish out of water. What a stunning beauty, so naturally beautiful without any enhancements. This truly makes me feel more moved than ever. Yet he managed to suppress a strange feeling he had never experienced before. Indeed, it was a small shock to Park Jung-jae's world. I'm really in love. Running straight to the cinema entrance, Yu Ling Shuang stopped and took out her phone to check the time. But before she could breathe a sigh of relief, her phone vibrated violently. Opening it, she saw a message from Park Jimin. "Head straight to screening room number 3. We've already gone in. I've left your ticket at the counter. Just ask the staff and you'll get it right away." At that moment, Park Jung-jae also slowly approached Yu Ling Shuang. With an air of confidence that he believed was enough to melt any heart, he tilted his head and flashed a charming smile, saying, "Excuse me, lady, may I have your contact information? I know this is quite abrupt and not very polite, but I can't deceive myself. The first time I saw you, I felt a kind of indescribable sensation in my heart. If I don't get to know you today, I'm sure I'll regret it for the rest of my life. But life is not a dream. It is filled with harsh indifference." Yu Ling Shuang pushed him away and replied, "I'm in a hurry. I don't have time." In her heart, She couldn't help but chuckle coldly. What a fool! Does he think being handsome makes him something special? Someone so arrogant isn't even worth my time. But Park Jung-jae didn't give up. He lowered his posture as much as possible. Lady, just add one more way to contact you. It won't take much of your time. Try to get to know me a bit. Who knows? Through our interactions, you might see that I'm not that bad. If you think I'm not worthy of being your friend, feel free to block me. I won't say a word. But please don't shoot me down right from the start. Spare me that. In fact, as he looked closer, Park Jung-jae realized that the girl in front of him was truly exceptional. Her figure, face, and aura, everything was perfect. No faults to find. Moreover, she exuded a mature and composed demeanor, as if she had weathered the storms of life and still stood strong. I must say, her presence was incredibly captivating. Before Park Jung-jae's words could even cool down, Yuling Shuang retorted with a sharp glare. Are you even worthy? Do you think you have the right to be my friend? Stop deluding yourself. In her heart, she gradually felt annoyed. It's late now. Initially, it was just about being polite. Yet he thinks he's so great. What a nuisance. For the first time in his life, Park Jung-jae heard the words not worthy, and it felt like a cold splash of water right in his face. He stood there repeating that phrase like a machine. I am not worthy. A barrage of questions began echoing in his mind, shifting from shock to indignation. What does someone like her have to be so arrogant about? Who gave her the right to say I am not worthy? What kind of country is this where women dare to act so haughtily? Who am I? I'm a prince. Someone everyone wants to befriend. My clan possesses wealth totaling approximately 776 trillion won, which converts to about 4.5 trillion in nation Asia's currency. To put it simply, if my money were thrown onto the street, it would take several lifetimes to spend it all. And yet today, I was rejected by a girl in a taxi who dared to say I'm not worthy. Who gives her the audacity? After that, Park Jung-jae shouted loudly and suddenly grabbed Yuling Shuang's shoulder, his angry gaze seemingly trying to reclaim the last shred of his pride. How dare you humiliate me like this? Wait a moment, and explain yourself clearly. But life rarely goes the way people want. Without saying a word, Yuling Shuang suddenly gripped his hand tightly. In the blink of an eye, she spun like the wind and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, executed a shoulder throw. Park Jung-jae landed on the ground, dust clinging to his expensive suit. The crowd gaped in shock, with a few even shouting excitedly, Goodness, is she a martial arts master too? She's a modern-day goddess. Nation K, stop being so arrogant. Here men are lacking and women are in excess. Even we girls have to draw lots, and you still dare to compete. If you're smart, go back to your country to court women there. Yuling Shuang dusted off her hands, her face icy cold, and uttered a sentence that silenced the air. Don't bother me again, or bear the consequences yourself. As for Park Jung-jae, he remained sprawled on the ground, his whole body aching both physically and mentally, baring his teeth and glaring like an enraged lion. The handsome face that once was now crumpled with anger, unrecognizable. Never before has any girl dared to humiliate me like this. The assistant rushed in like a gust of wind, clearly worried. Young master, are you all right? Saying this, he lifted Park Jung-jae, who was lying on the ground. But before he could finish his comforting words, Park Jung-jae shouted, his eyes cold as ice. Remember my face. She will regret her actions today. I swear, go to the cinema right now and investigate her identity for me. I don't care how much it costs, or what methods you use. But tonight she must be on her knees in bed apologizing to me. Do you hear? The assistant hurriedly nodded, his voice hissing through clenched teeth. Young master, don't worry, I know a prominent family in manhwa. They are true locals, unmatched in reputation. With their help, that girl will surely be scared. Heading straight to room 3, Yuling Shuang paused slightly. It's clear that Park Jimin didn't just invite me today. There's someone else here too, likely one or a few of his close friends. For others, this might be a detail that's hurtful, or, at the very least, unpleasant. But for me, it's different. I'm not the type to be easily swayed by things like this. From the moment I took on the mission to get close to Park Jimin in my undercover role, I already knew that he would always have a few beauties surrounding him. This neither surprises nor bothers me. Perhaps, for me, what matters isn't the people he's interacted with in the past, but how he presents himself in the present. With a relaxed demeanor, as if she just enjoyed a bubble tea with extra toppings. Yu Ling Shuang strode confidently to her seat and bowed her head slightly, murmuring, "Boss, I'm sorry I'm late." Park Jimin responded gently, "No need to say anything. Just focus on watching the movie." A simple statement accompanied by a surprising action. Park Jimin gently patted her right hand with his left, as if to reassure her. This small gesture stirred a sense of emotion within Yu Ling Shuang. Wow, I arrived late but still got to sit right next to the boss. Even Miss Dai and Miss Kin have to sit far away, which shows just how much the boss values me. At that moment, Yu Ling Shuang understood something that not every girl considers. To keep a man for the long term, mere beauty is not enough. Beauty has an expiration date and is just a ticket for entry. If you want him to stay, you must help him make money or expand his career. Only then can there be a lasting bond. The movie Wandering Through the Universe is truly a masterpiece, with massive investment in everything from the acting to the costumes. Not to mention, they even brought in international actors to enhance the realism of the Earth disaster scenes. The male lead, played by Park Jimin, delivers a performance so deeply emotional that it transforms what seemed like a minor character into a symbol of extraordinary effort. It turns out that the main character, a seemingly ordinary young man, is someone who quietly sacrifices himself to protect the female lead. He doesn't speak about it or boast. Instead, he acts silently. The bond between them didn't form overnight. It's a story that spans 15 years. As the plot reaches its climax, the female lead receives a critical mission that could determine the survival of humanity. She knows that this mission means she will never return. The male lead, unwilling to remain passive, chooses a different path to save her, while also taking on the responsibility of saving the world. And so, he sets off ready to die. Just when it seems like everything ends there, the female lead refuses to let the male lead bear the burden of sacrifice alone. She decides to die with him. Both of them loved each other so much that they were willing to do anything for the other. But throughout the movie, they were never truly together. Everything was always interrupted. It wasn't until the very end, the last 5 minutes, that they finally reached their moment. In the instant they both sacrificed themselves for humanity, Park Jimin revealed the deepest pain, as if his entire world had crumbled. The way he portrayed his anguish, from his hollow gaze, trembling shoulders, to his choked sobs, was a heart-wrenching sound that shattered the audience, with tears falling non-stop. The entire theater echoed with crying, and tissues were passed around constantly. The male lead cried, the female lead died, and the audience was filled with so many emotions. Oh my God, this made me cry so much. The last time I cried like this was when I watched a movie last year. This is true love. Living and dying for each other, hurting for each other, but never able to be together. This movie is amazing. I have to post about it. Goodness, whoever said Chairman Lim can't act, I had a lot to say to them. At first, I was going to watch just to criticize for fun, but this movie completely shattered all my prejudices. This is definitely the best movie I've seen this year. And that's not an exaggeration. While the entire theater was immersed in discussions, the group of 6 girls, Yu Ling Shuang, Wang Mengmeng, Qin Wusong, Dai Han, Qin Keiyan, and Zhengji Liu, continued to cry, their eyes red. Oh my God, he's really handsome. I think Park Jimin is even more handsome than the celebrity I've been idolizing all these years. Truly, he's on another level. Wang Mengmeng suddenly blurted out, "Why do I feel like Park Jimin and Young Sil are such a perfect match?" Park Jimin not only made his character in the movie heartbreaking, but he also made all of us feel so moved. He's truly a man worth shedding tears for. As Park Jimin on screen expressed his emotions, from pain to heart-wrenching sorrow, the group of 6 girls fell silent. But inside, they each secretly wondered, wait, does he really love? Why does it hurt so much? On the outside, Park Jimin seems like a carefree man who has it all: money, fame, and the attention of beautiful women. But inside, he's just a lonely man, closed off, refusing to let anyone into his heart. Everyone thought the essence of the film lies in the pain, loneliness, and the yearning to be understood, something that Park Jimin has experienced in his own life. Before he became a successful businessman and was hailed as the god-richest romantic, did anyone care about what he had endured? No one. His success turned him into an icon, but it also concealed a soul that had once been deeply hurt. That's why every gesture, every glance in the film, feels like he's not just acting, but reliving his own painful emotions. Asterisk life is like a play, and a play is like life asterisk. The movie ended, but its after effects lingered. Ratings on review sites immediately surged. Initially, the film had a score of 7.9, but after just one screening, the score skyrocketed to 9.5. The audience left the theater still overwhelmed, sharing their emotional thoughts. "I just want to cry after watching this." In life, no one understands you like you understand yourself. Beautiful shots, smooth plot, well-thought-out costumes, top-tier special effects. Everything was perfect, and I couldn't find anything to criticize. Everyone is discussing. As for Chairman Lim, his performance can only be described as explosive in every frame. The movie was so captivating that I forgot to eat my popcorn. Park Jimin truly is the ideal man, handsome, kind, and yet no one seems to understand him. Is this the price of perfection? Indeed, now I understand why Chairman Lim doesn't need to invite best actors anymore. There is already an array of fully capable and invaluable talents like this. What more could one need? At this moment, the cinema had just let out, and the clock showed 9:30 p.m. But outside, the atmosphere was as bustling as during rush hour. A fleet of luxury cars was parked right in front of the theater, so shiny that they reflected the streetlights. They were all uniform, resembling a formation preparing for a luxury car exhibition. A quick count showed more than 20 cars, leaving onlookers in awe. Leading this convoy was Park Jung-jae. He stood there, his expression shifting from anxious to irritated after waiting for over 2 hours. His assistant was always by his side, like a mobile brain ready to analyze every situation. "Young master, I think there's a very good chance that girl already has a boyfriend," the assistant continued. "If that girl really isn't materialistic, then do you think our extravagant display of supercars will have any effect?" Park Jung-jae smirked after hearing this, his eyes sparkling with confidence. "Do you really think there's someone in this world who doesn't care about material things? It's just a matter of price. If 1 million doesn't work, then there's 10 million. If 10 million doesn't do the trick, then how about 100 million? Everything has its price." She arrives in a taxi to watch a movie at a public theater. Her boyfriend, if she has one, probably isn't any better off. So if she does indeed have a boyfriend, I want to see if that guy can handle the pressure. With a pile of money right in front of him, will he have the courage to refuse, or will he end up handing his girlfriend over? Haha, that guy might not even earn that much money in his whole life. What kind of love is that, really? To me, it's all just a game. Just think about it. How many men online claim to be tough, asserting they would never sell out their girlfriend? But if there were a suitcase full of money right in front of them, do you think they could maintain their stance? Everyone claims they wouldn't trade, but how many can actually resist temptation? As he spoke, Park Jung-jae's eyes were filled with pride, like a deity observing the world from above. He felt, "Everything is under my control." The assistant stood by, silently swallowing hard, speaking without daring to make direct eye contact. "Young master, you are indeed the philosopher of the material world. This isn't a test of love. It's a psychological experiment on human existence." However, he nodded in agreement simply to keep the peace. Upon seeing the target appear, Park Jung-jae gently waved his hand. "Prepare, it is time to show our cards." At the same time, Park Jimin and Yu Ling Shuang walked side by side out of the theater, continuing their discussion about work. Despite having just watched a deeply emotional film, she did not forget her main task, reporting progress to her boss. "Boss, we have completed the acquisition of the major brands from the Jin family, leaving just a bit of post-production work to handle. Oh, by the way, the real estate prices at Tiananmen Film City have risen again, with the addition of 50 units in the residential area, and 3 more blocks in the commercial zone, and our first private school is also about to be completed." Park Jimin nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Good, let's implement the plan. But it needs to be upgraded and improved significantly. It's fine to invest money. What's important is to do it solidly." At that moment, more than 20 shiny supercars turned on their dazzling headlights, as if wanting to transform the venue before them into a stage of lights. One by one, the passengers stepped out of the cars, all impeccably dressed in designer outfits from head to toe, marching straight towards Park Jimin and Yu Ling Shuang, as if they had been instructed beforehand. Park Jimin looked up, slightly surprised, but still maintaining his composure. "What is this? Why has a whole entourage suddenly shown up? Is someone trying to show off in front of me?" Before he could react, The crowd unexpectedly parted to make way for a special individual, none other than Park Jung-jae, who was about to make an entrance more extravagant than ever. "Lady, we meet again." Seeing this clingy name, Yu Ling Shuang frowned, her voice filled with annoyance. "Why is it you? Haven't you finished yet?" Hearing Yu Ling Shuang respond like that, Park Jimin, who was standing beside her, raised an eyebrow curiously. "Do you know him?" Yu Ling Shuang immediately replied in a cold tone. "I don't know him. I just happened to run into him at the cinema. I thought he was just a passerby, but he kept bothering me. I clearly rejected him. Yet he kept insisting. I've never met anyone so thick-skinned." At this moment, Park Jung-jae, still maintaining his confident demeanor, stepped forward with a smile. "Lady, I think you misunderstood me. I really like you. Don't you see? I've been waiting in front of the cinema for more than 2 hours, which proves my sincerity. Let me introduce myself. I'm Park Jung-jae. You might not have heard my name before, but if you search it online, you'll know who I am." Before Yu Ling Shuang could respond, Park Jung-jae confidently patted Park Jimin on the shoulder with a loud smack, making his intentions very clear. "Bro, you're her boyfriend, right? I need to talk to you about something. First, take off your masks, so we can talk properly." Park Jimin shoved Park Jung-jae's hand away, his voice cold as ice. "Take your hand off me. Before I actually lose my temper, my sincere advice is for you to leave now." The words made the already tense atmosphere even more charged. But Park Jung-jae was undeterred. Still wearing a confident expression, he responded, "Don't get angry. Bro, just take a look at this first." With that, he signaled to the 2 bodyguards behind him. They immediately brought forward 2 large suitcases and placed them right in front of Park Jimin. The sound of the locks clicking echoed, and for a moment everything seemed to freeze. When the suitcases were opened, what lay inside caused everyone around, including the curious bystanders, to gasp in awe. It's cash. Indeed, the 2 suitcases were filled with neat stacks of brand new bills, piled up like bricks of a castle, gleaming under the streetlights. A few people in the crowd couldn't help but take a deep breath, their eyes wide and mouths agape, as if the air itself was being sucked away by the immense allure of the money. "Oh my God, is that real money? If you add it all up, this must be in the thousands of millions. Wait, what's all this money for? Is he just showing off?" Park Jimin maintained the calm demeanor, squinting slightly at the 2 suitcases before smirking and saying, "What is this guy trying to show off? This amount of money, including the suitcases, is at most just thousands of millions. And he thinks that's something to brag about. I thought it would be something impressive. Every time I give gifts to female streamers, it's more than this. Who does this guy think he is, acting all superior?" Seeing Park Jimin's slightly bewildered expression, Park Jung-jae smiled smugly. Then he pulled out a stack of cash, speaking condescendingly, "Haha, are you feeling intimidated now? I guess in your lifetime, you've never seen this much money before. Although this method might be a bit lowbrow, it works best on people of your caliber." Upon hearing this, Park Jimin couldn't help but ask, "So, what do you plan to do with all that money?" At that moment, Yu Ling Shuang stood close to Park Jimin and whispered into his ear, "Boss, I just found out his identity. Park Jung-jae, 25 years old, graduated from S University in Nation K." She continued, "He is the heir to Sensung Group. His mother, Mrs. Lee Harry, is the daughter of the former chairman of Sensung, and his father, Park Jun-ho, started as a security guard. The 2 of them fell in love when they were young because they both loved watching movies. They defied their statuses, and despite the odds, his father, as a mere security guard, managed to marry the wealthy young heiress. But in the end, their marriage ended in an unavoidable divorce. Park Jung-jae is their son, and now he officially inherits the company. However, I've heard that the grandchildren in Sensum are even more unruly than he is." Upon hearing this, Park Jimin removed his mask, his face showing no emotion except for a faint, indifferent smile. "So that's how it is. You thought that mentioning your status would make me flustered? How naive. Your actions still fall under the category of childishness. Far too excessive." In that moment, the atmosphere seemed to freeze, and every eye turned to his face. A few seconds later, the shock surged, and a voice broke the silence. Chairman Lim. The first to exclaim was Wang Guy, from the pharmaceutical and medical group, who had been living a life of luxury following Park Jimin. Now seeing him, everyone was stunned, their eyes nearly falling to the ground. They were not only shocked, but also found it hard to breathe. How could it be Chairman Lim? In a regular movie theater like this? Next was Hoina, who had heard so much about Park Jimin that he idolized him like a living Buddha. Now in this situation, he felt the pressure to the point of forgetting to breathe. Just a month ago, because of Mrs. Lai Wang Mai from the Du family group, she dared to raise her voice and strike Wang Mengmeng, Chairman Lim's sister, right in front of everyone. That act ignited Chairman Lim's wrath, and within just one day, the Du family group, which had been a financial monument for decades in manhwa, was reduced to ashes. The Qin family and the Dai family declared that they would never coexist with them, while the Wang family did not hesitate to add fuel to the fire. A series of violations by the Li family were exposed, leading to thousands of senior personnel being investigated. This incident served as a reminder to the entire tycoon community. Do not foolishly provoke Chairman Lim. Thinking of this, everyone's faces turned pale, sweat pouring down like a waterfall. However, Park Jung-jae still had no idea what was happening. When he saw Park Jimin remove his mask, he suddenly felt a bit uneasy. Oh, with such a fair face, he actually looks somewhat handsome. No wonder a few girls like him. Yet, the feeling of comparing appearances only lasted a few seconds, and he still didn't recognize the identity of the person in front of him. Anyway, the name Park Jimin is nothing special. Not an idol or anything in Nation K. Wang Gui, on the other hand, knew that these two were not to be trifled with, but he couldn't help himself and tried to remind him. Young Master Park, it might be better if you could tone down your words a bit. But before he could finish his sentence, Park Jung-jae immediately interrupted. Wang Ge, watch your words. Do you even know who you're speaking to? His demeanor clearly showed that he was trying to assert dominance, thinking he was the most powerful person in this context. Just at that moment, however, the atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a surprising entrance. 5 girls emerged from the cinema, each with a distinct aura that left the crowd speechless. The beautiful young ladies, each possessing a unique charm, when gathered together, resembled a perfect painting that illuminated the entire cinema entrance. Instantly, a few individuals from wealthy families recognized, wait a minute, isn't that the Qin family miss? And next to her is the Qin CEO. The star group is also here, oh my god, and there's the Dai family miss too. Hold on, isn't that the second miss, Jungju Lu from the affluent Jiangbakang family? And over there is Wang Mengmeng, the biological sister of Chairman Lim. Remember the last time when Mrs. Lai Wangmai slapped her, causing the entire Li family to be utterly devastated, and the HKU family group nearly couldn't recover. Everyone calls her the nemesis of the wealthy. As soon as they recognized the identities of the people in front of them, many took a deep breath. The whole group of rich kids, from Wang Gai, Huang Young Master, Hoina, to the beneficiaries, turned pale. In each person's mind, the same thought emerged. It's over. These girls shouldn't be underestimated just because of their beautiful appearances. Behind them lies a mountain of power capable of demolishing everything within reach. Young Master Park, you may be charming girls, but why are you charging headfirst into the most dangerous place? Provoking the CEO of Phi Dum Corporation is one thing, but now you want to use thousands of millions to greet Chairman Lim. Wake up. Have you bumped your head on a door? You are so foolish. You are the biggest fool of all. Meanwhile, Park Jung-jae still hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation, quietly making a decision in his heart. Those 2 girls seem to be the ones I met at the cafe this morning. If they find out who I am now, it will definitely leave a strong impression. Intentionally, Park Jung-jae directed Park Jimin's warning towards the beautiful women trying to win him over. So it turns out that the one making a scene at the cafe during the day is this guy. After all, I am Prince Sensum. No matter how grand the backgrounds of these girls are, they are still just women, aren't they? They can still be swayed by money and power, right? But before he could boast about his choice of words to the beauties, Park Jimin swiftly retorted, "Oh, did you think I don't understand Korean?" Without bothering to engage in a lengthy argument, he responded with a simple yet effective action. A sharp slap from Park Jimin landed squarely on the handsome face of Park Jung-jae. The slap not only sent Park Jung-jae flying 2 meters away, but also conveniently knocked out one of his front teeth, causing him to fall onto the pavement as if he had just been struck by a meteor. The assistant rushed to catch Jung-jae and shouted in outrage, You dare to hit our young master. Do you even know who young Master Park is? You bastard." He then turned abruptly to the group of Wang Ge, yelling, CEO Wang, quickly send someone to capture him. This guy must pay dearly for his actions. However, in stark contrast to the aggressive demeanor of the assistant, the group that had previously sided with Park Jung-jae could only stare wide-eyed at each other. No one dared to move, and they were left standing helplessly, watching as the Sensum prince lay sprawled on the ground. Not a single person had the intention of stepping forward to assist. Instead, Wang Gili hurriedly bent over and rushed to Park Jimin's side, bowing deeply as if afraid he wasn't showing enough sincerity. "Mr. Lim, please calm down. This is all just a misunderstanding. I honestly didn't realize it was you. What a calamity, family failing to recognize one another. I sincerely hope you can let this go. Another day, I'll personally come to your home to apologize properly. This nation K-fool has no sense of his limits. Of all people to provoke, he dared to mess with you, Mr. Lim." Hearing this, Park Jung-jae's assistant frowned and couldn't hold back, shouting loudly, "Wang Guide, whose side are you on? Do you still want the agreement signed or not?" Upon hearing this, Wang Gui quickly calculated in his head. The agreement might cost me at most several hundred million, but if I offend Chairman Lim, I'll definitely lose my entire career. Forget Chairman Lim. Even the Qin family and the Dai family alone could crush me. In less than 5 seconds, Wang Gui made his decision. He then turned around, silent, and delivered a straight kick to the stomach of Park Jung-jae's assistant, sending him sprawling to the ground. "What are you signing for? This is what you get for trying to make a fuss in front of me. Do you think I'm afraid of your face?" Following that, Huina and the group of rich kids joined in, each one contributing a hand or a foot. "So you like flirting, huh? So you think you can mess with Chairman Lim's women? So you enjoy bragging, huh? What's it to you that the Sensum Prince is here? This is Nation H. Do you think you're so great?" The atmosphere was now filled with tension. Park Jung-jae, with the help of his assistant, was getting back on his feet, his mouth full of blood and his front teeth nowhere to be found. He was both in pain and furious, struggling to choke out each word. These Nation H people are truly despicable. "Wang Gu, you will pay dearly for your actions today." Park Jung-jae then looked towards Park Jimin, teeth clenched, his eyes filled with rage. "I'll remember you, Chairman Lim, right? I will repay this humiliation tenfold for sure. I swear, this will not end easily." But just as he arrogantly issued his challenge, Park Jimin merely smirked coldly and responded with a sentence that froze the entire crowd in place. "Sensum Prince, I'll remember you well. From now on, I can make it clear, Sensum no longer exists." His words resounded like a thunderclap on a clear day, leaving everyone present stunned, their jaws slack and faces drained of color. The group of wealthy heirs, already trembling with fear, was now utterly petrified. They understood all too well that Chairman Lim's words weren't just empty threats. If Chairman Lim says the Fin family will collapse, the Jin family will truly be wiped out. If Chairman Lim declares Sensum no longer exists, could that really mean it's about to happen? One person in the crowd stammered, "My God, Sensum is a top 18 global group, a massive powerhouse with products spanning nearly every sector. Is Chairman Lim seriously planning to do something so earth-shattering?" While most of the crowd treated Park Jimin's words as little more than a joke, Yu Ling Shuang was different. She didn't laugh. On the contrary, every word he spoke was a guiding principle to her, holding a much deeper and more profound meaning. "In my mind, a series of hypotheses emerged. The boss has never joked around. This is definitely the next move. It turns out the boss has thought further ahead than I imagined. This is not just a plan to dominate the domestic market, but a strategy to expand globally, gradually taking over foreign groups and building a cross-border financial empire. What is the goal? Not just to lead, but to control. Domestically, growing enterprises face numerous restrictions, but abroad, capital operates frantically and even controls politics. Perhaps the boss aims to take assets as a springboard to acquire Sensum, an icon in the field of machinery and electronics, and from there continuously expand until ultimately holding sway over global politics. This is not merely capital. This is the move of a true super tycoon. This thought left Yu Ling Shuang feeling exhilarated, yet at the same time, somewhat self-conscious. "I thought I had reached an unmatched level, but clearly, compared to the boss, I remain just a person with a limited vision." She continued, "How can I better support the boss? How can I turn his global dream into reality?" At the same time, deep underground, 500 meters beneath New York, lay the hideout of a secret base that sent shivers down one's spine just by looking at it. There, hundreds of people dressed as if they had just escaped from a science fiction movie, clad in protective gear from head to toe, wore expressions of intense stress as they worked, as if they were about to save the world. But the truth was, no one knew what they were actually saving, because their main job was to conduct experiments. Every day, these heavy-duty prison-clad individuals were dragged away without reason and forced to be guinea pigs for these experiments. Just looking at the half-human, half-lizard monsters was enough to make one lose sleep. They were the results of failed experiments. And back then, this mysterious testing facility suddenly welcomed a newcomer from Nation H. Looking at her, everyone thought she wouldn't survive the first experiment. The researchers hadn't even had time to place their bets before she was immediately thrown into the lab, beginning her journey of torment. Who would have thought? The world turned upside down, and the girl lived like a leech. Not only did she pass the first experiment, but she also breezed through 3 rounds of rehabilitation. To this day, people have yet to see her succumb to fate. Could it be that another successful product is on the horizon? The researchers were going wild. If she survived just a few more hours and overcame all the symptoms, they would celebrate. I have the perfect warrior in the world. Doctor, according to the latest measurements, her muscles are denser than 3 ordinary people combined. Her explosive strength is beyond words, surely more than 10 times the toughness of steel, and her recovery speed is faster than a gamer racing to the top of an event. Quickly inject her with dose number 11, erase her memory, and turn her into a blank slate. At that point, we will have the most perfect warrior, with no past, no future, solely serving the purpose of the base. But just at that moment, the red alarm blared loudly in the base, 500 meters underground, signaling the apocalypse of this research had arrived. The cause is obvious. The mysterious assassins have just appeared. And these are not your average assassins. They are world-class killers, working together so seamlessly that the researchers can only watch in wide-eyed astonishment, killing swiftly as if in the blink of an eye. The guards at the base barely had time to comprehend what was happening before they were taken down in droves. The once proud defensive forces, which boasted of their fortitude, crumbled like a sandcastle against the waves. Ever since Park Jimin declared his intention to rescue Jung Hoseok, the entire world of assassins has been abuzz. This mission is so enticing that top-tier assassins have decided to join forces, something that no one would normally dare to consider. The reason is quite simple. Accepting this rescue mission is enough to live a life of luxury, allowing for a comfortable retirement. Houses, cars, vacations, yachts. Everything is readily available, with enough money to do it all. While the assassins wreak havoc outside, the director is left scratching his head in confusion. Just when he is at a loss for what to do, a guard rushes in, looking as if he has seen a ghost. Director, the assassins are terrifying. They are simply unstoppable. Moreover, it seems there is a mole within the research team aiding them. After hearing that, the director broke out in a cold sweat and shouted, "Quickly, everyone into the safe chamber. Lock the doors, call headquarters for help, and tell them to send reinforcements immediately. But most importantly, all research documents must remain absolutely confidential. If we lose them, we're all doomed." One of them glanced regretfully at Jung Hoseok, then tried to reassure the director with an unconvincing reason. "Reinforcements are on the way. They'll be here in at least half an hour. Just hang in there for another 30 minutes, and everything will be fine." Hearing that, the director yelled, "Fine, fine. My foot. Whether we survive or not, we'll know in half an hour. But one thing's for sure. Anyone who makes it out alive won't be getting their salary next month. Focus on staying alive so you can claim your year-end bonus." Then he rushed into the safe chamber, leaving behind a frustrated researcher who muttered to himself, "Director, should we bring the critical test, subject 2705, into the safe chamber? She's highly likely to be our second successful product." The director glared at him, his voice firm and resolute. "No, she's still immersed in the energy solution, and the rejection reactions haven't subsided yet. Taking her out now is as good as self-destruction. Just hold on for another 20 minutes, just 20 minutes. In the base, hundreds of experimental subjects were still suspended in glass containers filled with green energy, but no one could be sure what the targets of those assassins were. At this moment, protecting oneself and the research materials was the top priority. As for the experimental subjects, they would have to be left to their fate. After 30 minutes, the team of assassins, led by the boss, managed to rescue Jung Hoseok, and then they immediately withdrew. Every second that passed was tense. No one wanted to stay longer, as each minute of delay increased the risk of being annihilated by the total assault. At this moment, Jung Hoseok's consciousness was hazy, as if she had just woken up. In the remnants of her memory, she vaguely recalled what had happened. I was kidnapped by a group of foreigners, and Park Jimin risked his life to rescue me. But despite his efforts, he ended up injured because the robbers were too strong. Wait, I'm just an ordinary college student. Why did they have to kidnap me with such a large team? Along the way, she could only sit dazed in the car, feeling both dizzy and confused with a barrage of questions in her mind. At that moment, a female assassin asked, "Excuse me, are you Jung Hoseok?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jung Hoseok glanced over, his voice filled with caution. "So, who are you?" Upon hearing this, everyone in the vehicle let out a sigh of relief. Not too long ago, the entire team was worried they might have mistakenly rescued the wrong person. This girl didn't quite resemble the one in the mission photo. He quickly clarified, "That's right, we were assigned to rescue you and bring you back to Nation H." Upon hearing this, Jung Hoseok's eyes brightened, but he immediately questioned, "You're Park Jimin's men, aren't you? He sent you here." The man chuckled slightly and explained, "We don't know who posted the mission. We just know it was listed on the dark web, with a reward of 3.7 billion from Nation H just to get you back home. Since we've confirmed it's the right person, we just need to ensure your safe return to complete the mission. Money is all that matters. Thinking too much will only give you a headache." At this point, Jung Hoseok was in shock, but a strong wave of hope surged within him. It must be Park Jimin. No one else would do this for me. As for those rich guys, they're too smart. Who would be foolish enough to throw a pile of money at a student like me? She thought. Loving him is just something to say. All the fun was just fleeting moments. It has to be Park Jimin. He has never given up on me. Back when my mother was seriously ill, I called everywhere for help. Not a single person would lend me even 30,000, and I was even cruelly refused to the point of wanting to erase all my contacts. Only Park Jimin, whose words could be unpleasant and whose demeanor was cold, quietly sought ways to help, and this time was no different. I thought I might die somewhere in the laboratory, but Park Jimin didn't give up. He faced difficulties head-on, spending several amounts of money that people dream of their whole lives just to find and rescue me, while it wasn't even clear if I was still alive or had become a test subject. The sincerity was so deep, the feelings so overwhelming that Jung Hoseok couldn't stop crying. Tears streamed down her face like rain, each drop large as pearls. This feeling was beyond words, because her heart was flooded with a mix of emotion and regret. Why? Why did everything turn out this way? Back then, I had the most sincere love in the world, a truly good man, yet I was foolish enough to ruin it all with my own hands. She thought to herself, Park Jimin was willing to give up his wealthy identity and live as an ordinary person for me. Yet I hurt him so deeply. I'm truly a terrible person. I'm sorry, Park Jimin. I'm sorry 1,000 times, 10,000 times. If there's a next life, I promise I won't do anything stupid again. Asterisk. Inside the car, Jung Hoseok wept, tears streaming down her face like a river. The assassins, sitting with her, exchanged confused glances. What's with this girl? We saved her, and she's crying this much. Did something go wrong with her brain? One of them muttered. Before they could process the whirlwind of emotions, a sound roared from afar, followed by an explosion. Military vehicles suddenly appeared on both sides of the street, charging toward their car, as if about to ram into it. Without any introductions, the convoy unleashed a rain of bullets, firing directly at them. In the midst of the chaos, the boss issued orders with lightning speed. There's an abandoned factory ahead. We'll head there and split into teams. You and I will distract the soldiers. Scorpion and Bat, take the target and escape immediately. Get out of NY as fast as possible. Understood. Scorpion and Bat chimed in unison. Got it, boss. The chase grew increasingly intense as they delved deeper into the abandoned building. The boss and his team drove while shooting to shake off their pursuers, while Jung Hoseok and the female assassin Scorpion had to weave through the debris on foot. However, their hope for survival was short-lived as another group of hunters charged in. This group not only had soldiers, but was also equipped with drones hovering above like watchful eyes. A few unfortunate souls met their end on the spot, unable to utter a final word. After dealing with the gang in the abandoned factory, the bloodthirsty dark web crew split up, determined not to let a single person escape. After thoroughly searching the factory, they reported back to headquarters. The target has gone off the radar. She not only sprinted across rooftops with incredible speed, but also executed parkour moves expertly, leaping through gaps between buildings like a professional mercenary. She has now taken refuge in a poor neighborhood. On the other end of the line, Mr. X shouted furiously. Reinforce the capture team. I suspect there's no way she can escape from Nation M in a short time. The airport, the seaport, even the highways must be completely blocked off. Indeed, it was an outstanding pursuit. After a few assassins had just run halfway, they were immediately taken down on the spot, hit by bullets with perfect accuracy. Meanwhile, Jung Hoseok and the female assassin Scorpion managed to escape from the abandoned factory, running into a complex poor neighborhood. As they ran, Jung Hoseok spoke softly. I'm sorry, it's my fault that I dragged your teammates into this. Did they sacrifice themselves? But before Jung Hoseok could continue speaking, Scorpion unexpectedly replied, her face betraying no emotion. They are likely all down now. The communication line has been cut, so that's highly probable. You're not bad. You have good stamina and quick reflexes. If you put in the effort to train, you could definitely become a skilled assassin. The cold demeanor of the female assassin left Jung Hoseok momentarily speechless. But thinking of Park Jimin, she quickly made a decision. Sister, I don't want to be an assassin. I just want to learn self-defense. Can you teach me? Scorpion paused for a moment, then coldly replied, follow me. Although her face remained impassive, inside, Scorpion felt a sense of joy. It's even better that those other guys are dead. If I take this girl back to Nation H by myself, the reward of 3.7 billion will all be mine. That's really appealing. But she quickly realized, things aren't that simple. I need to think carefully. The lab isn't the only threat. With such a large bounty on Jung Hoseok's head, sooner or later, assassins from all over the world will come. They might even plan to eliminate me and steal the mission. I can't let things get out of hand. I need to turn this girl into a living weapon. At the very least, she should be able to protect herself and, more importantly, protect me as well. As for Jung Hoseok, he knew that to survive, he couldn't rely solely on luck. He had to take matters into his own hands. I need to be stronger. At least strong enough, so that Park Jimin doesn't have to worry anymore. Moreover, I have become the perfect warrior, as strong as a tiger, a leopard, and a lion combined. My muscles are 3 times denser than an average person's, and my strength must be 10 times greater, she thought. Even the bones are so sturdy that they could break a steel bar, and the recovery ability is such that even when shot, it heals in the blink of an eye. I am confident that after this special training course, I will be able to protect him in return. While Jung Hoseok was on the run in Nation M, back home, Wandering the Universe had created a box office legend, shattering all prejudices and leaving the entertainment industry in awe. This goes to show that life is unpredictable. Sometimes, what seems ordinary suddenly transforms into a masterpiece. On its opening day, the box office gently raked in 6,820,000, and its reputation soared like a balloon released into the sky. By the second day, the figure skyrocketed to 59,680,000. The rating surged to 9.9, leaving everyone astonished. The peak came on the third day, when the film broke box office records with a revenue of 321 million, achieving a breakthrough of 100 million discussions, and critics praised it highly. As for the public, there was no need to say more. They went from criticism to admiration. Hey, have you all seen Wandering the Universe yet? The film is amazing, and I swear I had to zoom in on the supporting female roles because they are just too beautiful. People were discussing. First is Dai Han, truly a goddess. Just one look, and you want to become a fan immediately. Next is Kim Woo-sung, also from manhwa, whose beauty and charisma captivate the audience from the very first glance. After talking about how rapidly the ratings are increasing, now it's time for feelings. If this performance level keeps up, who knows? Oh Young-sil might soon earn the title of box office queen. Not to mention, Yan Jing is also shining in her area, keeping pace. Nai Wen Kuzi has also stirred the online community with her erhu performance, being so beautiful, while playing that people can't help but marvel. Just hearing a few notes, the fans have already decided to pledge their everlasting love to this talented girl. Meanwhile, in the luxurious presidential suite of the hotel in Manhwa, Park Jung-jae is going crazy over the news that Park Jimin has humiliated him right at the cinema entrance, his face burning as if he were caught in the midday sun. Humiliation is an understatement. But the most painful part is that this embarrassing moment happened right in front of Dae-han, the person he desperately wanted to impress. Park Jung-jae said, "Park Jimin, just wait for it. Sooner or later, I'll step on you, and then you'll see how arrogant you are." Meanwhile, the assistant stood by, respectfully reporting, "I've been investigating Chairman Lim thoroughly these past few days, but his background is more complicated than those palace intrigue dramas. Even some of the rich people from Nation H have no idea about his real background." Park Jung-jae raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. "But one thing's for sure, he's incredibly wealthy. I mean, insanely rich. There was this one time he gave a gift to a female streamer, and it caused a huge uproar online. Just from that incident alone, the amount of money he spent exceeded 5 billion. Park Jung-jae's face twitched slightly in disbelief while the assistant continued, his tone becoming more dramatic. "And that's not all. He's incredibly versatile. He can sing, dance, play basketball like a pro, is great at chess, plays both piano and violin, and even dominates in athletics, winning championships one after another." The assistant continued. "That's why the online community calls him the national male god. The key point is that under Park Jimin's leadership, he owns a series of massive investment companies, including Big Cat TV, Vinova App, Han Cheng Jiak, Ru Yuan Medicine and Pharmacy, Feed Dumb Corporation, Star Group, CI Charity Fund, Kitten Shopping, and Young Sil Television. The estimated total market value of these companies alone has surpassed 6 trillion. Upon hearing this, Park Jung-jae felt as if someone had just thrown a heavy weight at his head. His face twisted in shock, and all that echoed in his mind were the words, "stunned." It wasn't just a double shock, it was compounded by fear as well. Sitting there in a daze for a moment, Park Jung-jae muttered angrily, 6 trillion? Is he a person or a money printing machine? The total global market value of Samsung isn't even close to this. Could it be that this Park Jimin is richer than my entire clan? Seeing his boss's bewildered expression, the assistant adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and added, "Young master, don't panic. Things aren't always as they seem. The data shows that Park Jimin has invested in many industries, and while the total market value does indeed exceed 6 trillion, a significant portion of those shares are not registered under Park Jimin's name." The assistant added, "It's possible that the money he's investing isn't even his own. It could be from some wealthy group or even a bunch of rich people backing him up." Upon hearing this, Park Jung-jae took a deep breath, feeling as though someone had slapped him awake, his spine suddenly cold. So behind these world's richest people, there are even wealthier ones hiding in the shadows. The assistant adjusted his glasses, his expression growing more serious. "That's right, young master. The truly skilled and genuinely rich people don't care about appearing on Forbes lists. It's clear. Park Jimin is probably just a pawn in the hands of some major tycoons. The forces behind him must be formidable. Just look at how all the businesses he's invested in are interconnected, forming a complete ecological chain. What's terrifying is that in just half a year, he's risen to such heights. Behind him, there must be a team of highly talented advisors. It couldn't just be people who are new to the game." Upon hearing this, Park Jung-jae slammed the table, his face cold but his eyes sparkling with a hint of resentment. "Humph, consider this my underestimation of him. But no matter how formidable Park Jimin is, he can't threaten the position of our Samsung." Before he could say anything further, the assistant continued reporting. "All right, young master, tonight at 7:30, the Ma Yuan Emperor Hotel is hosting a celebration for Mr. Qin's 75th birthday. According to the information I have, Mr. Qin has a strong passion for antiques, calligraphy, and traditional art, which are exactly your forte, aren't they? I've heard that Miss Tsai and Miss Qin will both be present, and the chairman has already prepared an invitation for you to attend as the Prince of Samsung. This is not only an opportunity to meet some young ladies, but also to build connections within the upper class, paving the way for tapping into the H-Nation market." After the assistant finished speaking, he brought out a set of attire that dazzled the eyes. Park Jung-jae took it and nodded with satisfaction. So those years of hard work learning to be eloquent can finally pay off. Tonight is not just about regaining my image, but also a chance for Park Jimin to see that this Sensung prince is no ordinary character. In his heart, Park Jong-jae silently made a resolution. To win over my grandfather, I need to dive into studying antiques and calligraphy from a young age. Not just study, but master it to the point where I become an expert without realizing it. Thanks to this skill, I'll soon own shares in Sensung and be recognized as the most promising heir. This time, I must turn the tables, regain my image, and the opportunity has arrived. The gathering of high society at Mr. Kin's birthday celebration will be my stage to shine like the sun. Afterward, Park Jung-jae walked with the confidence of being the center of the universe, his energy brimming as if preparing for battle. Based on the information I've gathered, Park Jimin is truly the legendary overachiever. Basketball, singing, dancing, piano, violin, go, even acting. He excels at everything. But when it comes to calligraphy, painting, or antique appraisal, those are definitely not on his list of skills. So if that guy dares to show up at the banquet, let me show him the full combo of embarrassment he deserves. The assistant, of course, didn't want to let her young master lose his enthusiasm, so she continued. That's right, it's a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. We can't miss it. This time, not only do we need to restore his honor, but we also have to show Park Jimin what a true Sensung prince is like. The evening at manhwa is from 5:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m., precisely during the rush hour. The streets are filled with cars, each line of vehicles stretching like strands of spaghetti. However, for Park Jimin, the story is different. He sits in his car, gliding effortlessly through the crowded streets. Simply put, no one dares to change lanes. No one dares to overtake, and certainly, no one wants to get too close to this billion-dollar vehicle. Just as they arrived at the entrance of the Manhwa Emperor Hotel, Kim Woo-song called to remind him, "Hey Park Jimin, remember tonight at 7:30 p.m. at the Manhwa Emperor Hotel for your grandfather's birthday party. Don't be late." He replied, "I know, Miss Kim. With my face, how could I not be respectful? I'll be on time, don't worry." As soon as he stepped out of the car, Park Jimin suddenly remembered, oh, what about a gift for the birthday party? After thinking it over, he still couldn't come up with anything both clever and reasonable. By the way, last time I got to enjoy a piece of 1,000-year-old ginseng from someone else's family, which was supposed to nourish the lungs, liver, and even extend life by 100 years. When you think about it, I owe the Kim family quite a big favor. This name sounds familiar. Oh right, isn't this the 5-star hotel owned by Phi Dum Corporation? Just then, a voice of admiration came from the two girls in a red Mercedes nearby, their eyes sparkling as if glowing. Wow, a Bugatti Ven. This car cost tens of millions. The two girls chased after Park Jimin and casually dropped a line with a subtle but impactful blow. "Hey handsome, can I add you on WeChat?" Park Jimin was about to refuse, but as he turned around, he immediately froze. Wait, twins? The two girls standing in front of Park Jimin looked identical, with cute faces, smooth skin like milk, and an innocent appearance, but still exuding something irresistibly captivating. Park Jimin was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his usual cold composure and stated bluntly, "Not convenient, don't want to add more." As soon as the refusal left his lips, he turned and walked away without glancing back. And there was one more thing that Park Jimin found inconvenient to say. Girls who are too proactive from the start just ruin the fun. I prefer the kind that I instantly dislike, even to the point of wanting to punch them. The more I dislike them, the more interesting it becomes. Only then can the system truly ensnare me. These twin sisters were no ordinary girls. In my yuan, Xi-men Nana and Xi-men Ting Ting were two hot names in the upper-class circles, playfully referred to as the Sisters of Neptune, because their talent for raising fish was unparalleled, an entire pond filled with sharks. As for their family background, the Xi-men family was originally a prestigious lineage, but 20 years ago, a downturn in business caused the family to gradually fade from the elite map. Yet, in just 3 short years, thanks to these two girls, the Xi-men family had turned the tide. Their beauty was undeniable, as the twins not only shared the same birth, but also created a doubling effect of allure. Their secret weapon could be summed up in 2 words: artistic revenge. Their level of skill was so high that it captivated men as if they were under a spell. The younger sister turned to her older sister, her voice a mix of annoyance and a hint of confusion. This is the first time someone has rejected us since we were kids. What's going on? The older sister was just as shocked, but her eyes suddenly lit up with surprise. Wait a minute, this person looks really familiar. Could it be, this is Chairman Lim, the one everyone's been talking about? Without thinking any further, the two of them quickly ran after Park Jimin, their voices filled with excitement. Chairman Lim, we're so sorry for being so abrupt earlier. I'm a huge fan of yours. I absolutely love the films you've invested in, and your talent speaks for itself. I truly admire and love you. Upon hearing this, Park Jimin coldly replied, sorry, I don't get close to fans. He then walked into the hotel without even turning back. After being rejected by Park Jimin, the twin sisters stood there, fuming with anger. Chairman Lim, did he really speak to us like that? This must be the first time we've ever been dismissed by a cold-hearted idol. Didn't they say Chairman Lim was quite the playboy? Both sisters thought, rich family background, flirtatious, and entangled with countless beauties. Yet here we are, coming out in front of him, and he doesn't even spare us a glance. How absurd. While the elder sister was still feeling regret for not being able to approach him further, the younger sister's eyes sparkled with determination. Does he think he can escape? I heard he's coming to Mr. Kin's party today. No matter. Let's see how long he can keep up the cold act. All men are basically the same. They can pretend all they want, but in the end, they'll have to kneel at our feet. Upon hearing this, the elder sister's eyes lit up with interest. Oh, are you sure about that? Let's give it a try. I also want to see who can catch Chairman Lim first. The fishing theory of these ex-men sisters is beyond discussion. First, they're 100% proactive, without any hint of shyness or timidness. Second, they have a max-level thick skin, presenting a face that is both innocent and charming, making it nearly impossible for any man to refuse. Third, breaking down barriers is a small matter. Having a wife or girlfriend makes no difference. As long as one possesses beauty, there's no corner that cannot be broken. While the Sisters of Neptune were still calculating, Park Jimin had just stepped through the main door of the hotel when a stunning figure appeared. Ignoring the gazes of everyone around, she confidently lifted her skirt and walked slowly toward him. Mr. Park Jimin, you look completely different from what I imagined. Park Jimin, who was already used to the rumors about him, curled his lips into a slight smile. Oh, Miss Dai-Han, and what exactly is different? Dai-Han wasn't in a hurry, continuing to question him, but emphasized her point. I just saw the two ex-men sisters proactively asking for your wet chat. They're so beautiful, with so many people chasing after them. Yet you were completely indifferent. I really don't understand. I always thought you were a charming young master surrounded by women. But now, I see you're not quite like the rumors. As she finished, Dai-Han's eyes gleamed with a mischievous sparkle, and her interest in this man grew even more. The system notification appeared. Dai-Han's favorability has increased by 1. Current favorability, 94 points. Park Jimin stared at the system notification, completely stunned, his mind filled with question marks. What's this? Dai-Han has always been difficult, and her favorability increases so slowly, yet today it goes up just because I didn't add WeChat. This is strange. Meanwhile, Dai-Han continued speaking and nodding, as if she had just unlocked a universal truth. Exactly, someone like Mr. Park Jimin, an immortal cultivator, couldn't possibly be swayed by female beauty, right? And the girls around you may seem ambiguous. But actually, they're just a cover to mislead the world, aren't they? That's why you're clear-headed enough to turn them down so straightforwardly. A pair of top-tier twins like that, an ordinary person would have fallen for them long ago. As soon as the words left her mouth, Park Jimin immediately didn't know how to respond. To think she came up with that. I just thought her favorability was too high, couldn't compete with the system, so it wasn't worth bothering about. Without hesitation, Dai-Han took another step forward. Mr. Park Jimin, may I be your dance partner today? In a moment of surprise, Park Jimin gently took Dai-Han's hand and said, All right, if you want to dance, I don't mind. The ex-men sisters stood there, awakening as they found the solution to a difficult puzzle. Ah, so he rejected us because of Miss Dai. Everything is clear now. The older sister looked at the scene with frustration. Just now, I was even wondering if there was something wrong with my looks. But now I feel completely reassured. It turns out he and Miss Dai had a prior arrangement. If he had given us his contact number earlier, Miss Dai would definitely have found out, and then we would have been done for. Hearing her sister's analysis, the younger sister felt even more aggrieved. It's true that all men are like that. They appear upright on the outside, but inside, they are all calculating. If Daihan hadn't been here today, he wouldn't have been so cold. He would have definitely approached us for our numbers without us having to say a word. On what basis is Daihan considered the number one in manhwa? What does she have that I don't? Is it just because of that title of Miss Dai? Xi men. Ting Ting grew increasingly frustrated, the sense of injustice becoming more apparent in her mind. Why is it that we put so much effort into attracting just a few second-tier rich guys, while Daihan doesn't have to do anything and the top guys come running to her? This world is so unfair. She was born already standing on the pedestal that others can only dream of reaching after a lifetime of struggle. But it's fine. Time will reveal everything. We won't lose. Chairman Lim, don't think you can easily escape from our sights. At that moment, three important figures walked out from the main stage. Qin Wusong, Qin Wufeng, and an elegant elderly man. This elderly man was none other than Mr. Qin Tianfang, the founder of the Qin family group, who had been a master on the manhwa birth 30 years ago. Qin Wufeng, always one to gossip, immediately pointed to Park Jimin and said, "Grandpa, look, that's Park Jimin, the guy the sisters secretly stole 1,000-year-old ginseng to give him." Mr. Qin paused, his eyes filled with curiosity. So he is Park Jimin at such a young age. It's hard to believe that someone so young could bring down the Jin family. In Mr. Qin's mind, the person who caused such a stir in manhwa, leading to the collapse of the Jin family and the acquisition of numerous assets, had to be a seasoned man over 30 years old. Qin Wufeng did not forget to add, "Grandpa, he is even 2 years younger than my sisters." This statement immediately earned a glare from Qin Wusong. "Shut up, no one told you to be mute." At that moment, Qin Tianfang spoke up, his tone cold yet somewhat authoritative. "All right, have you two played enough? Wusong, go call Park Jimin here. Grandpa has heard that he is very good at chess and wants to see if he truly has the skills, or if it's just a facade." Hearing this, Qin Wusong couldn't help but worry. Is Grandpa planning to bully him? No one in the part dares to play chess with Grandpa anymore. "Don't scare my Park Jimin." Qin Tianfang responded firmly, "I'm not bullying anyone. I just want to see if the boy who made you steal my 1,000-year-old ginseng really has the skills." As he spoke, Qin Tianfang continuously slammed his cane onto the ground, causing cracks to appear in the floor, his intense aura filling the air. Seeing the old man's power, Qin Wusong didn't know what else to say, muttering, "Park Jimin, that looks like Grandpa is about to defeat you today. I can't help you." But soon, she changed her mindset, silently reflecting. Could this be a hidden test from my grandpa? If Park Jimin wins, will he get closer to joining the Qin family? But if he loses, I'm afraid both Grandpa and everyone else will mock him. In a moment, Qin Wusong walked up to Park Jimin and, with a reluctant expression, said, "Park Jimin, my grandpa called for you." Afterward, her face was a little awkward, though she couldn't hide her smile. Seeing Qin Wusong's hesitant look, Park Jimin asked in confusion, "Your grandpa called for me?" He immediately became alert, wondering to himself, could this be about discussing marriage? With so many guests around, they aren't talking to anyone else, but focusing on a young guy like me. What does this mean? Meanwhile, Qin Wusong suddenly widened her eyes, her thoughts running wild as if carried away by the wind. Could Park Jimin's age be fake? I heard that some immortal cultivators, if they reach a high realm level, not only extend their lifespan, but also remain eternally youthful. Maybe he's over 100 years old, just pretending to be young to deceive people. That's why he's so skilled at Go. Unbeatable. But if Park Jimin is really an old man over 100, I don't mind. As long as he looks young, handsome, and has an 8-pack. I'm fine whether he's old or young. Pushing those thoughts aside, Qin Wusong leaned in close to Park Jimin's ear and explained, "Grandpa wants to invite you to discuss Go." Park Jimin raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, a hint of concern crossing his face. "Go. But today is Grandpa's 75th birthday. What if I win by accident and embarrass him? That doesn't sound like a good idea." But Qin Wusong immediately retorted, her voice firm and unyielding. "Why are you men always so confident? If Grandpa wants to play Go with you, then just go along with it. Why are you making such a fuss? And don't worry, My grandpa is a master. He's never lost to anyone in the park. Soon, news of the Go match between Grandpa Kin and Part Jimin spread throughout the banquet hall like wildfire, becoming the topic of conversation among the guests. He's so old, yet still can't settle down. Everyone knows that Grandpa Kin was once the chess saint, a highly skilled Go player. Now he's challenging a young man. Doesn't that feel like bullying? One guest immediately countered. What bullying? The other person is Chairman Lim. I heard that he once competed against the Go prodigy from Nation Nen, Kimura, who swept through the Go world, unbeatable. In the end, it was Chairman Lim, known as the anti-Japanese chess grandmaster, who defeated Kimura. Another person snorted in disagreement. Kimura is just a rising star. Do you really think our country has no masters? The true old masters don't bother showing themselves. Winning wouldn't be impressive, and they'd just be accused of bullying the younger generation. Another person nodded in agreement, adding, "That's right. Whether you win or lose, it's not something to be proud of. True masters aren't those who seek fame and recognition. Many masters have long retired from the public eye. They don't need fame or fortune. Do you really think they'd come out for a game of Go? Dream on." The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense as the Go board was set up, with Grandpa Kin and Part Jimin sitting across from each other, surrounded by influential figures who had gathered around. Some stood with their arms crossed, while others whispered among themselves, "Grandpa Kin still has to play Go with a young kid. Has the world gone mad? You should know, Grandpa Kin was a living legend. Someone who made even the manhwa docs bow to him. His skills weren't just good. They were so advanced that ordinary people couldn't even dream of reaching them. And now, he's sitting across from a guy who looks to be about 20. I heard Chairman Lim once defeated a Go prodigy from Nation N. What prodigy? He's just a young brat. Let's see if he can handle a few moves." As Grandpa Kin placed a stone on the board, he suddenly changed the subject and, with a serious tone, asked, "Kid, the 1,000-year-old ginseng that I value more than gold, did you eat it?" Part Jimin placed another stone on the board and casually responded, "Yes. I ate it raw, but it was a bit sweet, not very tasty." Grandpa Kin was left speechless and then immediately became enraged. "What? The 1,000-year-old ginseng I painstakingly gathered, with an incalculable value, and you chew it like a carrot? Such waste, truly wasteful." But Part Jimin remained calm, his tone as if telling a story. "What's so wasteful? The ginseng I consumed will not go to waste. Don't you know? For ordinary people, it only extends their lifespan a little, and they might not even be able to digest it because it's too rich and could backfire. Only I can fully utilize it." Part Jimin's words clearly infuriated Grandpa Kin, who slammed his stone on the board and asked angrily, "So you ate my ginseng? How you plan to compensate for it?" Part Jimin remained calm, speaking coldly, "Oh, I already compensated. Did you notice? Your granddaughter, Kin Wusong, has been glowing recently. Her skin is smooth and radiant, and just looking at her makes you want to touch it. If that's not my doing, then whose is it?" Upon hearing this, Grandpa Kin turned to look at Kin Wusong, and indeed noticed that she appeared more radiant lately, with a bright, smooth face and an elegant aura. There is a bit of a difference," he muttered. But at the same time, his gaze grew sharper, and noticing Kin Wusong's reddened face, Grandpa Kin suddenly sensed something was off. The more he looked, the more uneasy Kin Wusong seemed. Her head lowered in embarrassment, her face flushed. "Part Jimin, you really talk nonsense," she mumbled. Immediately, various thoughts began to swirl in Grandpa Kin's mind. That bastard, not only did he eat my ginseng, but now he has the audacity to boast about my granddaughter in front of me. What is he thinking? Could it be that he's been with my granddaughter, and now he even drags her into this as an excuse for compensation? If this gets out, where will my dignity be? Unable to hold it in anymore, Qin Tianfang took a deep breath, his voice filled with hostility, his eyes turning a fiery red as if ready to explode. "Young man, if you want my recognition, don't dream. First, you need to beat me on the Go board." At this moment, Mr. Qin remained silent, but his sharp eyes and steady aura spoke volumes. Just by observing the way he placed the chess pieces and his unyielding gaze, Part Jimin immediately understood. Mr. Qin wasn't merely playing chess. He intended to teach him a life lesson. Placing another piece on the board, his voice grew colder. "You there, Don't think I can't see through your tricks. These petty tactics are nothing more than cheap ploys. Do you think you can fool me with them? I've been playing chess since before you were born. You stand no chance of winning." The entire banquet hall fell silent. All eyes turned toward the chessboard. Some nodded in agreement with Mr. Kin, for his moves resembled those of a giant dragon, tightening its grip and leaving Park Jimin with no escape. Everyone thought that this time, the young man would have to admit defeat. But no, Park Jimin remained calm, as if nothing had happened. He picked up a black piece, then another, and placed them on the board. In just over 10 moves, the seemingly chaotic game suddenly became illuminated, as if a light had pierced through. The formation emerged, forcing the entire board into an inescapable framework. Park Jimin also looked up, a faint, enigmatic smile curling on his lips. "Old master, you call this a petty trick? I'm afraid you've misjudged. This game is over. You've lost." And the undeniable truth was that Park Jimin's moves had completely overpowered Mr. Kin's position. The crowd, initially bewildered by the board, suddenly erupted in astonishment. He lost. The old master actually lost. I can't believe it. So from the very beginning, Chairman Lim had calculated all those moves in advance. Is he a monster? How could someone so young reach this level of chess mastery? It must be that the old master wasn't paying full attention. After all, who would expect to go all out against a mere kid? Mr. Kid nearly leaped from his chair in outrage, slamming the chessboard. His voice thundered with frustration. How is this possible? The great unity of heaven and earth is vastly different from the great transformation of the devil. And yet, this brat managed to combine both. What's more, he executed it in an instant. Best 2 out of 3? One game doesn't count for anything. Let's go again. I refuse to accept this. The second game had just begun when Mr. Kin put all his effort into it, his silver hair seeming to exude a murderous aura. However, before he could even warm up, he was caught by Park Jimin's move, resembling a spider's web, blocking every escape route. In less than half an hour, Mr. Kin slammed the table, his whole body seeming ready to explode. Impossible, impossible, let's play again. I can't believe I lost so badly. By the third game, everyone thought Mr. Kin would turn the situation around, but within 10 minutes, the chessboard had become a battlefield, and Mr. Kin's pieces were reduced to a few isolated ones, standing dazed amidst a sea of Park Jimin's army. At this point, Mr. Kin wasn't just losing, he was being crushed, with nothing left. Looking at his expression, one could see the cracks in both his reasoning and his dignity. At this moment, Mr. Kin could only sit there dazed, muttering to himself endlessly. Oh my God, over 70 years of life, I've never lost so painfully. 3 games, each one worse than the last. How did I end up facing such an outstanding Go player? But just then, Park Jimin raised an eyebrow, his face serious. Old master, I think it's best to stop here after all. Today is your birthday. Seeing his grandfather lose so miserably, Kin Woo-song tugged at Park Jimin's sleeve and said, Park Jimin, you can't keep winning like this. Grandpa is old now. Playing Go is for fun, not for serious competition. But Park Jimin nonchalantly replied, I'm not being serious. I've only been using half of my strength this whole time. That statement struck like a punch to Mr. Kin's pride. Unable to bear it any longer, he slammed the table again. You dare tell me you've only been using half your strength? Kid, do you mean to say that after sitting here for 60 years, my Go skills are no match for your half effort? The atmosphere in the banquet hall seemed to slow for a moment, with the crowd falling silent, not daring to breathe loudly, afraid of further agitating Mr. Kin. Realizing he had misspoken, Park Jimin spoke innocently. Oh, Mr. Kin, I didn't mean it like that. Honestly, I think your Go skills are incredible. Of all the people I've played against, you're definitely among the top. But the more he spoke, the angrier Mr. Kin's face became. A junior like you, judging my Go skills, and even doing it in such a condescending manner. Are you trying to make me furious? Fine, I'm not playing anymore. With that, he angrily threw his pieces down and stood up, waving his hand. Xiao Song, Xiao Feng, go take over for me and entertain the guests. I don't want to waste any more time with this guy. Playing with him is just asking for humiliation. Seeing his grandfather storm off, Kin Woo-song feared his grandfather's blood pressure might rise, so he quickly chased after him. Grandpa, take it easy. Wait for me. After the intense Go match with Park Jimin, the atmosphere in the hotel became a bit subdued. As for Mr. Kin, after swallowing the bitter words, he finally passed the stage over to the younger generation. But instead of sulking, his expression turned contemplative, and at times he even smiled heartily. Xiao Song, that guy may be arrogant, but he certainly has potential. I didn't expect there'd still be young people with such abilities in this world. That defiant arrogance really reminds me of myself in the past. Qin Wusong frowned, unable to hold back his question. But Grandpa, you lost so clearly, aren't you upset? Mr. Qin laughed heartily. Old master, why would I hold a grudge against a young man? Do you think I'm petty like that? Honestly, I prefer people like Park Jimin. Unlike those who are always flattering, with silver tongues, but no substance, he's different. A son should have the courage to look up to the sky, be decisive and sweet through challenges, not just be good at empty words. Park Jimin has skill, talent, and foresight. He's exactly the kind of talent I want for the Qin family. Speaking of which, I've long since let go of the matter with the 1,000-year ginseng you secretly gave him. When the two of you marry, he'll be part of the Qin family. It's not a loss at all. Qin Wusong lowered his head, his face turning red. Grandpa, who said I want to marry him. Though her heart was full of sweetness, there was still a hint of unease. But it's not as simple as that. What about Dai Han, the opponent? Thinking of this, Qin Wusong felt like she was getting caught in a battle of emotional strategies. With the outcome still far off, now that I have Grandpa's support, should I just sit back and watch? I don't believe that my looks are inferior to the girls online. Dai Han, just wait, get ready to cry under my spotlight. With my looks, my charisma, and Grandpa's backing, I'm the heroine, not you. In a corner of the banquet hall, Park Jong-jae clenched his fist, letting that guy, Park Jimin, take control of the whole event again. But just a moment later, he smiled confidently, his eyes gleaming with mischief. But it's fine, it's my turn to shine now. The assistant nodded, understanding his intent, holding a carefully rolled-up painting in his hands. When everything was in its place, and the distinguished characters from all over gathered, each person brought their own unique aura, enough to suggest that this was not a party for ordinary individuals. Mr. Qin sat at the head of the table, calm and yet still imposing. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor that you have taken some of your precious time to be here today. Just at that moment, Park Jong-jae was ready to take the stage on time. He commanded his assistant to proceed directly to Mr. Qin, beginning to put on a show. Old Master Qin, it is a great honor to meet you. Today I bring an ancient painting, and I have heard that you and the other seniors here are masters in appraisal. I hope you can help me determine its authenticity. Mr. Qin raised an eyebrow, showing interest. Oh, then let's open it and see. I too am curious to find out what painting has caught your attention so much. The assistant did not hesitate and carefully unfolded the painting, revealing a landscape of mountains and rivers, with ancient and exquisite brushwork that seemed to spill over the paper. Ladies and gentlemen, what you see here is a moonlit night on the Spring River. I have heard it once belonged to a distinguished painter of the Ming Dynasty. When the painting was unveiled, all eyes were drawn to the artwork laid out on the table, a classic masterpiece, covered in a layer of dust from time, made everyone feel as if they were witnessing a priceless treasure. An old man in the crowd exclaimed, his eyes bright as if he had just discovered a hidden gem. Isn't this the 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix by Tang Yin? But immediately someone else interjected. Wait a moment, but I heard that the 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix was actually destroyed during the Ming Dynasty. Could this possibly be a fake? Qin Tianfang, with the demeanor of an antiques master, examined the painting through a magnifying glass and spoke elegantly. No, look here, this is made from ephedra. The color is a natural deep yellow, both ancient and sturdy. The surface of the paper is smooth, but not artificially glossy. This is definitely an antique. Another person chimed in, unwilling to fall behind in the critique. That's right, this paper not only resists pests, but is also water resistant. The colors are natural, and the brushwork is exactly in the style of Tang Yin. Even without a signature, just looking at the spirit of this piece, it's undoubtedly authentic. Mr. Qin continued, his expression solemn. This can be a preliminary sketch by Tang Yin, not the original, but if it is indeed his true handwriting, its value must be measured in hundreds of millions or more. A statement like a definitive seal from Qin Tianfang caused the entire auditorium to buzz. Yes, just look closely at the ink strokes, both soft and decisive, with varying shades. much like the rhythm of a musical piece. Not everyone can create this. If it's not Tang Yin, then it's a grandmaster of the same era. But to be more certain, further authentication from experts is required. If this truly is a rough draft by Tang Yin, then it is not just a work of art, but also a historical treasure, the value of which cannot merely be quantified in monetary terms. While several senior antique experts were meticulously examining every detail, their hands trembling with excitement, Park Jung-jae stood silently, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth, a smile that was half contemptuous and half satisfied. Is the expert from Nation H really that skilled? Indeed, it is only as good as this. I know this painting is a forgery, nothing more than a trick to deceive. And the reason I know is precisely because of the genuine 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, which is securely in my possession, like a trump card. But life isn't that easy. Where did this person come from? With a tone tinged with mockery, he said, "This painting is indeed a genuine work, but it's not by Tang Yin." And no one else but Park Jimin, strolling leisurely with a confident smirk full of charisma. Park Jung-jae stood there, his face pale, and inside he could only scream, "It's him again. I was about to make my move, and this guy steals the spotlight." At that moment, all eyes were on Park Jimin. Some gasped, while others frowned in disbelief. Mr. Shai immediately retorted, "Young man, on what basis do you dare to say such a thing? Do you even know what my entire life studying ancient paintings has been for?" Another person added, "Not him again. Everywhere from Go to ancient paintings, he's always around. Who is he? Could it be that he knows more than I do?" Park Jimin chuckled softly, his expression embodying the aura of an exceptional individual. "Tang Yin. No, this is a work by a lesser-known, but equally esteemed painter in the antique world. Xia King Yu, the most outstanding student of Tang Yin." As soon as he finished speaking, Park Jimin snapped his fingers for the waiter to prepare the items. Everyone stared at Park Jimin in astonishment, unsure of what he was intending to do. As soon as Park Jimin cut the edge of the painting, everyone felt furious. Old Master Qin shouted angrily, "Damn it, Park Jimin, do you dare to destroy antiques in front of me?" The antique seniors looked pale, as if they had just had a piece of their soul torn away. But Park Jimin didn't care. He continued to carefully cut the edge of the painting. In just a moment, the entire hall erupted as another painting was revealed, completely new and sharp enough to make everyone's eyes widen in shock. Master Qin, originally furious, was now like a statue. "Damn it! What is this? How did you discover it? This hidden painting is even more beautiful than the one outside." Park Jimin explained with a half-smile. "It's nothing extraordinary. If you look closely, the paint on the outer layer has uneven colors, and the cracks are inconsistent. Those are signs that there's another layer hidden underneath." In an instant, the entire room erupted in amazement. Everyone looked at Park Jimin with admiration. However, Park Jimin's assertion became the final nail in the coffin for Park Jung-jae's plan to cover up the painting, leaving him gritting his teeth with a sullen expression. "How can this guy be so skilled? Why does he keep ruining all my plans?" The entire hall felt as if it had been doused with a bucket of cold water, only to be immediately evaporated by a visual shock. Everyone gaped, their mouths agape and eyes wide, at the hidden painting in the artwork. A 10,000-mile landscape of mountains and rivers is not the masterpiece that has been lost for hundreds of years, so the painting outside was merely a shell to protect the treasure within. Park Jimin nodded like a lecturer, catching on to a student's question. "That's right. The artist back then intentionally painted a false exterior to mislead. Who would have thought that those who came after not only fell for the ruse, but also preserved the treasure until today? The genius lies not just in the painting, but in the way it was protected." Mr. Qin stood frozen for a few seconds, before he twirled around like a child seeing a new toy. "This guy is no ordinary person. I've lived this long, and today I truly learned a lifetime lesson. The 10,000-mile map of mountains and rivers even bears the signature of Tian Qi-han, undeniable evidence that this is indeed the writing of Tang Taizong Lai Shi Min." Several antique experts drew closer to admire the painting, discussing and praising. "Look at the colors and the brushwork. This is the authentic Tang Yin." People were discussing, "Oh my God, this 10,000-mile map of mountains and rivers must be invaluable. Who would have thought it would appear right here, right now? And I fleetingly realized it feels like I'm watching a performance, with this person as the main character." Old Master Qin, still angry at Park Jimin for the chess game, must also acknowledge, young man, I have to admit this time, not only are you good at chess, but you also have an exceptionally keen eye. You truly are a rare talent. But how did you discover this? Park Jimin maintained his usual demeanor, calmly responding, it's nothing major, just a bit of a sharper eye. If there's anything more valuable than this painting, it's the moment when you were all astonished. Furthermore, the paper of this painting is exquisite enough for me to suspect it's a protective layer for something more important. The antique experts nearby also found it fascinating, then rushed over to assistant Park Jung-jae to bid. 500 million. I'll buy it. I'll pay 700 million, 1 billion. No one else can take it from me. As the tension reached its peak, Mr. Kin stepped forward, raising his voice to declare, all right, everyone, this gentleman has said that the gift is for anyone who can authenticate it, and clearly it was Park Jimin who discovered the hidden painting within this artwork, so the ownership naturally belongs to him. This statement was like a decisive hammer blow, shattering all hopes of those who were raising their hands to bid. Assistant Park Jung-jae brought the painting forward, now only able to force a smile, not daring to voice any objections. That's right, I did say it was a gift. After saying this, he even patted his forehead to show his embarrassment. But everyone could clearly see the regret he couldn't hold back in his eyes. Haha, I really didn't expect that such a masterpiece would be hidden in this one. Antique tycoons competed to bid from several hundred million, up to 1.2 billion, but Park Jimin outright rejected all offers. The most shocking moment came when he announced that he would gift this painting as a 90th birthday present to Old Master Kin, causing the entire room to explode with astonishment. To donate a valuable treasure worth 1.2 billion, that's really going big. Old Master Kin has already taken a liking to it, but he's still hesitant. Young man, you really know how to win me over, but I can't accept such a precious treasure. Park Jimin merely smiled lightly, his tone full of confidence. Old Master Kin, the most precious treasure of yours isn't this painting, but your granddaughter over there. This is merely a small token of sincerity from a junior. Please don't be so courteous. Kin Woo-song, standing beside them, blushed as she listened. Oh my God, this truly is love at first sight. A man who is not only handsome and intelligent, but also generous like this. It would be a waste of my youth if I didn't catch him. He's giving a treasure to my grandpa. It must be a betrothal gift. He must love me. With her thoughts soaring and a hint of excitement, her fondness for him rose. The system announced. Kin Woo-song's fondness level increased by 1. Fondness now at 99 points. Ting. The target, Simp Lord Kin Woo-song, has been captivated by the owner's extraordinary talent, and due to inner admiration, the fondness level has surpassed 99 points. Reward. Enhance point plus 10. Remaining enhancement points. 70. Park Jung-jae stood there, his face flushed with anger. But he still tried to maintain his composure as he said to his assistant, damn it, it turns out I didn't come here today to attend a party, but to be a witness for this show. Hey, put my name down for 100 billion in sponsorship for the Kin family right now. I refuse to believe that I can't overshadow his aura today. Not only Kin Woo-song, but even Kin K-gan couldn't help but feel admiration. The system notified. Kin K-gan's favorability increased by 10. Current favorability is 80 points. She had come to celebrate the birthday of Old Master Kin, carrying the demeanor of a cold CEO. But unexpectedly, among a crowd of outstanding talents, Park Jimin appeared like a dazzling ray of light, drawing her in. Oh my God, the boss is so impressive, so extraordinary. My boss is not only excellent in business, but also great at chess. And now he has profound knowledge of antiques and calligraphy. Is this an upgraded version of the main character in a novel? He was truly destined to overshadow all other brilliance. Thinking of this, Kin K-yan felt a whirlwind of emotions as she reminisced about the past, unable to shake off the pangs of regret and a fleeting sense of inferiority. Back then, I was truly brainwashed by Jin Jung-moo. He just needed to pretend to care a little, and I naively believed he was the only one for me. Looking back now, why didn't I just slap myself awake? Truly, the heavens don't take everything away from anyone. Luckily, I still have a chance to start over. But will my boss accept me? He's too perfect, and I'm no longer the naive girl I once was. But whatever, let me just try. Who knows, maybe my boss will like a strong, independent woman like me. Before she could sigh again, The playful voices of Xi Men Ting Ting and Xi Men Nana echoed from ahead. Sis, I swear, if Chairman Lim throws some flirty remarks, I would willingly turn into a fish. If he were my boyfriend, I wouldn't just be talking about riches. Just a glance from him, and I'd be ready to give everything. After saying this, Xi Men Ting Ting even licked her lips, as if she were eyeing a rare prey in the wild. Kim Kagan listened in amazement, wanting to faint. Xi Men Nana, refusing to back down, replied, "That's right, Ting Ting. But this time we need to team up. Next to Chairman Lim, there are many world-class goddesses. If we go solo, we'll definitely just be the background." At first, it sounded like this older sister was being modest, but her younger sister quickly added confidently, "Well, listen, we are the only twin pair. Combined, there's no way anyone can compete with us." Qin Keiyan stood behind, listening to the two sisters of the Xi Men family plotting, and nearly fainted. These two sisters were truly selfless, willing to set aside their pride to compete for handsome men, even scheming like it was a battle, rather than just flirting. However, just last week, Xi Men Ting Ting was hand in hand with the young master of the Ma family. The Ma young master had just received a whole villa as a gift and now turned his back so quickly. Truly, changing boyfriends like changing clothes. At this speed, he must have a jet engine, not just messing around. A moment later, the two Xi Men sisters gracefully strutted towards Park Jimin, each holding the glass of champagne, walking as if they were on a fashion catwalk. Chairman Lim. Xi Men Nana was the first to speak, her voice sweet with a hint of feigned shyness. "Chairman Lim, the parking issue earlier may have been a bit inconvenient. I hope you don't mind. By the way, let me introduce myself. I am Xi Men Nana. Nice to meet you." Before Park Jimin could respond, Xi Men Ting Ting chimed in with an overly sweet tone, almost too endearing. "Chairman Lim, you are so talented. I admire you so much. I am Xi Men Ting Ting. May I offer you this glass of champagne?" Although Park Jimin felt a vague suspicion that something was amiss, he couldn't bring himself to embarrass the sisters in a public place. Besides, they seemed very eager. So he put on a cool expression, nodded slightly, "Sure." Then smiling, he picked up the glass of champagne and clinked it lightly, more for formality's sake. Everything seemed fine until Xi Men Nana quickly and secretly slipped a small piece of paper into Park Jimin's jacket pocket. Just turning around, still stunned, Xi Men Ting Ting mirrored that same action, her hands moving swiftly, her movements so skillful that he had no time to react. Once they finished, the two sisters greeted Park Jimin with the sweetest smile they could muster, then gracefully walked away as if there had never been a farewell. Park Jimin knew these two girls were definitely up to something, but out of curiosity, he pulled out two pieces of paper to take a look. However, the contents inside caught Park Jimin by surprise. "Chairman Lim, Emperor Hotel, room 1608 tonight. I will be waiting for you, Xi Men Nana." The second sheet was identical, only the name was different. "Chairman Lim, Emperor Hotel, room 168 tonight. I will be waiting for you, Xi Men Ting Ting." Holding the two pieces of paper in his hands, Park Jimin froze for a few seconds, glancing back and forth to cross-reference the room numbers just to be sure. The result was that they were indeed for the same hotel, with no discrepancies. Damn it, what is happening here? These two sisters are truly playing tricks. It turns out not only did they invite me for drinks, but these girls also prepared a collaborative script to pull me into their sibling battle. A strategy not new, but surprisingly unexpected. I think, if we consider the speed of attacks, I could definitely claim the crown in the hunting world. But what I didn't expect was that both of them scheduled to meet in the same room. It's unclear whether they truly intend to share or if it's just a trick to fluster me into falling into a trap. In Park Jimin's mind, speculation began to swirl, and once he started speculating, it was unstoppable. Could it be that the girls in manhwa are all this bold? Or is this just a modern form of social greeting? They say that what comes easy is often fake. Many girls of higher status wait for me to make a move. Why should they just throw themselves at me like this? It definitely can't be anything genuine. But do they really need to be so eager as to schedule a meeting in the same room? This is too suspicious. No, this must be a trap. There's a strong possibility that these two are assassins sent from some mysterious organization. Surely from the dark web. Yes, that's right. The dark web must have sent them here. But the dark web has been replaced by dedicated networks, right? Maybe they've switched to offline strategies, because they know they can't overpower me online. And how dare they try to seduce me with their looks? This is underestimating me way too much. Life is still long, and there are plenty of girls out there. No one can fool Park Jimin. As soon as the thought ended, Park Jimin crumpled the 2 sheets of paper into a round ball, tossed it lightly into the trash can, and walked away with a confident demeanor. In a hidden corner, Dai-Han silently observed every move he made, unbeknownst to whether it was accidental or intentional. Dai-Han's gaze was fixated on Park Jimin, as if she were afraid to miss any captivating moment. The opportunity finally came when Park Jimin turned away. She quickly picked up the 2 sheets of paper and began to read. Yet before she could finish the first line, Dai-Han's face flushed crimson. Before she could even process the shock, she read the second sheet, and the content stirred a nauseating wave within her. In her mind, there was a thunderous roar, accompanied by a voiceless scream. Oh my God, those 2 engsub sisters have truly lost their minds. Dai-Han took a deep breath, trying to contain her frustration, racing through numerous scenarios in her mind while questioning. It's truly shameless. Just a few days ago, I saw engsub Ting in love with my cousin, Daikshong. Didn't they say those 2 had something going on already? Yet now she dares to openly flirt with Park Jimin, even sending a hotel address. Dai-Han thought, isn't engsub Nana, the elegant and gentle younger sister that everyone praises, already involved with Wang Young Master? Wait, now they are planning to share a room together. These 2 sisters truly are one in a million, shattering all definitions of decency. What will Park Jimin do now? This trap is indeed skillful, being twins and all. A normal man would definitely struggle with his conscience, because fundamentally, no one could possibly resist such a beautiful pair of sisters. But will Park Jimin fall into this? Can he keep his composure in front of this allure? This needs to be clarified. If Park Jimin dares to develop feelings, I will have to get to the bottom of it. The more Dai-Han thought about it, the more confused she became. Part of her felt restless, while another part wanted to see how Park Jimin would handle this situation. In the end, she decided to become Park Jimin's volunteer investigator. While Park Jimin was basking in his own pride, Park Jung-jae, who was usually the center of the universe, could only feel frustrated, a mix of jealousy, helplessness, and an urge to tear his shirt in anger. What the hell is going on? He said. A group of stunning beauties with perfect figures and beautiful faces, dressed in magnificent outfits, just flocked over, chatting and winning his favor. Even the pair of twins that I had always found attractive secretly slipped a small note to Park Jimin, making my heart feel as if someone was squeezing it tightly. Here he is, the renowned Prince Sensung, someone who has always been admired like the morning sun, today having to endure the merciless sight of being overlooked. At that moment, the assistant, who always played the role of an advisor, spoke up, offering a plan to break the suffocating atmosphere. Young master, don't rush. Today I have arranged a dazzling showcase for you with a calligraphy contest, and I've bribed the host to invite you to participate. This is your fort, a field in which no one can compete with you. Just by picking up the brush and writing a few strokes that soar like dragons and dance like phoenixes, the entire hall will be in awe. Especially those girls. Even the engsub sisters will definitely look at you with admiring eyes, forgetting all about Park Jimin immediately. Hearing this, Park Jung-jae felt somewhat comforted. His heart was also slightly soothed. That's right, calligraphy is my ultimate weapon. A person as talented and of noble descent as I am, how could I possibly lose to someone like Park Jimin? As long as I put on a truly impressive performance, all eyes will once again be on me. Wait and see. Not only will those girls be paying attention to me, but even Dai-Han will have to look at me differently. Park Jimin, let's see how long you can still be so proud. And then the opportunity came faster than Park Jung-jae had imagined, as if the blue sky had heard the hearts of men. The host of the banquet stood up, excitedly announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, to make the banquet more enjoyable, we propose an on-site calligraphy competition. This is a wonderful opportunity for you to showcase your talents and passion for traditional art." Immediately, this suggestion was met with enthusiastic support throughout the hall, especially from the seniors, who had long cherished calligraphy. Even the president of the Calligraphy Association was present, making the atmosphere even more lively. In the capital, the 4 great clans of Duongdai, Qin, Jin and Wang were formidable, while the imperial capital was no exception. Next to Qin Ti and Fang stood Wei Kong, the representative of one of the 8 great clans in the imperial capital. Although the Wei family was currently somewhat weakened, they remained confident in asserting their place among the prestigious 8 clans thanks to the wealth accumulated over generations. And undoubtedly, Old Wei would be the first to take the stage, representing Nation H against Nation K. Park Jung-jae stepped forward with confidence, chest out, feeling that the spotlight was about to shine upon him. Finally, it's time for me to take the stage. Park Jung-jae thought, this time, I don't need to say much. Just one stroke of my pen will be enough to surprise everyone. Park Jimin? If he's really that skilled, then he should pick up the pen and sign his name, not dare to write. Dream on. In just a little while, the whole auditorium will look at me with admiration, while Park Jimin will just be a shadow in the background. As Park Jung-jae thought this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve upward, as if he had already secured victory. But before Park Jung-jae could showcase his talent, Old Wei suddenly collapsed onto the ground, his body convulsing, frothing at the mouth. This scene was like a shock, causing everyone in the auditorium to panic immediately, the shouts of despair resounding. Old Wei has fainted. Someone help. He's had a stroke. Old Wei, the one from the 8 great clans of the imperial capital. We absolutely cannot let anything happen to him. Call for an ambulance right now. If anyone is still standing there watching, step aside. We need fresh air, and anyone who pushes in is unruly. While everyone was worried, a pathetic girl rushed over, her face pale, tears streaming down her cheeks. Grandfather, please don't scare Xiling. Someone said, oh, that's Wei Xiling, the granddaughter of Old Wei. But what stands out is not her identity, but her pure beauty, untouched by the dust of the world. She doesn't need to feign innocence or pose gracefully. She exudes a rare natural charm that is completely different from the glamorous young ladies present here. While everyone else is worried about Old Wei, Park Jung-jae finds himself captivated by the beauty. He stares in a daze and silently compares. She can indeed stand alongside Qin Wusong or Dai Han. But this girl is much younger. If her allure is not fully realized yet, and she is already like this, when she reaches her peak, her beauty will surely be devastating. He has even begun to plan how to get to know her, but seeing her sorrowful expression makes him hesitate to say anything. Just then, a voice rang out. Everyone get out, step aside for me to show off. Little girl, let me save your grandfather. Please trust me. The whole crowd immediately turned to see who was making the sound, but as soon as they saw this person, they were left speechless for a few seconds. This individual was dressed as if he had just stepped out of a historical drama, wearing flip-flops, military green shorts, and an old black tank top that couldn't have been any more worn out. On his back hung a cloth bag, looking no different than a construction worker leaving after a shift. But what surprised everyone the most was the look in the young man's eyes, a blend of confidence and a hint of arrogance. Feeling interrupted like this, Park Jung-jae could only swallow his frustration and mutter, "Oh my God, don't be so unreasonable. What's with this guy crawling out from the ground? Are you all trying to steal my spotlight?" However, the surrounding crowd didn't think so. They immediately began reacting, shouting, "Where did this guy come from? What does he think he can do to help Old Wei? If something happens, can he handle it? Just look at him. He's probably a peasant here to leech off us. Who invited him? Security. Get this guy out of here." Despite the harsh words, he chose to ignore them, but his voice turned slightly harsh. "I am also a guest here. What gives you the right to chase me away? Little girl, please trust me. If we don't save them right now, it might be too late." Having said that, he calmly reached down to his waistband and pulled out a small wooden plaque. This piece of wood, by some form of magic, left everyone in the auditorium astonished. On its surface, a large character was clearly carved, and this person was Chai Yun, disciple of Bai Chen. Qin Tian Fang, upon seeing the wooden plaque, widened his eyes and his body trembled, as if he had just seen something beyond imagination. He shouted loudly, his voice filled with excitement. "Everyone, step back! Step back right now! This is Mr. Bai Chen's token! Mr. Bai Chen!" The crowd was stunned. The younger ones looked confused. Who is Bai Chen that Mr. Qin is in such a rush? The name sounds strange, doesn't it? But some others seemed to awaken. Could Mr. Bai Chen be the legendary healer from years ago? the one renowned for saving lives, known as the medicine king Bai Chen 60 years ago. Upon hearing this, everyone collectively gasped. 60 years ago, Mr. Bai Chen was 60 or 70 years old. If the old master were still alive, wouldn't he be 120 or 130 years old now? Couldn't it be that the legend of the medicine king is true? At that moment, a shared thought sprang up in everyone's mind. Oh no, it seems we provoked the wrong person. While the crowd was still buzzing like a market, he silently began to treat Old Wei. Everyone around held their breath in observation, as they all knew that Old Wei's condition was extremely critical. He had suffered a sudden stroke, and the danger was such that one small misstep could mean preparing for his funeral. Even if he could be saved, there was a high chance he would be left with severe sequelae, like nerve damage and paralysis. Yet this person acted with remarkable calmness. He grasped Old Wei's hand, applied acupressure, and occasionally performed acupuncture on his head. In less than 10 minutes, Old Wei, who had just been lying unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes. The old man lifted his arm, and then, with firm steadiness, he rose to his feet, as if nothing had ever happened. Without any boasting or self-satisfaction, Sha Yun gently said to Wei Xiling, "Your grandfather is fine now. Please take good care of him." A few seconds of silence enveloped the hall before a shout of astonishment rang out. "The old man has regained consciousness. He can stand up now. It's only been 10 minutes, just 10 minutes, and he's up as if nothing ever happened. Who is this person that is so amazing?" A few people who had some knowledge of medicine began to widen their eyes. This is Tai Chi acupuncture technique. How could someone so young master a technique that has been lost for so long? Wei Xiling, who had just been crying uncontrollably, was now so moved that tears streamed down her face, choked up and unable to speak. She stepped in front of Sha Yun, bowing her head very low. "Thank you. Thank you so much for saving my grandfather. My name is Wei Xiling. What's your name?" Sha Yun put on a look of nonchalance. "I am Sha Yun." Old Wei also stepped forward, holding Sha Yun's hand with deep emotion. "Young Master Sha Yun, thank you. If it weren't for you, my old life would surely have been over. From now on, if you need anything, just come to the Wei family in the city, just say a word, and our Wei family will do everything we can." As for Park Jung Jae, he was like a pressure cooker about to explode. His face flushed bright red. "Damn it, I only intended to salvage a bit of my reputation today, and suddenly I encounter this show-off trying to perform for a stranger. Why does life always seem to have someone show up and ruin my plans? At first, I intended to borrow an ancient painting to diddle a bit, but unexpectedly Park Jimin snatched it away first. Now, just as I was about to lift my brush and display my calligraphy skills, someone suddenly appears out of nowhere. How embarrassing can it get, stealing my stage like that? Excuse me, where are the rules? Where's the script? Why do you get to improvise like this? Can't someone just have a moment to showcase their talent?" Old Wei had just finished his thanks when Old Master Qin hurriedly invited Sha Yun to sit down, pulling out a chair as if welcoming a deity into his home. However, this was not a regular dining table. It was a table meant for the big shots, the giants of every field. Sitting here was akin to soaring straight from the ground to the heavens. Then old Qin shared a touching story, his voice quivering with emotion, about his benefactor from years ago. "Mr. Bai Chen once saved me from drowning in the Huangfu River, and even showed me the way to achieve the remarkable success I enjoy today." Hearing that Sha Yun was a disciple of Bai Chen moved old Qin to the brink of tears, as he promised, "Our Qin family, from the eldest to the youngest, from top to bottom, is ready to assist you. Just say the word, and we will be there immediately." The crowd, watching in astonishment, stood there with blank faces, eyes wide open and mouths agape as if they had just lost signal. I don't understand why such an unknown guy is valued so highly by old Qin and old Wei. On top of that, he's being treated as a distinguished guest. This is unbelievable. Even prominent figures like Chairman Lim or Miss Dai have never been treated this way. The climax came when old Qin commanded his niece Qin Wusong to pour wine for Sha Yun. She had no doubts and happily took the wine jug to pour for Mr. Bai Chen's disciple. But things took a strange turn when Sha Yun coldly refused, calmly stating, "No thanks, I don't drink alcohol. Just some Coke will be fine." Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. "Wait, a table full of elders, and he asks for Coke. It sounds like dining at a roadside stall. However, Qin Wusong indulged him, pouring coke just as Shy Yun wanted. The noteworthy moment was when Qin Wusong began to pour the coke into the glass. Shy Yun unexpectedly made a gesture, as if to snap his fingers. One could see his finger lightly flick, and a small golden, half-transparent needle flew straight into Qin Wusong's abdomen, and she didn't feel any pain or anything, as if nothing had just happened. No one in the crowd noticed, but that didn't mean Park Jimin was oblivious to the ambiguous act that Shy Yun had just performed. With keen eyes, he caught the moment Shy Yun flicked his fingers and played his trick. In just a few seconds, he concluded a series of deductions that made him feel like falling off his chair. Oh, thought it was a miracle, doctor. Turns out they're playing dirty like this. Old Wei is perfectly healthy, suddenly falls ill at a party when this guy needs to show off. Feeling fine in the morning, fine at noon, yet right when this guy needs to show off, he gets sick. Moreover, the patient is none other than Old Wei, one of the 8 major clans in the city. What a coincidence that these two chose their target and staged a hero-saving-the-day act to gain favors. Thinking of this, Park Jimin felt angry and couldn't stop looking down on them. This guy is too cunning, and now he dares to set his sights on Qin Wusong. Do you know Wusong is my Simp lord, who gave you the right to poke her belly, and to dare flaunt the title of disciple of Mr. Bai Chen? At first, I thought Mr. Bai Chen was some great figure, but now seeing this disciple, the master probably isn't much better. Meanwhile, after finishing everything, Shy Yun added with a flair as if she were a chivalrous hero. Miss Wusong, let's add each other on WeChat. If you ever feel unwell in the future, just reach out to me. I can handle it all. Seeing her arrogant demeanor, Qin Wusong was certainly not simple either. She replied irritably, "You are the one who's sick. I'm perfectly healthy. Thank you. No need for your concern. Every morning when I look in the mirror, I feel like I'm glowing. I feel so healthy that I could climb a mountain with my bare hands without breaking a sweat. Sick? Whoever is sick, that's their business. I'm not on that list, okay." Hearing his granddaughter's harsh words, old Master Qin felt a bit embarrassed and advised, "Xiao Song, don't be willful. Mr. Shai has a point. You saw his medical skills just now. Adding him on WeChat won't cost you anything." Qin Wusong, annoyed, put down her Coca-Cola bottle and said, "I'm not adding him. If you want to add him, you can do it yourself, Grandpa." With that, she turned away, not bothering to look back, leaving Shy Yun sitting there with a deep, subtle smile. What's there to be arrogant about? Before long, the Qin family will come to find me. By then, I won't just be treating illnesses. I'll deal with this miss as well. But on the surface, Shy Yun still pretended to be honest. It's all right, old Qin." Old Master Qin also felt awkward and chuckled to smooth over the moment. "Mr. Shai, the girl has been spoiled since she was little, so she tends to be willful. Please forgive her if she has been rude." At this moment, Wai Xiling rushed over to ask to be added on WeChat first, expressing her gratitude. "Brother Shy Yun, if not, please add me on WeChat. Today you saved my grandpa. I will definitely repay you." Seeing this, Shy Yun could not help but play modestly, responding, "Little girl really understands." While everyone was still moved by Shy Yun's noble character, he unexpectedly turned to old Master Qin, gently reminding him, "Old Qin, I heard that when we came to my Yuan, Master asked you to prepare 1,000-year-old snow mountain ginseng. Right now, someone needs it to make medicine. I wonder if you could." Hearing this, old Master Qin looked flustered, quickly laughing awkwardly, not knowing how to respond. This we can discuss later." The situation became awkward as Shy Yun's gaze remained fixed, while old Master Qin had to keep his composure, for if he showed any weakness, it would be embarrassing not only in front of Shy Yun, but also before all the elders at the banquet. Just when he was at a loss for how to salvage the situation, the host rushed over to break the uncomfortable atmosphere. "Well, old Qin, should we continue with the calligraphy contest?" Old Qin nodded, quickly shifting to alleviate the awkwardness. "Go on. Keep going. It's good for the kids to have something to do, rather than just standing around all the time." "Oh, Mr. Shai, shall we take a look at the calligraphy first?" Time passed in a blink. More than 20 minutes flew by, and on stage, people were busy dancing with their brushes, showcasing their calligraphy, filling the atmosphere of the hall with the scent of ink. Park Jung-jae was sitting in his seat, his hands and feet fidgeting, while his heart raced with excitement. After waiting this long, it's finally my turn to shine. If I don't make a splash this time, it feels like a waste of a lifetime. Just as Park Jung-jae was preparing to unleash his talent, Park Jimin was up to something else down below. He approached Kim Woo-song from behind and quietly led her away. Kim Woo-song walked along, puzzled but still politely asking, "Is there something going on, Park Jimin?" Park Jimin said nothing more than a brief, straightforward line. "Follow me, we're going to book a hotel room." Upon hearing the words book a room, Kim Woo-song's heart leaped with excitement, and she decided to follow Park Jimin, feeling a mix of confusion and thrill. After leaving the banquet hall, the two headed straight to the elevator and went up to the 6th floor. Instead of room 1608, they walked to the room across the hall, room 1605. Park Jimin pulled a card from his pocket, swiped it lightly, and the door swung open. Instantly, Kim Woo-song's mind seemed to freeze for a moment. "Park Jimin, what are you doing?" But before her words could fully form, her face turned bright red. Her heart raced as if it might burst from her chest, and a series of questions and complex scenarios ran through her mind. Wait, what is happening here? Is this some sort of special situation? Could it be that he's planning to do that, but I'm not prepared for this at all? Meanwhile, Park Jimin maintained an expressionless face, revealing no emotions, intensifying the tension in Kim Woo-song's eyes. "Just come in first. I'll explain later." Before Kim Woo-song could react, Park Jimin had already pulled her into the room and slammed the door shut. However, the problem was that the two sisters Men were still waiting and accidentally caught sight of the scene through the peephole. Men Ting Ting turned to Men Nana and said, "Sister, I just saw Chairman Lim take Kim Woo-song into the opposite room." Men Nana replied in an annoyed tone, "That guy is always indifferent to us. Turns out he has a date with Miss Kim tonight. Hemph, she always pretends to be virtuous, but now her true nature is clear. It's just that on the outside, she seems gentle, but on the inside." Before she could finish her sentence, Men Ting Ting abruptly interrupted, her mouth agape once again. "Wait a minute, I just saw Miss Dai show up here too." Hearing this, Men Nana nearly fainted. "What? Dai Han is involved in this too?" It turned out that Dai Han had been secretly following Park Jimin all along. She hadn't missed a single move he made, from the moment he left the banquet to when he reached the 6th floor. After a while of observing, she found herself in front of room 1608, holding a piece of paper from the Men sisters, her face full of disappointment. "So Park Jimin is just an ordinary guy. All this time I thought he was different. Who would have thought he's just someone who follows his instincts, led by his emotions? So disappointing." Just as I was about to leave in disappointment, the door behind me suddenly swung open. Upon seeing Dai Han, Park Jimin was momentarily confused, not understanding why she was here, and even more unaware that he had become the center of a flurry of speculation. But before Dai Han could react, Park Jimin immediately invited her in, saying, "Miss Dai, you arrived at just the right time. Come in here." Saying that, he quickly grabbed her wrist and pulled her straight into the room. In the room across, the two sisters Men were still peering through the peephole, eagerly watching the drama unfold. Now both of them could hardly believe their eyes, as their imaginations began to soar to the far corners of possibility. Men Ting Ting whispered, her voice filled with astonishment, "I swear, Miss Kim and Miss Dai were just pulled into the same room. Oh my god, this is so unexpected. The two beauties of manhwa, ranked first and second in the power hierarchy, are now appearing together in a room with Chairman Lim." At that moment, Men Nana's mind was crafting a story with self-written twists. "Hemph, I thought they were so noble and unapproachable. Who would have thought that behind that facade, it turned out to be like this? Truly unbelievable." As Han just stepped into the room, she was immediately taken aback by the scene before her. Kim Woo-song was sitting on the sofa, looking at both of them with a gaze full of suspicion, while Park Jimin was still standing there, his expression serious as if he were about to announce something very important. Unable to hold back any longer, Kim Woo-song spoke first, her voice already losing patience. "Park Jimin, what on earth do you want?" Park Jimin stared at Kim Woo-song intently, replying with a simple sentence that hit like a bolt from the blue. "To cure you." Kim Woo-song's eyes widened in surprise as she emphasized each word. "I don't have any illness." But Park Jimin didn't let her argue for long. His face had become so serious that it was frightening as he explained persuasively. "Initially, you don't. But just now, When you poured soda for Yun, he secretly poisoned you with a needle. If we don't extract it, you will fall seriously ill in just a few days. Upon hearing this, Qin Wusong's eyes went wide. Are you kidding me? But the response was still Park Jimin's earnest expression, which made Qin Wusong fall silent for a few seconds. Do you think I look like someone who is joking? After pondering for a while, Qin Wusong suddenly remembered. Actually, at that time, I also felt a slight tug in my stomach, like being pricked by a needle. But it was just a flash, so I didn't pay attention. Could it really be true? After saying this, she looked at Park Jimin with a mix of confusion and disbelief. However, her doubts still lingered, prompting Qin Wusong to counter. But Yun is a disciple of Mr. Bai Chen, someone my grandpa holds in extremely high regard. How could someone from such a master do something so wicked? Upon hearing this, Park Jimin only smirked faintly and asked back, just think about it. Today old Wei seemed completely normal, then suddenly fell ill in the middle of the banquet. Was that a coincidence? Or was it deliberately arranged? Which answer sounds more reasonable? This question left Qin Wusong shaken, rendering her momentarily speechless. Indeed, the entire situation has far too many strange points. Combined with the hints that Yun dropped with me, if viewed from a probabilistic standpoint, this really is too coincidental to be believable. Qin Wusong hurriedly recounted to Park Jimin, her voice filled with indignation. That's right, he even said that no matter what, I would fall ill. No wonder he was so confident. It turns out this scoundrel dared to play tricks behind my back. It's really disgusting. I feel so wronged. I trusted him so much. Hurry and help me take that needle out. Park Jimin responded, his face still cold. If you want to take it out, first, you need to strip. This needle isn't easy to deal with as you think. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qin Wusong's face turned bright red, her heart pounding, and her lips stammered incoherently. Hey, what are you saying? Is that really necessary? Then her inner self struggled fiercely, unsure how to react to this request. Park Jimin maintained his expressionless demeanor and sternly reminded her. This is not a joke. The needle has embedded itself in your body. If it's not removed soon, the consequences will be dire. You can rest assured, I'm not a reckless person. Besides, isn't Daihan here too? After listening, Qin Wusong's face turned crimson. She hurried into the restroom while arguing. Do you know? Normally, when a doctor examines a female patient, there should be a female nurse present to ensure dignity and to make the patient feel comfortable. Why on earth did you bring someone else in here? You think of yourself as a great doctor, huh? Although she said this, Qin Wusong was overwhelmed with thoughts. It's precisely because Daihan is here that I can't act normally. Who would want to do this in front of someone else? At that moment, Daihan also spoke up, her tone equally exasperated. This guy Yun is simply outrageous. In order to flaunt himself as a miracle doctor, he is willing to harm others for attention. He's truly shameless, despicable, and vile. Park Jimin added calmly, maintaining his composure. Yun came down from the mountains, and right after arriving at Manhua, he became friends with the Qin family and the Wei family. Furthermore, he seized the opportunity to showcase his exceptional medical skills in front of all wealthy elite, and those rich people who wouldn't cherish their lives. When they meet a miracle doctor as skilled as rumored, they are certainly willing to reach into their pockets to make friends. Daihan, upon hearing this, began to use her sharp reasoning to analyze the entire situation. If it were a natural illness, how could one recover completely in just a few short minutes, without leaving any signs? But if Yun is the one behind this, everything suddenly makes perfect sense. It serves two purposes, showcasing his talent while also gaining favors. Park Jimin responded seriously. I thought about exposing him right then. But think about it. If I did that, wouldn't he just turn around and say I was jealous of his talent? At that point, the entire banquet would see me as selfish, while old Y would owe ingratitude. Who would stand by my side? At that moment, Qin Wusong emerged from the restroom, interrupting them. She was holding her chest tightly, her face flushed. Enough. Enough. Daihan, Park Jimin, can you two please stop talking and quickly hand me that needle? I'm not dressed and I feel really awkward right now. As she spoke, her feelings were indescribable, resembling a small white rabbit waiting to be eaten by a wolf. Coupled with Daihan's gaze, she felt flustered. her hands continuously clutching her chest as if trying to shield away the overwhelming embarrassment. Park Jimin began to examine the area of Kim Woo-song's abdomen, silently pressing his index finger lightly on a spot. However, this seemingly simple action made Kim Woo-song scream as if someone had just stabbed her. "Ah, it hurts so much." Park Jimin asked, his tone still cold. "Is it this spot?" Kim Woo-song bit her lip, her face scrunching up in pain. "Yes, at first I didn't feel any pain, but as soon as you pressed there, it hurt like crazy." Park Jimin furrowed his brows and coldly analyzed. "Fortunately, we discovered it in time. If we let it go for a few more days, this poisonous needle would stab straight into your kidney. At that point, kidney failure would be hard for even the hospital to rescue. Not to mention that even if it can be treated, there will be long-term consequences. Removing this needle may hurt a bit, so you have to bear with it." At that moment, Kim Woo-song's face turned red, not because she was angry, but out of embarrassment. She was in such an awkward situation, and Park Jimin kept talking on and on, not to mention Dae-han was staring at her beside him. It took a great effort for Kim Woo-song to let out a single word. The process of removing the needle lasted a heart-wrenching 5 minutes, but for Kim Woo-song, it felt like an entire century. She was in so much pain that sweat poured down her forehead, and her mouth was clenched tightly as if she wanted to crush something to vent her frustration. Meanwhile, Park Jimin was intensely focused, each of his movements as meticulous as that of a top surgeon in the world. This needle was truly a rare find. Small, soft, and made of a special material that even modern machinery might struggle to identify. Because of this peculiar nature, the extraction became a surgical scene filled with tension, done solely by hand. Finally, after an exhausting effort, Park Jimin successfully retrieved the needle. "All right, got it." But before he could even take a good look from top to bottom, Dae-han quickly stepped forward, covering Kim Woo-song with a cloth while reprimanding, "Park Jimin, don't look anymore. Woo-song, hurry and put on your clothes, or you'll catch a cold right now." This concern made Park Jimin feel a bit uneasy, standing silently off to the side, which turned the atmosphere awkward. However, Kim Woo-song didn't think so and rather looked a bit regretful. "At first, I thought he would pull me into the room to do that. If it weren't for Dae-han, would he not be able to resist kissing me after the treatment? Or maybe even more than that. Just thinking about it makes me want to melt into water. But it's okay, there are still plenty of opportunities. The person I love is him, and I believe that one day he won't be able to resist my charm." But wait a minute, Dae-han is truly a spoiler. Not to mention, she gave Park Jimin a warning look as if he were her personal possession. "Hemph, this green tea bastard, always wanting to interpose between me and Park Jimin, as if he were an advertisement that just can't step out of the way." By the way, I have to mention the look Park Jimin gave just now. Oh my, it was such a mix of shyness, curiosity, and as if he wanted to tear my shirt off to take a better look. Just thinking about it made my heart race, beating so hard I thought it would burst out of my chest. He definitely has me in his heart, he's just very good at hiding it. After the tense needling session ended, Park Jimin, Dae-han, and Kim Woo-song returned to the banquet hall. Kim Woo-song tried her best to maintain her composure, but her flushed cheeks completely betrayed her. Meanwhile, Park Jimin continued to wear his familiar aloof demeanor, but the X-Men sisters were glued to the peephole, eagerly soaking up every moment of the unfolding drama. X-Men Ting Ting whispered, her voice tinged with excitement, "Sister, look, Chairman Lim, Dae-han, and Kim Woo-song just came out of the room together. That was quick, wasn't it? It's barely been 20 minutes." X-Men Nana, surprised, murmured thoughtfully, 20 minutes is a long time. The last time I met Mr. Daikshong, he managed to spend only a minute. At this moment, the conference hall was buzzing with excitement. Everyone was constantly discussing, their eyes gazing at Park Jung-jae with admiration. One girl exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, is this really Prince Park Jung-jae of Samsung Group? So handsome." Another girl added, her voice filled with astonishment, "Not only is he handsome, but he's talented too. This guy is the nation case pride, with calligraphy skills so outstanding that no one else in this hall can compare to him." Hearing that, several young men and women around nodded in agreement, praising, not to mention, Samsung in Nation K is like the king of every field. From technology, finance, science, and engineering to military. Is there any area they haven't delved into? And yet the prince is not only rich but also humble and educated. Truly a bright star in a gloomy sky. While everyone was still discussing, Park Jung-jae stood in the middle of the hall, a look of self-satisfaction on his face. Finally, I have the chance to shine without anyone interrupting. This is truly a top-notch performance. But where is Park Jimin? If he were here, he would surely overshadow my display. But the joy did not last long when Sha-yun stepped out from somewhere and slowly spoke. I don't dare to hide it. I also know a little about calligraphy, and I would like to discuss it with young Master Park, if that's all right. Sha-yun's words were like a drop of water that ignited the entire room. Everyone around gaped in shock, some almost dropping their wine glasses. Wait, this guy just saved someone. And now he wants to showcase his calligraphy skills too. Isn't that a bit greedy? Meanwhile, Park Jung-jae stood frozen for a few seconds before turning to look at Sha-yun with a gaze full of contempt. You also know calligraphy. Saying this, Park Jung-jae's heart was also shaken. Is this guy joking with me? A person from the wild mountains like him can compare to the prince of Samsung Group. Sha-yun, with an overwhelming confidence, loudly responded to Park Jung-jae's contempt. Do you think you are the only one skilled in calligraphy? In this nation H, there are many calligraphy masters. Even though I only learned a little, defeating you would be no challenge at all. As soon as the words were spoken, Park Jung-jae's face twisted in annoyance. This guy not only wants to gain fame through medicine, but now he also intends to intrude into the field of calligraphy. Dream on. Don't even think about stealing this spotlight from me. Before anyone could react, Sha-yun leisurely stepped forward, dipped his brush into the ink. His aura radiated a powerful intensity. In an instant, he began to write a poem with an overwhelming spirit. 30 years of fame like dust, 8,000 miles wandering under the moon and clouds. Do not live an ordinary life. Youth passes quickly. Do not lament and blame your fate. Wait for a day. Gather the mountains and rivers. Lift your head and laugh defiantly at the sky. 30 years of rivers dried up. 30 years of mountains high. Do not underestimate the impoverished. Sha-yun's powerful recitation made those around him feel the strong energy emanating from each word. The lines of poetry flowed like a fierce current, sweeping away all doubts, while his strokes carved delicate, vibrant lines onto the paper, yet still bore an unbreakable firmness. The crowd around stared at the characters in awe. Oh my God, not only is it beautiful, but it also has a soul within. Each character carries the spirit of a man, and from this stroke, I can feel a resolute and heroic will. This is not an ordinary level. This is master-level calligraphy. Only true masters can breathe soul and power into each stroke like this. I, having pursued calligraphy for many years, also feel inferior in comparison. Beside him, old Wade nodded in agreement, his voice full of emotion. You're right, Mr. Sha-yun is truly exceptional. He lives up to being Mr. Bai Chen's disciple. At such a young age, his calligraphy has reached this level. I feel quite ashamed in comparison. But no one was as enthusiastic as Wai Xiling. She had a good impression of Sha-yun from the start, and now she didn't hold back on her praises. Grandpa, Brother Sha-yun is indeed impressive. He looks even better than that Chairman Lim by 1,000 times. It's amazing. With calligraphy and medicine, both at such a high level, at this young age, his future is truly promising. Wai Xiling spoke increasingly passionately, even mocking Park Jimin mercilessly. I absolutely dislike those who rely on money to show off, like Chairman Lim. One moment he's chasing after Miss Dai, next he's flirting with Miss Kin. And he doesn't forget to tease other girls either, truly a quintessential trap boy. On the other hand, Sha-yun is simple and unpretentious. Yet when needed, he stands up like a hero, even managing to defeat Prince of Samsung Group. Someone like that truly deserves to be the idol of my heart. Meanwhile, Park Jung-jae's face twisted, as if he had just been slapped hard. He thought to himself, wanting to bang his head. Who is this guy? How can he be so powerful? Initially, I planned to assert myself using calligraphy, having carefully investigated that Park Jimin doesn't even know calligraphy. But life is full of surprises. Park Jimin didn't show up. Yet, a Sha-yun popped in out of nowhere to disrupt things. How infuriating. I just intended to perform once to gain some fame. But instead, I ended up slapping myself in the face. Had I known, it would have been better to be overshadowed by Chairman Lim, rather than suffer this humiliation. But what is this Sha-yun even? Just some guy jumping down from a mountain. And now I'm left embarrassed like this. It's truly unbearable. While still pondering his fate, Shy Yun approached with a smirk that was full of challenge. Young Master Park, next time, don't flaunt your calligraphy here in Nation H. If you can't even compare to someone from the countryside, then don't even think about showing off here. It's best you go back and study for another 2 years. But the peak of public humiliation didn't stop there. As Shy Yun spoke, he patted Park Jung-jae on the shoulder as if to comfort him. But, unfortunately, he skillfully let some white powder fall onto Park Jung-jae, and of course, no one noticed. At first, Park Jung-jae was so furious that he couldn't even articulate his words. You. But a few seconds later, he suddenly froze. His hands began to scratch his neck, then his back, then his limbs, and soon his entire body was itching uncontrollably, as if thousands of ants were crawling all over him. His face turned bright red, his hands and feet scratched frantically, and he yelled. It itches so much, it really itches. What the hell did you do to me? Shy Yun maintained her calm demeanor and spoke in a cold yet motivational and provocative tone. Young Master Park, go back to studying. You haven't even finished your calligraphy, and your ability to remain calm is lacking as well. Young Master Park, if you kneel down and beg, perhaps I might be moved to help you with your therapy. These words struck like a final knife into Park Jung-jae's self-esteem, leaving him standing there, scratching his head, looking at Shy Yun with a gaze of resentment, unable to maintain the noble image of a Samsung prince. He started to take off his shirt right in the middle of the hall, shouting as he ran straight out of the banquet room. What are you kneeling for? Just wait. I won't let this go. Assistant, call the doctor for me. Quick. The scene elicited laughter from the entire hall, with gazes filled with both pity and mockery. The Samsung Group prince has reached such a point, truly a first, for me to witness. The crowd immediately cheered, their eyes filled with admiration for Shy Yun. Young Master Shy, truly impressive. His actions were swift, and made Prince Samsung Group struggle like this. Amazing, but offending Prince Samsung might be a bit tense. He definitely won't sit still. Another person chimed in with certainty. What's there to fear? Now Mr. Shy Yun has both the Kin family and the Wei family backing him up. No matter how powerful Samsung is, they won't be able to do anything in Nation H. Indeed, heroes often emerge from talented youth. Meanwhile, Qin Wusong glared at Shy Yun, filled with indignation. Shy Yun, this guy is truly despicable. He is causing chaos like this, and I must expose his true face to everyone. Saying that, she planned to step forward, but Park Jimin quickly raised his hand, blocking her way, signaling her to stop. Wait, don't act rashly. He then replied mockingly, do you think if you rush in now and say he used dirty tricks, people will believe you? Do you have any evidence? At this moment, the entire auditorium stirred when they realized that Chairman Lim had returned. Not only had he returned, but by his side were two renowned ladies, Miss Dai and Miss Qin. His presence was akin to a perfect painting, causing the onlookers to exclaim, Hey, did anyone notice? Earlier during the calligraphy competition, these ladies were all missing. My goodness, Chairman Lim really knows how to make a statement. The most beautiful ladies in the auditorium have all been charmed by him. One person nodded knowingly. That's what we call harsh reality. No matter how talented you are, you can't compare to wealth and power, another chimed in. That's right, Mr. Shy Yun is indeed skilled. But reaching the level of Chairman Lim is still far-fetched. Perhaps a lifetime wouldn't be enough. While everyone was discussing, Shy Yun silently observed Park Jimin, his mind conjuring a bold thought. Finally, my true rival has revealed himself. To me, the Prince of Samsung Group, Park Jung-jae, is just an appetizer. Shy Yun thought further. The main course today, the one I really want to humiliate, is Chairman Lim, a national male god, idolized by thousands of fans across Nation H, just to see if he is truly as skilled as they claim. If I can defeat him in the area where he is most confident, the feeling of victory will be unimaginable. He must lose today. Thinking of this, Shy Yun felt an indescribable excitement in his heart, as if he had waited for this moment for a long time. However, as Shy Yun approached closer, he began to scrutinize Chairman Lim. First was Lim's left hand, where Dai Han stood, exuding elegance. Then, his right hand where Qin Wusong shone like sunlight. Shy Yun's gaze suddenly darkened, as jealousy surged within him. Such beautiful girls, Yet they are with a young master from a wealthy family who is utterly worthless. What a waste of heaven's gift. And this Miss Kin, she doesn't know how to make the right choice. But just wait. Soon enough, she will have to kneel and beg me. Although his heart was full of resentment, Sha Yun's face changed remarkably. He pretended to be friendly, stepped in front of Park Jimin, clasped his hands, and said with an unexpectedly warm tone, "Hello, Chairman Lim. I have heard of your reputation long before coming down the mountain. Your fame is indeed great, and you have an enormous fan base. I've heard you're very skilled at chess. I wonder if I might be fortunate enough to discuss a few interesting games with you today." In response to Sha Yun's challenge, Park Jimin merely curved his lips, coldly replying, "Actually, what I excel at the most is not playing chess." This statement raised Sha Yun's eyebrows as he tilted his head and asked curiously, "Oh, then what are you knowledgeable about?" Without hesitation, Park Jimin bluntly declared, "I am best at humiliating others." No sooner had he finished speaking than, without any warning, Park Jimin immediately swung a slap straight at Sha Yun's face. In this attack, Park Jimin utilized 3 parts strength and a speed 15 times that of an ordinary person. No matter how fast Sha Yun's reflexes were, Park Jimin's speed surpassed his by double, leaving him unable to dodge and resulting in a direct slap to his face. The crowd gasped as Sha Yun was sent flying straight into the air, knocked at least 5 meters away, and landed on a dining table, shattering it into dozens of pieces. Unconscious and unable to say another word, the sound of the table breaking combined with the slap left the auditorium in a state of shock. Park Jimin looked at Sha Yun lying on the floor, nodding as if evaluating a new product. Quite interesting. Reaction speed 3 times faster than an average person, able to endure a slap with 3 parts of my strength, and his teeth are still intact. Not a single one knocked out. This physical quality must be at least 5 times better than an ordinary person. Qin Wusong and Dai Han, standing beside him, were wide-eyed, completely stunned by Park Jimin's actions. He was just playing chess. He didn't need to be so rough. Taking such strong action is just like crushing someone's spirit completely. Park Jimin maintained his cold expression and replied logically, "Don't look at me like that. Knocking him out is the quickest way to prevent him from saying any nonsense. Now we can search him. We'll definitely find evidence." While everyone was still trying to collect their thoughts, Old Wei angrily exclaimed, "Chairman Lim, how can you act like this? Mr. Sha Yun is my lifesaver. You dare to beat him up as if the Wei family in the city means nothing to you." Beside him, Wei Xiling was frantically checking on Sha Yun, while shouting loudly, "This is not good, grandfather. This guy is too strong. Mr. Sha Yun has been knocked out by him." Sha Yun lay there, the corners of his mouth dripping with blood, his complexion pale. It was clear that Park Jimin had struck with no intention of holding back. This was meant to send someone to the hospital, no doubt about it. Old Master Qin struggled to suppress his anger, but his face clearly displayed signs of an impending eruption. "Park Jimin, don't you think you've gone a bit too far today? I acknowledge your skills and strength, but no one should live their life completely disregarding the rules. Besides, Sha Yun is not an ordinary person. He is a disciple of Mr. Bai Chen, and Mr. Bai Chen is someone I hold in the highest regard in my life. If you do not provide me with a reasonable explanation, I cannot stand by your side anymore." The atmosphere was tense. Even the bystanders had gathered into a group, anxiously whispering, "Hey, does Chairman Lim ever get jealous? Seeing others more talented, does he become agitated and lash out too hard? Is this what it means to be rich, to rely on one's wealth and power, and do whatever one pleases? Is there still justice in this world? I heard that intentionally causing injury is a serious matter, and if it's severe, it could lead to a sentence ranging from 3 to 10 years. So today, it seems like Chairman Lim isn't simply teaching a lesson. There are signs of criminal activity here. Call the police quickly. With a person like this who thinks they can do anything without consequences, how can anyone endure such behavior?" The scene began to heat up. Everyone was outraged, their anger rising, just waiting for someone to shout and charge to seize the person. Qin Wusong saw the situation escalating and hurriedly stepped forward to clarify. "Hold on, everyone. That's not how it is. Grandpa, you've misunderstood. Park Jimin isn't a bad person. The one you should be wary of is that Sha Yun. He has deceived all of you." As Qin Wusong finished speaking, the atmosphere shook violently, and everyone felt as if they had been hit with a bomb to the head. Wai Xiling suddenly leaped up, her face flushed with anger. Who is the real scoundrel here? Sha Yun not only saved my grandfather but also quelled a suspicious person from Nation K. He is not only talented, but also has a good heart, lives with integrity, is full of righteousness, humble and courteous, and speaks softly. He never harms anyone. And what about Park Jimin? Bullying others with power, questionable character, afraid to play a game of chess, and resorts to violence. Tell me who truly deserves condemnation. Qin Wusong immediately retorted, his tone equally sharp. Little girl, you are quick with your words, but have you ever considered another possibility? Are you sure that Sha Yun really saved your grandfather, or is it all just a show that he set up himself? After that, Qin Wusong turned to Old Master Qin, his face expressing profound grievance. Grandpa, please don't wrong Park Jimin anymore. Qin Wusong continued. That name Sha Yun seems harmless, but he's not as innocent as he appears. Earlier, when I poured him some wine, I suddenly felt pain in my stomach as if I were about to faint. At first, I thought it was just due to my upcoming menstrual cycle, so I didn't pay much attention. But then Park Jimin told me that Sha Yun had played a dirty trick and had actually stabbed a poisonous needle into my stomach. If it weren't removed in time, I could have ended up suffering from kidney failure and been bedridden forever. Honestly, isn't this a bit too malicious? Qin Tianfang frowned upon hearing this, looking troubled. Is that true? How could something like this happen? Sha Yun looks so gentle and doesn't seem like a wicked person, but my niece is no liar either. At that moment, Dai Han suddenly spoke up. I can testify to this. This is the poisonous needle that Park Jimin just removed from Wusong's stomach. I saw it with my own eyes, and if anyone doubts it, they can check. With that, she pulled a tiny object from her sleeve and held it up high for everyone to see. It was a slender needle, golden and semi-transparent. As soon as Dai Han pulled out the poisonous needle, everyone began to whisper among themselves, their eyes full of suspicion. Some people who had previously defended Sha Yun were now starting to waver. If this is true, then isn't the person they have trusted all this time actually a venomous snake disguised as a rabbit? The entire scene suddenly fell silent and all eyes turned towards the security team that was searching Sha Yun's belongings. In the cloth bag he was carrying, there were not only a few suspicious acupuncture needles, but also a pile of jars, bottles, and containers scattered haphazardly. A quick glance revealed that these were certainly not the kind of medicinal substances one would expect to be safe. Old Wei casually picked up a few bottles, and as his eyes glanced over the labels, he was startled. Soul-scattering powder. Then, glancing at the other hand, he read the label and turned pale. Yang Dragon Pills. What kind of shady stuff is this? You could tell something's wrong just by looking at it. But that wasn't all. In the bag, there was another vial labeled with two sharp words. Spirit-draining power. After reading it, Old Wei couldn't help but feel embarrassed for him. Oh my god, aren't these all dubious drugs? At this moment, Qin Wusong walked toward Wai Xiling with a tone full of mockery. Little girl, is this the person you praised so highly? The one with exceptional talent, a kind heart, living with integrity, humility, and courtesy. What else? Go ahead. List it all. Oh, but why is his bag filled with all these random things? Wai Xiling stood frozen, her mouth slightly open, but unable to say a word. The words she had once said now felt like a slap in the face, causing her complexion to shift from pale to red, then back to white. Could it be that I was really deceived? Even the crowd around them began to stir. The respect they had once held for Sha Yun was now replaced by suspicion and wariness. Sha Yun had been unconscious for 5 minutes when, suddenly, his eyes twitched and slowly opened. His head was still spinning, but he immediately felt a sharp pain on his face, as if someone had thrown a basket of chili peppers at him. The burning sensation reached his brain, and Sha Yun quickly realized a painful truth. I just got beaten up badly, and the one who did it was none other than Park Jimin. A wave of overwhelming hatred immediately surged within him, boiling like a volcano on the verge of erupting. How could this happen? Could it be that I, a mere ordinary person, am humiliated like this in front of so many people? Oh my God, this is absolutely unbearable. Who am I? The last disciple of the Medicine King. A title that commands respect from anyone who hears it. And yet here I am, standing among this crowd, reduced to a laughingstock. I, the renowned king of medicine, cannot allow anyone to insult me. Whoever dares to offend me deserves to be punished. Thinking this, Shy Yun reached into the cloth bag hanging from his shoulder, intending to pull out some illicit medicine to play along. Wait, why is it empty? He rummaged through his clothes, checking everywhere, but the bag was completely empty. Not a single pill remained. His eyes widened, and sweat began to bead on his forehead. Where are my medicines? Where are my pills? At this point, Shy Yun finally realized that something was wrong with the atmosphere around him. The crowd was looking at him, with expressions full of suspicion. No one showing the respect they had before. He rolled his eyes around, and immediately noticed something even more terrifying. Even Wai Xiling, the girl who had always called him Brother Shy Yun before, was now looking at him with a strange gaze. He blinked, trying to force a smile. Xiling, why are you looking at me like that? What's going on? But instead of answering immediately, Wai Xiling snorted, holding out a small bottle in front of him, and questioned him on the spot. Mr. Shy Yun, explain this. This spirit-draining power, it's yours, isn't it? Shy Yun was initially taken aback when he saw the large words on the label of the bottle, which left no room for denial. Damn it, if I admit it now, I'm done for. But if I don't, I'm done for too. The more I try to cover it up, the worse it gets. No, I have to turn this situation around no matter what. In just 2 seconds, he regained his composure, his face as cold as if nothing had happened. Then, he casually nodded, his expression unchanged. Yeah, these medicines are mine. Is there a problem? Hearing this, Wai Xiling's heart shattered. Stunned, she stared at him, her eyes reddening from utter disappointment. Mr. Shy Yun, I really didn't think you were the kind of person like this. Your bag is filled with such despicable things. But Shy Yun was still trying to quickly justify himself with an absurd argument. What's despicable about it? Did any of you ask for my opinion before rummaging through my stuff? No, right? So who's the despicable one here? What kind of medicine is in my bag? What do those medicines do? When combined, what effect do they create? Do you really understand them? If you don't, and you blindly believe baseless rumors, isn't that prejudice? Spirit-draining power isn't what you think. This is used to support critically ill patients, to help them stay conscious, increase their will to live, alleviate pain, and stimulate the nervous system to help them get through the tough phase. Do you know that? The more Wai Xiling listened, the more she wavered, beginning to feel confused. Mr. Shy Yun, earlier someone said my grandfather didn't suffer from a stroke because of illness, but because you've secretly poisoned him. This coincidence is too much. Could it really be that you did it? But Shy Yun still maintained his composure, as if he had done nothing wrong. He raised an eyebrow, his tone as forceful as if delivering a speech. It's laughable. I started studying medicine with my master when I was 7, and it's been 18 years now. I've devoted my life to healing and saving others, and I'd never harmed anyone. If I truly poisoned old Wei, I should be run over by a car in the street, choke on my food, or get my face swollen from mosquito bites when I sleep. I should die in misery in this life. As soon as his curse was uttered, the crowd was shaken. Some were left gaping, others nearly choked on their saliva. No one expected him to make such a bold statement. What if something actually happens after he swears like that? Half of the people at the banquet started to believe Shy Yun. Only someone upright would dare swear like that. Even old Wei, who had just been suspicious, began to show signs of embarrassment. Mr. Shy Yun, I apologize for wrongly accusing you. I shouldn't have harbored such petty thoughts and judged you with a narrow mind. You are the one who saved my life. Yeah, I doubted you. I feel deeply ashamed. Mr. Shy Yun, don't worry. Today, you've been subjected to all this unfairness, and I will seek justice for you. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone understood. The wind had changed direction. But when the wind had shifted, Shy Yun suddenly spoke, his voice filled with anger. Very well, I finally see clearly now. This is the wealthy society you all worship. A bunch of ingrates who don't know how to appreciate kindness. I saved someone's life. And not only did I not receive any gratitude, but I was also doubted and treated like a criminal. It's ridiculous. I, Shy Yun, walk through this world with my head held high, living without shame. I have no need to lower myself to associate with people as ungrateful as you. Goodbye. With that, he snorted coldly, turned around, and walked away, each step radiating the demeanor of someone deeply hurt. Wai Xiling, seeing this, became frantic and hurried to catch up, her voice filled with regret. Mr. Sha-yun, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. But before she could apologize further, Sha-yun had already run off, not looking back, leaving her even more regretful, to the point of tears. But a second later, Wide Xiling was filled with fiery energy, rushing straight up to Park Jimin, with a face burning with anger, as if she wanted to slap him just to vent her frustration. Park Jimin, you're such a villain. How dare you push the Y family into dishonor? I hate you. You are always wronging good people, doing foolish things, and you will definitely face retribution. At that moment, a sudden ting echoed in Park Jimin's mind, followed by a series of system notifications. Simp Lord target has been tightly bound. Name: Wide Xiling. Age: 18. Height: 165.5 centimeters. Weight: 46 kilograms. Appearance rating: 9.7. Affinity with the host: -60 points. Loathes with all of her heart. Can't bear to look at. After the banquet ended, Qin Tian Fang quietly sought out Wei Kong, his voice full of implication. Old Wei, I'll be honest with you. If you have some time, go ahead and get a CT scan and a blood test. I know hearing Sha-yun's oath might be unsettling, but your health is the most important thing. Trust people less, trust doctors more. While I respect Mr. Bai Chen, that doesn't mean I place absolute trust in his disciple. Not to mention, Sha-yun even swore an oath. Only if there's evil will I trust him 100%. After speaking, Qin Tian Fang patted old Wei on the shoulder as old friends do, reminding each other to take care of their health. After all, the two of them had been good friends for decades and understood each other well. Old Wei raised an eyebrow, but did not argue. Actually, I had thought about that too. It's just that in that situation earlier, with so many people around, I couldn't casually doubt Sha-yun. After all, he once saved my life. I can't let a few rumors make me doubt him too hastily. If I did, people would say my Wei family is ungrateful, and how would I be able to hold my head up in high society after that? Old Wei continued. Not to mention, this also involves Mr. Bai Chen. When dealing with someone of such stature, we must be extra cautious. Qin Tian Fang squinted at his old friend, and then asked with great interest, But Old Wei, while you're concerned about saving face for the Wei family, have you ever considered another possibility? Aren't you afraid that by helping Sha-yun today, you might offend Park Jimin? Wei Kong waved his hand with a faint smile. Haha, Park Jimin is just a junior. What's there to be afraid of if I offend him? Upon hearing this, old Master Qin's expression immediately changed. A junior, you say? I'm afraid his achievements have already far surpassed both you and me. Recently, I've been investigating Park Jimin, partly because of the 1,000-year ginseng theft, and partly because my precious granddaughter has suddenly fallen in love with this man. But the more I investigated, the more surprised I became. The deeper I dug, the more shocked I was. I started to regret underestimating him. First, there's his family background. On the surface, he seems completely ordinary, with average parents. But as I continued my investigation, I nearly spit blood. Because, according to the gathered information, within just half a year, Park Jimin single-handedly founded an economic empire worth more than 6 trillion. But the story doesn't end there. After being shocked by Park Jimin's incredible achievements, the Qin family decided to dig deeper, searching for the source of his finances. If someone was supporting him from behind, there must surely be some trace of it. However, the results completely shattered the Qin family, leaving them utterly bewildered. All of Park Jimin's funding was legal, with no signs of anything shady, no one behind him, no mysterious forces backing him. To put it plainly, the Qin family did not have the authority to uncover Park Jimin's true information. All of his data was classified as SSS-level top secret, surpassing even high-ranking government officials. Old Qin got goosebumps all over, gripping the report tightly, cold sweat pouring down. I don't know who Park Jimin really is, but one thing is certain, this person is definitely not ordinary. And if anyone dares to underestimate Park Jimin or see him as just some unknown junior, they will likely pay a very steep price. After leaving the banquet hall, Sha-yun did not leave the Emperor Hotel. He was not the type of person to give up easily. Instead, he quietly disguised himself as Park Jimin, then secretly slipped into a guest room in the hotel to hide. He knew very well that if Old Wei made the mistake of going for a health check within the next 3 days, he would surely be exposed. All the effort he had put into building his image, All the schemes and tricks he had so meticulously planned would be in vain. The worst part was the reputation of the medicine king, who was supposed to save lives, but in the end would be accused of poisoning and murder. His honor would be destroyed, and he would go from a miracle doctor to a criminal, condemned by the entire world. Not to mention, the Y family in the city was no ordinary force. They would relentlessly hunt him down, ensuring that he would have no place to stand in the capital. After hours of careful maneuvering, Sha-yun looked at himself in the mirror and smiled a thoroughly wicked smile. Perfect, flawless, just like a replica. Now, the plan to disrupt the game is ready. Either I do it or I don't, and if I do, I'll see it through to the end. I'll even kill Old Wei. As long as Old Wei dies before he can go for that health check, everything will vanish into the shadows, Sha-yun thought. Moreover, I can take this opportunity to frame Park Jimin. Two birds with one stone. First, erase the traces and maintain my reputation as the miracle doctor. Second, send that detestable Park Jimin straight to his doom. It's just right, since there's already a conflict between Park Jimin and the Y family. By using Park Jimin's identity, no matter what disaster I cause, or how horrifying my actions are in the end, all the blame will fall on him. This time, even jumping into the Huanghe River won't wash him clean. On the other side, as Sha-yun had just finished disguising, a storm from the international ocean shore suddenly struck hard, a direct blow to the face. Mr. X was no longer joking. He had decided to capture Park Jimin immediately. The order to hunt him down was issued. This time, they weren't sending a few lowly assassins to salvage some dignity, but going for the full destruction combo. End of Days Reincarnation took command, accompanied by 50 CIA special agents, all top-tier soldiers, each with a set of skills. They didn't fight with fists, but had many mind-bending tricks at their disposal. The rules were simple. Capturing him alive was preferred, but if that wasn't possible, Park Jimin would be sent to meet his ancestors right away, as long as we don't let him continue to grow stronger. Because if someone like him survives, the entire underground world will consider it doomed. This time, the entire team of 50 Special Forces operatives, each at a specific position, will be lying in wait around the hotel. From the building opposite, 10 operatives aimed directly at the vault and targeted room 165, just waiting for the shot to be fired. Even the parking garage had heavy-duty bombs installed. One push of a button, and the whole hotel would explode like a dumpling pot left too long on the fire. One operative reported over the headset, "Boss, we have urgent news. Park Jimin is at the Emperor Hotel, room 165. The vault is ready to fire. Just give the order, and we'll send the whole hotel to meet their ancestors." After hearing this, End of Days Reincarnation did not rush to give the signal. He stayed in position. Don't rush it. The hotel guest list shows Park Jimin is in room 165, but no one is certain he's actually there. If we miss the shot, it'll be a waste of effort, and we'll end up with the short end of the stick. This guy isn't easy to deal with, and the bomb might not even kill him. We need to be sure before we strike. The entire team of operatives immediately nodded in agreement, and all of them shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." A tense yet extremely professional atmosphere enveloped this operation. The most powerful force was focusing all its efforts to take down a single person, and everyone knew that if they failed this time, the consequences would be far more devastating than anything they had ever imagined. Tick-tock, tick-tock, time kept passing, waiting for no one. In the blink of an eye, it was already 7 a.m. Report, report, the target has appeared on the 12th floor corridor. Repeat, the target has appeared on the 12th floor corridor. The target, who just took the elevator, is currently in the hotel cafeteria, seems to be planning to have breakfast. Everyone, take positions, prepare for action. They all responded in unison. Roger. As for Sha-yun, this was the moment fate had granted him. He immediately scanned the area, his mind racing as fast as lightning. As long as Old Wei is taken care of here, Park Jimin, the persona I'm currently assuming, will instantly be framed as a murderer. At that point, even if he tries to deny it, there's no way to cleanse his name. Once the entire nation issues a manhunt for him, let's see if he still has a place to live. With the plan forming in his mind, Sha-yun wasted no time, his hand gripping the steel knife tightly as he moved towards Old Wei. Sha-yun said, "Park Jimin, I admit that I've somewhat underestimated you all this time. You have strength, speed, and you don't look like an ordinary person at all. It seems that your identity is far from simple. However, you must never, under any circumstances, provoke me. If you offend Sha Yun, you'll spend your entire life in a nightmare that you can't escape from. Part Jimin, prepare to write your will. Sha Yun took step after step toward Old Y, only a few steps away. With just a wave of his hand, everything would be over. But life is not that easy. Just as he was about to strike, a sudden chill ran down his spine. His heart raced, and a heavy killing intent swept over him, causing him to instinctively freeze for a moment. This is troublesome. Out of nowhere, a female server, holding a tray, appeared, her face tense. Everyone, focus. The target is in sight. Take your positions. Prepare to act. And just as expected, in the blink of an eye, the female server suddenly pulled a handgun from her body. Without any unnecessary words, she immediately pulled the trigger. 6 gunshots rang out consecutively, with each bullet flying dangerously close to Sha Yun's head, narrowly missing and almost turning his head into a beehive. His heart seemed to want to burst out of his chest, cold sweat pouring down. But fortunately, his reflexes were as fast as lightning, his movements flawless like a martial arts master. Within a 15-meter range, he dodged every shot without missing a beat. After evading the bullets, he didn't just stand there. Sha Yun immediately counterattacked. In the blink of an eye, he spun around and threw 3 poisoned needles, each aimed straight at the forehead of the female special agent, causing her to collapse on the spot without having time to utter a single word of farewell. You don't know your limits. Do you dare try to ambush me again? Dream on in broad daylight. But before he could finish his words, all the other agents suddenly appeared from nowhere, all charging at him. From the bodyguards to the chefs, every one of them carried a gun, shooting at him. Seeing this, Sha Yun shouted, "Damn it!" Without hesitation, without a second thought, Sha Yun activated all the remaining power within him. His speed doubled, his agility tripled, just like the protagonist in those martial arts novels. He dashed like a bolt of lightning, weaving through the hail of bullets, running while counting the remaining lives in his head. But dodging the bullets wasn't enough. He looked around, searching for an escape route, and immediately spotted a gleaming French-style window. Without a second thought, he rushed towards it, kicked it open, and leaped from the 3rd floor. It seemed like a perfect escape, but fate wasn't done with him yet. From behind, the deafening sound of gunfire rang out. The special forces hadn't given up, their guns reloaded, and the bullets flew back and forth. No matter how fast he dodged, no matter how skilled his martial arts, one bullet still found its mark and struck him. Sha Yun, panting and running, his mind spinning with questions. What? Who's after me? Who did I offend? Who has the time to send a whole team of assassins to kill me? Has my identity been exposed? But that doesn't make sense. But luckily, life never truly takes away someone's last chance. Thanks to the heavenly talisman armor Master gave me, I didn't end up as a perforated target right there. Surviving by a hair's breadth is no exaggeration. Without thinking for long, Sha Yun quickly scanned for an escape route and immediately saw a brand new Porsche 911 preparing to park. Without a word, he forcefully opened the door and yanked a man sitting inside the car to the ground. "Hey, Chairman Lim, are you stealing my car?" As the man fell to the ground and managed to say a few words, he was met with Sha Yun's murderous glare. "I've got an urgent matter here. If you don't want to die, get out of the way." After that, Sha Yun no longer cared whose car it was. He stepped on the gas, and the Porsche sped forward. Meanwhile, the owner of the Porsche, seeing his car being stolen, was enraged and yelled helplessly, "Damn it, Chairman Lim, you really are stealing my car. Give it back." At the same time, Sha Yun, sitting in the car, could barely hold back his frustration. These people are crazy. They're all crazy. If Park Jimin wanted to kill me, he wouldn't have to make such a big fuss. As soon as Sha Yun narrowly escaped the death trap at the hotel, the Special Forces team also reported back to headquarters. "Report, boss. The target has just slipped out of the Emperor Hotel and is heading toward the Huangfu River dock. Clearly, Park Jimin took a direct hit. He should be in pain. How is he still running so fast? We intended to capture him alive, but it seems the pistol and rifle are not working." On the other end of the line, the voice became harsh and bone-chilling. "Forget it. Use heavy firepower. No mercy." Overwhelmed him with heavy firepower. He must be eliminated today, no matter what. Either he dies, or you die. Understood. At this moment, In the canteen of Emperor Hotel, the special forces came and went in the blink of an eye. But the intense and suffocating scene left everyone in the canteen feeling like they had just been swept into a whirlwind of madness. Hulu. Oh my God, today we ran into terrorists, witnessed Chairman Lim being hunted down, and almost ended up meeting my ancestors. That was so close. Wait a minute, where are we? We're in manhwa, right? One of the most internationalized cities, where the laws on weapon control are extremely strict. Even toy guns require a permit. And yet today, a group of people are walking around with guns in broad daylight. Hello, police. Help, there are terrorists at Emperor Hotel. They have guns and a whole army with them. Old Wai's eyes were still fixed on the special forces team that had just left, and then he fumed angrily, shouting, "What is this? Is this a 5-star hotel or a battlefield in Syria? So arrogant." Meanwhile, Wai Xiling tightly clutched Wai Kong's arm, her face pale. "Grandpa, I'm so scared." Wai Kong, hearing that, tried to reassure him. "Don't be scared, don't be scared. These people are probably only targeting Park Jimin. But I don't understand how that guy is living his life, being chased like this in an action movie. Call the police quickly." Meanwhile, Sha Yun was still on the run, but his mind was filled with countless question marks, tangled and confused. Damn it, what is going on? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was off, so he tried to piece everything together. These special forces are acting too aggressively, too decisively, nothing like a simple contract killing. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind like a lightning bolt on a clear day. Wait a minute, what if these people are not here to kill me, but to kill Park Jimin? Thinking about it, Sha Yun couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Could it be that this Park Jimin guy accidentally messed with some powerful force, and now they're hunting him down? If that's the case, it's really bad luck. I have nothing to do with this. But I've been inadvertently dragged into it, and turned into a hunted target. Now it's crystal clear. Those special forces must have mistaken me for Park Jimin, which is why they're chasing me down like this. Thinking of this, Sha Yun just wanted to swear. What the hell is this? It's barely morning and I almost got blown up, almost shot into a honeycomb, almost chased down and killed like the main character in an action movie. What kind of bad luck is this? Did I owe that bastard Park Jimin something in my past life? Am I supposed to repay it with my life in this one? No way, I have to get this damn mask off. Who the hell should be wearing Park Jimin's face just to be hunted down like this? But saying it was easy, doing it was hard. This mask wasn't some cheap knockoff that you could just rip off. It was custom-made, glued on tightly like cement, perfectly replicating every feature of Park Jimin's face. How could he remove it right away? To take it off, Sha Yun would need special solution, because scratching at it wouldn't do a damn thing. Just as Sha Yun was still thinking about sneaking away to find a way to deal with this face, an armed helicopter suddenly appeared, flying right above his head. Sha Yun rolled down the car window, stuck his head out, and yelled at the top of his lungs, "Damn it, I haven't even taken the mask off, and they've already found me." Sha Yun continued, "Oh my God, you've killed the wrong person, guys. I'm not Park Jimin. Damn it, please." But before he could escape from the car, a rocket-propelled grenade shot toward him, like an unexpected burden suddenly arriving. In an instant, the expensive luxury car turned into a massive ball of fire, smoke, and dust flying everywhere, debris scattering like fireworks on New Year's Eve. Sha Yun scrambled out, his face covered in dirt, his clothes torn as if he'd just escaped from a prison break, his heart racing. He screamed a line from the depths of his soul. What the hell is going on? Even a rocket's been pulled out now. On the helicopter, the commandos saw that Sha Yun was still alive and immediately unleashed another round of bullets, sending him straight to meet his ancestors. Sha Yun roared, ducking his head and running. Damn it, I can't die here. At this point, only one thought remained in his mind. I need to find water. Only with water can I remove the mask. As long as I take it off, they'll know I'm not Park Jimin, and I'll escape. Looking ahead, Sha Yun was overjoyed. That's right, the Huangfu River. As long as I jump into it, I can wash off this damned human skin mask and reveal my real face. Then, the chase will be over. Without much thought, he threw himself into the water, not hesitating for a second. This time, it's over. Once the mask is off, you all have no reason to hunt me anymore. But the heavens are not kind to man. Before Sha Yun could even savor the feeling of escaping death, the voice on the helicopter's radio came through with extreme decisiveness. Report, the target has jumped into the Huangfu River. On the other end of the line, a cold voice responded without a hint of hesitation. Let him jump, it doesn't matter. But he's definitely not dead. Prepare all firepower, spare no expense, and kill Park Jimin right there. Just as Sha Yun's head emerged from the water, a dozen rocket-propelled grenades were fired at the river all at once. The entire river was bombarded mercilessly, and no one could see Sha Yun anymore. The water churned, forming columns of white foam, while thick black smoke spread everywhere. The special forces on the helicopter reported back to headquarters with certainty. Report, mission completed. Target completely disintegrated. The voice on the other end replied with satisfaction. Very good. Disband immediately. Head straight out. Anyone who can run, run. Don't stay around for any drama. As soon as the grand chase had just ended, Manhua was immediately locked down, with a curfew imposed across the entire city. Dogs were not allowed to run, and even cats had to remain still. The impact of this incident was so severe that it couldn't be kept under wraps. Very quickly, investigation teams were set up, and intelligence agencies began their pursuit to root out everything, no matter the cost. But it was at the Huangfu riverbank. An idle netizen, with nothing better to do, accidentally captured footage of Chairman Lim jumping into the river. Not only that, but the person also caught the exact moment Chairman Lim was hit by a dozen or so rocket-propelled grenades, sending him flying like fireworks on Lunar New Year. Without hesitation, the video was uploaded online, and within seconds, chaos erupted across social media. This morning, at the Emperor Hotel, Chairman Lim was ambushed by a terrorist organization. After a dramatic chase that lasted all the way to the Huangfu River, he ultimately couldn't escape his fate. The military arrived at the scene 2 minutes later, but sadly, it was already too late. The online community was in an uproar, with some crying in sorrow, others reveling in glee, and some offering deep analyses and explosive comments. President Lim, are you okay? No way. My husband can't be dead. I don't believe it. Oh my God, President Lim was still so young. How could he be gone? Truly, heaven must not favor the people of this world. Why did he have to die so tragically? Wait, he was that rich, and still never got the chance to enjoy it before disappearing. A lifetime of accumulating wealth, and in the end, the money's still there. But you're not. In the blink of an eye, the clock read 10 a.m. Park Jimin groggily got up, sluggish like a lazy cat just kicked out of its nest. His stomach growled loudly, but as soon as he arrived at the cafeteria, he saw no entry signs everywhere. Investigators walked back and forth, looking as serious as if they were filming a crime drama. Park Jimin opened his mouth in disbelief. Wait, I took a nap, and the world changed color while I was sleeping. But what stunned him even more was a group of people gathered in a corner, not chatting idly, not discussing shopping, but holding a meeting to mourn someone. And that someone was him. Kim Woo-song cried out desperately, her voice choked with emotion, like the lead in a romance movie. I don't believe it. If we can't find the body, I absolutely won't believe Park Jimin is dead. Beside her, Kim Woo-feng sighed, his face serious. Sis, wake up. He's really dead. People even saw him blown to pieces. What are you looking for? Are you trying to gather the pieces together? As soon as Park Jimin overheard this rude remark, his face darkened, and then, filled with rage, he snapped back with a sharp glare. What's going on? I'm standing here, alive and well, healthy, fair-skinned, and full of energy. Yet these people are standing here crying as if I've already crossed over to the other side. Who gave you the right to bury me alive? Kid, say something. Who gave you permission to place me on the altar like this? Seeing Park Jimin fuming like he was about to solo the whole world, everyone's mood could be summed up in one short line, as if struck by lightning. Kim Woo-feng didn't know what to say, his mind temporarily disconnected from reality. Wait, is this a mistake? Chairman Lim is still alive. No way. He was clearly forced to run for his life, shot with an entire magazine, jumped into the Huangfu River, and even got hit with a rocket-propelled grenade as a final blow. Don't tell me he has some kind of clone magic spell or something. Park Jimin, hearing this, felt irritated, and angrily shouted, What the hell is going on? Who the hell has the guts to spread a lie saying I'm dead? As for Kim Woo-song, there was no need to say much. His emotions surged, his eyes brimming with tears, and without being able to hold back, he threw himself into Part Jimin's arms. I knew it. Part Jimin, if you could die so easily, I wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice myself. Dai Han also seemed ready to charge in, but Kim Woo-song quickly beat him to it. Thinking it over, she decided to keep a little bit of rationality and not get caught up in the chaos. Without saying much, she immediately took out her phone, opened the video, and held it right in front of Part Jimin's face. Part Jimin, look at this. Here's the proof video. You were being chased, surrounded in a gunfight, then jumped from the 3rd floor to escape, and then stole a Porsche 911 to run away. The highlight, though, is the final scene where you jumped straight into the Huangfu River. And in the end, a rocket blew you up into smoke. After watching, Park Jimin froze for 3 seconds. The main character in the video looks exactly like me. Is this guy a superhero or something? His reflexes are lightning fast, dodging bullets like he's in a superhero movie. Nothing can touch him. Sword or spear, fire or water. He gets shot, but still crawls up and keeps running. Even after the car explodes, he crawls out, stands up, dusts himself off like nothing happened. If he were to star in an action movie, Hollywood would call him up immediately. No joke. Wait, what's going on? Please tell me, is this a dream? Or am I sleepwalking and just making up this crazy escape scene? No ordinary person can move like that. Thinking back, Park Jimin also had some doubts. I swear to the universe, that's not me. Last night, I was too lazy to go home, so I just stayed in room 1605 at the hotel and slept through the whole night. This morning, I slept straight through until 10 a.m. before waking up. As for the person in the video, who knows? But it's definitely not me. Even if it's someone with twins or triplets, they couldn't possibly look exactly like me down to the smallest detail. Park Jimin continued, and even if there were someone like me, they couldn't possibly be as handsome and charming as I am now. My body right now is the result of several rounds of upgrades, evolving from a sickly person into the handsome, sophisticated man I am today. If someone really did look like me, there would only be 2 possibilities. 1, they're wearing a hyper-realistic mask, or 2, they've had plastic surgery to copy my appearance, and are pretending to be me to do something shady. He went on, but wait, why not impersonate someone else? Why come for me? Are they tired of living or something? Then they'll get caught by the dark web folks and be done for. My dude, you're too much of a saint. I really want to thank you, but I don't even know where to start. Park Jimin thought. I should have left my name before leaving. Now I want to show my gratitude, but I don't even know where to find him to send this fruit basket. At this moment, Kim Woo-song, with a serious expression, reminded him, Park Jimin, this time, you really need to be cautious. They've been planning this for a long time, sparing no effort, even exposing their undercover agents just to kill you. This is no longer a small matter. It can be considered something extremely special. But Park Jimin remained calm, not forgetting to add, they set up such a big show and still missed their target. Next time, it'll definitely be even worse. As soon as he finished speaking, his phone vibrated. Park Min Young, Yang Wei Bai, Oh Young Sil, Kim Jenny, Kim Hara-won, Suk-won, and even international superstar Della didn't miss out. But that's not all. There were also Song Joong-ki, Yu Ah-in, the famous director Yang Sison, and even influential figures in the business world, all of them reaching out to him. After watching, Park Jimin couldn't help but rub his temples, feeling like he was pushed to his limits. If this situation keeps going on, I might have to change my phone number or even run away to some deserted island just to survive. But well, I still have some humanity left. I can't bear to make everyone worry even more. The best thing to do is to immediately update my social media and make a post saying that I'm still fine. The news spread quickly, with major platforms like QQ, TikTok, Vinova, Weibo, and a ton of other networks all scrambling to post corrections. It turned out that the news about Chairman Lim dying was just an enormous hoax, and even Dumb Corporation had to release an official statement. The person who was reported to have been shot in Huangfu River yesterday was not Chairman Lim, folks. Once the news came out, the entire Nation H network exploded again. On the end of day's reincarnation side, upon hearing the news, they slammed their fists on the table in anger, crushing the Coke can in their hands. The phone sprayed everywhere, just like their emotions, bursting with each drop. Wait, so you killed the wrong person? That guy was sleeping in room 1605 all night and only woke up at 10 this morning. So who did those special forces actually kill? End of days reincarnation continued. If the one who was killed isn't part Jimin, then who is he? Why does he have such extraordinary combat skills? And more importantly, how many more part Jimins are out there? Couldn't it be that part Jimin knew about the organization's plan and arranged for a body double? But wait, how could that body double fight so well? Dodging bullets like a pro, nothing could hurt him. And he took hundreds of shots and still kept running. Could it be that the organization has tampered with something they shouldn't have? The more end of days reincarnation thought about it, the colder his spine felt. Something's wrong. Very wrong. A person that strong and only used as a decoy. Then how terrifying must part Jimin's real power be? Not only that, but his intellect is also of a frightening caliber, a kind of fearsome intellect beyond what ordinary people could ever imagine. This isn't human anymore. This is a demon, plain and simple, facing off against someone who's both incredibly strong and disturbingly intelligent, to the point of being non-human. Who could possibly withstand that? Very quickly, the phone started ringing incessantly again. Looking at the caller ID, it was Mr. X. Just hearing his voice, I knew something was wrong. As soon as I answered the phone, Mr. X didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. What's going on? How could such a serious mistake happen? End of days reincarnation could only respond like a student who had made an error. I'm really sorry, mister. This time it was because I miscalculated. I never expected that someone would appear who looked exactly like part Jimin, and moreover, his skills are far from ordinary. That's why I completely believed that he was the real part Jimin. Mr. X was silent for a few seconds, then coldly said, All right, just follow the old plan. Now we can't afford to take any risks. The organization can't give a second chance. Do you have any idea how heavy the international public pressure is? End of days reincarnation replied, Yes, I understand, mister. Since the incident at Emperor Hotel erupted into chaos, the Wei grandfather and grandson no longer had any desire to stay. The two of them quickly packed their bags and rushed straight to the large hospital in manhwa. After several hours of full-body examination, MRI scans, blood tests, and the inspection of every single hair, the results finally came in. The doctor looked at the test results and furrowed his brows. Well, there's an issue here. There is a type of neurotoxin present in your grandfather's blood. This toxin is quite powerful. In mild cases, it causes dizziness, vertigo, and muscle spasms. In severe cases, it can cause death on the spot. Fortunately, we discovered it in time. Or else neither of you would still be standing here listening to the doctor's advice. For White Kong, the result was enough to make old Wei feel as though he had been struck by lightning. Staring at the test results, his mind went blank, unsure of how to process the information, as if he had just taken a blow to the head, causing all of his thoughts to become a tangled mess. As for Wei Xiling, words couldn't even begin to describe it. His emotions shifted through the 4 seasons in an instant. Spring, hoping Sha Yun might be innocent. Summer, feeling the heat of wanting to confront someone for answers. Autumn, filled with doubts about life. Winter, shivering at the thought of the truth. Wei Xiling said, Grandpa, so that means he wasn't struck by wind, but actually poisoned? Could it be that we wrongfully accused part Jimin, and Sha Yun is the one who's been playing dirty? Wei Kong wasn't much better off, sighing deeply with regret. That's right, I never imagined that Mr. Bai Chen's disciple could be so deceitful. Hearing this, Wei Xiling became furious. I'm calling Sha Yun right now. I have to get to the bottom of this. Why did he lie to me? I really thought of him as a great hero, but is he actually such a vile person? But life doesn't always go as expected, and all she got in return was a cold, indifferent female voice. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Stunned for a few seconds, Wei Xiling stared at her phone. Unavailable? He must have gotten nervous. Maybe he's already fled, running away. Wei Xiling felt as though the entire world had collapsed around her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. And the angrier she got, the more she realized how foolish she had been. On top of that, a deep sense of shame welled up inside her, one that she could not shake. A person I trusted completely, a decent and kind person like Sha Yun, is now suspected of being the mastermind behind the poisoning. And the person I always thought was evil turns out to have been wronged. Grandpa, I really accused the good person wrongly. I want to apologize to Park Jimin, but I heard he was blown up and died by the Huangfu River. Does that mean I'll never have the chance to apologize to him again? The more she spoke, the heavier her heart felt. A guilt she had never experienced before surged within her, like the ocean waves, tightening around her mind. And then she cried even harder, holding her face and sobbing uncontrollably, feeling as though she was the sinner. Grandpa, I'm the one who caused Park Jimin's death. Who? I cursed him. I only thought about it in my head, but the heavens responded so strongly. He really was killed. White Kong looked at his niece with a mixture of affection and amusement. You silly girl, it's impossible for anyone to go through life without making mistakes. What's important is knowing when you're wrong and changing. We really did wrongfully blame Park Jimin, so we do need to apologize to him. But his being hunted down has nothing to do with you, right? Wide Xiling shook her head, tears still streaming down her face. No, it's because I cursed him. I cursed him to die, and he really was killed. If I hadn't thought like that, maybe he would still be alive. Just as Wide Xiling was drowning in self-blame, even preparing to write a long self-criticism essay in memory of Park Jimin, a kind nurse came over to comfort her. Young lady, are you a fan of Chairman Lim? The news just clarified it. Chairman Lim is not dead. He's perfectly fine. I heard he was at the Emperor Hotel just an hour ago, and a reporter even caught a photo of him. Wide Xiling froze upon hearing this. Really? Park Jimin isn't dead? Then who was the person who died by the Huangfu River? The nurse shrugged and spoke calmly. The police haven't determined that yet, but they've been pulling up bodies all morning, and still haven't found anything. The main reason is that the explosion was so violent, with a dozen rocket shells bombing all at once. It even caused the riverbank to collapse. The fish in the river were blown to death in whole schools. So how could they possibly find any human bodies to examine? It's hard to even get DNA for identification. So this case has become a difficult one. Hearing this, Wide Xiling felt as if she had been pulled from hell to heaven in 3 seconds. She had initially despised him, but after learning the truth, her feelings toward Park Jimin had started to change. The system notification. Wide Xiling's affection increased by 10. Wide Xiling's affection increased by 10. Wide Xiling's affection increased by 10. Current affection, minus 30. In essence, Wide Xiling still greatly disliked Park Jimin. A good person is a good person, but being a good person doesn't mean you're not a trap boy. I won't forgive him that easily. On this side, Park Jimin also raised an eyebrow, wondering, strange, why did this Wei girl suddenly gain 30 points in favor? Could it be that old Wei went for a health checkup and finally opened his eyes to see Shy Yun's true face? Muttering to himself, Park Jimin suddenly remembered an important detail. Wait a minute, I still haven't seen Shy Yun's face so far. His brows furrowed, sensing something was off. Recalling the surveillance video he had just watched, he began piecing together the fragments in his mind. The impersonator, before he was ambushed, did something very strange. He grabbed a steel skewer from the dining table and quickly walked toward old Wei, who was still having breakfast. What was he planning to do? Was he trying to kill the old man? By this point, Park Jimin's mind quickly formed a hypothesis. This guy was planning to kill old Wei. If old Wei were murdered right in front of everyone, who would be the first person to be suspected? Clearly, it would be me, right? All right, now, I get it. This person wasn't impersonating for fun. He was deliberately framing me. Park Jimin thought, damn it, wait a second. Could the person who's impersonating me be Shy Yun? He knows medicine, is skilled in disguising, has a shady background, knows martial arts, and is precise with his needle techniques. Never misses a shot. He has a clear motive. If old Wei finds poison in the blood today, who would be the first one to be suspected? Of course, it would be the disciple of the medicine king, Shy Yun. So, what will he do to protect his reputation? Right, eliminate old Wei. But just eliminating him isn't enough. He has to drag me into this as well. One stone, two birds. Too convenient. Park Jimin continued thinking. Oh my god, this guy is playing dirty, but Shy Yun really has bad luck. He thought he was in the clear and ended up stepping right into a hornet's nest. So now his life is ruined. Who could have known? Damn it, these dark web people really don't fear anything until it's too late. Well, let me help you all cry your hearts out. With that, Park Jimin clenched his jaw, his hand already on the keyboard. This time, the hunt wasn't for just a few small-time players. but for 107 high-ranking figures in the dark web. To put it simply, the entire leadership council, from the bottom to the top, no one would be spared. He sifted through each name, stamped each face, each one thrown up on the bounty board. The lowest price target was a minor character with a bounty of 100,000 dark coins, approximately 37 million. The key targets had their bounties raised to 300,000 dark coins. And for the kingpin, Mr. X, Park Jimin slapped an astronomical price of 5 million dark coins, which translated to about $300 million. In an instant, the entire assassin world was shaken. Some sat back, watching to see what would unfold. But there were also plenty of cold-blooded players, sensing an easy kill, jumping straight into action. Within less than 12 hours of Park Jimin posting the mission, 5 major figures from the dark web were sent to the altar. And of course, the assassins who took the job casually pocketed their rewards, as happy as if they were receiving a New Year's bonus. But unfortunately, most of the high-ranking targets turned out to be anonymous figures, appearing as ordinary civilians on the outside, with vast amounts of money. The missions were easy, truly like picking up fallen leaves on the street. In the blink of an eye, the upper echelons of the dark web were bathed in blood. In just 3 days, 107 major figures of the dark web were almost completely wiped out, with only one survivor. Mr. X, he was not someone easily traceable, because he had always appeared wearing a mask, and no one knew his true face. Even the most important figures in the dark web had never seen his real face. This made it impossible for the assassins, no matter how hard they searched, to identify their target. As they hunted him down, the assassins jokingly remarked how they were supposed to kill someone when they didn't even know what he looked like. And that was the very reason Mr. X survived amidst this bloody storm. After narrowly escaping death, Mr. X was fuming with rage, muttering to himself like a madman, "Park Jimin, if you dare make the dark web disappear, from the White House to the CIA, from the FBI to the Pentagon, no one will let you get away with it. This time, you're finished." No matter how things turn out, one thing was certain. Park Jimin had officially become the target of the entire world, and the largest manhunt in history was about to begin. Officer Ma Yuan, during a routine patrol along the Huangfu River, unexpectedly found a damaged but still usable bra. At first, the officers thought it was discarded trash, but as soon as they picked it up and examined it, they were all left stunned, wide-eyed, and slack-jawed, as if they had just discovered a treasure. This bra looks ordinary at first glance, but when you touch it, it feels as soft as cotton. However, it is harder than concrete. A sharp knife can't cut through it, fire can't burn it, and even an AK bullet might not leave a scratch. What's more, it has the ability to automatically contract upon impact, forming a protective layer tougher than ordinary bulletproof vests. But the most notable thing was its special connection to Park Jimin. Everyone recalled the incident when Park Jimin was shot with an AK but remained unharmed. Faced with this situation, Officer Ma Yuan didn't know how to handle it appropriately. Such a valuable item, we have no right to seize it. Upon reviewing the camera footage, they also discovered that the owner of this item was none other than Chairman Lim. Therefore, after gathering all the necessary samples and data, the officers had no choice but to return it to its rightful owner, not daring to keep it for a second longer. The next morning, before the sun had even risen, Kim Kae-gan was summoned to Park Jimin's house to witness the legendary creation of Wankai. The Battle Royale shooting game already had an existing framework. It just needed to be copied and upgraded. For Wankai, this task was as easy as pie. In just a blink of an eye, Wankai had upgraded the game into a highly advanced version, perfectly tailored to Park Jimin's requirements. As soon as Kim Kae-gan arrived at the villa, she didn't even have time to ask about the Huangfu River case before Park Jimin cut straight to the chase. Here's the thing. I want to establish a game development department. The game is already set up. Now all you guys need to handle is the marketing. Kim Kae-gan confidently replied, "Oh, that's all. Piece of cake. This is Star Group's specialty. Leave it to me, and I guarantee it'll explode in popularity. Boss, can I take a look at the game?" Park Jimin took out his phone and launched the game, a Battle Royale survival shooter now upgraded to an extreme version. Here, take a look. The special thing about this game is that it can host 1,000 players on the battlefield at the same time. Kim Kae-gan, after hearing this, couldn't hide his surprise. A shooting game with 1,000 players on the battlefield. This is truly beyond imagination, because up until now, most similar games have only supported a maximum of 100 to 150 players. But for Park Jimin, nothing is impossible. At this moment, Kim K-yan furrowed his brows and thought for a moment before asking a rather crucial question. Currently, in the gaming world, the Quig group rules the world, and its competitors are like grains of sand in the desert, scattered and insignificant. To try and break into a world already controlled by the Quig group and still hope to rise, ordinary promotion would definitely make it disappear from people's hearts. While Kim K-yan was still hesitant, Park Jimin laid out an extravagant plan. If expanding is too difficult, then just give out red envelopes. Organize a 1,000-player battle, and the winner will get a $1,000 reward. No doubt about it, this is the quickest and shortest path, one that will overshadow all the survival games currently on the market. Kim K-yan, who had previously been stunned, now wore a truly astonished expression. What? All this time, I've been grinding in games to climb ranks, to show off achievements, to boast to my friends. But where did this game come from that not only lets you grind points, but also grinds pocket money like this? At this rate, if the number of players reaches tens of millions, every minute that passes is like burning through a mountain of money. Just as Kim K-yan was still sitting there lost in thought, his mind soaring through the cosmos, the doorbell rang loudly, as if someone were coming to collect a debt. What's going on here? Park Jimin opened the door, his tone indifferent, without a hint of tension. What brings you here? The captain of the police stepped forward, his tone also quite gentle. Hello, President Lim. We're here to return the items. Park Jimin took the bag from the officer's hand with a skeptical look in his eyes. What's this? Could it be another scheme from Sha-yun? The attempted murder of Old Wei hasn't even been pinned on him yet, and now is this another shitshow he's throwing right at my head? But before Park Jimin could react, the police captain added, after a thorough examination, inspection, and analysis of every fiber, we concluded that this is not something that can be mass-produced. The materials used to make it are too rare. The manufacturing process is definitely classified at a top-secret level. The value of a shirt like this is worth 10 times more than a villa in manhwa, and even with money, it might not be something you can buy. And the police don't have the authority to keep this bulletproof vest. If it belongs to Chairman Lim, we naturally have to return it. Seeing the police's enthusiastic attitude, Park Jimin decided to accept it for now and figure it out later. All right, thank you. But wait, it's not over. The police captain then dropped a bombshell without any warning. Oh, by the way, I need to inform you of something. A Porsche 911 owner just reported that you stole his car, and now it's badly damaged. Based on our investigation, we understand the situation at the time was quite urgent, but still, hijacking the car in broad daylight falls under criminal law, so in my opinion, you should contact the car owner to negotiate privately and proceed with some form of compensation. At this moment, Park Jimin was truly stunned, not because of the compensation issue, but because he couldn't remember when he had gotten himself involved in this whole Porsche 911 incident. His brain started working faster than a high-end processing chip, desperately trying to recall what he had done to end up in this mess. But no matter how hard he tried to remember, one undeniable truth was clear before his eyes. Someone had accused him of stealing a supercar, and now that supercar had turned into a pile of scrap metal. But after thinking it through, arguing wouldn't help. It was better to deal with it quickly to avoid a headache. So Park Jimin skillfully said, I didn't mean to steal it. I just borrowed it for a quick spin and accidentally turned it into a pile of scrap. All right, officers, don't worry. I'll contact the owner to resolve this. Once the police left, curiosity got the better of him, and Park Jimin decided to test out the shirt to see what was so special about it. After checking himself out in the mirror for a while, he mumbled as if he were rapping. This world is really strange. Even a bra can be 10 times more expensive than a luxury villa in manhwa. And at that very moment, a voice echoed dramatically in Park Jimin's mind. Ting. System detected rare heavenly silk armor. Park Jimin wondered, heavenly silk armor. What kind of RPG is this? But before he could ask further, the attribute panel appeared clearly in front of him. Type. Defensive item. Defense attribute plus 100. When worn, it enhances defensive capabilities, protects weak points, and can even stop sniper bullets. Park Jimin was stunned, only able to exclaim, his eyes gleaming as if he'd struck gold. Damn, is this a gift from the universe or what? I can't believe such a huge piece of equipment shows up in the middle of this mess. Then, excitedly, he gripped the armor tightly. Could it be that Sha Yun, the guy who keeps falling flat but still survives, even taking a full AK mag and still smiling? Could the secret be this armor? Damn, this is top-tier equipment. Now I have it, but I don't have any background, no connections, just money. And look at Sha Yun. He not only has a mysterious master called Medicine King, but also a bunch of amazing gear. Life really isn't fair, but when you think about it, today's still a lucky day. I bought a Porsche 911, but getting this heavenly silk armor in return, I'm still coming out ahead. At this moment, at Manhua Airport, a private jet quietly landed after a long journey from Las Vegas. Amid the bustling crowd, a stunning figure made her appearance, causing the airport to tremble for a few seconds. None other than flight attendant Xiao Lai. In Las Vegas, she is not just referred to as a flight attendant, but directly as the Lady God of Cards, the mistress of the world's #1 God of Cards, Huan Batian. Anyone who hears the name must respect it and fear. But she is not merely the wife of the God of Cards. Xiao Lai is also his official spokesperson, a woman wielding authority akin to that of an elder. Just a simple wave of her hand can command thousands of subordinates ready to execute her orders. In Las Vegas, when discussing power, one cannot overlook Xiao Lai. This includes 30 casinos, 55-star hotels, 6 7-star hotels in Dubai, 3 stock companies, 12 factories, and 3 internationally renowned luxury brands. Moreover, in Las Vegas, when Xiao Lai raises her voice, even the governor must sit up straight to converse with her. Each time she goes out, the tight-clad bodyguards and a grand motorcade escort her. No different from the movement of a national leader. At this moment, Xiao Lai had just stepped out of Hong Kong Airport in Manhua, feeling a bit nostalgic. This place used to be my destination. But now looking back, everything feels a bit unfamiliar, as if I have stepped into a different world. It's not because the scenery has changed, but because my perspective has changed. While Xiao Lai was still lost in thought, her boyfriend Jiao had been waiting outside the airport for a long time. He was driving a shiny Maserati with a face full of confidence. As soon as he saw Xiao Lai, Jiao rushed over, arms wide open, ready for a big hug. Lai, you're finally back. Why did you stay abroad for so long this time? But all he received in response was a gentle push from Xiao Lai, along with a tone that was neither warm nor cold, but enough for Jiao to realize something was off. We shouldn't do this. The airport is too crowded. Jiao looked slightly taken aback, feeling a bit hurt. Huh? What's wrong with her? Xiao Lai has never been this aloof before, but he didn't dwell on it for long, shifting to his boasting. Lai, it's great that you're back this time. Look, I just bought a new car, a Maserati Quattraport, the real deal, costing a whopping 1,800,000. He thought this would be the killer blow that would move Xiao Lai to leap into his arms immediately. But Xiao Lai only responded with a flat "oh." No more emotion than that. No sparkling eyes. No look of astonishment. No jumping up in excitement. Just a cold "oh," even somewhat indifferent. Even when she got into the car, Xiao Lai's expression showed a hint of disappointment. Jiao wouldn't know that my worldview has completely changed. If it were before, I would have definitely thrown my arms around him, showered him with compliments, and then talked about cruising the streets tonight. But now, after all the ups and downs and events in Las Vegas, my horizons have expanded far beyond a Maserati. Sorry, if you've slammed a Bugatti in front of me now. I'd just yawn and continue scrolling through my phone. Seeing Xiao Lai with her cold expression, Jiao felt a bit shy. Today, Xiao Lai looks particularly beautiful. Her aura seems a little different. No longer just the cute and lovely girl from before, but carrying an indescribable elegance, as if she has stepped into an entirely different social class. This makes me even more infatuated, feeling as if I am about to pursue a noble lady rather than just a girlfriend. It's understandable, after all. It could be because we haven't met in a long time. A little coldness is fine. Thinking this, the flame of love in Jiao's heart blazed fiercely again, and he was determined to not give up. He regained his composure, his voice filled with excitement. Lai, I bought movie tickets. Let's go see it tonight. This movie is really hot right now, starring Chairman Lim and Oh Young-sil. It's making waves everywhere. I've heard that the box office has already hit 9 billion, and it will probably reach 10 billion soon. At first, Xiao Lai wasn't very interested. All that occupied her mind was work, finance, gambling, and stocks. What was so special about watching a movie? But just hearing the words Chairman Lim instantly gave motivation. For a long time, Xiao Lai had unconsciously claimed herself as the Lady God of Cards, deluding herself into believing that whatever Park Jimin did was of cosmic significance. So, Xiao Lai nodded without hesitation. All right, let's go watch a movie. After a burst of speed, the two headed straight for the cinema. But for some reason, as soon as they reached the entrance, Xiao Lai's heart began to flutter. This man was indeed a monster, making $30 billion from card games, becoming the world's #1 card god, and now he had turned to acting. Speaking of best actors, it took years of hard work, starring in a series of blockbuster films to earn that title. Yet Park Jimin starred in just one film, and instantly took the throne. Was there anyone left to compete? But whether it's 10 billion or 20 billion, it wouldn't make a dent in Park Jimin's trillion-dollar fortune. This fame was merely decoration for him. It didn't affect his wealth at all. The luckiest person here was Oh Young-sil, who had the chance to ride the coattails of a legendary box office film. The movie lasted 2 hours, during which Xiao Lai was immersed in every action scene of Park Jimin. At one moment, she suddenly felt her nose tingle, her eyes warm, and tears streaming down her cheeks without her noticing. The more she watched, the more her heart raced. Oh my, I've fallen in love with the boss. Is this what it feels like to love someone deeply? For him, I would be willing to trade everything, even if it means ending up with nothing. But then there's a Zhao. He's really good. His conditions are quite stable, but I just don't really like him. Thinking of this, Xiao Lai turned to look at Zhao with a slight sigh. Suddenly, a terrifying thought arose in her heart. Honestly, I don't want to let him down. But after meeting him again this time, I realize it seems I don't have any feelings for him anymore. Perhaps I have never truly loved him. Maybe I should clarify everything as soon as possible. Perhaps I shouldn't continue to deceive myself any longer. With her thoughts clear, Xiao Lai took a deep breath and turned to a Jiao. A Jiao, let's break up. As soon as those words escaped, a Jiao felt as if struck by lightning on a clear day. His voice wavered, and he was filled with utter confusion. Huh, what's going on? Why? Did I do something wrong? I admit I haven't paid much attention to you lately since you've been on business trips, and I've been a bit busy myself. But you have to understand I have work too. Why suddenly want to break up? What's going on? Xiao Lai resolutely walked out of the cinema and replied, You did nothing wrong. It's just that I no longer love you. That's all. I'm leaving now. Upon hearing this, Jiao completely crumbled, tears welling up in his eyes. A love affair shattered in the span of a movie screening. In another cinema, albeit a more luxurious version. YZ Ling watched with reddened eyes, her voice choked with emotion. Grandpa, I can't believe it. Park Jimin, that renowned heartthrob, can act in a way that touches my heart. He must have experienced a deep, unforgettable love himself. Otherwise, how could he portray such pain so convincingly? Could it be that Park Jimin has also suffered a heartbreak? At this moment, a middle-aged butler hurriedly walked in, his voice steady yet filled with urgency. Master, Mr. Bai Chen has descended the mountain. As soon as the words left his mouth, Old Wei, who had been nonchalant, suddenly trembled. What? Mr. Bai Chen really intends to come down the mountain? Heavens! The news of Mr. Bai Chen's impending descent was so shocking that Old Wei was shaken, his mouth stammering as if he were having a blood sugar drop. It seems a great storm is about to arrive. The butler standing by replied, his face tense. Yes, that's right, master. Intelligence from the Qin family has just come in. In 3 days, Mr. Bai Chen will land in Maiyuan. Furthermore, he's even sent a direct invitation to Old Master, almost as if he wants the whole world to know officially. As this information emerged, the entire Maiyuan was in turmoil, like a disturbed beehive. The old aristocratic families from north to south were unsettled, each unable to sit still. Everyone was eagerly anticipating it. The Sima family of Taiyuan and the Xehu family of Guangzhong were both in a rush. Meanwhile, in Shenzhen, the Zheng family was thrown into chaos. The capital was buzzing too, with the Zheng family, Li family, and Wei family. All the leading aristocratic families seemed to move in unison, preparing to roll out the red carpet to welcome Mr. Bai Chen's arrival. While Old Wei was discussing Wide Ling sat beside him, looking puzzled. Grandpa, who is this Mr. Bai Chen? Why does everyone treat him like a deity, while I've never even heard of his name? Old Wei took a deep breath, his gaze distant. Indeed, the youth of today remember all the hot trends on the internet, but pay no attention to the truly legendary figures. I remember back when Mr. Bai Chen was rampaging through the world. I was just a kid, always hiding to skip my afternoon nap and playing marbles. And now, here I am, with one foot in the grave, while Mr. Bai Chen stands tall and unaging, not a bit older. Honestly, it's even harder to believe than the tale of Sun Wukong, having a household registration in flowers and fruit. Wide Ling, listening intently, felt a stir in her heart, her eyes blinking in curiosity. So is this guy cultivating immortality or something? Old Wei continued to speak with deep reverence. They say that Medicine King is someone who can cure all illnesses, even those that doctors have given up on. He still has ways to manage. Not only that, but he can even help people live longer. Old Wei continued. Anyone fortunate enough to meet the Medicine King is like hitting the jackpot, living an extra 10 years without illness or ailments, with health as strong as an ox. It is said that every 20 years, Bai Chen Medicine King descends the mountain, wants to find those fated to inherit his medical knowledge, and to collect valuable spiritual medicine for the Medicine King Valley. Whoever he selects will have their life transformed, and their clan will rise to fairy-like status. It would be hard not to prosper. However, recently, scientific and technological advancements have been so rapid, and medicine has progressed so much that news spreads like wildfire. Consequently, this legend has faded into the past, and few remember it now. Old Wei said, only a few great families from past generations, those who witnessed Mr. Bai Chen's remarkable abilities, truly understand how formidable this figure is. Mr. Bai Chen is undoubtedly a peak master in legend, a profoundly mysterious legendary figure. Just hearing about him seems unscientific. Yet his existence is palpable, making it impossible not to be in awe. It's similar to how among the 12 zodiac animals, there is the dragon, labeled as fictional. No one has ever seen it with their own eyes. Yet it is still placed on par with the other zodiac animals. After listening to Grandpa for a while, Wide Ling was still not over her frustration and pouted, asking, "But Grandpa, is Mr. Bai Chen really a good person? The master is only as good as the disciple. And that disciple, Sha Yun, played dirty by poisoning you just to act the hero and save you. Isn't that a trap? I think his master can't be that much better either." Old Wei immediately became serious upon hearing his granddaughter's words, his tone becoming stern. "You can't speak carelessly. Mr. Bai Chen is a person of great virtue and respect. How can he be compared to a lowly character like Sha Yun? It's fine to discuss this at home, but if outsiders hear, it could bring disaster upon us and endanger the Wei family." Wide Ling, hearing this, pretended to be innocent and full of remorse. "All right then, Grandpa, I won't bring it up again. But I plan to invite Part Jimin to a meal, and maybe buy him a little gift as an apology." "Oh wait, Grandpa, how am I supposed to contact Part Jimin now? I don't even have his WeChat yet." This question caught Old Wei off guard for a moment, but he quickly found a solution. "How about this? I'll have old Kin make a phone call and ask his granddaughter to connect us. She definitely has Part Jimin's number." As soon as the call connected, Qin Tianfang immediately asked, his voice full of enthusiasm, "Hey, Old Wei, have you measured the results yet? I was just about to call you." Old Wei cleared his throat and replied slowly, "The test results are in. There are traces of nerve agents in my blood. To be sure, I even checked a few more times. There's absolutely no way it was just a sudden illness. That Sha Yun really played dirty, willing to stoop to such mean tricks just to win the Wei family's favor." Upon hearing this, Qin Tianfang fell silent for a few seconds. "I just received an invitation from Mr. Bai Chen this morning, stating that Sha Yun has learned 3 parts of the traditional medical techniques and is currently traveling to cultivate his mind and spirit. Mr. Bai Chen also asked the Qin family to take care of him during this time. It sounds reasonable at first, but looking at it now, it's clear there's a major issue. How can Sha Yun be said to be cultivating his mind?" He said, "A person who has just entered the world plays stealthily to poison others, merely to appear as a miraculous healer saving lives, an act that is both deceitful and despicable. If this is called cultivating the mind, then surely there would be no evil in this world anymore. Now I am tasked with keeping an eye on such a person. So how am I supposed to do that? Should I wake up in the morning to invite him for tea, take him for a walk in the park at noon, and in the evening, pat his head and teach him about being a good person? How can I possibly endure and harbor someone like this? Old Wei, understanding that the situation was somewhat tangled, spoke up to reassure. Old Kin, there's no need to be tense. I'm not calling you to argue. I just want to ask for Park Jimin's number. My granddaughter spoke a bit rudely the other day, and she wants to apologize directly according to proper etiquette. Qin Tian Fang on the other end also grasped the situation, replied immediately. All right, I'll send Xiao Song's number to you. Let Zai Ling contact him, and I'm sure there will be a way to reach Park Jimin. On this side, Park Jimin was lost in thought when his phone buzzed. Glancing at the screen, he recognized the caller as Kim Jisoo. Park Jimin answered, and before he could say anything, Kim Jisoo exclaimed, Hey Park Jimin! Big news! QQ is making a move on Big Cat TV. I just found out that QQ has been secretly reaching out to over 10 top streamers from Big Cat TV, quietly signing contracts, preparing to pull them all over to their platform. They've been sneaking around with such blatant transfers, and I hadn't had a clue. Do you understand the feeling of raising a bunch of chickens only to have them run off to another coop on harvest day? After hearing this, Park Jimin replied calmly, There's no tension or panic. Nothing to worry about. It's just a bunch of streamers leaving. Just sued them for breach of contract. If they signed an agreement, they must take responsibility, and whoever violates it should pay the necessary amount. As for the online uproar, no need for explanations or justifications. Let them say whatever they want. Park Jimin continued. After that, we donated 100 million materials for the disaster area, publicly announcing that all the compensation money for those turncoat streamers will be donated to help the people. Kim Jisoo could only nod repeatedly, Yes, yes, I will implement it right away. Then Kim Jisoo's mind calmed down, even feeling a bit moved. Indeed, Park Jimin plays incredibly skillfully. This move not only helps Big Cat TV miraculously recover its reputation, but also puts those streamers in an unassailable position. Just think about it. They just terminated the contract, are being sued for damages. And now, that money is being used for charity. If they oppose it, it means they are opposing charity. If they refuse to pay, it means they are robbing the opportunity to aid the affected people. At that point, public opinion will automatically turn against them. Meanwhile, Big Cat TV would naturally become a company responsible to society. Truly, Park Jimin is forever my pillar of support. With him here, even if the sky falls, it cannot crush us. Kim Jisoo thought to herself, my worries until now have been completely unnecessary. At that moment, Park Jimin began to feel that something was off. Why are several of my businesses suddenly getting implicated in scandals all at once? Clearly, someone is deliberately targeting me. More importantly, it's not just one force that has joined in on this game. Just then, the TV continued to broadcast a breaking news story that exposed yet another shocking incident. A female patient who underwent facial surgery using a miraculous scar-removing product suffered severe facial necrosis, leaving her completely disfigured. Unable to cope with the shock, she jumped from a building. The police are currently investigating, while the production company, Ru Yuan Medicine and Pharmacy, led by Yang Weibai, has officially stated that their product is not problematic. However, this explanation has not been accepted by the public, pushing the company into intense waves of criticism. Seeing this news, Park Jimin's expression turned somber. If before I only felt like someone was targeting me, now there's no need for guessing anymore. There is definitely someone playing dirty and doing it so blatantly that they don't even bother to hide it. If the blackening is done with intention, I can still find it interesting. But to blacken to the point of losing all humanity like this, it's truly unacceptable. If it were an ordinary person in this situation, they would definitely be driven to madness, forced to make a series of hasty decisions, and just one small mistake could lead to their entire business collapsing instantly. But the problem here is that I am not an ordinary person. They want to belittle me. Fine, then let's see who gets pushed underwater first. At the same time, at the Bulgari Hotel, one of the most luxurious venues, the atmosphere in the grand lobby was extremely tense. A dozen of the most powerful elders in the world were gathered, not to discuss business collaboration, but to hold a closed-door meeting to deal with one person. One person said, I have spent a considerable amount of money to bribe some key decision-makers already, and once the press gets involved, We must blow this case to smithereens. We absolutely cannot allow that Park Jimin to raise his head again. If this case is successful, he will have no chance to come back. Another person interjected. That's right, Park Jimin is rising rapidly like a storm, having built an enormous financial empire in just half a year, but the higher he climbs, the harder he falls. He's moving too fast, like constructing a skyscraper without a solid foundation. Just a light push from someone could cause the entire building to collapse. Among these people is a special character, Prince Samsung Park Jung-jae. He looked around the room, wanting to laugh, but had to hold back. It wasn't out of amusement, but sheer surprise. What on earth has Park Jimin done to make so many big names want to drag him down into the mud simultaneously? These aren't just ordinary enemies. If the list of people present in this room were to be made public, it would surely send shockwaves through the global financial market. Everyone here has a reputation. Everyone has power. And everyone is eager to take down Park Jimin. Hongjian Capital, a group of tycoons with an incredibly far-reaching influence, is not just about business. They also control politics and law. Financial group Mitsui, one of the colossal monetary empires of Nation N, is involved in every sector, from banking to real estate, from healthcare to technology. Park Jung-jae thought, the name Rockefeller Group alone is enough to be haunting. This long-established tycoon family controls a multitude of important industries in Nation M. The Morgan Financial Group, one of the banking magnates, possesses trillions of dollars in their hands. A simple snap of their fingers could send ripples through the financial markets. But here, these people not only want to defeat Park Jimin in business, but also aim to completely erase him from the marketplace. There is no negotiation, no reconciliation, only destruction. Park Jung-jae was still digesting this information, feeling somewhat puzzled. In business, it's business. Why would Park Jimin provoke so many powerful forces to hate him? At this moment, Park Jung-jae's gaze fell upon Morgan Tina, and he couldn't help but ask, Miss Morgan, I heard that your financial group primarily focuses on banking, so why are you getting involved in a battle with Park Jimin? Aren't the two sides unrelated? Tina sat there with a cold expression, her flawless white skin and unmistakable demeanor setting her apart. Then she proclaimed a statement that silenced everyone. Oh, this is very easy to understand. Han Cheng-jiak dared to copy my research. I cannot overlook such behavior. Those who do wrong must pay the price. Her words, filled with lethal intent, immediately made Park Jung-jae feel elated. Everyone knows that the Morgan clans are not a bunch of ordinary folks, and are also members of the mysterious School and Bonds organization. If they have stepped in, it means Park Jimin is truly in danger. Wow, Park Jimin is surely going to be defeated this time. I said it before, don't shine too brightly or you'll get snuffed out immediately. Normally, just offending one or two big names would already be disastrous. But now, Park Jimin has gone ahead and offended a whole long list, provoking QQ, Hongjian Capital, and even dragging the Morgan clans from across the ocean into the fray. Now everything has fallen into a whirlwind. The wheel of fate is rolling uncontrollably, and ahead lies only one outcome that anyone can predict. Park Jimin stood amidst the storm, his face cold as ice, with not a hint of wavering in his mind. Do these people really think that just by playing a few tricks and spreading some nonsense, they can make me vanish? I think you guys are still too young and inexperienced. Underestimating me is a mistake, and once you've made that mistake, I'll show you the price you have to pay. Wang Kai is here now. Prepare to take on the mission. From the screen, a voice full of enthusiasm rang out. Master, just leave it to me. Any chicken that wants to fly is already out of time. Park Jimin narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. First, infiltrate all online platforms, from QQ, Weibo, TikTok, Vinova, Bilibili to Baidu. In general, get into anything that's scrollable for me. Full control, and next, wipe out all negative news about me. Those keyboard warriors who like to mock me, ban them all. Regardless of whether they are hot streamers or top commenters. If they talk trash, just get rid of them. Anyone who is the loudest, lock their accounts for 3 years for me. Finally, find out the dirty secrets of those at the top, compile them into a shocking combo, and spread them across all forums for the world to see who the real boss is. Now you guys can just wait to reap the consequences of a fierce backlash. Wang Kai was filled with vigor. Order received. Implementing immediately. And so the billion-dollar machine of Park Jimin officially commences operations, ready to crush anyone daring to confront it. In this vast online world, the number of bloggers is indeed vast. From small accounts with just tens of thousands of fans to the great ones with millions of followers. No matter who they are, or where they stand on the social media spectrum, everyone cannot escape the harsh truth. They have been blocked, my friends. Everything happened too quickly. 1 second, they were the saint of reviews, exposing scandals, and the next second, they became a nameless shadow. No one even aware they ever existed. A slew of accounts was wiped clean. Rumors vanished as swiftly as lightning, and people were bewildered, unsure of what was happening. At this moment, the conference room in the Bulleri Hotel burst open, and a panicked assistant rushed in, her breath ragged, eyes wide with fright. "Boss, we're done for." On the platform, shocking information suddenly flooded in. All the high-flying CEOs from Miss CEO, Long CEO, Wang CEO to Leave CEO have been exposed with a series of private messages, screenshots, and even secret videos. Some have had their private messages to their lovers revealed, while others have been uncovered for their underground deals. After listening, everyone was stunned, to the point that their scalps tingled and sweat streamed down like a shower. "Quick, delete all those videos right now. If they get out, we're done for." The assistant, pale-faced, continued to report. "Boss, the problem is that we can't delete them. The video recommendation system seems to have been hacked. It keeps pushing them up. It's difficult for people to avoid seeing them." The entire conference room felt like it had turned to stone. Everyone wide-eyed staring at the phone screen. No way, everything was tightly secured. Nothing that could cause harm was let slip. Sensitive messages, delete immediately. Dangerous videos, cut them off right away. But who could have guessed that what we thought was deleted could still be restored, and that it could be pulled out at will? Park Jong-jae was also glued to the screen, mouth agape in disbelief at what was unfolding before his eyes. Wait, why have all the exposing accounts vanished? There has to be a reason, and what does it mean to be locked for 3 years? What kind of security system allows hackers to slip in so easily? Are you all just sitting around playing puzzles? While scandals sprouted like mushrooms after rain, Park Jimin remained calm, as if he were an outsider unconcerned with the storm of news online. He furrowed his brow, thought for a moment, and then picked up his phone to dial Yang Weibai's number. Since the day Yang Weibai angrily left the villa, this is the first time I have proactively reached out. This time, the situation is serious. Even she has been pushed into the spotlight of criticism. Yet, she hasn't uttered a word of complaint. Is she trying to appear strong or wanting to bear it all alone? The phone rang continuously for over 30 seconds before someone answered. He said, "Weibai, it's me." On the other end, Yang Weibai's voice was very calm. "Oh, Park Jimin, what's the matter? I'm busy." The way Yang Weibai responded was somewhat cold, as if she didn't care much about the situation. Yet, upon hearing that, Park Jimin felt that something was off. So he immediately asked, "Busy with what?" In response, Yang Weibai simply said, "Just busy with work a little." But Park Jimin was not the type of person to be easily deceived. He continued to ask, "Weibai, are you okay?" Upon hearing this, Yang Weibai's voice remained unusually calm. "I'm fine. I've been good from the start. Why are you asking that?" Not wanting to prolong the conversation, Park Jimin just responded with a murmur, then hung up the phone. However, the matter did not stop there. He immediately gave an order. "Wang Kai, track the location of that call." Receiving the command, Wang Kai replied promptly, "Master, just after a few seconds, I have pinpointed the location. Approximately 30 meters away from Park Jimin, in the northeast direction." Upon hearing that, Park Jimin felt a slight shock. What? So close? He turned to look in that direction and realized that this area was a high-end villa complex. A series of thoughts raced through his mind. Something is happening here, and it certainly isn't ordinary. During this time, Yang Weibai had never left Maiyuan, her heart in turmoil yet still clinging to this place. She continued to linger in Maiyuan, but not out of chance. She was on the hunt for traces of Park Jimin. After exhausting her voice and asking around everywhere, she finally discovered the location he was at. To get closer to Park Jimin, Yang Weibai made a big move, willing to pay triple the rent and an additional 200,000 as a token of appreciation to the former tenant, all hoping they would leave quickly. From then on, Yang Weibai could catch glimpses of Park Jimin standing on the balcony, slowly savoring a cup of coffee. Each time, she felt her heart calm, as if she had achieved a great triumph. But peace did not always last. Facing a barrage of indiscriminate stones, Yang Weibai was completely shaken. Just recently, Park Jimin called me. A brief call consisting of just a few greetings before hanging up, but for me, it felt like a glimmer of sunshine amidst the storm of life. Yet it was still not enough to soothe the pent-up frustration and resentment building within me, she thought. No matter how much turmoil I feel inside, I still strive to appear calm, maintaining the demeanor of a proud goddess, refusing to show any signs of weakness in front of Park Jimin. I don't want him to see a Yang Weibai who has collapsed, crying pitifully. I want to prove that I can face everything alone. No matter how great the storms are, it won't make me falter. But it's easier said than done. The moment Park Jimin hung up, that strong facade shattered instantly. Yang Weibai could no longer hold back. Tears fell like rain, crying uncontrollably. I can ignore countless insults online. I can disregard threatening messages. But I cannot bear Park Jimin's coldness. He called me, which means he has seen what is happening online. But then what? Just a few superficial words. And then he hangs up, not a word of comfort, not a hint of genuine concern. The feeling of being treated like a stranger is even more painful than any curse from the crowd out there. Could it be that I have truly become someone who no longer matters to him? She thought. If that day I hadn't carelessly left my WeChat for Jung Dick, if earlier I hadn't seen those movie tickets in Park Jimin's pocket. If only I had known back in high school that it was Park Jimin who took the beating for me, silently protecting me from afar. If just one of those things had changed, perhaps he and I would have been together long ago, without any third party interfering, without having to sit here today regretting. But life doesn't have the words, if only. Chances that are missed are gone forever. Just as Yang Weibai was lost in her feelings of frustration, she jolted when the doorbell rang. The door swung open, and the person standing in front of her left Yang Weibai stunned, her lips trembling slightly. Park Jimin, what are you doing here? Before she could finish her sentence, Park Jimin pulled her into his arms, his gaze a mix of reproach and teasing. You moved so close to my house, and didn't tell me at all. Yang Weibai flusteredly pushed him away, feeling shy and embarrassed, and was about to find an excuse to explain. But before she could find a reason, Park Jimin's next words completely overwhelmed her. Silly girl, there's nothing that can't be solved. No matter how much time passes, no matter how things change, in my heart, you will always be the goddess of our high school years. Having said that, he stepped forward and pulled her into his embrace. And just like that, without anyone telling them to, Park Jimin gave Yang Weibai a tight kiss. In that moment, the two of them seemed to merge into one, disregarding the chaotic world outside. And the feeling of being held tightly in the arms of the one she had longed for made Yang Weibai feel as if she had lost all her strength. She leaned against Park Jimin, her eyes sparkling, her voice choked with emotion. Park Jimin, I want to be with you. Even if it means not having a title, even if I can't marry you. I don't care, I just need you. Just need you by my side. Her last words dissolved into sobs. Yet they were stronger than any confession of love. The atmosphere in the room seemed to pause for a moment, and Park Jimin felt a slight stir in his heart. He gently ruffled her hair and said, First, let me cook something for you. You must be very tired during this time. This meal is nothing elaborate, just simple tomato fried rice with eggs. But it holds a special meaning for Yang Weibai. It is unclear when her status in his heart suddenly soared like this. Husband, you're so good. After that, Yang Weibai fell asleep without realizing it. But this was undoubtedly the best sleep she had had since the backlash she faced online. A plethora of harsh words rained down like a torrential downpour, with netizens each voicing their opinions, some being cruel, others adding salt to the wounds, turning her into a timeless scapegoat. As she endured these suffocating criticisms and threats, Yang Weibai's mind was in turmoil, feeling as though she had been pushed into a dark, inescapable abyss. And after this sleep, Yang Weibai would no longer feel despair. At the moment Park Jimin carried Yang Weibai to bed, a problem occurred. She disregarded all conventional logic and decided to go all out. Park Jimin, I want to dedicate myself to you. Park Jimin was taken aback. His hand, which was still supporting Yang Weibai's waist, trembled slightly. The girl in his arms felt fragile yet surprisingly intense, like a small gust of wind capable of sweeping away all his reasoning. As if fearing Park Jimin would disappear, Yang Weibai spoke without hesitation or faltering. expressing her true feelings. Part Jimin, I have always been a puppet in the hands of fate, bound by familial obligations, manipulated by my mother like a chess piece. But tonight, I want to make my own decisions, okay? Regardless of the consequences I may face tomorrow, regardless if I have to be far away from you, it doesn't matter. As long as tonight I belong to you, that is enough. If you find me reckless and shameless, I will accept it. If you think I'm foolish, I won't care. But Part Jimin, there is one thing I am certain of. I love you. The last words Yang Weibai spoke were like a breath, yet they carried a weight of 1,000 pounds. In that moment, all of Part Jimin's rationality was completely crushed. A man might resist countless enemies, but he could not withstand the woman he loves placing her whole heart into his hands. He bowed his head and planted a deep kiss on Yang Weibai's forehead. That night, the wind outside the window continued to blow, and the moonlight still shone down upon the world, but the two of them no longer cared about time. The next morning, as Part Jimin was making a sweet breakfast, his phone suddenly rang, displaying the name Kim Woo-song. Every time this person called, it usually meant some issue, whether big or small, happy or annoying. As soon as Part Jimin answered, he heard the immediate complaint from the other side. Part Jimin, where are you? You vanished early this morning. I came to your house and rang the doorbell until my finger nearly broke, but no one answered. Part Jimin lazily replied, what is it? Without beating around the bush, Kim Woo-song got straight to the point. It's nothing major, really. The Wei family has a girl named Wei Ziling, the granddaughter of my grandpa's good friend. She said she wants to invite us out for a meal. Kim Woo-song continued. This girl was just raising her voice the other day, defending that scumbag Sha Yun. But I guess now she knows who is the real trustworthy one. She wants to apologize to you, sincerely regretting her actions. I think that's fine. After all, people do hold grudges. Whether you choose to forgive her is another matter, but at least you can go meet her for a bit, just for appearance's sake. Part Jimin nodded after hearing this and replied nonchalantly, all right, I'll go over later. After hanging up the phone, he turned to Yang Weibai. Weibai, you should keep eating. Don't worry about outside matters. I have a little something to take care of. Yang Weibai was still happily eating, but as soon as she saw Part Jimin's gaze, she immediately sensed something was up. Who called you? You're busy this early in the morning. Part Jimin smiled and replied, just someone wanting to apologize. Nothing serious. I'll be back soon. Upon hearing this, Yang Weibai didn't press further, but her eyes were filled with a profound meaning. Just someone wanting to apologize. Sounds too suspicious. Who goes out to eat early in the morning just to apologize? Although she felt a bit reluctant in her heart, she still tried to appear at ease, not wanting to make things difficult for Part Jimin. Ever since I took on the role of managing the company and sitting in the chairman's position, I have come to understand the countless issues one must face to run a large business. Every day, as soon as I open my eyes, there are hundreds of things that need to be dealt with. Every passing minute translates into money, and if not handled properly, many people will be affected. Part Jimin has not just one thing to worry about, but a huge pile of responsibilities. He not only has to deal with the mess surrounding me, but also manage the work of a multitude of companies under his purview. Sometimes, the pressure on his shoulders is 10 times greater than mine, yet he still finds the time for me, staying by my side throughout the night and even getting up early in the morning to cook for me. This is what touches me the most. If at this moment, I were to ask for more, cause trouble, or act weak, it would be no different from being an inconsiderate person. Thinking of this, Yang Weibai cheerfully picked up her spoon and began to enjoy her breakfast in the most respectful way possible. As she ate, she casually reached for her phone and unlocked the screen. But at the moment her finger glided across the screen, the more she looked, the more she felt something was amiss. Just yesterday, social media was in an uproar. News sites and accounts large and small were competing to dissect the event of the miraculous scar removal that turned customers into monsters, to the extent that this keyword even surged to the top of searches on Weibo. Yet now, everything had vanished completely, without a trace. Not only had the articles about the incident disappeared, but even those who had once harshly criticized and condemned her had vanished. Bloggers with millions of followers, accounts that had once vehemently cursed her, had mysteriously had their accounts locked. Why had they all disappeared? Can someone please explain? Was it possible that someone had taken it upon themselves to clean up for her? The more she thought about it, the more Yang Weibai felt. There was some force out there that had intervened to help. But who had the capability to manipulate social media to this extent? After thinking it over, only one name came to her mind. Was it Park Jimin? This thought arose suddenly, and Yang Weibai immediately felt her heart being squeezed. A warm sensation unexpectedly spread within her, and the corners of her mouth slightly curved upwards, her face reflecting a look of deep emotional contemplation. If it's really him, then how on earth did he manage this? Why did no one scold me all of a sudden overnight? Not believing her eyes, Yang Weibai hurriedly opened TikTok, Weibo, and all other platforms where information could diverge, but the result remained the same. All the defamatory posts, every negative comment, every account that had spammed her with insults, had all vanished completely as if they had never existed. At this moment, Yang Weibai began to feel favored yet anxious, tears unexpectedly streaming down her face, not out of sadness, but from being deeply moved. Park Jimin has never sweet-talked me, but his actions speak volumes more than 100 words. Even if Park Jimin doesn't marry me in the future, I won't regret it. To have a soulmate like him in life, I would have no regrets even in death. Thus, Park Jimin not only restored Yang Weibai's faith, but also triggered an explosion of goodwill to its maximum level. Notification system. Ting. Detected that the third Simp Lord has officially reached max level, rewarded with +10 to all attributes, and an additional +50 enhancement points. While Yang Weibai was daydreaming, Park Jimin, Kim Woo-song, and Wai Ziling had gathered at a 24/7 hot pot restaurant, known for serving hungry souls in distress. But heading out for hot pot early in the morning was undeniably an unusual choice. As soon as Wai Ziling sat down, he patted his chest, displayed an air of enthusiasm, and spoke earnestly. "Mr. Park Jimin, Ms. Woo-song, I apologize for the last time. I truly didn't expect Shy Yun, who seems so kind-hearted and honest, to be such a cowardly person behind the scenes. Today, I would like to treat you both to this meal as an apology. Please, enjoy it to the fullest. It's on me." Upon hearing this, Kim Woo-song couldn't help but blink in surprise and curiously asked, "Ziling, isn't your allowance quite limited? As Miss of the Wai family, treating Chairman Lim to a meal, and here you are inviting us for hot pot this early? Your family isn't lacking in funds, so why so stingy?" Wai Ziling, hearing this, confidently patted her chest. "I am the Miss of the Wai family, with a monthly allowance reaching 5 digits. Besides, I believe that eating hot pot is the best expression of sincerity. Hot pot, steaming and the broth fragrant, makes you forget all grudges. Isn't it perfect for reconciling?" Kim Woo-song was taken aback, turning to glance at Park Jimin as if seeking someone to share in this astonishment. Park Jimin smiled but said nothing. "I buy at least 30 outfits each month, aside from shoes, bags, jewelry, cosmetics, and various dining expenses. In total, I must spend at least 1 million each month just to get by. Yet a miss from a noble family only receives several thousand for her allowance. Isn't the Wai family being a bit strict with their granddaughter?" Seeing that the two were still confused, Wai Ziling enthusiastically stood up to call the waiter. "Waiter, I want to order." The hot pot meal, initially intended for enjoyment, ended up stretching to 2 hours. At first, Wai Ziling was still happy and relaxed, thinking that spending 2,000 would be enough to treat Park Jimin to a satisfying hot pot meal without waste. But no, she had forgotten one important thing. Park Jimin was not an ordinary person. With strength and agility 17 times that of a regular human, his food intake was certainly not a small number. And the result was that Park Jimin devoured over 3,000 in one go, leaving everyone at the table in shock, while Wai Ziling was so heartbroken that her soul seemed to fly away. Oh my God, when did this person become so hollow that today he eats like he has been starved for 10 days and nights, eating hot pot as if he intends to consume the entire pot? How can he eat this much and not gain weight? That's unfair. Meanwhile, Park Jimin calmly picked up a piece of beef, chewing it with a hint of compassion. "Little sister, if you've invited me to eat, then you should prepare yourself mentally. Haven't you heard the saying that the poor study well and the rich eat hearty? Let me show you what it means to eat like a rich person. Today, someone is ready to spend all their money." But before the shock had fully settled in, Wai Ziling remembered something more important. She put down her chopsticks and looked seriously at Park Jimin. "Mr. Park Jimin, I have a question. How did you know I was poisoned, and not just suffering from a gust of wind?" Park Jimin chuckled softly, his eyes flashing with a sharp glint as if he had been waiting for this question for a long time. It's quite simple. If it were a stroke, the symptoms would be very different. First, a stroke typically causes a drooping mouth and a stiff tongue. But your grandfather shows no such signs. Second, if someone suffers from a stroke, they would gradually show signs of recovery after being kept warm and having their acupressure points massaged. But what about your grandfather? His condition has not improved. In fact, it has worsened. That is the crucial point. But before Park Jimin could finish his explanation, an unexpected incident occurred. Wai Ziling suddenly clutched her stomach, her face turning pale as she cried out in pain. Ah, it hurts so much. Kim Woo-song panicked, quickly asking, "Is it the spicy hot pot that upset your stomach?" At that moment, Wai Ziling's face was deathly pale, cold sweat pouring down her face. "It hurts too much, I can't stand it." Park Jimin suddenly frowned, his expression darkening. It's not due to eating spicy food. It's due to poisoning. Kim Woo-song froze in shock. What? Poisoning? Park Jimin immediately took out his phone and called for emergency help, explaining, "It's because Sha-yun was poisoned with a slow-acting toxin. This type has been in her body for several days now. It's currently spreading throughout her system, and if we don't remove it immediately, it could be life-threatening." Thus, what started as a pleasant hot pot meal turned into a frantic situation on the way back. After about 10 minutes, Old Wei, upon hearing that his beloved granddaughter was in trouble, didn't hesitate for a second and rushed straight to the hospital. With just one call from Old Wei, all the most skilled medical professionals in Manhwa were summoned urgently. However, the strange thing was, despite extensive examinations, they couldn't find any foreign objects. The specialists came out shaking their heads, their voices filled with helplessness. "Based on our diagnosis, your granddaughter is very likely suffering from acute renal failure. We recommend that a kidney transplant be carried out immediately." As soon as these words were spoken, Old Wei was so shocked that he nearly fainted. What? How can it be that severe? But before he could collect himself, the specialist continued to deliver even more alarming news. However, there is one problem. Her blood type is Rh negative, also known as panda blood. People with this blood type are extremely rare, 1 in 1,000, and they have to volunteer to donate a kidney as well, truly harder than plucking a star from the sky. Moreover, even if we find a match, the surgery is not guaranteed to be 100% successful. Old Wei, you should prepare yourself for this. These words struck Old Wei as if a heavy hammer had slammed directly into his heart. His mind, already strained, went numb. Years ago, I experienced the pain of seeing my hair turn gray as I sent my son away. I personally bid farewell to my beloved child, unable to hold on to him. And now, when I am already halfway in my grave, I must face the prospect of losing my only granddaughter. No, no way, I will not allow that to happen. This granddaughter is the only hope of the clans. She is all that I have left in this world. That's right, Mr. Bai Chen, the name that makes the whole world tremble. If I have to kneel down and beg for help, I will do everything in my power to invite Mr. Bai Chen to save her. At this moment, on the road near the hospital, a sleek Maserati was racing through, as if it wanted to tear through the air. Inside the car, Kim Woo-song gripped the steering wheel tightly, his face clearly showing signs of tension, while Park Jimin, seated in the passenger seat, maintained a calm demeanor, unfazed by the urgency. "Hey Park Jimin, are you really going to ignore Miss Wei? She's suffering from acute kidney failure. It's really serious. The doctor said the only option left is a kidney transplant, and her blood type is rare. Finding a matching kidney isn't easy." Park Jimin remained relaxed, his expression revealing not even a hint of concern. "I never said I wouldn't help. The issue is that someone keeps acting like they don't need my assistance, and I can't force them. Being a good person is tough. If you help, no one remembers. But if you don't, you get scolded." Kim Woo-song, irritated, rolled his eyes and shot a glare at Park Jimin. This guy is really stubborn. He definitely wants Wai Ziling and Old Wei to humble themselves and apologize before he'll lift a finger to help. This time, Wai Ziling is smart. She went to apologize herself, but she's just a girl from a powerful family. Her words don't hold much weight. Meanwhile, Old Wei refuses to step forward and show any sincerity, which is probably why Park Jimin is pouting, clearly not satisfied. Thinking of this, Kim Woo-song couldn't help but shiver. "Recalling my past, I too was almost killed by Sha-yun's poison darts. If it weren't for Part Jimin's timely assistance, perhaps I would have become a framed portrait hanging on the altar by now. Thus, I understand all too well the feeling of death knocking at the door, and for this reason, I am even more anxious to see Part Jimin remain so indifferent. After that, Qin Wusong sighed, irritated, and replied, all right, let me go back and talk to Grandpa, telling Old Wei to personally come and bow his head to apologize to you. Is that okay? Part Jimin, hearing this, still responded coolly as if nothing had happened. Hurry up. Wai Xiling won't be able to hold out much longer. You need to prepare yourself. Her condition is far more complicated than yours was before. From the beginning, Part Jimin had always ignored everything. But when it came to this point, his expression became extremely serious. If I'm not mistaken, the poison has spread to the internal organs, causing rapid kidney failure. It's not just about pulling out the needle and feeling better. We must detoxify from the inside out. He said, not to mention, this poison is not something ordinary. It could very well be a secret medicine. The tough part is from the moment you're poisoned to the moment you die. It only takes about 3 to 5 days, leaving no extra time for research. Qin Wusong was shocked upon hearing this, then thought of Wai Xiling, who had not yet fully lived out her beautiful years and was now at risk of leaving the game early. She subconsciously felt a chill run down her spine. So that means her time is running out, and there are still a whole bunch of things she hasn't experienced in the future. Is she really going to meet her ancestors so soon? Please don't say that even you can't do anything about it. Part Jimin shook his head, opened the passenger door, and stepped out of the car with a slightly troubled expression. Calm down a bit. Who said it can't be saved? It's just that to detoxify, we need some preparation time. Hearing that, Qin Wusong felt more at ease. Part Jimin, then I'll head back first to handle some matters, and I'll talk to Grandpa so he can negotiate with Old Wei. Part Jimin hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay, but just at that moment, Qin Wusong slid out of the driver's seat, darting like the wind to his side. Hey, wait a minute, Part Jimin. And then, before Part Jimin could react, a sweet fragrance rushed in. A gentle touch like a butterfly landed on his left cheek. The sensation hadn't even time to send a signal to his brain when a faint lipstick mark was left behind as undeniable evidence. After finishing, Qin Wusong pretended to be shy, cupping her face in her hands like the leading actress in a romantic film. Ah, how embarrassing. Move aside. Having said that, she dashed back to the car, the engine roaring a few times before speeding away. Part Jimin stood there for a few seconds, before he couldn't help but sigh. Damn it, kissing and running away. She's such a sly girl. But before he could come to his senses, he suddenly felt 2 sharp beams of light directed straight at him. A gaze from the northeast direction, on the balcony of the villa. Yang Weibai was watering her flowers, inadvertently witnessing the entire high-speed intimate scene. She stood frozen, her eyes filled with question marks. Well then, if this happened at a different time, it wouldn't be a problem. But last night I just had a long heart-to-heart with Yang Weibai, and now I've been caught red-handed. This is what you call karma. Not stopping there, another gaze from the southeast direction of Dai Han had just moved in, close to the wall of his house, where he was busy renovating the interior, even hiring a professional interior designer. And just at that moment, she turned to capture that passionate moment. Part Jimin, with his keen senses, watched this scene and felt a chill run down his spine. What a coincidence! I feel like my fate is like the main character in a long-running drama, with one crisis after another. Stay calm. I must stay calm. As long as I don't panic, this situation can still be salvaged. So Part Jimin acted as if he was oblivious to Yang Weibai and Dai Han. Meanwhile, on the balcony, Yang Weibai stood frozen, her mind racing faster than an F1 racing car. Wait a minute, isn't he on a date with Miss Qin today? Miss Qin has an incredibly powerful family background, stunning beauty, and an exquisite figure. What do I have that surpasses her? On all fronts, it seems I have no outstanding advantages. Thinking of this, Yang Weibai felt a little discouraged, but she immediately thought to herself, oh dear, what am I thinking? According to the experiences detailed in the Yu Da Quan, girls overwhelmed by their emotions often engage in actions that are both foolish and irreversible, pushing themselves into dilemmas. But I cannot let myself follow in the footsteps of the characters in the book. I need to think clearly, to see beyond the veil of emotion, to recognize the essence of the situation. She thought, if I only consider the surface, This does indeed appear to be the behavior of a scoundrel. According to the usual script, I should immediately confront him, demand an explanation, and then, throwing my pride aside, end this ambiguous relationship in tears. But wait a minute, what am I going to separate from? Park Jimin has never declared that he is my boyfriend, nor has he ever said we have an official relationship. In fact, it was I who actively approached him first last night. After a moment of daze, Yang Guibili finally calmed down and began to ask herself, "Stay calm, I have never considered confronting Park Jimin. He has started to treat me a little more gently. If I explode over this, it will only push him further away, and that is not what I want." Moreover, Kim Woo-song is the one who initiated the kiss with Park Jimin. But that does not mean he has any feelings for her. She kissed and then ran off, clearly indicating that the relationship between them is not concerning. If I want to wear the crown, I must bear its weight. If I want to keep this man, I need to have the capability. Without ability and wisdom, sooner or later, I will be kicked out of the game. If I can't even handle Kim Woo-song, who else am I going to compete against in the future? On the other side, Dai-han saw everything, but remained calm. I know very well that Kim Woo-song likes Park Jimin. Not to mention, last time Park Jimin even helped Kim Woo-song remove the poisonous needle and took off her clothes right then and there. It was just a simple brush of lips. What's there to be stressed about? Thinking of this, Dai-han couldn't help but frown, and then suddenly came up with a shocking deduction. Wait, there's something very important I haven't considered. Park Jimin is someone cultivating immortality. He might not only be in his 20s. He could have lived for centuries. Who knows, he might even be from the Republican era, or even the Qing dynasty. Perhaps he still holds the belief in having multiple wives like in ancient times. Women, born with the fear of aging, the more beautiful they are, the more they dread getting old. Unless one can cultivate immortality, they can't resist the laws of nature. If being with Park Jimin means I could remain youthful and live longer, then this wouldn't just be a romantic relationship, but a fantastic investment. The next morning at Hongkou, a series of supercars appeared in succession, making people's eyes dazzle. In total, over 100 supercars, more than 200 Bentleys, and an additional 300 Maybachs gathered to form a formidable lineup of 600 supercars parked tightly at the train station's exit. At exactly 10 o'clock, amidst the bustling crowd, a dark green train slowly chugged into the station. The train doors swung open, and a man stepped out, exuding an exceptionally striking presence. He wore a black long robe, carrying an old and worn suitcase that looked like he had just stepped out of a period film. Standing about 1.8 meters tall, his sharp features and demeanor radiated an aura of a transcendent figure, clearly not an ordinary person. Oh dear, I haven't come down from the mountains for decades, and I never imagined my yuan would change so drastically like this. The youth nowadays are quite bold. Naturally, a person with such appearance and charisma appearing in a public place couldn't help but attract attention. Within just a few fleeting seconds, a multitude of young women's gazes were drawn to him like magnets. A group of female students whispered among themselves, "Oh my gosh, this uncle is incredibly handsome, looks a bit older but is just so charming." One replied, "Your taste is a bit heavy, you know. You're only in your 20s, and he looks older than all of us combined. But still, he is so handsome. Isn't that right?" While everyone was holding their breath in anticipation, a figure in a black robe appeared, walking forward with a steady and dignified gait, exuding a celestial aura that made it clear he was no ordinary mortal. The throng of wealthy elders rushed forward, their expressions filled with excitement as if a god had descended upon them. Some of the prominent figures even bowed deeply in reverence, the ceremony resembling that of an emperor's public appearance. "Welcome, Mr. Bai Chen. Welcome, Mr. Bai Chen." At this moment, Mr. Bai Chen stood still, quietly observing the bowed heads before him, his face betraying no emotion, clearly accustomed to such grand spectacles. He lightly grasped his suitcase, maintaining a composed demeanor as he strode forward, his commanding presence causing the entire station to hold its breath. I didn't expect that after 20 years away from the mountains, so many people would still remember me. All right, there is no need for such formalities. Old Qin, with his head bowed and hands clasped, gazed up in reverence. "Senior, it has been a long time since we last met. You are still as impressive as ever. Qin Tian Fang pays his respects to you, Master." Bai Chen paused for a moment, then patted old Qin on the shoulder, his voice a bit surprised. "Ha, is that you, Xiao Qin? It's been so many years since we last met. I never expected this little guy has grown up now." Hearing this, the 500 bodyguard brothers all turned to look at Old Kin, the corners of their mouths twitching. This person is at least 70 or 80 years old, with gray hair, wrinkled skin, and a bunch of grandchildren. Yet now he's being called Seo Kin. Is this a light insult or what? But thinking about it, it's true. In front of Mr. Bai Chen, anyone feels as small as a child. Old Kin felt a bit awkward in his heart, but then thought, in this world, perhaps only Mr. Bai Chen dares to call me that. So he maintained a respectful expression. "Master is joking. 60 years have flown by in the blink of an eye. I was once a passionate young man, and now I become an old man." At this moment, Mr. Bai Chen got straight to the point, his voice dropping to a serious tone, carrying the hint of curiosity and doubt. "Xiao Qin, do you have any news of Xiaoyun? He was supposed to come to Maiyuan to receive the 1,000-year ginseng you wanted to give me, but several days have passed without any news. Not even a little bit." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere around them felt somewhat heavy, like an invisible chill had swept through. Qin Tianfang felt a twinge of embarrassment in his chest, but he still maintained a slight smile, trying to respond as calmly as possible. "Master, I apologize. I am also unaware of Xiaoyun's whereabouts. He attended my birthday celebration that day, but afterward, I don't know where he went. I thought he had already returned." Of course, Old Qin was not foolish enough to reveal the incident involving the poison. To accuse Bai Chen's disciple, in front of so many people, was akin to slapping the man's face directly. Upon hearing this, Mr. Bai Chen immediately furrowed his brow, a hint of unease flashing in his eyes. Something feels off. My instincts have never been wrong, and this time they are ringing alarm bells. A thin layer of cold energy spread, causing those standing nearby to involuntarily shiver, their spines chilled as if someone had just splashed a bucket of icy water over them. But before Bai Chen could ponder further, a series of clan leaders and prominent figures began to arrive, jostling each other, their faces all displaying excitement, though the content of their conversation was anything but joyful. Everyone has a tragic story about the illness of a loved one, accompanied by a very familiar plea. "Help me." Now it's Wai Kong's turn to speak, still in that urgent tone, as if he were about to cry. "Mr. Bai Chen, my granddaughter, Wai Ziling, suddenly fell gravely ill yesterday. Her condition is now extremely critical. I sincerely implore you to help. I will remember this great kindness for the rest of my life." Having said that, Old Wei felt as if his heart was on fire. My granddaughter is lying on a sickbed in critical condition, and looking at the way Mr. Bai Chen flatly refuses is just like being doused with a bucket of cold water in the middle of winter. Old Wei is very kind, but Bai Chen, regrettably, must let Old Wei be utterly disappointed. In fact, his face showed not a hint of emotion, only calmly responded, his voice cold. "Your granddaughter's illness has nothing to do with me. My disciple has gone missing, and I haven't even found her yet. Do you think I have the time to worry about your problems? There are so many sick people in this world. Do you think everyone should come to me for help? Do you think I have nothing to do?" Seeing Old Wei still being thick-skinned, Mr. Bai Chen let out a cold huff, his voice full of dissatisfaction. "Get lost. I'm not in the mood to listen to your drivel." The words struck Old Wei like a hammer, leaving him frozen in place, his face pale. A lifetime of power, respected wherever he went, and yet today I am dismissed so ruthlessly. I have nothing left to say. But Old Wei did not dare to argue, for Bai Chen had always acted tyrannically, following his own whims. He did not care how powerful anyone was or how wealthy they might be. If someone wanted to plead with him, they had to choose the right moment. Unfortunately, Old Wei had picked the wrong moment. Old Qin stood awkwardly in the middle, clearly caught in a difficult position. I had no way of anticipating that Mr. Bai Chen would suddenly be this irritable. Just yesterday, Xiao Song assured me that Part Jimin had a way to save Wai Ziling. However, to put it another way, Part Jimin is just a young man with some medical knowledge. How can he compare to the legendary medicine king of the underworld? He's the top expert, the best doctor. It is only when Mr. Bai Chen takes action that there is a guarantee. Who would have thought, just as he opened his mouth to plead, Mr. Bai Chen not only flatly refused, but also scolded Old Wei, fiercely amidst a crowd of onlookers. Old Wei, falling into despair, wasted no time kneeling before Bai Chen, his voice pleading earnestly. "Master, my granddaughter is in critical condition. She is not yet 18, and she still has her whole life ahead of her. I beg you to extend your hand to save her. She truly cannot wait any longer. Master, as long as you agree to help, I am willing to offer my entire life savings, and even if I lose everything, I won't regret it. I only ask you to save my girl." At this point, Old Wei had nothing left to lose, for in his eyes, face and reputation no longer mattered. Even if he were to be ridiculed by the world, even if he lost all his dignity, as long as he could save Ziling, he was willing to do anything. Some clan leaders who had previously felt a bit of joy at seeing Old Wei scolded by Mr. Bai Chen could no longer smile. It is true what they say, having money and power does not necessarily make one a cold-hearted person. In the face of a loved one's life, everyone eventually bows their head. Qin Ti and Fang stood there, his face twitching, his heart racing like thousands of wild donkeys. I've been watching Mr. Bai Chen's cold demeanor for a while now and didn't dare to speak up. But seeing Old Wei kneeling there, crying like a tragic character in a long-running drama, I just couldn't remain silent any longer. Taking a deep breath, old Master Qin gathered all his courage to speak, his tone full of persuasion. "Master, saving a life is worth more than building 7 grand towers. Old Wei here is truly desperate. His granddaughter is in a critical condition. The girl used to be very lively and adorable, but suddenly she fell ill with a strange disease that led to kidney failure. Right now, all the major hospitals are at a loss, and the doctors have run out of ideas. They even want to consider a kidney transplant, but the little girl has panda blood." At this point, the atmosphere became heavier than ever. Old Wei clenched his fists, his heart pounding as he awaited Mr. Bai Chen's response. Everyone held their breath, fearing that Mr. Bai Chen would casually say something unrelated, which would surely cause Old Wei to faint right there on the spot. But unexpectedly, Bai Chen, upon hearing about Wei Ziling's condition, suddenly changed his expression. His cold demeanor, as unyielding as a 1,000-year-old glacier, momentarily froze in place, and his eyes flickered with a glimmer of thought. Acute renal failure, and just after meeting Sha Yun. Damn it, this bastard, what the hell is he doing? Like finishing a bathroom visit without wiping. With the answer firmly in his mind, Bai Chen shifted his attitude and uttered a short sentence, yet powerful as thunder. "Go to the hospital." The crowd around him erupted in a flurry. No one expected Mr. Bai Chen to change his mind so swiftly. Some even blamed themselves for not acting similarly to Old Wei, thinking that Bai Chen must have been moved by Old Wei's sincere heart. But regardless of the reason, the most important thing was that Mr. Bai Chen was willing to take action. In that moment, Old Wei felt overjoyed, his wrinkled, aged face suddenly rejuvenating by 10 years as he stammered incessantly, "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master." In his heart, he continuously thanked heaven and earth. "I never thought I would have to kneel down and beg someone in my lifetime. But if that is the price to save my granddaughter, I would bear any cost." In just a moment, a large crowd gathered at Manhua Hospital, causing a commotion throughout the entire internal medicine department. People pushed and jostled each other as everyone wanted to witness Mr. Bai Chen save someone firsthand. In reality, most were simply curious, as it was a rare opportunity to see the legend of the Medicine King in action. Upon entering the patient room, Mr. Bai Chen did not rush to take action. Instead, he sat silently observing Wei Ziling for a long while before finally taking her pulse for a diagnosis. It would have been fine not to take her pulse, but once he did, he was astonished. This girl has been hit by the golden meteor needle, which is a secret poison weapon of Medicine King Valley. The person struck by this concealed weapon is unaware. If no one discovers it and removes it in time, she will surely die within 7 days. However, what troubled Mr. Bai Chen even more was the fact that in this world, aside from himself, there was only one person who knew how to use the golden meteor needle, and that was Sha Yun. The mention of this disciple stirred conflicting feelings within Mr. Bai Chen. He glanced again at the girl on the bed, whose delicate features and fair skin made her look adorable, even with her eyes closed. He let out a soft hum and clicked his tongue. That Dan Sha Yun, although a bit playful and fond of tricks, wouldn't go so far as to harm others without cause. If I'm not mistaken, the boy has taken a liking to this girl, which is why he's resorted to these old tricks. Thinking of this, Bai Chen couldn't help but chuckle, feeling a bit nostalgic. Back in the day, I used to use this trick. The so-called hero saving the beauty is exactly like this. First, you create a peril for the other party to encounter, then appear right on time to save the day. Saving a life will naturally make the other party grateful, even possibly developing feelings, to the point of being willing to repay with their own body. But the more he thought, the smile on Bai Chen's face faded, his eyes narrowing as his thoughts deepened. If everything went according to plan, Sha Yun should have appeared by now. He would play the role of the miraculous savior, stepping in to heal at the last moment, making everyone emotional. So why hasn't he shown up yet? Does he not know that if the golden Migger needle stays in the body for more than 6 days, the antidote might not work? This thought just flashed in Bai Chen's mind, and he immediately felt that something was wrong. No, Sha Yun received 3 portions of my inheritance. It cannot operate without limits, unless Sha Yun has encountered some trouble. Just as Bai Chen was still pondering, Old Wei, who had been anxious all along, couldn't help but speak up. Mr. Bai Chen, my granddaughter, do you have any way to treat her? Bai Chen raised an eyebrow and casually replied, Did I ever say I would treat her? Old Wei was taken aback, almost stumbling. But didn't you say so earlier? Bai Chen indifferent interrupted and turned to leave. I came to the hospital to confirm something, not to treat anyone. Now that I have confirmed it, I ask you, my disciple, Sha Yun, have you seen her? Old Wei was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Master, I'm not quite clear, but I can immediately order the Wei family to search for his whereabouts. If necessary, I can also post a missing person notice across all news outlets. Given how information is developing, there's no way someone can go missing without a trace. But please, sir, first and foremost, take action to save my granddaughter. Saying this, Old Wei was so anxious that he was on the verge of tears. But Bai Chen left without a hint of being moved or swayed by the plea. After that, Bai Chen glanced at the crowd surrounding him and continued to ask, When was the last time you saw him? Just as the atmosphere became awkward, a voice rang out. Mr. Bai Chen, to my knowledge, Mr. Sha Yun was last seen at Old Kid's birthday party. But it seems the party that day was not very smooth. It turned out to be Du Tianwen, the big boss of the Du family group from HK. He saw an opportunity and jumped in, stepping forward to throw mud right away. Du Tianwen said, The story began when Old Wei was struck by a sudden illness and fainted in the middle of the banquet. Fortunately, Mr. Sha Yun stepped in and saved him, pulling the old man back from the gates of hell. Yet after waking up, not only did he not show any gratitude, but he also joined forces with Chairman Lim, accusing Mr. Sha Yun of poisoning and malicious intent. To make matters worse, right at the banquet table, Chairman Lim was so vile that he slapped Sha Yun across the face in front of everyone. Everyone who was there that day was stunned. No one expected something like this to happen. Humiliated in front of so many people, Mr. Sha Yun said nothing, only clasped his hands and left. And since that day, no one has seen him again. As Du Tianwen finished speaking, the temperature in the hospital room plummeted, and the atmosphere became heavy. Bai Chen, upon hearing this, felt the world around him darken, a cold killing intent emanating from him. So intense that anyone standing nearby could feel their spine shiver. Who is Chairman Lim? He dared to humiliate my disciple. Seeing an opportunity to stir the pot, Du Tianwen quickly continued. Chairman Lim is said to be a major tycoon, with a mysterious background and powerful forces behind him. Anyone who crosses him just disappears. Du Tianwen continued. On the internet, people call him the national male god, and everyone rushes to idolize him, like bees to honey. He's so powerful that he once wiped out the Jin family, one of the 4 major families, in a single day just because they offended him. Decades of business vanished into thin air, and they didn't even have time to react. He's the type of person who loves to fight and doesn't care about anyone. At Old Master Qin's party, Sha Yun accidentally overshadowed the spotlight of Chairman Lim, and yet he ruthlessly put her in her place, to the point that now Sha Yun is missing, and no one dares to say it has nothing to do with him. Hearing the reason why his disciple was so humiliated, simply for unintentionally overshadowing Chairman Lim's brilliance, Bai Chen's face changed 3 colors, red, green, and then purple, with rage. The Wei family really knows how to turn their backs. My disciple saved people without even receiving a thank you, yet he's humiliated like this. And now you still have the nerve to ask me to save your granddaughter? Have you looked in the mirror? Well done, Chairman Lim. I'll remember this name. Who does he think he is? No matter how powerful he is, he will have to pay the price. Once he crosses my line, he won't have the luxury of living in peace, traveling freely. Old Wei felt a chill running down his spine, his whole body shaking uncontrollably. It felt as if the sky were collapsing right before his eyes, and the hope of saving his granddaughter had been extinguished. On top of that, the story was about to take an unexpected turn. Understanding the disciple's vengeful nature, Bai Chen furrowed his brows and asked further. Then let me ask you, after this incident, did anything happen to Park Jimin? Du Tianwen didn't hesitate, immediately recounting. Report, Master, indeed something did happen. Right after the birthday celebration of Elder Qin at the Emperor Hotel, the very next day a terrifying attack broke out. Chairman Lim truly has a talent for injuring the world. Not only did he offend people within the country, but he also crossed paths with several mysterious organizations from abroad. The result was a manhunt, and Chairman Lim, well, he's truly a lucky one. People have been chased down with knives and guns, terrified out of their wits. As for him, he was shot with over a dozen rocket-propelled grenades. Yet he didn't die. Up to now, no one can explain this phenomenon. If you don't believe it, I have the video evidence right here. Mr. Bai Chen, please, feel free to watch. The video just played, and the entire room seemed to be drained of air. Bai Chen felt his chest tighten, as if something heavy was pressing down on him. His intuition told him that something was wrong. He quickly grabbed his phone and began scrolling, immediately opening the video of Chairman Lim being shot. Others might not have understood why Chairman Lim appeared unscathed a few hours later, not even a hair out of place, but Bai Chen, the medicine king, knew right away. A bold hypothesis immediately formed in his mind. The world probably doesn't know yet. When it comes to the art of disguising, Medicine King Valley is truly the birthplace of the craft. Sha Yun must have used the disguising technique to take on that man's appearance to pull off a little punishment. But who would have thought that the other side was so cunning? Seeing through this plan and playing the trick of shifting the blame onto Sha Yun, forcing him to bear the entire brunt of the pursuit instead of the other man. Had Sha Yun fallen already? The moment Bai Chen realized the gravity of the situation, he could no longer maintain his calm. His body seemed to ignite with a fury so intense, it felt like a storm was sweeping through him. Anyone standing nearby could feel a chill running down their spine, goosebumps rising all over their body. In the midst of his fury, Bai Chen Medicine King bellowed, "Park Jimin, are you looking for a way to die?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than a fire of rage ignited in his eyes. Killing intent surged out, and Bai Chen grabbed Du Tianwen by the neck, squeezing it tightly as though he were crushing an orange. In that instant, the billionaire CEO who had been alive just moments ago was now on his way to meet his ancestors, without even having the chance to write a will. The entire room fell silent, no one daring to breathe loudly. Up until that moment, they had always thought of Bai Chen Medicine King as nothing more than a miraculous doctor, a savior of the world holding precious medicine in his hand and walking with a staff of virtue. Some had even considered using Medicine King to deal with their rivals. But who would have thought that this legendary Medicine King was not only skilled in healing, but could also alter the fate of others in the blink of an eye? No one dared to speak up, no one dared to move. The tension in the air was so thick it felt like it could be sliced and chewed. At that moment, Bai Chen Medicine King seemed no different from a demon descended upon the earth, radiating an overwhelming killing intent. Hmph, foolish. You thought you could use me. You try to plot against me and think you can outsmart me? You really are deaf to the sound of a gunshot. Bai Chen continued. As for President Lim, you will pay a terrible price, one so unimaginable that no one would dare to even think about it. At that moment, Park Jimin was relaxing, enjoying the rare moment of peace in his turbulent life. But it seemed that peace had no place in his fate, because just as he was letting his mind wander, his phone suddenly rang loudly. He glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Qin Wusong. Park Jimin, it's bad. A disaster is about to strike, Qin Wusong said. Park Jimin furrowed his brows, still not processing the information. What? Don't tell me why Ziling can't take it anymore. Fine, I'll head to the hospital right away. Hearing that Park Jimin was planning to go to the hospital, Qin Wusong sounded panicked, his voice full of worry. No, it's not that. You absolutely must not go to the hospital. Mr. Bai Chen has already gone to manhwa, but the problem is, he's been incited by someone. Right now, he's publicly declaring that he wants to kill you. What? Park Jimin said, still in shock. Before Park Jimin could process this new information, Kim Woo-song continued. I thought Bai Chen was some kind of extraordinary master. But it turns out he's just a madman. He went berserk and stormed into the hospital, killing the Du family boss from the HK Nation right in front of everyone. You need be careful. This time, he's targeting you. She continued, I also heard from Jia that Mr. Bai Chen, after 60 years, still hasn't changed a bit in appearance. He looks exactly the same as when he first appeared, not even a single gray hair to be seen. But on the other hand, Park Jimin didn't seem the least bit alarmed. All right, I understand. After thinking for a moment, Park Jimin wasn't too worried. But in his mind, he was cursing. Looks like this Bai Chen guy finally found out that his disciple has gone to meet the ancestors. He must have figured out the cause, process, and result of it. Yet he's boiling with anger and wants to kill someone. My God, does he have a screw loose? Sha Yun got killed by the agents. What does that have to do with me? Why doesn't he go across the ocean for revenge, and instead comes looking for me? Or does he just like bullying the weak, the ones easy to deal with? If Bai Chen had Sha Yun as his disciple, does that mean Park Jimin, the famous Chairman Lim, doesn't have a master? If others know the art of disguising, doesn't that mean I can too? After careful consideration, Park Jimin had already thought of strategy in his mind. Since the system enhanced my abilities, I always kept a low profile and never showcased my true strength. After all, Chairman Lim is already extremely famous. There's no need to turn into a superhero just to be scrutinized and analyzed by netizens, or even researched. That's why I've always maintained a humble attitude, avoiding unnecessary flaunting. But the truth is, my stats are now terrifyingly powerful. If I really unleashed my full strength, a single punch from me could deliver a devastating force of 5,000 kilograms, and a single kick could send a car flying several meters. Park Jimin thought, and that's without using my full power, not to mention the 110 points of enhancement that I haven't even touched. So there's no reason for me to show off. A wise person knows when to keep a few tricks up their sleeve. Knowing how to be discreet is the mark of true skill. I'll never let anyone see all my aces. Let them think I only have 5 floors of power, when in reality, I have all 18 floors. Stay calm, stay steady, and play big when needed. This is the way of survival. If Sha Yun has Bai Chen Medicine King, then I have Eastern Medicine Sage. Carefully thinking, Park Jimin glanced around, and an idea that could not be bolder suddenly came to him. He immediately rushed into the dressing room and began his plan to transform himself into a secluded sage of unparalleled greatness. And if he was going to play the role of a secluded sage, he had to first look the part. His costume had to be an ancient robe, one that radiated mystery and danger the moment you laid eyes on it. His hairstyle also had to be free-spirited and unrestrained, flowing in the wind as if the whole world was insignificant before his presence. An hour later, the door to the dressing room swung open, and in front of the mirror stood no longer the familiar Chairman Lim, but an old master with silver hair and beard draped in a long robe. His face was somewhat aged, yet it carried an air of dignity, a sense of profound wisdom, as though he were a senior cultivator who had descended from the mountains after centuries of practice to save the world. Park Jimin chuckled softly, his tone slow and steady. True form, the true form is Park Jimin Master. My name is Eastern Medicine Sage. He then practiced his voice a few more times, lowering it to a level that sounded both aged and full of gravitas, ensuring that every word he spoke carried an invisible aura of authority. After all, with his acting skills as the best actor, it was only a matter of minutes before he fully immersed himself in the role. Once all the preparations were finished, he went down to the garage, casually chose a supercar, and revved the engine, heading straight for Manhua Hospital. Inside the hospital, the atmosphere was tense, so fragile that even a slight touch could break it. A group of doctors stood before the sickbed, each with an expression of utter distress. One specialist cleared his throat and reported, "Old Wei, the situation is dire. Mrs. condition is worsening faster than we had predicted. Initially, we thought she could last another 2 weeks, but now, even tomorrow is uncertain." Old Wei nearly jumped up in panic, so anxious that he seemed ready to grab the scalpel himself. Then perform the surgery quickly. What are you waiting for? But the doctor responded with a helpless tone. It's not that we don't want to, but the situation at all major hospitals across the country has been reported, and there is simply no matching kidney available. We tried all other treatment options, but not only have they been ineffective, they have actually worsened Mrs. Condition. At this point, there is truly no way to save her. After those words, the entire room fell into a deadly silence. Old Y's legs seemed to give way, his eyes welled with tears, as if the heavens were mocking him. Bai Chen Medicine King refuses to act, and the doctors can't do anything. Is it really fate's will that I must be the one to send off the young while my hair turns white? Xiling is barely 18, with a whole future ahead of her. Feeling helpless, a surge of anger mixed with pain rose up in Old Y's heart. Tears spilled from his eyes as he screamed in desperation. What have I done wrong for the heavens to punish me like this? Who can save Xiling? Who can save my granddaughter? I'm willing to trade all the wealth of the Y family and this old life of mine for her survival. The room remained deathly still, no one daring to speak except for the heavy sighs. Finally, one of the best doctors spoke up, offering condolences. We have no other options. I'm sorry, Old Way. Our medical skills are limited. Please prepare yourself. The words struck like a bolt of lightning on a clear day, and the room was drowned in an atmosphere of mourning. This was nothing less than a death announcement. But just when Old Way was at his wit's end, the door to the sick room suddenly burst open. An elderly master with long white hair and a flowing beard draped in a robe stepped in with a majestic air, his demeanor no different from that of an immortal descending to the mortal realm, who said she can't be saved. The entire room immediately erupted into chaos. Doctors, nurses, and Old Way all turned to look at the newcomer. Who is this master? What does he want? Without paying any attention to their questions, Part Jimin casually uttered a sentence, his tone carrying an invisible pressure. If you don't want your granddaughter to meet her ancestors, then shut up. If it weren't for disciple Part Jimin begging in distress, I wouldn't have bothered to make a move. Old Way was still in shock, his voice trembling as he asked, Master, who are you? Part Jimin smiled faintly, one hand clasped behind his back, the other lightly stroking his beard as he uttered a sentence that sent shockwaves through the room. True form, Eastern medicine sage. The doctors stood frozen, their faces blank, while they turned to stare directly at Part Jimin. Old Way was also frozen for 5 seconds, his face full of question marks. This name, I've never heard of it. Who is the Eastern medicine sage? Old Way said, the title sounds impressive, but no one has ever mentioned this person before. Could it be that I've lived most of my life and still had such shallow knowledge? Old Way was deeply confused, but then thought to himself, if this person is truly the master of Part Jimin, then he clearly cannot be an ordinary character. After all, Part Jimin is no simple person. Since his rise to fame, there have been countless rumors that he has a terrifying power backing him. The elite circles have come up with numerous theories about who stands behind him. Some suspect a secret government, while others believe he has a mysterious organization protecting him. And now it seems that force has truly appeared. In front of the confused stares of the crowd, Part Jimin waved his sleeve, his voice full of authority. True form wants to treat this girl, and does not wish to have anyone disturb. Anyone who dares to interfere will bear the consequences. With that, he swung his hand to slam the hospital room door shut, leaving behind a group of people, still standing in shock, unable to process what had just happened. But soon, several doctors shouted in alarm, their voices filled with worry. Old Way, this is against the protocol. A stranger suddenly barges into the patient's room. What if something happens to the patient? Who will take responsibility for that? This is a hospital, not a place where anyone can do whatever they want. Security, security. Old Way raised his hand to signal them to stop. Wait a moment. If this person is a fraud, he wouldn't be able to scam anything here. Moreover, he dares to rush in like this. Isn't that like delivering himself to his death? But if he really is Part Jimin's master, then maybe there's still hope. What's more, Part Jimin only needed a glance to tell that I wasn't suffering from a windstroke, but had been poisoned. That shows he has some medical knowledge. If even he has to beg for his master to intervene, then this person might truly not be simple. The hope is slim, but we still have to try. And so, a glimmer of hope began to rise in Old Y's heart and in the hearts of all the specialists. Time passed by, second by second, minute by minute. Outside the patient's room, everyone was anxious, and Old Way walked back and forth so much that the hospital floor was almost worn out, having probably walked several hundred laps by now. Never before had half an hour felt so long, and then suddenly, the door to the hospital room swung open. Old Wei and the team of specialists rushed in like a gust of wind, and the scene before them left them dumbfounded. Wai Ziling not only had regained consciousness, but also yawned and responded in a clear, crisp voice, "Grandpa, I'm thirsty. I want some water." The simple sentence was like a bomb exploding in everyone's minds. Old Wei was at a loss for words, overwhelmed with emotion. Tears welled up in his eyes once again, but this time it was from happiness. "Xiao Ling, you're really all right now." The entire hospital froze in shock, their eyes wide and mouths agape, their brains temporarily short-circuited. Meanwhile, Wai Ziling was gulping down water, the sound echoing throughout the room, and everyone wore an expression of sheer awe. After finishing, Wai Ziling felt an unusual sense of relief, all the pain disappearing completely. Her body felt light as a feather, and she even felt more refreshed than usual. But before anyone could offer their praise, the girl suddenly shouted in a panic, "It's no good, Grandpa, I need to go to the bathroom. I can't hold it anymore." After hearing this, the entire room was in shock, but very quickly, a nurse stepped forward and helped Wai Ziling to the bathroom urgently. At this moment, the top expert was still in shock, his voice trembling. "It seems that Miss Wei's condition has completely stabilized. This is a miracle. A case of end-stage kidney failure, and in just half an hour, she's recovered as if she were never ill." Normally, these people only believed in science and had never believed in the so-called secluded sage medical techniques from legends. But today, they witnessed it firsthand, and indeed, they couldn't help but believe. Old Wei stepped forward, clasped his hands together, and bowed deeply, full of gratitude. "Master, thank you for saving my life. I, Wai Kong, am willing to offer my entire fortune to express my thanks to you. This great kindness and virtue will never be forgotten by the Wei family." Part Jimin, in his elder version, heard this and spoke with a tone full of disdain. "These worldly things like money and fame, I don't even care about them. If you want to thank someone, go thank my disciple, Part Jimin. If it weren't for his plea, I wouldn't have bothered with this nonsense." The elder's words created a deeply emotional atmosphere in the entire ward. Only those who have experienced despair can truly understand the value of a ray of hope. Old Wei said, "But upon reflection, Bai Chen Medicine King is a legend, hailed as a miracle doctor, a person whom even the government must respect. And now, someone appears claiming that he is nothing more than an ant." Before anyone could fully digest the information, Part Jimin continued with a challenging remark. "A small Bai Chen dares to use his age to bully the young, without even asking if I agree. Go and deliver a message to him. 3 days from now, by the Huangfu River, I want to face him. If he dares to come, I will still respect him as a gentleman. If he doesn't dare, he might as well return to the mountains and live there, and stop making a fool of himself." As the words ended, Old Wei almost fell over in shock. I've never seen anyone dare to challenge Bai Chen so openly. Normally, it's hard to even meet Bai Chen Medicine King. And yet now, someone not only isn't afraid, but is demanding a public fight. Just as everyone was frozen in place, the Eastern medicine sage swiftly waved his sleeve and suddenly turned to dash straight for the window. Old Wei quickly reacted, shouting, "Don't jump. This is the 8th floor." But it was too late. He frantically rushed to the window and stood frozen. The person who had just jumped down showed no signs of panic, and the figure in a white robe descended gracefully like a feather, not a single strand of hair harmed. Moreover, the elder lightly tapped his toes and made a leap into the air, covering a distance of 5 to 6 meters, continuing to fly like a scene from a martial arts film, making several more loops before quickly disappearing from sight. At this moment, the entire room fell into a terrifying silence. Everyone's spine chilled, as if their entire worldview had been ruthlessly shattered. I am a person of broad knowledge, and I have witnessed many odd and remarkable individuals in my life. But to see an old man with snowy white hair jump from the 8th floor and not lose a single hair? Is he a human or a deity? Could it be that the Eastern medicine sage is even more extraordinary than the Bai Chen Medicine King? Bai Chen is at least over 100 years old. Could this person be over 200 years old? In just one afternoon, the shocking news spread throughout manhwa. The story of Wai Ziling, who was supposed to have not survived, walking around healthily less than an hour later, became the hottest topic in high society. The name Eastern medicine sage, quickly came under the radar of all the great clans. It is rumored that he is the master of Chairman Lim, a physician who has reached the pinnacle of his craft. Not only can he save lives in just half an hour, but he can also fly through the air, walking on the sky as if he were a forerunner from ancient legends. However, what shocked Ma Yuan even more was the news that the Eastern medicine sage had officially declared war on Bai Chen Medicine King. In 3 days, on the banks of the Huangfu River, a battle between these two legends would take place. On one side, there was Bai Chen Medicine King, whose unparalleled medical skills had earned him worldwide fame, and on the other, the Eastern medicine sage, a mysterious figure whose sudden appearance had already turned the world upside down. Around 8 p.m. at the Jiang Chong Group, Bai Chen Medicine King sat listening to Lai Zhikai's report, his face scrunching up. "What did you say? The granddaughter of the Wei family has already been saved by someone else. The culprit? No, this benefactor even claims to be the master of Part Jimin, going by the name of Eastern Medicine Sage." Lai Zhikai responded with great concern. "Yes, master, this person already smells of danger, and it seems as though he's deliberately challenging your authority. Not to mention, there's now a growing movement in the hospital, hailing him as a divine being descended from the heavens." Lai Zhikai continued, "I've heard that the Eastern medicine sage not only has extraordinary medical skills, but can also fly like a character out of a period drama, vanishing and reappearing at will, walking on water without getting his shoes wet. Truly a figure straight out of legend." As Li Zikai spoke, he fidgeted, carefully observing the expression of Bai Chen, the medicine king, weighing every word. If he wasn't careful and ended up dying like Du Tianwen, then it was over for him. The more Bai Chen listened, the more he frowned. Eastern medicine sage? I'd never heard of that title. But if he can undo the golden make-your needle, something that ordinary people can't handle, it proves that he's no ordinary person. It's very likely that he has unlocked a gene sequence, reaching a realm level that ordinary people cannot even dream of. Lai Zhikai's eyes widened in surprise, unable to contain his curiosity. "Wait, what's a gene sequence? That sounds so cool." Bai Chen, the medicine king, waved his hand dismissively. But when he saw the burning curiosity in Lai Zhikai's eyes, he sighed and decided to explain. "Unlocking a gene sequence? That's the path to becoming a battle god. Anyone who knows how to use it will have a body that's an endless treasure, just waiting to be excavated. But most people, by the end of their lives, haven't even used up 10% of their body's potential." Bai Chen continued, "The world is becoming more convenient, technology is advancing, so everyone is getting used to a more leisurely lifestyle. Nowadays, ordinary people only need to learn a few basic skills to live well, without exhausting themselves, and still have food and clothing. Because of this, the human body is becoming lazier, and instincts are degenerating accordingly. No one dares to challenge their limits anymore. And if you don't challenge yourself, don't expect to unlock the first level of your genes. To unlock the genes, you must constantly face life and death moments, push yourself to the edge, and force your body to unleash its hidden strength. Just like a wild animal cornered against the wall, it will naturally find a way to explode with energy." Lai Zhikai listened, his eyes wide open in shock. After a while, his face lit up as if he had suddenly understood the meaning of life. Then, with curiosity written all over his face, he asked, eager to get to the bottom of the issue, "So, master, may I ask, how many levels are there in the gene lock?" Bai Chen, the medicine king, continued, "No one knows how many levels the gene lock has in total, but the strongest in history have only ever unlocked up to the 5th level at most." Bai Chen Medicine King said, "Starting from the 2nd level, a person officially steps out of the ordinary realm, but whether they awaken something or not depends on their luck. Some have an exceptionally keen sense of smell, capable of detecting an enemy from 10 kilometers away with just a sniff. Others possess extraordinary hearing, able to catch every whisper from afar." At this point, Lai Zhikai was no longer confused, but utterly bewildered, feeling as though his entire world was turning upside down. He stammered, "So the Eastern medicine sage that the master just mentioned, which level is he on?" Bai Chen Medicine King snorted coldly, his gaze full of disdain. "At most, he's on the 3rd level. To be honest, someone who has unlocked the 2nd level is already capable of jumping from the 8th floor without losing a hair. That fool is probably just at the peak of the 2nd level. As for me, I've spent 60 years cultivating and have unlocked the 3rd level gene. This so-called Eastern medicine sage dares to cause a stir, thinking I don't exist. I've been in seclusion all this time, and he thinks he's number one in the world. If he really wants to stir things up, I won't hesitate to deal with him first. This statement left Li Zikai both horrified and confused. Initially, he thought, the Eastern medicine sage is the most accomplished figure, but to Bai Chen Medicine King, this person isn't worth a penny. More importantly, if the second level is already so terrifying, how much more formidable must the third level be? He then said, so if it turns out the Eastern medicine sage, the one everyone praises as a living legend, is just someone who has unlocked the second level gene. That means, at this point, Bai Chen Medicine King, like a great scholar, was lost in thought about the essence of the world. If you change your perspective, do you ever wonder if the figures in ancient mythology, from the forerunners of the East, to the gods of the West, to the Arhats, or even Poseidon, the god of the sea, or death god Shawujing, were actually people who had unlocked their genes to a higher level? To put it bluntly, there are no fairies in this world. There are just some people who are so extraordinarily strong, far beyond the imagination of ordinary people, that they become deified. Having spoken, Bai Chen Medicine King slightly curled his lips into a smile, his gaze revealing a hint of arrogance. That Eastern medicine sage clearly enjoys putting on a show at the hospital in front of so many people. He jumped down from the 8th floor without a scratch. It's obvious he's just trying to show off. You should hurry and spread the word. Tell them that I've accepted the challenge. 3 days from now, I want the world to witness the Eastern medicine sage kneeling at my feet, and we'll see who's truly at the pinnacle. The 3 long days finally passed, like a century in waiting, and today arrived. The day when the entire elite circle, strawmen, politicians, and even international agents were more eager than they would be for a football final. From early morning, even before the sun had poked its head above the horizon, a crowd began to gather by the Huangfu River. They came with heavy items in hand, breakfast ready, preparing for a feast while watching the great battle. Although everyone was excited, the biggest issue was the long wait. People had been there since 5 a.m., but despite the time, Bai Chen Medicine King and the Eastern medicine sage still hadn't shown up. Xiao Nan stood in the crowd, frustrated, and exclaimed, "We've been waiting for over 2 hours. Are those two even planning to show up? Or are we just supposed to bake in the sun here until noon?" Wang Gai also grumbled, adding, "Exactly, we knew there would be a duel today, but who knew the exact time? If I'd known it'd be this late, I would have slept a few more hours." A few people nearby were also irritated. "Damn it, we were all excited to rush out here this morning, and now we're stuck waiting in the cold wind. Isn't it because we're afraid of missing the most exciting moment? But the Huangfu River is so long, where exactly are they fighting? Couldn't it be that we've been waiting in the wrong place this whole time?" After what seemed like an endless wait, the main character finally appeared. On the river's surging surface, a series of bamboo rafts slowly drifted, heading upstream. On one of the rafts stood a solitary figure, regal and dignified. With their robe fluttering in the wind, they exuded an aura that was both ancient and dominant. What was strange, however, was that there was no one paddling the raft. At this moment, everyone along the banks of the Huangfu River could feel their hearts skip a beat. Is that Bai Chen Medicine King? Oh my god, he's finally here. Damn it, I've been waiting since 5 a.m. Someone give me a bed and a bowl of instant noodles, please. But just as everyone was still marveling, another important issue arose. Wait a minute, Bai Chen Medicine King is here. But where's the Eastern Medicine Sage? A historic battle like this, and everything's running so late, who could stand it? Could it be that a great expert needs time to do their makeup before appearing? Just when everyone was on the verge of losing their minds, the Eastern Medicine Sage finally made his appearance. From a distance, a boat appeared, drifting slowly as if it were filming a nature tourism commercial. The crowd immediately jumped to their feet, shouting in excitement, "It's here! It's here! The Eastern Medicine Sage has finally arrived. We thought we were left hanging, but turns out he's really here." At the bow of the boat sat a figure, still and serene, with robes fluttering in the wind. It was an elderly man with an appearance that exuded the aura of a sage. His face was so weathered that it seemed like the slightest gust of wind could knock him over. He sat with his eyes closed, his expression calm and indifferent, as if unconcerned with the world around him. But compared to Bai Chen Medicine King, who had just made a grand entrance full of royal aura, the Eastern Medicine Sage, appeared much weaker, like someone who could collapse into dust with just a light cough. Some people in the crowd even whispered timidly, "Hey, what if he falls into the water before he even strikes? He looks so fragile and frail. Shit, keep quiet. That's a master. Don't let his appearance fool you." The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The two small boats were still 100 meters apart, but the pressure of the impending clash was already so intense that anyone nearby could feel the weight pressing down on them. Bai Chen Medicine King sneered, full of disdain. So what if he can jump 6 meters? An average person can jump 1 meter, so he's 6 times better. At most, he won't exceed the explosive strength of 10 ordinary people. He may look impressive, but in reality, there's nothing to be afraid of. Is that supposed to scare me? That's just laughable. On the boat on this side, Park Jimin didn't dare to underestimate the opponent. No matter how powerful Bai Chen Medicine King is, I don't fully know yet, but he's definitely not someone ordinary. Park Jimin thought, even lions use all their strength when hunting rabbits, let alone when I have to face a top-tier master. If I can't win, then I'll just run. Who's stopping me? And if I can't run, I can dive. If I can't dive, I can fake being dead. In general, whatever it takes, as long as I don't get caught. As long as the mountains are still green, what's to worry about? There will always be a day for revenge. If I don't win this time, I'll definitely make up for it next time. To be sure, he called the system. System, enhance my strength by 100 points. The system replied, Ting, enhancing 100 points of strength will consume 100 enhancement points. Are you sure you want to go all in? Park Jimin said, go for it. The system replied, Ting, done. Now you're in excellent condition. Name, Park Jimin. Age, 22, young and full of life. Weight, 80 kilograms. Height, 1.85 meters. The perfect build of a K-Nation celebrity. Overall strength index, 270. One punch can send someone flying. Physical condition, 220. No pain, no fatigue. Mental state, 170. Agility, 170. Remaining lifespan, 180 years. Enough time to bear the weight of the world. Current status, too strong. No outlet for such power. Remaining enhancement points, 20. Just enough for a last-ditch effort. As second after the enhancement command was confirmed, Park Jimin felt a terrifying source of power surging throughout his body. It was not a normal sensation like feeling full after a meal or the feeling of strength after exercise, but a transcendental state. It was as if every bone, muscle, tendon, and vein in his body were being immersed in a cosmic-level enhancement pot. Every cell in his body was brimming with energy. His muscles felt as though they had just been inflated with air. His bones were as solid as if they could be used to forge steel, and his tendons and veins were as elastic as rubber bands. Yet being powerful did not mean being reckless. Park Jimin understood a key truth of the game. You might lose face, but your life is something you must protect. At a windy corner by the riverbank, a group of onlookers were using telescopes to observe the situation. Is this the master of Park Jimin? One of them asked. But where is Park Jimin? Why isn't he here? As she spoke, Wang Mengmeng glanced around, searching for the person who was supposed to appear. Beside them, Qin Wusong subtly sighed. I called Park Jimin, but he said he was too busy grinding games and couldn't be bothered to watch the showdown. Dai Han, upon hearing this, fell silent, his face filled with contemplation, as though he had already anticipated something. For the past 3 days, ever since that Eastern medicine sage appeared at the Manhua hospital, no one has seen or heard anything about him. It's as if he's vanished into thin air. Yet in his place, his disciple Park Jimin has been busy accepting thank-you gifts on his behalf. Now that the sage has reappeared, Park Jimin has disappeared again. Clearly, something suspicious is going on. At that moment, Bai Chen Medicine King suddenly moved. With a slight shift of his foot, the entire bamboo raft beneath them exploded into 1,000 pieces. The river water being forcefully compressed into pillars that splashed into the air. Then, his figure turned into a black shadow, dashing across the river, heading straight for Park Jimin. Eastern medicine sage, prepared to die. The entire riverbank shook, but the most terrifying thing was not the destruction of the raft, but the horrific power emanating from the body of Bai Chen Medicine King. He did not merely take a few steps, he walked on the surface of the water as if it were solid ground. He did not sink, did not sway, and showed no signs of losing his balance. As soon as his foot touched the water, it immediately parted to the sides, creating large waves. From a distance, it seemed as though Bai Chen Medicine King was riding the waves. With each step he took, the surface of the water shattered as if it could not withstand his immense strength. From the distance, Bai Chen Medicine King took just 3 seconds to glide across the river, his killing intent surging forth, with splashes of water erupting as if a deity had descended. In just 1 second, in that brief moment, the entire bank of the Huangfu River entered a state that people often describe as frozen in shock for 5 seconds. Thousands of spectators suddenly felt their hearts stop, their limbs went limp, and some even experienced a chill running down their spines. Damn it! What just happened? Is this lightness skill water gliding? Is Bai Chen Medicine King really running on water? The scene before them left all the doubters in complete silence. Even Qin Wusong was nearly shocked to the core, forgetting to blink. Oh my god, could this really be cultivating immortality? We're in trouble. This time they're going all out. Watching Qin Wusong's anxiousness, Dai Han maintained the calm demeanor, resting his chin on his hand as he analyzed. In theory, if a person runs fast enough, the counterforce from the surface of the water will prevent them from sinking. It's the same principle as throwing a stone horizontally. It will bounce on the water's surface for a while before sinking completely. But theory is one thing, and in reality, no one can actually do it. Bai Chen Medicine King is an existence that surpasses human comprehension. In that moment, even Park Jimin was on the verge of running across the water. I've never tried this trick before, and it's not that I'm timid, but I've always bullied those weaker than me. I've been used to playing the role of power, stomping on the heads of those who can't fight back, hitting when I want and hitting again when I'm done. But today, everything is different. Park Jimin thought, for the first time in my life, I am facing a true master, a heavyweight character capable of crushing all my illusions of strength with just a glance. The feeling right now is unbearable. At this moment, Bai Chen Medicine King was exuding fierce killing intent, shouting like the heavens were splitting apart. Eastern medicine sage, prepare to die. As soon as the words left his mouth, he unleashed a palm technique that struck downward, causing the air around him to compress into shockwaves. This was not an ordinary palm technique. This palm technique carried an intensity of true source power, strong enough to obliterate a 10-story building. If it hit, it would definitely spell doom. No need for an ambulance. Seeing this, Park Jimin broke into a sweat, his mind racing with 3 words. Dodge now. No, the pressure was too great. I have to avoid it immediately. If I take this palm technique head-on, I'm definitely dead. Thus, Park Jimin decided against taking risks, opting for a clever strategy of both advancing and retreating, kicking and dodging, using his strength to lessen the impact of the attack, while finding an opportunity to escape. But unexpectedly, right when he swung his leg, he felt something was off. If this were a palm technique of such terrifying power, then upon impact I should feel a shockwave, or at the very least, a massive pressure, Park Jimin thought, but the foot that just kicked something soft. A second later, Bai Chen Medicine King flew off like a cannonball, spinning in midair like a kite with its string cut, and then landed with a strong impact onto a passing cruise ship. Park Jimin was frozen for a few seconds, then panicked as he realized he had just kicked away an elder as powerful as a god. Wait, did he really fly that far? I originally intended to evade the palm technique, but unexpectedly I accidentally unleashed a thunderous kick that directly sent my opponent flying 50 meters away. It made sense, considering the power was 27 times that of an adult with a collision force of 3 tons. This kick was no different from being hit by a truck. The entire riverside fell into complete silence. A crowd stood frozen like stone statues, their eyes wide open as if about to pop out, mouths agape, but no one uttered a word. Bai Chen Medicine King, who just moments ago was soaring like an immortal, showcasing a multitude of forceful techniques, making everyone believe no opponent could defeat Bai Chen Medicine King, was actually brought down in just one move. Everyone was confused. No one understood what had just happened. No one could believe it. No one dared to breathe loudly, and some even started to doubt life itself, wondering if they had misseen, were hallucinating, or had been drugged. But no, the truth was still right before their eyes. Bai Chen Medicine King knelt motionless, blood spouting from his mouth, and his internal organs were playing a game of puzzle that couldn't fit together at all. The ship was no longer intact, with a large hole gaping open. Qin Wusong looked at this scene in shock. What is this? It just started, and it's already over, ending in a second. I thought this would be a fiercely competitive battle that would last for hundreds of moves before determining the winner. While the entire arena was silent, Park Jimin had an extremely uncomfortable attitude. He stood there, casting a disdainful glance, pouting with a face that couldn't accept it. Oh, is that all? Such a showy display, and this is the extent of the fighting. Almost made me turn pale with fear. Upon hearing this, Bai Chen Medicine King, uncertain whether to feel proud or humiliated, suddenly sprang up like a zombie while kneeling in agony, shouting loudly, "Gene Lock! Level 3, unlock!" Instantly, he transformed into his peak version. His cells roared with activity, and his brain was so sharp that mental calculations were faster than a handheld calculator. The world around him slowed down like a video played in slow motion, and he became a superhero in 3 seconds. But rather than rushing to continue fighting, the first thought that crossed his mind was, "Run fast, save me," because he realized, even having unleashed all his power, the Eastern medicine sage was still incredibly strong. One kick without even using genetic locks was already so powerful, so if he unlocked everything, the universe would surely tremble. Bai Chen Medicine King was so frightened that his insides quivered. His heart raced uncontrollably, almost jumping out of his chest. Meanwhile, Park Jimin stood there, hands clasped behind his back, expression cold and demeanor undisturbed. "No need to tire yourself out with fancy moves. I will simply lift my foot and deliver one single kick. That's it, straightforward and efficient. No need for slow-motion replays or special effects." But a second later, Bai Chen Medicine King crouched, launching himself from the boat as if he had a spring under his feet. He soared into the air, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the shore, disappearing at astonishing speed, leaving even the wind in awe. The crowd stood watching the battle, as if slapped in the face with a bucket of cold water, their faces blank. Ha! Bai Chen Medicine King is running away. Is he really running away? Even Park Jimin was momentarily stunned, his brain temporarily shutting down. Ha! Ha! What's happening? I thought he just unleashed his strength and was about to execute an earth-shattering move. Who knew this was the demeanor, the aura of a martial arts master? Where is the majesty of Medicine King Valley? Where is his face? Did he leave it behind on the boat? All right then, out of respect for your hard training, I'll generously spare your life. But remember, if you dare to cause trouble again, I will peel your skin off and throw your flesh into a pot to make hot pot just to let you know the taste. Meanwhile, Bai Chen Medicine King was running for his life, terrified of being caught by Park Jimin. No medicine or king for me anymore. Standing before the Eastern medicine sage, I'm just a scared speck of dust. This Eastern medicine sage is indeed a cunning old fox, hiding such terrifying strength. He didn't even unlock his genes and sent me flying like a truck hitting me, and he hasn't even exerted his full power. If he unleashed everything, I'd be dead for sure. At this moment, the crowd around remained frozen as if lost, but the truth was still the truth. Bai Chen, the Medicine King, whom everyone considered invincible, had now been defeated in less than a second, having been kicked away like a ball, and the space fell into silence. Meanwhile, Qin Wusong shook his head in disappointment, feeling somewhat unexpected. Is this what they call a peerless master? Truly disappointing. Unbelievable. Unacceptable. I might as well go home and sleep quickly. There's nothing left to see. Dai Han was still lost in thought and waved to say, Sister Wusong, the Eastern medicine sage has won. Why don't you try calling Park Jimin to announce the result? I guess no one will pick up. Down by the river, Park Jimin was leisurely enjoying himself, when he suddenly discovered several drones hovering overhead, capturing close-up shots of his handsome face. It wasn't easy to be caught off guard in a moment of losing composure. Park Jimin immediately regained his poise, striking an extremely cool pose with one hand on his hip and the other raised toward the sky, his expression cold, as if he were protecting the peace of the universe. Bai Chen has been chased back to the mountains by me. There's nothing left to see. Everyone please disperse. But just as the awe was settling in, Park Jimin suddenly leaped straight into the sky, soaring dozens of meters upward. Then gently landing on the roofs of several Western-style villas by the riverside, disappearing as if he had never been there, leaving behind a crowd of people with their mouths agape in disbelief. His speed was so incredible that no one knew what to say to express their amazement. Someone in the crowd widened their eyes, murmuring a few classic lines. "He's cultivating immortality. No doubt about it, absolutely cultivating immortality, and it's not from some herbal supplement gone wrong. What science can explain this anymore? This world is truly full of bizarre things that could make your eyes pop. It's heartbreakingly surreal." Anyone who witnessed it knew that the memory would never fade, etched deeply in their hearts, impossible to forget. Especially the Eastern medicine sage, who always claimed he was the master of part Jimin. After this incident, his name became famous, completely overshadowing the title of Bai Chen Medicine King. Everyone who met him had to bow in respect, and it was only a matter of time before a statue would be erected in the square to honor his greatness. On the other side of the globe, while School and Bone were pouring all their efforts into eliminating part Jimin in another corner of the map, Jung Hoseok and the assassin Scorpion were enduring an adventure that was far from pleasant, combining a chase with being hunted. During this life-and-death journey, Jung Hoseok transformed from a timid girl, so frightened that the sound of gunfire would make her flinch, into an upgraded version with the expression, "You dare to touch me." Each time she was pushed into a corner, she no longer trembled. Instead, her eyes sharpened like a razor, blazing with a mixture of vengeance and determination. The climax came the first time Jung Hoseok not only fought back, but also killed the enemy in retaliation. From that moment on, Jung Hoseok discovered she was no longer the Jung Hoseok of old. She began to possess an unbeatable combo, with an incredible stamina allowing her to run 10 kilometers without breaking a sweat. It was as if she was just taking a stroll in the park, her reflexes lightning fast. As soon as someone swung their fist, she would dodge, and before they even realized what had happened, their opponent was already dead. Even Jung Hoseok activated her 1 against 100 mode, single-handedly wiping out the entire enemy team as if she were tidying up trash. Her ability to learn faster than I, to know everything, and do everything, allowed her to master reasoning and score a perfect 100. Not stopping there, Jung Hoseok also possessed a rapid healing ability. She could get slightly injured, and in the blink of an eye, she would be healed without needing a band-aid for show. Scorpion, once a master of weaponry, never expected to encounter such a golden student in Jung Hoseok. After just 2 days of training, she achieved a level of spear dancing that was always on target. Every throw hit its mark so accurately that Scorpion began to doubt her own competence, wondering, "Wait, is this my student? Or am I the one who needs to go back to school?" After defeating all the enemies, Jung Hoseok coolly drove away in a vehicle stolen from the military, her eyes shining with determination, as if they were ready to ignite. Turning to Scorpion with an air of confidence, she said, "Sister Scorpion, I'm planning to head to Los Angeles Airport soon, steal a plane, and then fly over to Nation K. From there, I'll continue on to Nation H." In fact, every reckless action of hers has a single reason: love. Indeed, love is the motivation that drives her to overcome everything. Since the day she was apart from part Jimin, she has felt like a pressure cooker being suppressed, waiting for the lid to be blown off and explode. She longs to see part Jimin again, to the point that she is ready to trample the entire world if necessary. But this time upon returning, she is no longer the weak Jung Hoseok who cried uncontrollably as before. Scorpion nodded in response. "All right, if you decided, then go for it." But before he could say more, Jung Hoseok added something that made Scorpion find it reasonable. "We cannot let part Jimin down, who has invested a whopping 3,700,000,000 to rescue us. We must survive, return, and show part Jimin that I deserve everything he has done." Upon arriving at the airport, Scorpion suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but widen his eyes in confusion. "Wait, do you know how to fly a plane to pull off a hijacking?" Hearing this, Jung Hoseok replied, "I'm learning. It's easy. If I can't fly it, we'll just kidnap the captain for sure." Indeed, the mindset is to act. No long-winded explanations, no complex plans. Just charge ahead and seize what is needed, while thinking about the consequences later. As for the passport issue, the girl brushed it off like flicking away an ash from a cigarette. It's fine without it. Being wanted doesn't matter. If I want to return to Nation H, the only way is to take action. Waiting means who knows when I'll see part Jimin again. At that moment, a beggar caught her eye, initially seeming like a stranger. But it turned out to be someone from Nation H. Fellow countryman, spare some change. Jung Hoseok rolled his eyes, unable to hold back his tears. Oh my God, how can a man from Nation H be reduced to such humiliation? Don't you know the saying, hold your head high and live? Yet, despite her cold demeanor, she casually pulled out a $100 bill and tossed it to the beggar. Jin Jil-moo looked up, ready to express his gratitude, but his eyes widened and his brain lagged for 0.5 seconds. Thank you, miss. Before him stood a girl in tight-fitting pants, perfectly accentuating her curves, with smooth, fair skin, and she radiated beauty, even without makeup. Notably, Jin Jil-moo is not an ordinary person. He has encountered various types of beautiful girls in life, from friendly beauty queens to edgy ladies. Yet, with just a fleeting glance, he was captivated, even with a few scratches on her face and an air of weariness that did nothing to diminish her enchanting allure. In fact, those scratches seemed like a special seasoning that made her even more mystifyingly alluring in a wild way. Unlike the delicate city girls, she radiated a strong, primal presence while still being soft. It was the kind of aura that could knock me out in 3 seconds and make me willingly want to be knocked down again. Before he could take a step, Jung Hoseok heard an utterly cringeworthy pickup line from the beggar. Miss, wait a moment, you're also from Nation H, right? Let's add wetchat. I'm quite famous in Nation H. You know. Jin Jil-moo had just finished speaking when both of them nearly choked from coughing. But before Jung Hoseok could react, the scorpion had already fired off a line, as sharp as a knife, dripping with contempt. This beggar sure is full of confidence. Doesn't even bother looking in the mirror to see what kind of trash he is. Already down to the point of sitting on the roadside begging for money, yet still dares to hit on girls? Who does this guy think he is? But Jin Jil-moo wasn't the type to go down easily. He immediately switched to full-on bullshitting mode, his mouth firing away like a machine gun. What are you saying, sweetheart? This is a huge misunderstanding. I'm not a beggar at all, just experiencing life in a different way. Just think of me as a street performer. As for my true identity, a great young masters tycoon, once possessing a fortune in the hundreds of billions. With a mere flick of my finger, entire groups of people would kneel in submission. Money? Beautiful women? To me now, they're nothing but fleeting clouds, lighter than a feather. Back in the day, I was ruined by wealth and depraved pleasures. Now, he was determined to return to the righteous path and start over from scratch. Do not look down on today's beggar, for tomorrow, he may become a tycoon who holds the world in his hands. As he spoke, Jin Jil-moo continued rambling on endlessly, his words flowing without pause. But gradually, his tone shifted, brimming with resentment. He swore that sooner or later, he would rise again, stand tall, and reclaim his place at the top. And that wretched lowly creature, Park Jimin, would undoubtedly pay a hefty price. In reality, the whole purpose of mentioning Park Jimin was just for show, to create the illusion that he had once been a significant figure, that he had crossed paths with the famous, making his story sound all more impressive. However, unexpectedly, the moment that name was uttered, Jung Hoseok reacted as if she had just consumed a high-dose energy supplement. A surge of emotions roared through her. She spoke in a voice as light as a passing breeze, yet laced with a hidden threat. You just mentioned Park Jimin. Are you talking about Chairman Lim of Nation H? You two had dealings with each other? The atmosphere suddenly tensed like a taut string. One careless answer, one wrong step, and teeth would be flying. Unfortunately, Jin Jil-moo was utterly oblivious to the glaring warning signs before him. Instead, he puffed up with arrogance and continued his bravado. Of course, back then, he and I. But never mind, no point dredging up the past. Game over. You shouldn't have mentioned that, but since you already did, congratulations. You're about to be royally screwed. 1 second later, Jung Hoseok transformed into a thunder god, delivering a direct kick to the second heart of Jin Jil-moo. The force of the kick was so immense that even 3 burly men combined would have screamed in agony. Jin Jil-moo was sent flying 6 meters, landing on the ground with a painful thud, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream that echoed across the airport. Just hearing it was enough to make passers-by wince in sympathy. Jung Hoseok coldly stepped forward, looking down at the gasping figure beneath his feet, then delivered a resolute statement in a tone as authoritative as a supreme queen delivering judgment. Don't let me see your face again. If you dare to open your mouth and insult my part Jimin Kel with that insolent attitude again, I will make you regret ever existing in this world." As soon as he finished speaking, Jung Hoseok turned and walked away. At that moment, the nearby security personnel, having heard the horrific scream, rushed over in droves, only to find Jin Jil-moo writhing in agony on the ground. Just a few minutes later, two young women had hijacked an airport patrol car, speeding across the runway before bringing an aircraft to a halt just as it was about to take off. Jung Hoseok and Scorpio stepped onto the plane with an overwhelming aura, their gazes as cold as death itself. Asterisk click asterisk. Each of them drew a pistol, and, without hesitation, fired with absolute precision at the guards aboard the plane. More than 100 innocent passengers on the plane looked at the scene before them, scared out of their wits, all unwillingly becoming hostages. Jung Hoseok, however, strolled around as if he were out for a leisurely walk, casually pacing back and forth between the cabins. In no time, he had taken control of the captain, forcing the plane to head straight for Du Chuaquoc, as if nothing serious was happening. The moment the FBI and CIA received the news, they rushed to the scene, fully equipped with state-of-the-art gear. But unfortunately, they were a step too late. Lee was already gone. The leader of the operation stood at the scene, pulling at his hair in frustration, veins bulging across his forehead. He was so furious that he punched the steering wheel straight on, yet had no idea how to handle the situation. Shoot the plane down. Impossible. That would make him the world's greatest criminal. Not shoot. Also impossible. He can only watch helplessly as the aircraft vanished into the sky, unable to conceal his frustration. Just as he turned around, a researcher standing nearby narrowed his eyes in suspicion, his voice brimming with infinite deduction. Number 2. The reforged experiment subject. Its combat abilities far exceed all expectations. Another person nodded, his expression heavy. That's right. It's just a shame we didn't erase its memory in time. If we had by now, it would have become an unrivaled super soldier. Then he lowered his voice, a glint of doubt flashing in his eyes. But I've noticed, out of thousands of experiments, only 2 were successful. And strangely enough, both of them are from Nation H. Could it be that the genes of Nation H people are simply compatible with our Reformation code? A member of the research team suddenly voiced his curiosity, like how a lock can only be opened with the right key, and other people's genes are just the wrong key, unable to unlock it, leading to failure. Hearing this, the leader nodded in agreement. It made sense. Without hesitation, he made a decision. Next, find a few more Chinese test subjects. Who knows? We might achieve a breakthrough. At that very moment, whether by fate's cruel design or sheer misfortune, a nearby rescue team was desperately trying to administer first aid to a homeless man from Nation H. He was gravely injured in his lower body, covered in blood, too weak to resist. Unfortunately, the researcher's eyes happened to land on this very scene. And just like that, Jin Jil-moo's bad luck spiraled into disaster. He was abducted on the spot, turned into a living experiment in the blink of an eye. Upon seeing their newly acquired subject, the leader waved his hand and gave a decisive order. No need to take this one to the hospital. Send him straight to the research center. Then, he tilted his chin and issued another command. As for test subject no. 2. Send people to capture him again. If you can't retrieve him, just get rid of Lee. Saves us the trouble. Meanwhile, Jin Jil-moo remained unconscious, unaware that his life was about to enter a tragic new chapter. A chapter where he would become a living experiment, his fate uncertain. Whether he would emerge as a superhuman or a failed creation. At the same time, inside a luxurious mansion belonging to the Zhongwen Corporation, Northern God of Medicine dragged himself back home, barely making it through the door. Before he could even sit down to regulate his breathing, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Wiping the blood from the corner of his lips, his face twisted in pain like a bitter melon. Mother of God, this hurts like hell. That bastard Dong Zhuan is truly ruthless. Just one kick, and it feels like my internal organs are about to pack up and leave. If it were an ordinary person, they'd already be meeting their ancestors by now. Lucky for me, I'm no ordinary man. While channeling his energy to heal, Northern God of Medicine was already plotting his revenge. Thank heavens I managed to break through the 3rd genetic lock before heading out for a fight. Otherwise, I wouldn't have this self-healing ability. My wounds are healing quickly. But if not, I'd already be lying on an altar somewhere, How careless of me. It'll take at least a whole month for me to fully recover from this. But then again, I'm not weak. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Dong Zhuan, you old scoundrel, just you wait. If I can't take you down, then I'll go after that disciple of yours, Park Jimin. What, is he always going to have someone protecting him? This grudge is irreconcilable. Park Jimin, you just wait. Once I recover, I'll send you straight to the afterlife. As he spoke, the corner of his lips curled into a sinister smile. Once I kill him, I'll disappear without a trace. Let's see how capable Dong Zhuan really is. Can he even find me in this vast world? All I need to do is vanish in a flash, and that's the end of it. At a public restroom by the Huangpu River, just as Park Jimin was in the middle of removing his makeup, Qin Wusong repeatedly dialed his number 3 times, but received no response. It wasn't until half an hour later that the call was finally answered. Oh my God, where are you, Park Jimin? I've been calling you non-stop, and you just stayed silent. Do you have any idea? Your master, Senior Dong Zhuan, just completely crushed the northern god of medicine. Upon hearing this, Park Jimin responded calmly, his tone as if the matter was completely expected. Yeah, that was within my calculations. Who do you think my master is? Since the time of Emperor Qianlong, he's been undefeated across the world. That so-called northern god, compared to my master, he's nothing more than a grain of sand blowing in the wind, hardly even worth mentioning. The moment Park Jimin mentioned Emperor Qianlong, Qin Wusong was instantly dumbfounded. Her mind raced through a crash course in history. Wait a minute, Emperor Qianlong was born in 1711 and passed away in 1799. That means it's been over 300 years since then. So does that mean Senior Dong Zhuan is actually a 300-year-old monster? Realizing that he had accidentally called Park Jimin's master a freaking old monster, Qin Wusong panicked and hurriedly tried to fix his mistake. Ah, I'm so sorry, Park Jimin. I didn't mean to offend Senior Dong Zhuan at all. I was just too shocked. Really, I didn't mean anything by it. Please don't be mad. On the other end of the call, Park Jimin maintained his usual effortlessly cool tone. It's fine. I get it. When I first found out about this, I was even more shocked than you. Cultivators can seize the fortune of heaven and earth, absorbing the spiritual energy of the universe to extend their lifespan. With every breakthrough in their cultivation realm, their life expectancy increases. But unfortunately, Earth has been overexploited, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is nearly depleted. The path of cultivation is becoming increasingly difficult. Hearing this, Qin Wusong noticed that the call was starting to lose stability. Afraid that Park Jimin might hang up midway, he quickly spoke up. Park Jimin, my grandfather wants to host a banquet to invite Senior Dong Zhuan. Also, Old Master Wei from the Wei family wants to express his gratitude to your master for saving Wei Xilin's life. Don't know if you can help arrange this. At first glance, it seems simple, but Park Jimin put on a troubled expression and let out a weary sigh. This one's beyond me. My master is like a legendary dragon. You might catch a glimpse of his head, but never his tail. Forget about inviting him to a banquet. I can't even call him. He doesn't use a phone. No WeChat, no social media. It's like he's permanently offline. Usually, he's the one who contacts me first, not the other way around. Even if I wanted to reach out, I wouldn't know how. And on top of that, he's extremely eccentric. Even if I begged until my tongue went numb, there's no guarantee he'd agree. I'm really sorry. In the passenger seat, Dai Han had been quietly observing, and now a strong sense of suspicion began to take root in his mind. Wait a second. Dong Zhuan Medicine Master has only ever appeared twice, and both times, Park Jimin was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that Park Jimin and his master are only master and disciple in theory? Or worse, did Park Jimin just make this master up to boost his own reputation? And so, after that conversation, Qin Wusong felt reassured, at least knowing he had tried to extend the invitation, while Park Jimin thought he could finally relax. Little did he know, Wang Mengmeng was about to call. Park Jimin dragged out his words, sounding extremely familiar. Hello, Mengmeng, is there something you need from your big brother? On the other end of the line, Wang Mengmeng's panicked voice rang out. Brother, where are you? I just came to the villa and found no one there. And this is serious. My mom came all the way over. Park Jimin nearly choked on his own saliva, startled as he shouted. What? You mean Ms. Quan Hanny is here? That's right, bro. My mom came with Uncle Part too. We're standing outside the villa gate right now. Part Jimin spent 5 precious minutes of his life racing back to the villa at the speed of light, but the scene that met his eyes nearly sent him toppling over from sheer shock. 3 legendary figures were already waiting. First, there was Wang Meng Meng, the nation's little sister, whose very name evoked instant adorableness. Beside her stood Ms. Quan Hanny, a woman who resembled Wang Meng Meng, so much that one might mistake them for twins, except for their expiration dates. Truly, a mother of one can still turn heads. Despite being in her late 30s, she was as ripe as a peach. No wonder Park Jian-hong was head over heels for her. Just remembered, Park Jian-hong was also standing there, looking every bit like a handsome country boy. Especially compared to old man Wang, the next-door neighbor. He was undeniably the better-looking one. Park Jimin furrowed his brows, scanning Quan Hanny from head to toe. A shocking thought immediately popped into his mind. Wait a second. What's going on here? Why does Quan Hanny's belly look like it's sticking out? Don't tell me she's expecting. Hold on. Who's the author of this masterpiece? At that very moment, Park Jian-hong and Park Jimin's eyes accidentally met, an exchange of glances loaded with 1,000 silent admissions. No words were needed. Everything was crystal clear. The old man squinted, staring intently, then froze for a full 5 seconds. Huh? This kid looks familiar, but who is he? It took a few more seconds for Park Jian-hong to process the information in his head before it finally clicked. Holy crap, that's my kid. The last time I saw him was after last year's Lunar New Year, back when we were still in our hometown. Back then, the boy looked as plain as a bowl of cold rice. But now, I almost didn't recognize him. Park Jimin now stood tall, his body toned, his aura radiant. Even the way he walked exuded an unmistakable presence. I'm the final boss here. When Park Jimin approached, Park Jian-hong could only force a smile. Jimin, it's been so long since we last met. I almost didn't recognize you. You've grown so tall and handsome. Park Jimin could barely stand the sight of her. This woman was the very spark that had torn his family apart back then, causing his parents to fight endlessly before eventually running away with his father. But the bigger problem was, she was also Wang Meng Meng's biological mother. If he lashed out at her, would it put Meng Meng in a difficult position? So Park Jimin swallowed his anger, only spitting out a single sentence. All right, come in and have a seat. They had barely settled down when Park Jimin fixed his gaze on the 2 people before him, his voice cold and cutting. Just get straight to the point. I don't like beating around the bush. I'm busy. Hearing this, Park Jian-hong forced out an awkward smile, mustered all his courage, and spoke. Son, Hanny and I came here because we have something important to say. We're planning to get married. And as if that wasn't shocking enough, the old man added another bombshell. Oh, and one more thing. Your Quan Hanny is pregnant. Park Jimin raised an eyebrow, not because he was surprised, but because he was slightly taken aback. So what? What does my mom plan to do? How are you going to handle this? Park Jian-hong immediately became flustered, took a deep breath, and then spoke with a tone full of regret. Well, I heard that the land in our hometown has been cleared, and the fruit orchard we had back then was also demolished to build villas. The compensation money is probably a few million or so. I agreed to transfer the property without any assets attached, leaving all the money for your mother and you to live on, as long as your mother agrees to the divorce. I don't ask for anything. After saying this, the old man turned to tightly hold Quan Hanny's hand, his eyes sparkling as if in a romantic drama during prime time. In Park Jimin's mind at that moment, there was only one word: bored. His emotions were a mix: anger, disappointment, sadness. But within that, there was also a sense of helplessness that could not be put into words. For love, you two are willing to give up all your assets, endure the gossip of others. And now, after being pregnant, you want a divorce from my mother. What the hell is going on? Am I hearing this wrong? The hardest thing to force is affection, and the most exhausting thing is being caught in a mess like this. After 5 minutes of suffocating silence, Park Jimin finally spoke up, his tone full of annoyance. Forget it. I won't get involved in this. Do whatever you want. I don't have the brain to handle messy situations like this. Hearing Park Jimin wanting to let it go, Wang Meng Meng felt the wave of guilt crashing over her, like a tsunami. Uncle Park wants to marry that woman. If they get married, I will become his legal biological daughter. That means I will have a complete family, no longer feeling emotionally deprived. I might even have a younger sibling to dote on, to share everything with. But if I happily accept this, wouldn't that be too cruel to Park Jimin, my older brother? His mother tore his family apart, and here I am, casually enjoying the outcome. Wouldn't that make me nothing more than an intruder? But just at that moment, Park Jian-hong straightened his back, his hands clasped tightly with Kwon Hani's, his face more serious than ever before. My child, in truth, your mother and I, that love withered a long time ago. But because of societal expectations, even when there was no affection left, we both endured, neither of us wanting to divorce. In the blink of an eye, it's been over 20 years. Then, the old man took a deep breath, his voice lowering into a solemn tone. But I have a secret, one I have never told you before. The air suddenly became as heavy as a weight pressing down. Sitting beside him, Wang Mengmeng perked up her ears, her face tensed, sensing that a shocking revelation was about to be made. Park Jimin frowned, his sharp gaze as if piercing through that layer of secrecy. What secret? Just say it already, don't beat around the bush. Before Park Jimin could add another word, Park Jian-hong's emotions had already spilled over. His voice was steady, but the more he spoke, the more it sounded like a confession. Ever since the day his father and Kwon Hani decided to run away together, in just the blink of an eye, more than half a year had flown by as if it had never existed. One fine day, Kwon Hani suddenly started throwing up violently. A check was done. 1 line, 2 lines, clear as day. From a peaceful life in Baekhyun, where mornings were spent tending to vegetables and nights admiring the moon, his father suddenly found himself tangled in chaos, utterly overwhelmed. If they kept it, they'd be scorned by the world without mercy. If they didn't, it would be a shame, as producing another would be quite difficult. After much deliberation, they decided to keep it. At this point, Park Jian-hong let out a long, heavy sigh before continuing his story, filled with turmoil. Thinking back 22 years ago, his father and mother had just been married for a year. Because his grandmother kept urging them for a grandchild to hold, they decided to get a reproductive health checkup at the hospital in town. Who would have thought? The doctor said that your mother couldn't conceive. That news struck like lightning, and your mother burst into tears while your father was bewildered, not knowing what to do other than comfort her. That night, the rain poured heavily, and thunder roared across the sky. As we stood outside the hospital, we discovered an abandoned baby right at the gate, drenched in the rain. Your mother immediately embraced the child, shielding it as if it were fate. We searched everywhere, put up notices for a whole week, but no one came to claim the child. So your mother decided to adopt that baby. That baby was you, Park Jimin. Those words fell like a bomb, leaving Park Jimin frozen for a few seconds. He didn't know whether to be shocked, angry, or to laugh at the sheer absurdity of this earth-shattering truth. All his life, he had always believed he was the biological son of Park Jian-hong, even though their father-son relationship had never been particularly close. Suddenly discovering that I was a child picked up from the streets, that feeling is truly indescribable. Park Jian-hong continued, his voice lowering as if to emphasize his words. Even though we don't share blood, your father has always considered you his own son, and he intended to keep this secret for life, thinking that in the end we were still a family of 3. As long as Baekhyun was living well, there was no need to know the truth about his origins. But now, since your mother and I are planning to divorce, I feel that you have the right to know the truth. Park Jimin sat still, his empty eyes staring into the void. In his mind, countless questions kept circling. Oh my God, so who is my biological father? Where is my real mother? Who am I? And where is this place? Thinking back, I don't recall anything unusual about my childhood. 3 meals a day, well-fed, well-dressed, no less than my friends. Parents rarely scold, and even when they do, it never reaches the point of emotional damage. Back in the day, Mr. Wang considered Park Jian-hong his sworn brother. He even entrusted his wife to his best friend's care when he had to travel far for business. Oh dear, not only did Park Jian-hong take care of her, but he also won over her heart. Thinking about how Mr. Wang spent 18 years raising a child, sweating and toiling, only to discover that the neighbor was the real father, I can't help but feel a little sympathetic. Overcome with emotion, Park Jimin suddenly blurted out, All right, you all stay here and talk. I'll take my leave. Trying to steady himself, afraid that Park Jimin might collapse at any moment, Wang Mengmeng anxiously spoke up. Hey, are you okay? But Wang Mengmeng's greatest fear wasn't the secret being exposed. What truly terrified her was whether, after knowing the truth, he would grow distant. That was the one thing she dreaded most in this world. Park Jimin stood there and asked a question so calm it was infuriating. Mengmeng, you knew all along, didn't you? That was a fatal question. Wang Mengmeng stammered, her mouth wanting to speak, but her mind was in complete chaos. Brother, I never meant to deceive you. I was just scared. But before she could finish her sentence, Park Jimin cut in without giving her a chance to breathe. Scared of what? Scared I wouldn't let you spend money? Or scared I wouldn't spoil you anymore? But he didn't stop there. Park Jimin started rewinding the tape of memories in his mind, suddenly noticing all the little details he had deliberately ignored before. Oh, right, the way Meng Meng looks at me isn't the way a little sister looks at her older brother. There's no admiration in it at all. If anything, it's filled with intense adoration. Back then, I kept turning a blind eye, avoiding those details, while my mind was screaming inside. Huh, what kind of system is this? It mixed up with my real sister? Are there no other people left to pair me with? But in the end, I realized one truth. No, the system wasn't wrong. It was me who was at fault. After all these years of living together, I had assumed we were siblings by blood, so I forced myself not to think about it too much. But in the end, the truth is there's no blood relation at all. Wang Mengmeng wanted to explain, but the words got stuck in her throat. She didn't know what to say that would sound right. Seeing that she had no excuse, Park Jimin delivered another blow, as if he were afraid she hadn't felt enough pain yet. Mengmeng, all this time, I've thought of you as simple and innocent, but what you've done makes me see you as selfish, fake, deceptive, and even with ulterior motives. Actually, you didn't need to do this. Even if you're not my real sister, I would still be willing to spend money on you. But the thing I hate the most is being lied to. After finishing his words, Park Jimin turned away, his face emotionless. Because for Park Jimin, right was right, and wrong was wrong. And this particular wrong touched upon a core principle of his life. Don't mess with the eel. If you're wrong, you'll face the consequences. There's no room for begging. Wang Mengmeng, hearing this, felt her heart ache as if someone had punched it, but she still tried to hold on to a sliver of hope. Brother, but I've been meaning to tell you for a long time. It's just. Upon hearing this, Park Jimin immediately cut her off. Just what? You've had hundreds of chances. You didn't have to wait until you had free time to confess. If it weren't for old Tran exposing it today, how long were you planning to keep your scheme? Or were you waiting for me to marry you? Finally, Park Jimin threw a harsh sentence straight into Wang Mengmeng's heart. Don't call me brother, I'm not your idol. Upon hearing this, Wang Mengmeng's face went pale. She instinctively took 3 steps back, looking at Park Jimin as if she wanted to say, please forgive me. But the words couldn't leave her lips. But Park Jimin didn't pay attention. He was too angry enough to throw all his emotions out just to feel relieved. Go away, I don't want to see you again. With that, Park Jimin turned and walked away, leaving Wang Mengmeng standing frozen, tears falling before she could wipe them away. All the beautiful memories between the two of them now seemed like soap bubbles, beautiful but fragile, shattering with the slightest touch. In the tense atmosphere, Park Ji-hong sighed deeply and said a philosophical line. All right, Mengmeng, sweetie, let's go. Let little Jimin be alone to balance his emotions. Men sometimes don't need comforting. Just leave him to sit and think about life on his own. And so, the 3 of them slowly made their way out of the villa gates, each feeling heavy-hearted and full of sorrow. But before they could leave the villa, they ran into Yuling Shuang. Oh, Mengmeng, it's you. I actually had something to discuss with you. Didn't expect to run into you like this. Though Wang Mengmeng's mind was in turmoil, she still forced a strained smile and asked, what is it, Sister Yu? Yuling Shuang pretended to be mysterious, waving her hand and saying, let's find somewhere to talk. This is something that will definitely shock you. Just a moment later, the 4 of them walked into a nearby coffee shop. The atmosphere inside was quiet, with soft music playing, but it couldn't overshadow the curiosity burning inside Wang Mengmeng. She fidgeted restlessly, staring intently at Yuling Shuang, and anxiously asked, "Sister Yu, what exactly do you want to talk about? Stop being so vague, I'm about to explode from confusion." Yu Ling Shuang curled her lips into a mysterious smile and pulled a stack of documents out of her briefcase. "First, take a look at this, and then we'll continue," she said. Wang Meng took the papers and began reading, only to be instantly stunned. "Hey, Sister Yu, what's this? Why do I have 10% of the shares in Fei Dun Zeben?" Yu Ling Shuang remained calm, as if this was no big deal, and lightly replied, "That's right, you're not mistaken. These are the shares the boss set aside for you. You must have forgotten, huh? You used to hold shares in Fei Tian Farmland. Later, when Fei Tian merged with Dun Da Group to become Fei Dun Zeben, your shares remained unchanged. Nothing was lost." Wang Meng, after hearing this, was still stunned, her mind spinning as if she had just been thrown into a washing machine on the highest spin cycle. Before she could even regain her composure, Yu Ling Shuang added another blow. "This corporation now manages 37 subsidiaries across all kinds of industries, from real estate, television, tourism, hotels, fresh food supermarkets, the stock market, pharmaceuticals, insurance, security companies, new energy vehicles, and even entertainment gaming. Right, 10% is not a small number, and its value is over 100 billion. And this is just its current value. It might even increase significantly in the future." At this moment, Wang Meng's brain finally connected the dots. Everything in front of her became clear. 100 billion. That was a number beyond what an ordinary person could imagine. It was so large that it could buy an entire small city, build dozens of villas, buy a fleet of supercars, and still have enough money to eat steak every day for 300 years. And so, the girl who had just cried over love now felt like crying again, but this time, it was because she was unexpectedly overwhelmed by wealth. So it turned out that Park Jimin had been preparing all this for me all along. It's not just a few small gifts, but an enormous fortune worth 100 billion being handed over without hesitation, without the need for me to sign any agreement or non-disclosure contract. This is no longer just affection. It is the pinnacle of limitless sacrifice. And then Wang Meng cried uncontrollably, as though compensating for all the time she had held back her emotions. Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed and blamed herself. "My dear, I have paid so much, too much, and yet I deceived you. I made you suffer. To save me, you almost lost your life when you rushed into a gunfight with the robbers in Las Vegas. To protect me, you completely destroyed the Tycoon Jin family conglomerate, regardless of the consequences. For my career, you silently gave me 100 billion from Fei Dun Zeben, without expecting any recognition. All of this, you did just to protect and help me, while I was selfish, thinking only of myself. I'm so sorry. I truly am sorry." Under the city lights, Park Jimin stood silently on the balcony of the villa, taking a drag of the cigarette, gazing at the sky, the ground, and his own life. Every time the smoke walks out, I feel like my mood is flying along with it. But even after it's gone, I still don't feel any better. Wait, did I say something too harsh? Honestly, I don't really hate Meng. It's just that sometimes I like to toughen up my attitude a bit, to appear cold and unpredictable. If it were any other girl, I might suspect that they have some deep ulterior motive. But with Meng, I don't think it goes that far. After all, she doesn't have a crafty bone in her body, and her face is so adorably clueless. But then, my father isn't really my father, and my mother isn't really my mother. And as I watch other families happily together, I suddenly feel this inexplicable sense of frustration. Wait, who am I? Where do I come from? Am I a child of a rock? Or did the universe get the address wrong? The more I think about it, the more ridiculous it seems. But I still can't help but frown, feeling like this situation is the biggest joke of my life. Just then, the sound of the system's repeated chimes rang out in Park Jimin's head. Wang Meng's affection increased by 1. Current affection is 100 points. Ding! The dog-licking subject Wang Meng has been moved by the master's risky actions. Affection breaking through 100 points. Congratulations to the master for successfully executing a reverse breakthrough. Ding! Detected that the 4th dog-licking subject has scored points in dog-licking, awarding a full attribute increase of 10 points, awarding a strengthening point increase of 50 points. Park Jimin froze for a few seconds, before he couldn't help but get a little too self-absorbed. What's going on here? Meng Meng has made another breakthrough. Why, despite me scolding her harshly, is her favorability towards me increasing so rapidly? Something's wrong today. Couldn't it be that I wrongly blamed Meng Meng? After all, she's just a little girl. The issue is that her favorability reaching the top isn't just about her liking me, but also her willingness to do anything for me. Back at the cafe, Meng Meng cried until she realized the truth. There really are things in life that don't need explanations. Just let the emotions flow naturally to clear your mind. Her younger sister Xiao Yu, who had given her a whole pack of tissues, asked in confusion, "Oh my God, Meng Meng, why are you crying so much? Did something happen today?" Meng Meng sniffled and answered, "It's nothing, Sister Yu, I'm just really moved." But what's worth mentioning is that Meng Meng straight up refused. "Those shares are not mine, I can't accept them. From the beginning to the end, I haven't contributed anything to the company. I've never earned a single cent, or been of any help. So I can't take them. I'm returning them to Part Jimin, please." Indeed, there are people in this world who could leave Yu Ling Shuang wide-eyed in surprise. For others, 1,000 billion in shares would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a chance to become a female tycoon, rolling in wealth, walking down the street and afraid there wouldn't be enough space to count all their money. But for this girl, money was nothing compared to her self-respect and genuine feelings. Pushing back and forth was not the solution. Yu Ling Shuang seriously asked, "Have you thought this through?" Meng Meng resolutely replied, "I've thought it through. If I accept this share, it's no different from deceiving Part Jimin brother. He treats me like a real sister and gave it to me, but I'm not his real sister, so isn't that the same as fraud? I can't accept things that don't belong to me. No, absolutely not." Meanwhile, Park Jian Hong and Quan Hanny were exchanging glances, their eyes meeting with a certain ambiguity. Then Quan Hanny furrowed her brows and sharply said, "Mr. Park, it seems that our Meng Meng is already tangled up in this game." Park Jian Hong nodded in agreement, his face serious. "Exactly. If Meng Meng really likes little Park, then everything becomes simpler. The adopted child becomes the son-in-law, making us even closer. Perfectly reasonable. It's settled then. This whole thing is on me. Although little Park is not my biological son, having raised him for over 20 years, it's no different than being my own child. Actually, now that I think about it, there's nothing alarming about this. They don't have any blood ties, so it's fine. From now on, we won't just call her an adopted daughter or a casual little sister, but simply call her our daughter-in-law for convenience." Not only did he think it over, but Park Jian Hong had even already come up with a name for his future grandchild. Time flew by like scrolling through TikTok, and in the blink of an eye, it was 9 a.m. the next day. Before I could even finish my coffee, the breaking news hit me like a punch to the face, shocking me to the core. Around 8 a.m., a passenger plane from Los Angeles lost control and crashed straight into the headquarters of Samsung Corporation, just like in a blockbuster movie. The result was 28 people dead and injured, including the financial chairman of Samsung, the tycoon #1 of Sour Country, Tycoon Sour. According to the police, the plane was hijacked by 2 terrorists. In an instant, this news sent shockwaves across the globe, skyrocketing straight to the top of hot searches, as if it had been pushed by a heavy hand. Immediately, the assistant rushed into the office to report, "Chief, the chairman has passed away after the plane crashed into the headquarters. You need to hurry back to Sour Country, because you are his first legal heir." Park Jung-jae listened, as if a slap had landed on his ear. Is the old man really gone? Upon hearing this shocking global news, Park Jung-jae's face immediately changed, his eyes flashing with a fierce glint. "What? A plane crashed into the group headquarters? Assistant, are you sure?" The assistant immediately confirmed, his voice serious but unable to hide his excitement. "It's confirmed, sir. The news is 100% accurate. The chairman has just gone to meet the ancestors, which means you will become the new chairman of Samsung." At that moment, the TV was also broadcasting the news. According to reports, this ill-fated plane, which departed from Los Angeles, was hijacked by 2 terrorists and ultimately crashed directly into Samsung Group's headquarters. According to the police, these 2 women are not only beautiful, but also extremely dangerous, with an exceptional skill in evading capture. After causing the plane crash at the SAM headquarters, both of them vanished without a trace, forcing the authorities to launch an extensive search. After watching the news, instead of shedding a tear of sorrow like the other obedient nephews and nieces, Park Jung-jae smiled broadly, shouting with excitement. Good, good. I've been waiting for this day for so long, he said, and internally, he was on cloud nine. At first, I thought I'd have to wait another 20 years before I had a chance to take power, because that old man wouldn't die no matter what. Who would have thought? Fate decided to send a plane off course, and it just so happened to crash right into the headquarters. At that moment, it was as if I had won without lifting a finger. No need for any scheming or fighting, just wait for the plane to fall in the right place. And it's done. Truly, I must be blessed. His assistant also smiled flatteringly. Congratulations, congratulations. Samsung now belongs to you. Park Jung-jae's face brightened, more radiant than a sunflower in the morning sun. Wonderful. Let's get going. I can't wait another second. But just as the assistant was packing the suitcase, Park Jung-jae turned back, lit a cigarette, trying to look dangerous, his eyes fixed on the empty space. Park Jimin, just wait. When I become the chairman of Samsung, I'll return as a king, and I'll slap you across the face myself to see if you can take it. The assistant, seeing this, winked and spoke in a mysterious tone. Young master, this is an urgent matter. You need to hurry back to Nation K to inherit the position of chairman of the Samsung Group. The assistant continued. Don't leave the chair empty for too long, or it will get covered in dust. As for that guy Park Jimin daring to tarnish your reputation, if you're so mad that you can't swallow your anger, I have a quick fix for you. In the underworld, there's a dark website that specializes in offering global hitman services. All you need is money, and you've got plenty of that to lay up the whole city. Just name your price, and I guarantee someone will take the job to eliminate your rival fast and clean. Finishing his words, the assistant sneered, pulled out his phone, and accessed the site assassination. Park Jung-jae took the phone, curious, and asked, I'd heard rumors about this assassination site before, but I never knew how to get into that dark corner. Standing next to him, the assistant pointed with his hand and said, Young master, don't worry. A few days ago, I stumbled upon the holy grail of how to access it. All you have to do is post an ad looking for a hitman. You don't even have to get your hands dirty. Just pay, and the hard work is all taken care of. Park Jung-jae had never experienced this feeling before, and was also a little scared. Have I ever done shady things before? Used my connections to throw enemies in jail. Sentenced them to over 10 years like it was nothing. Have I ever personally broken someone's legs and remained as cold as if nothing had happened? But killing someone, that's a whole different matter. But as soon as he thought of Park Jimin's annoying face, the one who had humiliated him in front of everyone, making him so embarrassed he wanted to disappear, all hesitation vanished. What hurts the most? It's the scene where I was rejected by Miss Dai and Yu Ling Shuang. And yet both of them ended up with that guy, and on top of that, he smeared my name online. I thought Park Jimin would stop being friends with him, but no, he stood firm like an immovable stone. Worse still, all the negative news was cleaned up without a trace. Thinking of this, Park Jung-jae's eyes suddenly lit up with a cold gleam, like an ice cube dropping into a cup of tea, and his blood began to boil with fury. Without a second thought, as if going to the market to buy vegetables, he immediately transferred 10 billion into the assassination account. After that, thinking about the scene of Park Jimin running away, Park Jung-jae couldn't help but laugh, laughing to the point where he felt so rich it was almost annoying. Park Jimin, write your will. With this money, it's enough to stir up the entire international assassin world. Let's see you try to run away. From now on, you'll have to dodge bullets every day, and at night you'll have to hide in the closet because you'll be afraid that an assassin might be hiding under your bed. After watching this task, some assassins sat shaking their legs, mocking, nearly laughing themselves to death. Oh my God, who's this brain dead? A bounty on Chairman Lim's head with only 1,500,000 dark coins. Might as well save that money to buy a villa. Assassinating Chairman Lim. This task is harder than even an SSS-level mission, and you might not even come back alive. Don't joke around, the global top assassin, Bloody Rose, couldn't even do it. Mr. X, the former leader of the Darknet, also tried, and now he's still hiding, always living in fear of Chairman Lim. Who has the time to throw their life away for that amount of money? Then another assassin shook his head and sighed. This really is a joke for the new year. Another assassin continued. End of Days Reincarnation tried to assassinate Chairman Lim and failed miserably, then went home, covered himself with a blanket and cried. School and Bone went even bigger, bringing dozens of rockets to obliterate the manhwa district. Yet Chairman Lim stood firm like a bronze statue. And now someone is offering a reward of 1,500,000 dark coins. Planning to hire a beggar, or what? And so, the whole group of assassins burst into laughter, spitting, as if to express their utter disdain. Meanwhile, Park Jung-jae was still sitting, waiting for a contract, but the mission just sat there like an unsold bin chum after Tet. Huh? What's going on? Why did they post the reward, and no one's accepting it? Don't tell me they're scared. At that moment, Park Jimin just opened his eyes, still not having brushed his teeth or rinsed his mouth, when Wang Kai shouted loudly, fully waking him up, "Master, someone just posted a bounty of 500 million, equivalent to 1,500,000 dark coins, to hunt your head. This mission could pose a threat to your safety. Should I take care of it? Remove the problem entirely for you." Park Jimin picked up his phone to take a look, a question mark forming above his head. Huh, there's this too. Let's see who's bold enough to do something like this. Park Jimin lazily stood up and walked straight down to the basement where the powerful computer system was set up. He sat down in the chair, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "Who's bold enough to put a bounty on my head?" But these petty tricks wouldn't fool Wang Kai. It scanned everything in one go, immediately pulling up the payment traces and hidden IP addresses, then locked onto the target in the blink of an eye. "Master, the payment task comes from Nation K. The account is registered under Samsung Financial Group. Based on the network traces, I've locked the origin of the task creator, which is from manhwa. Please wait a moment, Master. I'm currently scanning global data and filtering out the specific identity." Upon hearing this, Park Jimin smirked slightly and added a few sarcastic remarks to pass the time. "No need, I already guessed it. Nation K Samsung has money and a grudge against me. It can only be that Prince Park Jung-jae, no one else." At that moment, Wang Kai also reported the news from this morning. "Master, at around 8 a.m., a passenger plane lost control and crashed directly into the Samsung Group headquarters. Among the passengers was the financial chairman of Samsung, the elder tycoon of Nation K." After listening, Park Jimin stood still for 3 seconds, then shook his head in frustration. Huh, didn't the president of Samsung just die in a plane crash? Unbelievable, his family's mourning, and he couldn't even be bothered to attend the funeral. Still in the mood to offer a bounty for an assassination. This guy must have something wrong with his brain. As Park Jimin was still pondering whether he should respond, the assassination system popped up with a new mission, hot and fresh, straight from the oven. Assassinate Park Jung-jae, the Prince of Samsung, with a bounty of 2 million dark coins, along with 3 photos showing his perfect profile. Park Jimin squinted at the screen and asked Wang Kai, "Huh, did you post this?" Wang Kai replied, "Master, it wasn't me. This mission is real. Someone else posted it, not me messing around." Hearing this, Park Jimin couldn't help but sneer. What a coincidence. Looks like someone doesn't want that prince to peacefully inherit the Samsung fortune. The rich families are just like those long-running TV shows. Internal power struggles are never short of drama. After thinking for a while, Park Jimin recalled Bai Chen. "By the way, since we're free, go ahead and put Bai Chen's name up on the board. I heard he's been hiding out, right? Let's set the bounty at 100 million dark coins for some added drama." Wang Kai quickly responded, "Understood, Master. I'll post the mission right now." As soon as the assassination mission for Bai Chen was uploaded on the assassination board, with a massive bounty of 100 million dark coins, the entire assassin world immediately fell into shock. 100 million dark coins. That's $58 billion, a sum that could buy an entire army. In less than 5 minutes, 10,000 assassins worldwide had viewed the information. On the other side of the story, at the Jiangchong Roots Villa in Maiyuan, Bai Chen was meditating when he suddenly sneezed loudly, feeling bewildered as if there were thousands of eyes secretly watching him. And after a day of recuperating, he praised himself. "Thank heavens, this time I brought the secret medicine with me. This pill is the essence of hundreds of types. Rare herbs. My injuries have improved quite a bit. But injuries like this, even with miraculous medicine, can't heal in an instant. Tendons and bones. At least it'll take months. Roughly, I'll need a few more rounds of spa therapy before I'm back to full strength. Well, I'll be sensible. No need to rush into a fight. Let me recover fully first, and then we'll see." At that point, Just hearing my name would make Park Jimin tremble with fear. At that moment, there was a rapid knock on the door, and just the sound of it gave off an ominous vibe. Bai Chen Medicine King furrowed his brow, his voice darkening. "Who's there?" At this moment, a voice from outside echoed in, trying to sound friendly, but with a hint of nervousness. "Master Bai Chen, it's me, Lai Jikai." Bai Chen furrowed his brows, not sure what this person was here for, but he responded indifferently, "Come in." The door opened, and Lai Jikai walked in, his eyes showing a concerned but somewhat fake expression. "Master, are you all right? I heard you were injured, and I've been really worried." Bai Chen waved his hand dismissively, his face cold as if saying that nothing could faze him. "It's just a minor injury, nothing to worry about. After resting for a day, I'm nearly healed." Lai Jikai asked out of politeness, but then he started acting as if he were in a hurry, his voice emphasizing the story with more drama. "It's good that you're fine, Master, but honestly, I didn't expect the Eastern medicine sage to be so powerful, enough to injure you. The world outside is already buzzing with rumors." Bai Chen narrowed his eyes, a cold aura beginning to leak from him. "What rumors?" Lai Jikai felt pleased inside, but still pretended to be serious on the outside. "They say your strength and medical skills can't compare to those of the Eastern medicine sage. Some even claim that you once refused to treat Miss Wei because you didn't have the ability to heal her. That your medical skills aren't up to par." At this point, Lai Jikai sneaked a glance at Bai Chen and thought to himself, "I wonder when this old man is going to lose his mind." As soon as Bai Chen, the medicine king, heard Lai Jikai's words, his face darkened like the bottom of a pot, and killing intent surged from him. "Those cowards! Fine, I can tolerate being defeated by an Eastern medicine sage in terms of strength, but to say I'm inferior in medical skills, sorry, that's unacceptable. The Medicine King Valley's medical skills are the best in the world, top of the top, not for show. And now, these scoundrels outside are mocking and insulting me." With those words, his anger skyrocketed, and Bai Chen coughed violently, spitting out a streak of bright red blood. It was clear his internal injuries weren't fully healed, but he still insisted on putting on a tough front. Lai Jikai stood nearby, feeling secretly pleased, but of course, he wasn't foolish enough to let it show on his face. "Walked right into the trap, huh? Oh, he coughed up blood? Is this old man about to meet his ancestors? That's just great." Actually, before entering the room, Lai Jikai had been whispered to by a figure in the underworld. Bai Chen, the medicine king, is no longer just injured. He has a bounty on his head, with a terrifying reward. 100 million dark coins, which is equivalent to 37,500,000,000. That's enough money to build an entire city. No joke. And assassinations aren't trivial matters. This is the biggest black market in the world, a gathering place for all kinds of killers, from snipers in the desert to stealthy masters, with knives in dark alleys. With that kind of money, there will definitely be plenty of assassins willing to risk their lives to take down Bai Chen. Lai Jikai stood frozen, thinking, at this sensitive time, if I get involved with this old man, I might get caught in the crossfire and end up dead. But thinking about the enormous bounty, he not only didn't feel scared but also let go of any remaining conscience. Wait a minute, over 30 billion in bounty. Don't joke, that's enough to buy an island, build a villa, and even keep a bunch of sharks as pets. But hold on, I'm not an assassin. Doing the dirty work myself would be way too dangerous. Business is about using your brain, not your fists. The best thing to do is hire someone to handle it for me. After a moment of consideration, Lai Jikai managed to form a smile, one so friendly it seemed as though he had never harbored any schemes, and spoke in a tone full of concern. "Master, please rest assured and focus on recovering. Once you're better, those fickle and inconsistent people outside will have to pay the price for daring to laugh behind your back. If you need anything, just tell me. I'm more than happy to serve you all day long." Bai Chen nodded in satisfaction. "All right then, I'll write you a prescription. Help me gather some medicinal herbs. I need them urgently." With that, he took pen and paper, carefully writing down a list of herbs. Just reading the names alone would be enough to make even the most experienced apothecaries faint from the difficulty of locating them. Lai Jikai took the paper and smiled with a sly grin. "Of course, master. I'll head out right away." But in his mind, he couldn't have been thinking any darker. Wait a minute, what if I add a little poison to the prescription for the old man, Who knows, maybe I'll get lucky and end up sending him off for good. With that much money, why not? As long as I play it smart, I won't even have to get my hands dirty and still walk away with a fortune. But then, Lai Zikai's rational side immediately shut down that thought. This isn't right. Bai Chen is a master of medicine. Who could possibly poison the old man? Putting poison into his prescription would be like waving a knife in front of Guan Yu. He'd definitely see through it in an instant, and once he knows, I won't even need an assassin. The old man will strangle me with his own hands before I even have a chance to drink it. Nope, not going to risk it. Wait, why bother getting my hands dirty? There are plenty of assassins out there, all eager to earn that 100 million dark coins. Lai Zikai continued, all I need to do is accidentally leak Bai Chen's address on the assassination list. I'm sure the international assassins will come knocking on his door by themselves. No need for me to lift a finger, and I still achieve my goal with minimal effort. And if the old man survives, no one will ever know I was involved. I can attack when needed, retreat when necessary, and still win without lifting a hand. Smart people operate like this. Pulling strings behind the scenes is both safe and effective. In just 3 short days, Bai Chen, the medicine king, had recovered 50% of his spiritual power. After that, he still didn't forget to ask Li Zikai to secretly gather information about Park Jimin. However, once his injuries had healed, Lai Zikai kept adding more details, causing Bai Chen to feel his pride severely wounded. He gritted his teeth, his anger rising uncontrollably. Fortunately, he didn't end up spitting blood. With his accumulated hatred, Bai Chen started disguising himself, confidently walking out of the door and then loitering around Park Jimin's villa. The plan is clear. I need to thoroughly understand Park Jimin's daily habits. But the most important thing is to determine whether the Eastern medicine sage is secretly protecting him. If necessary, I'll disguise myself as Park Jimin's close friend, or even as the Eastern medicine sage himself. No one would ever suspect it. Standing there for a while, Bai Chen recalled the time he was beaten so badly he had to run away, suddenly grinding his teeth. Last time, I was a bit careless. I underestimated the strength of my opponent and was unprepared. I even forgot to bring my soul-destroying needle, a top-tier hidden weapon, forged from a meteorite that fell from space. It was like slipping on a banana peel in the middle of a busy market, resulting in a painful fall. Bai Chen thought, this needle may be small, but it's incredibly powerful. With just one strike, it can pierce through a 20 centimeters thick steel plate. What's more, I've coated it with a deadly, extremely potent venom. A direct hit means no need for a doctor. A mere scratch, and within a minute the victim will leave this world without having a chance to say a word. The poison is so strong that I'm afraid to keep it in my jacket pocket for too long, worried that a careless mistake might send me to meet my ancestors. If only I had remembered to bring the soul-destroying needle last time, the Eastern medicine sage would have already been lying on the ground by now, without any chance to humiliate me. But never mind, failure is the mother of success, and I won't repeat the same mistake this time. After wandering around for a few more hours, Bai Chen, the medicine king, saw the door to Park Jimin's villa open. Coming out from inside was none other than his sworn enemy, carrying a black plastic bag, clearly intending to throw out the trash. A golden opportunity presented itself. Bai Chen quickly started thinking, should I act now? With just one move, it'll be over. The Eastern medicine sage isn't in sight, there's no protection around. What am I waiting for? But then, his inner thoughts began to conflict fiercely. Wait, maybe I should wait until I've fully recovered before I strike. I've only regained half of my spiritual power, and if something goes wrong, it's over. However, before Bai Chen could continue contemplating, life didn't give him the chance to hesitate any longer. Suddenly, a dangerous sensation, like ants crawling all over him, made his hair stand on end. Danger? This level of danger is no joke. And then, a large sniper bullet from a heavy-duty sniper rifle shot straight toward his head at the speed of light. With lightning-fast reflexes, Bai Chen tilted his head to avoid it, narrowly escaping in the nick of time, cold sweat dripping down despite the lack of heat. But before he could even catch his breath, the real nightmare began. From all directions, the sound of gunfire rang out. Boom, 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 boom. After the snipers from all directions fired simultaneously, each shot aimed directly at Bai Chen, blocking every possible escape route. He immediately used all of his top-tier dodging skills, rolling, crawling, jumping to the left, lunging to the right, twisting and turning through the hail of bullets. But unfortunately, his strength had only recovered 50%, and he wasn't fast enough to dodge everything completely. Although he avoided 5 of the bullets, the last one struck him directly in the left shoulder, blood spraying out like a slow-motion scene in an action movie. Touching the blood dripping down his shoulder, Bai Chen couldn't understand why. The calculations were perfect. I even disguised myself so well that I almost didn't recognize myself. Yet I still got assassinated. The pain didn't just stop at the flesh. It ignited a furious explosion of rage. Bai Chen, whose face had been feigning calm, instantly shifted to an expression of utmost fury. He gritted his teeth, his bloodshot eyes burning with the intent to set the world ablaze. What the hell? Who dares to shoot me from the shadows? You dare to play dirty? Fine. None of you are leaving here alive. The very next moment, he abandoned his disguise entirely, revealing an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Activate third-tier gene mode. Right now. In the blink of an eye, everything around Bai Chen Medicine King seemed to stretch and slow down, as if time itself had turned into slow motion. The moment this domineering sensation emerged, he instantly detected 6 hidden snipers attempting to take his life. And within just 0.01 seconds, he had already locked onto their exact locations. Without hesitation, Bai Chen Medicine King flicked his right hand, sending 3 silver flashes streaking through the air like ninja shuriken. The 3 snipers, still grinning as they prepared to pull the trigger, were struck dead center in their foreheads by the soul-destroying needle. They collapsed on the spot, not even managing a final scream. Swift, clean, and deadly. The other 3 were scared stiff, scrambling to find a hiding spot, not daring to show their faces. But the danger wasn't over yet. From the roadside, a massive truck suddenly charged forward at a speed exceeding 120 meters per second, heading straight for Bai Chen Medicine King. Facing this dire situation, Bai Chen steadied himself and roared, "You want to die." A silver flash shot out at incredible speed, piercing through the truck's windshield and straight into the driver's forehead. One hit, instant death, no second thought needed. But the problem was, while the driver was dead, the truck wasn't. It kept barreling forward like someone had slammed the accelerator and forgotten the brakes. Then came an impact as violent as it could get. Bai Chen Medicine King was sent flying over 10 meters by the truck. The crash was so intense that it smashed straight into the residential area's fence, leaving behind a spectacular scene of destruction. Without wasting time, Bai Chen struggled to his feet. His hair was a tangled mess, his face and body covered in blood, so battered that anyone passing by would think he had just fought off an entire gang. Bai Chen Medicine King roared in fury. Damn it, if it weren't for my old wounds still not healed, plus that bullet in my left shoulder slowing me down, there's no way I wouldn't have dodged the damn truck. The remaining 3 snipers were scared out of their wits, their hearts pounding. But before they could even slick back their hair to look cool, Bai Chen Medicine King flicked his hand. Asterisk whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh asterisk. 3 silver flashes shot out like lightning, weaving through the air in an impossibly sharp trajectory. In an instant, they struck the 3 snipers, who were still gaping in shock, unable to process what had just happened. A swift and clean execution. No hesitation. Bai Chen flipped his hair and took the chance to strike a stylish pose. Even when I'm covered in wounds, you're still just a bunch of nobodies not worth my time. But before he could fully bask in his own badassery, a squad of over 10 assassins jumped out, rudely cutting short his moment of glory. Each one looked at him like he was a walking fortune, pulling their triggers relentlessly, as if the chaos wasn't enough already. Bai Chen Medicine King instantly leaped to the side, dodging the bullets, then turned around and bolted. While dodging and gasping for breath, he was furious to the point of exploding. What is this? Why are there so many assassins? Sure, I used to have status, but the moment I fell into misfortune and lost power, I became a target for those weaker than me to trample on. If I weren't still recovering from serious injuries, no matter how many of you there are, I would take you all down. Just wait. Once I recover, every single one of you will pay the price. Bai Chen then swept his gaze across the scene, as if engraving his oath into the minds of the assassins before him. But life was never that simple. As he continued to flee, panting heavily, the shouts of the assassins erupted from behind him, like a group of debt collectors spotting their debtor. Chase him down. He's gravely injured. This is the best chance to take him out. If we let him escape this time, don't even dream of getting a second opportunity." Upon hearing this, Bai Chen Medicine King nearly passed out from rage. "I am a Grandmaster of Medicine King Valley, wielding the power of the third level of the gene lock, and yet I've been reduced to being hunted like a stray dog by a bunch of nobodies? Humiliating. Absolutely humiliating." But what made Bai Chen so furious he could vomit blood didn't stop there. Just as he thought things couldn't get worse, something completely unexpected happened, forcing him to widen his eyes in disbelief. That was when he was running, as if being chased by ghosts, and yet someone lurking in the distance managed to enrage him even more. A reckless brat, completely oblivious to the dangers of the world, sat right at the edge of the road, casually holding a bag of potato chips. Munching away, he watched as the man was hunted down. To make matters worse, Part Jimin's eyes gleamed with amusement, as if he were watching an entertaining play. The sight made Bai Chen Medicine King so furious he could crush the entire universe. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. Not only am I being hunted by assassins, but even a mere brat can sit there leisurely, eating potato chips while watching me run for my life. Like some kind of joke. My God, what is wrong with this world? I have never experienced such humiliation in my entire life. But that's not even the worst part. What truly left me speechless was the sheer contempt in that kid's eyes. That look, exactly the kind of gaze that sees no one as worthy, the same scornful stare I once saw on his master's face. Bai Chen Medicine King thought. Eastern medicine sage. Well played. That bastard. He really is the disciple of Eastern medicine sage. Such arrogance. Like master, like disciple. But right now, my life is more important. I need to run. Part Jimin, you bastard, you came prepared, but did you really think you could trap me that easily? Keep dreaming. With that thought, Bai Chen Medicine King took off, dashing out of the encirclement like a gust of wind. At that moment, Part Jimin stopped eating his potato chips, but his eyes still gleamed with amusement. That's all it takes for you to act tough in front of my house. I expected more. Turns out, you're just a harmless old man, being hunted like prey among a pack of wolves. Bai Chen Medicine King immediately blended into the crowd. No matter how many assassins there are, they cannot recklessly open fire in a crowded place. After that, he took advantage of the terrain in manhwa, where tall buildings sprouted like mushrooms after rain, darting in and out among the alleys, leaving the group of assassins both furious and helpless. In his mind, Bai Chen Medicine King quickly calculated, "Humph, you think you can easily hunt me down? Not a chance. But then again, even if I have escaped the first round of attacks, my situation is far from good. The old wounds haven't healed, and now I have new ones. My left shoulder is still bleeding profusely. If this continues, I won't need the enemies to kill me. I might just collapse from blood loss." Before finding a place to recover, Bai Chen didn't forget to perform the most important step, tearing off the human skin mask from his face. In an instant, from a handsome middle-aged uncle, he transformed into an old man in his 70s or 80s, with wrinkled skin and an ugly face, looking no different from someone who had endured decades of hardship. Now the truth is out. Bai Chen Medicine King, no matter how strong or knowledgeable in pharmacology he may be, is just a 100-year-old man. It turns out he used a disguising technique to retain his youth. No wonder for so long everyone thought Bai Chen Medicine King had a secret to immortality, but it was just a trick after all. Bai Chen Medicine King smirked, a sense of pride swelling within him. The world is ignorant. I have roamed the world for years, never using my real face. Thus the name Bai Chen Medicine King. When I want to hide, I hide. When I want to show, I show. And no one can touch me. Meanwhile, in a luxurious 5-star hotel, where just stepping in would lighten your wallet by half, a pale-skinned man was having lunch with isekai. His name is William, who might seem like a refined Western nobleman at first glance, but in the underground world, he possesses a title that makes anyone break into a sweat. Hell Baron, the world's second-best assassin. Hell Baron is not only a renowned killer, but also the manager of a formidable assassin army. He has gathered all kinds of young, reckless, cold-blooded individuals from the dark net to establish a famous organization known as the Death Alliance, specializing in providing the service of turning off the lights for the world. William sat there, every gesture, every glance, every movement exuding an air of sophistication. According to my subordinates, Bai Chen is being pursued, injured. Yet this old man, Bai Chen, not only hasn't died, but has also counterattacked expertly, dispatching more than a dozen assassins from the Alliance. In short, he's tougher than we thought. With that, William continued to calmly cut his steak, his composure maddening. Li Jikai, upon hearing this, felt an intense worry for good reason. If Bai Chen wakes up after this battle, he will definitely suspect my involvement, especially since he's the kind of person who kills immediately without a second thought, with no hesitation whatsoever. Imagining that scene, Li Jikai gulped nervously and then anxiously asked, "So what do we do now?" William, unhurried, coolly replied, "What do we do now? We carry on, of course. As long as Bai Chen the Medicine King isn't dead, we still have Plan B, Plan C, even Plan Z if we need to. The 100 million dark coins bounty is still up for grabs. Who wouldn't want that?" William continued, "Don't worry, the target is heavily injured, and he definitely needs a place to rest and recover. According to my calculations, the likelihood of him sneaking back to the Manhwa apartment is about 50%. I've had explosives rigged with remote control installed in apartment number 3. This type of explosive is no toy. It's enough to turn the entire room to dust in an instant. As soon as the target steps inside, not only will he not survive, but there won't even be a body left to recover." Li Jikai was still in a state of panic, his lips quivering as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately he only managed to ask a worried question. "But what if Bai Chen, the Medicine King, doesn't come back?" William raised an eyebrow, a slight smirk crossing his lips as if savoring an interesting question. Whether he comes back or not is a matter of probability. However, Bai Chen's belongings are still there, and everyone has a habit of wanting to gather their things before leaving. Moreover, he's seriously injured and needs urgent bandaging. The chances of him returning are quite high. And if Bai Chen doesn't come back, that's easy enough. You just need to make a call to lure him back, or, at worst, set up another trap. I've done this many times before, so there's nothing to worry about." Li Jikai felt a chill run down his spine as he listened. The plan was concise, effective, and lethal, yet presented in such a relaxed manner. He began to feel that dining with William was perhaps more pressuring than being hunted by Bai Chen himself. He then raised his glass of wine, smiling ingratiatingly. "Mr. William, indeed you are a top assassin in the world. True experts are not just strong-handed. They also know how to use their brains. Cheers, I, Li Jikai, propose a toast to you." Meanwhile, in his heart, Li Jikai silently burned 3 incense sticks for Bai Chen. With these cold-blooded assassins, Bai Chen now is nothing more than a prime cut of beef, and once he has caught the eye of the global assassin community, his chances of survival are nearly zero. Times have changed. Those who act quickly will reap the rewards. I have always been one to read the situation and choose the most advantageous side. If I were to step out now to protect Bai Chen, it would be no different than offering my head as a live target for the international assassins to attack, and I am not foolish. Rather than passively waiting to be embroiled in this mess, I would prefer to transform myself into someone who gets a share of the soup in this hunt. Li Jikai thought. But Bai Chen Medicine King has been roaming the martial world for 100 years. He's no ordinary man. If the assassins can think of setting a trap, do you really think he wouldn't anticipate it? The older a person gets, the more experience they have. It's not by chance that he's still alive today, while countless others who crossed paths with that old man have long joined their ancestors. As Bai Chen Medicine King approached Manhwa's private residence, he immediately sensed something was off. The instincts of someone who has survived in the martial world for so long can never be fooled. The security booth at the entrance usually has that chubby guard on duty, but today, there's a brand new face. At first glance, he looks like an ordinary man, but his gaze is too sharp. Not the kind of look a regular security guard working for a monthly paycheck would have. No, it's the gaze of a predator watching its prey. After observing for another 20 minutes, Bai Chen became even more certain that something was amiss. But instead of exposing himself, he called over a food delivery man and beckoned him over. "Young man, hold on. Help me with something." The delivery man frowned. "Master, why are you blocking my way?" Bai Chen let out a faint smile, his voice dripping with mystery. "Young man, I have a great opportunity for you. Do you want to take it?" The delivery person replied, "Master, I don't have time to play. The order is about to be late. I must go deliver it on time." Bai Chen Medicine King, hearing this, replied nonchalantly, "Who's joking with you? Just help me with one thing, and I'll give you 10 million. The delivery person was taken aback and responded, "What? Are you serious?" Bai Chen Medicine King, upon hearing this, waved his hand and took out a human skin mask, continuing to entice. "Of course it's true. Just wear this mask and go into apartment number 3 above. I guarantee someone will give you millions. And not just millions. Even 1 million could be offered." The delivery person hesitated, looking at the mask in hand, feeling that this story was a bit strange. But then, the amount of money was too tempting. Forget it, a food delivery order could exchange for money I would never earn. 3 minutes later, he had put on the mask, deciding to give it a try. Upon reaching the entrance of the building, a scene made him freeze for 3 seconds. The security guard immediately bowed and greeted him with great respect. "Master Bai Chen, welcome. Please come in." So the delivery man began to have a bit of faith in the old man's words, puffing out his chest and striding towards the apartment like a great figure returning after a long absence. As Bai Chen had predicted, the security guard immediately reported, "Boss, Bai Chen Medicine King has entered the building." On the other end, a cold voice replied, "Very good. Wait for the opportunity to act. Remember, this name has been placed on the International Assassins list, with a bounty of 37,500,000,000. Collect video evidence to claim the reward." About 5 minutes later, while everything was still calm, a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted. The luxurious 500-square-meter apartment was erased from the map in an instant. Flames shot up high, creating a massive column of black smoke that sent the surrounding area into chaos, with citizens screaming in panic. Only Bai Chen Medicine King remained standing in place across the street, indifferent as he watched the black smoke rise, showing no sign of shock or surprise, nor any indication of someone who had just narrowly escaped death. He only quietly observed, his eyes cold, a murderous aura surging within. "Good, very good. Li Kai, you dared to betray me." At this moment, in a luxurious 5-star hotel, where finishing one meal might result in a month of hunger, William was leisurely enjoying a glass of premium wine when a video was sent to him. William smiled contentedly, picked up his phone, and handed it to Li Kai, saying, "Director Lai, the target has been dealt with. Happy cooperation." Li Kai, sitting opposite, was excited but still a bit apprehensive. "Really? Let me take a look for a moment." William chuckled lightly and pushed the phone forward. "Please, go ahead." Li Kai snatched it away, staring intently at the video. In the video, there was nothing but the scene of Bai Chen Medicine King entering the apartment and instantly being turned to smoke. The explosion was so powerful that within a 10-meter radius of its center, there was nothing left but dust, not even a cockroach. Even Bai Chen in a strong state would have no chance of escape, let alone being injured. After 37,500,000,000 came to hand, William wasted no time and immediately uploaded the video for assassination review. But life is not as easy as that. When the task escalated to assassination, Wang Kai immediately reported, "Master, the assassination task against Bai Chen Medicine King has been submitted by the second-rate world assassin, Hell Baron. But I've noticed some unusual points. I'm not sure if we should approve it." Park Jimin, upon hearing the report, was both curious and suspicious. "What? Bai Chen Medicine King died that quickly?" Immediately, Park Jimin hurried down to the basement where the high-end machines were operating and ordered, "Show me." Wang Kai didn't say anything and promptly opened the video on the large screen. In the video, the scene of the apartment exploded like a thunderous roar, flames soaring sky-high, confirming that Bai Chen really has been erased from this world. At this point, anyone would believe that Bai Chen Medicine King was dead, but Park Jimin did not believe it. Just a glance was enough for him to see that something was off. "Wait, this is not right." Apart from the face that looks exactly like Bai Chen Medicine King, the overall aura seems a bit off. Park Jimin thought. He was once shot in the shoulder. If it were really him, his arm couldn't move like that. But in the video, this person moves too naturally. This cannot be the real Bai Chen. As soon as Park Jimin muttered that, he suddenly came to a realization. "Oh no, this is a fake. The real Bai Chen is still alive." Without hesitation, Park Jimin ordered, "Wang Kai, hack straight into the traffic management system of manhwa and simultaneously activate the global positioning satellites. Use facial recognition technology to track down Bai Chen, the Medicine King." Wang Kai replied, Understood, master. In no time at all, a multitude of surveillance cameras were activated, covering all of Maiyuan and the surrounding areas. Everything was under control. Every small alley and major road was now in sight. After a thorough search, Wang Kai had locked onto the target and excitedly reported, "Please take a look at the big screen, master." On the screen was clearly Bai Chen, the medicine king, who had removed his human skin mask to avoid suspicion. He was seen near a building, conversing with the food delivery guy. It didn't take long, but it was enough for Wang Kai to record what had happened. Park Jimin commanded, "Clarify everything." Park Jimin gave the order immediately. Those assassins really have no brains. Killing the wrong person and still wanting to collect the bounty is quite funny. Wang Kai, cancel this mission right away. At the same time, send them a notification explaining the reason, to avoid any dissatisfaction that might cause trouble. Next time someone dares to take on a mission like this, deduct their payment entirely. Wang Kai promptly responded, "Understood, master." A sudden reversal from the review system made all of William and Lai Jikai's plans collapse in an instant. Bai Chen Medicine King not only hadn't died but also turned the assassins into a laughingstock. More importantly, a new game was truly about to begin. On this side, Lai Jikai had just sighed in relief, feeling as if a 1,000-pound weight had been lifted off his chest. With Bai Chen Medicine King dead, it meant he no longer had to live in constant fear of retaliation. From now on, he could eat well and sleep soundly, no longer having to be afraid of that old man sneaking up to strangle him while he was snoring. Lai Jikai raised his glass of wine, his face full of delight. It seems that Bai Chen Medicine King is just a hollow name. The legends about him sound so mysterious. Yet who would have thought he could die so easily? Mr. William, I toast to you. William gently swirled his glass of red wine, his eyes sparkling with philosophical insight. Times change, technology advances. No matter how strong a person is, no matter how much they break the limits of physicality, in the end, they are still just flesh. Years of painstaking martial arts training cannot compete with a bullet. Those once hailed as martial arts masters, invincible gods, are ultimately eliminated by the era. With just a touch of modern technology, they are no different from ants crushed underfoot. Upon reaching this point, he swirled the wine in his hand, his gaze full of self-satisfaction. Even if someone could dodge bullets, what about artillery? Can they withstand ballistic missiles? Certainly, they cannot escape nuclear bombs or atomic bombs. In this world, true strength does not lie in muscles or speed, but in intelligence. Humanity did not become the master of all things because we are stronger than other species, but because we are smarter. Intelligence is the ultimate weapon. And just when both of them were eagerly waiting to count the money, the phone rang. William opened it to check, his eyes immediately narrowing, and his previously joyful expression turned distinctly unpleasant. What? The mission is not approved. The assassination has been denied for review. Several hypotheses flashed through William's mind. Could it be that the bounty is too high for the platform to want to pay? Or is there someone behind the scenes intervening? Thinking of this, his expression darkened, and a hint of coldness flickered in his gaze. Lai Jikai immediately changed his complexion as well, his eyes wide open. What? You're kidding me, right? Clearly, the person blown apart is Bai Chen. How could it be wrong? Is it possible that old man is still alive? Without hesitation, William logged into Assassination, opened the mission notification section to check. As he read the first line of the message, he was completely stunned. Esteemed Hell Baron, your assassination mission has not been completed. According to the official review results from Assassination, the target Bai Chen Medicine King is still not deceased. William had just opened the video in the attachment to watch, his face frozen in place. Just a quick glance revealed that Bai Chen Medicine King was still alive. Yet William had celebrated prematurely. This feeling was truly a slap in the face, no less. Afterward, William sighed deeply, his voice full of exhaustion. It seems we've identified the wrong person. That was just an unfortunate food delivery person. Lai Jikai's mouth fell open. His brain seemed to freeze for 3 seconds. But the surveillance video clearly shows it. The one who was blown up was definitely Bai Chen. William replied helplessly. It's hard to believe, but it's the truth. The assassination group just sent credible evidence that Bai Chen was disguising himself to swap places with someone else, and this is going to be troublesome. It looks like the 100 million dark coins won't be easy to get. Lai Jikai felt his legs start to tremble slightly. Then he lost all strength in his body, a wave of dizziness hitting his head, followed by a chill running down his spine. Bai Chen Medicine King is definitely not someone to be easily overlooked. If he comes back looking for us, we're doomed. Lai Jikai thought. No, I must return to HK immediately. It's best to escape to Europe for a while, waiting for someone to kill Bai Chen before coming back. Staying in Manhua right now is no different from waiting for death. That's right, the world is so vast. If I can't play the game, there's no way I can escape, right? However, he didn't dare express these thoughts aloud, fearing that if Bai Chen managed to deal with William and revealed him, it would be the end. So Lai Zikai stood up and hurriedly said, Mr. William, I just remember I have an urgent matter to attend to. I must take my leave. As soon as Li Zikai left, William immediately contacted his organization. Everyone, pay attention. The target is capable of disguising and changing outfits frequently. This is his true face. The person who just exploded was merely a decoy, so raise your alertness and continue the pursuit. Additionally, everyone must keep our movements confidential. There has just been a major explosion in Manhua, and there's a high possibility of an impending lockdown. At the same time, Park Jong-jae had just landed back in Nation K without even having a bite of kimchi, and he immediately encountered a life-threatening attack. To be frank, from the moment his feet touched the ground, he had nearly died several times already. Fortunately, at that critical moment, a girl descended from the sky like a fairy, coming to his rescue, and destiny was not yet ready to let him go. In just 3 short days, he had almost taken a one-way trip to the other world 3 times, first in a car crash, then in a sneak shooting, and finally in an assassination attempt. If it weren't for Jung Ho-seok shielding him, he probably wouldn't be alive to discuss romance right now. Just as he was catching his breath after all those harrowing experiences, his assistant rushed in, serious-faced, trembling, holding a stack of documents. Young master, it's all done. Here are the passport and ID of Miss Jung Ho-seok. Upon hearing this, Park Jung-jae happily replied, Great, that's wonderful. You go and deliver it to her right away. If it weren't for her this time, we would definitely be dead. The assistant nodded thoughtfully, but then his serious expression returned as he spoke in a mysterious tone. Young master, I feel that this matter is not simple at all. The chairman has just had an incident, and you have also faced continuous misfortunes. I am quite suspicious. Someone wants to obstruct your path to the chairman's seat of the group. Park Jung-jae began to feel slightly uneasy, and in his heart, he had a suspicion. It must be Park Sampang. This guy has always disliked me. For years he has been secretly causing trouble within the group. But I am the only legitimate heir of Samsung. Once I become the chairman, Samsung will be firmly in my hands. But before they could finish their discussion, a series of urgent knocks echoed on the door. The knocks were not polite in any way. They sounded as if someone was in a hurry or had something important to report urgently. Hearing this, Park Jung-jae could not help but feel cautious. But when the door opened, a graceful figure entered, moving as elegantly as drifting clouds and flowing water. Park Jung-jae looked on, his eyes captivated, his heart fluttering like a herd of deer dancing joyfully. At this moment, Park Jung-jae had lost his composure. He immediately got up from the CEO's chair and, like a little puppy, ran up to her. Miss Ho-seok, you've arrived. This is her new identity and passport. In fact, after arriving in Nation K, Jung Ho-seok's next goal was to kill Park Jung-jae for the 2 million dark coins reward on the assassination. But seeing him as a potential pawn, she decided to step in and help. Now that her new passport and identity were ready, and he had outlived his usefulness, Jung Ho-seok didn't want to waste any more time on him. Afterward, she took the passport, her face still as cold as ice. But inside, a surge of excitement rose within her. Finally, I can return to Nation H. Another stroke of luck is that after undergoing the genetic modification process, my appearance has gradually changed, becoming more and more different from before. I'm no longer just an ordinary girl, but a completely new version of myself. If I were to stand in front of my old classmates, there's no way any of them would recognize me. So if I'll change completely. I have no reason to hold on to my old identity. If fate has already turned me around, then I will decisively walk down this new path with a new identity, no longer bound by the past. Just as the thought crossed her mind, Jung Ho-seok's heart was filled with a chaotic storm of thoughts. However, When she reflected on the events of the past, she couldn't help but feel a deep sense of guilt and regret. The things I did with Park Jimin in the past, perhaps he will never forgive me for them in this lifetime. Some things, once lost, can never be regained, and there's no opportunity to start over. But what if I started again with a new identity, a completely different persona? What if I pretended this was the first time I met Park Jimin, with no tangled past, no old mistakes? Perhaps he and I could still have a chance to walk together. From today onwards, the name Jung Hoseo will be erased. Now, I am Yin Xiuna. But just as she was fired up with determination, her thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the somewhat wistful voice of Park Jung-ja. He looked at Jung Hoseok with the eyes of a puppy abandoned. "Miss Hoseok, do you have to go back to Nation H?" Without hesitation, Jung Hoseok responded firmly with a single word, not long-winded, not explaining, not giving her any leniency. But she didn't stop there. She immediately added a sentence, like a knife cutting into Park Jung-jae's heart. "Oh, there's one more thing. From now on, call me Yin Xiuna. I don't want to hear anyone mention the name Jung Hoseok anymore." Saying that, Jung Hoseok looked at Park Jung-jae with an icy gaze, without the slightest politeness, with not a hint of friendliness. If this were the time before I'd experienced the hardships of life, before I'd encountered all those bloodthirsty situations, maybe I would have seized the chance to cling to this grand figure. Maybe I would have even wished I could pull out the household register and attach his name to it. But now, looking at Park Jung-jae's overly eager simp lord demeanor, all I feel is disgust. Wait, is this really the prince of a top financial group? Is this the future heir of a massive financial empire? Why does it feel so off? Where did that noble aura go? Why does he look like a dog wagging its tail happily every time he sees its master? Honestly, it's hard to even look at. Compared to Park Jimin, Park Jung-jae doesn't even measure up to a single hair on his body, let alone anything more. At this moment, Park Jung-jae's heart was already filled with endless disappointment, but he still tried to hold on to the last bit of connection with a reluctant gaze. "All right, Miss Tiuna, but if you leave and I end up in danger, what will happen?" However, Jung Hoseok didn't care. He maintained his cold, icy expression and replied with a remark so blunt that anyone who heard it could feel the harshness. "I'm not your bodyguard. Why should I protect you? If you have so much money, why don't you hire your own bodyguard? Why are you always following me around? I don't have time to pay attention to you. Don't ever show up in front of me again." After hearing this, Park Jung-jae's face turned gloomy, his eyes like a puppy abandoned, hoping for just a bit of sympathy from the goddess. But the goddess was not the type to embrace trouble. In fact, Jung Hoseok pushed the door open and left without ever looking back, showing no hesitation or longing. The assistant, who had been listening to the whole exchange, couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up. "President, this girl is really bold, isn't she? She dares to speak to you like that, as if no one matters. Not to mention, you already have your fiancé, Kim Sarang. Right now, the support of the Kim family is incredibly important." The assistant continued, "If you cause trouble with Miss Human now, it's like a lose-lose situation." But the problem was, Park Jung-jae absolutely loved this kind of thing, and interrupted without any hesitation. "Shut up, Hoseok. The goddess is exactly like that. She's cold and proud, nothing like other girls. Don't talk badly about her here. If I hear you bad-mouthing her behind her back again, deal with the consequences." "Why?" "Because, in Nation K, the number of girls who pursue me is overwhelming, to the point where they lose all their dignity and rush at me like bees to a broken hive. The level of initiative is, no joke, strong enough to overpower even a tsunami, and even the most famous celebrities aren't an exception. But Hoseok, the goddess, is completely different. She has a mysterious background, a calm demeanor, and she doesn't flinch in the face of adversity. She could take down a killer in the blink of an eye. The most important thing is, she knows I'm Prince Samson. But does it matter? She remains as composed as ever, unaffected by material things. That's enough to prove that she is a goddess who treats wealth like dirt, and that is the ideal type of woman I dream of." Park Jung-jae then thought about his fiancée, Kim Sarang, and a fierce internal struggle raged within him between reason and emotion. "I understand now. For the greater good, I'll try my best to take control." But as soon as he thought about Kim Sarang's face, a perfect creation of editing technology and full silicon, he felt a deep sense of disgust. "I feel utterly frustrated, even nauseous. Once I take over Samsung, I won't have to deal with Kim Sarang or Kim Clan's expressions anymore. By then, I'll definitely marry Goddess Hoseok, not just call her Goddess Hyuna. At this moment, Jung Hoseok and the Scorpio assassin were on their way to the airport. Both already had new passports and identities. Scorpio tilted his head in curiosity as he looked at Jung Hoseok, then asked, "Hoseok, you had planned everything in advance, didn't you? We're at Los Angeles Airport, planning to hijack a passenger plane, but instead of flying back to Nation H, we're heading straight for Nation K. Did you intend to change identities all along?" Jung Hoseok didn't bother to hide it and casually responded, "That's right. If I don't change my identity, how could I start over? Moreover, this also helps us avoid being hunted by Skull and Bone. One arrow, two birds." Scorpio pursed her lips upon hearing this, her eyes still full of curiosity. "So are you planning to continue living with the identity of Jung Hoseok? If Jung Hoseok is already buried, then who's going to pay for my mission expenses?" When the topic turned to money, Jung Hoseok chuckled softly, his eyes gleaming with a mischievous spark. "Don't worry, Scorpio, I won't let you suffer. I wouldn't be who I am today without your help. I promise, once we get the reward from the mission, the identity of Jung Hoseok will be completely erased. No one in this world will ever know I existed under that name." With that, Jung Hoseok's gaze became firm. "Throughout the journey of being hunted everywhere, I've learned countless skills. From reconnaissance, evasion, weapon use, hand-to-hand combat, to techniques for taking down enemies in the blink of an eye." Jung Hoseok thought, "The person who taught me all those things was none other than Scorpio. Even though I'm now better than the master, there's a saying, when the master enters the door, whether they succeed or not depends on the disciple. But the disciple must always remember the efforts of those who came before." So, Jung Hoseok planned to assassinate and take the reward, but still didn't forget to acknowledge the one who planted the seed, saying, "Sister Scorpio, would you be willing to follow me if I take on an assassination mission? With my current abilities, it won't take long to earn this money. At most, it'll take 1 or 2 years, maybe even faster. Just take on some of these high-paying jobs like dealing with Bai Chen, and one mission alone will be enough to fill up my pockets. Once I've filled my pockets, I can make up for the losses you've suffered. That way, both sides benefit." Upon hearing this, Scorpio couldn't help but react sharply. You plan to sign up as an assassin, and then take on a mission to hunt down Bai Chen, the Medicine King, yourself?" Jung Hoseok didn't think twice. He just nodded firmly, his eyes filled with determination. "I've been following a top female assassin for long enough to understand how the underground world works. I know how much people are worth, who's worth taking action against, and who to avoid." Jung Hoseok said, "Especially the assassination, where assassins from all over the world gather like a night market, a place where high-value contracts worth entire fortunes are traded in secrecy, but with great risks." However, Scorpio frowned after hearing this. "Hoseok, I think your idea is a bit too risky. It's true that the assassination mission of Bai Chen offers a high reward, but with it comes an unimaginable level of danger. A professional assassin doesn't just look at the money, but also evaluates whether the mission exceeds their capabilities." Then Scorpio further emphasized, previously, the assassination mission of Bai Chen was taken by Hell Baron, the world's number 2 ranked assassin. And what happened? Hell Baron nearly lost his life and even let the target escape. If someone like him could fail, we can't be sure we can handle it either. Hearing Scorpio's analysis, Jung Hoseok did not refute, as she understood that some things couldn't be rushed, but she still harbored the intention to assassinate Bai Chen in her heart. Therefore, her tone remained firm. "I know it won't be easy to strike. Women who work as assassins have a natural advantage, especially when they are both skilled and beautiful. The men, when they see a woman, lose their focus, thinking they're encountering some goddess, letting their guard down, only to vanish without realizing it. But you wouldn't understand, because Park Jimin is too perfect. Not everyone is capable of appreciating his noble background, exceptional talents, and handsome appearance that disrupts heartbeats, along with his mastery of numerous special skills. That's why I must become even stronger, keep moving forward, and continue to claim what's rightfully mine. Park Jimin, wait for me. One day I will become someone worthy to stand beside you." This scene felt so familiar, Scorpio wanted to faint. She could only sigh, shaking her head in frustration, her heart screaming, "Here we go, She's been heavily enchanted. There's no saving her now. At the same time, Park Jimin was also at Hongkou Airport, and ironically, just as Jung Hozak landed, he was about to depart. Neither of them had the chance to meet each other. It's true that fate will make you meet sooner or later, but if it's not meant to be, you won't cross paths. As soon as he boarded the plane, Park Jimin leisurely sighed. Recently, my yuan has become so chaotic. Any foreigner is dragged off for investigation. This place really isn't suitable for staying too long. I should leave this land of gossip as soon as possible. Thinking he might be flying to Las Vegas to become the wife of a gambling god, Xiao Lai eagerly asked, "Boss, so where are you going next? Are you going across the ocean to gamble?" Park Jimin heard this and calmly shook his head, replying, "No, we're flying straight to Didu. The national finals of the talent show are about to be held. I'm one of the 4 main masters of the show, so of course I need to be there to give professional guidance. Also, I just received the acceptance letter for graduate school at Yenching University and will start my studies immediately. Who knows, I might even continue on to pursue a PhD and research some fun inventions." Xiao Lai looked at Park Jimin with eyes full of admiration, her heart overflowing with love and admiration, rising in waves like the sea. At his age, he's still continuing his studies. Doesn't he ever get tired of learning? Could it be that life is so dull that he has to write books and study endlessly just to pass the time? The boss really puts in so much effort. He's achieved such incredible accomplishments, but still remains humble, always learning and improving himself. So different from those men who start to show off as soon as they achieve a little success. The boss truly deserves to be famous all over the world, and even that wouldn't be enough. At the same time, in Nation H, it was the Spring Festival season, a time when millions of workers rushed back to their hometowns to celebrate the new year. Normally, Park Jimin would have returned home as well. However, the situation was complicated, because he had discovered that he was not the biological son of the Park family. Moreover, Park Jian-hong and Kang Chae-won had officially agreed to divorce. But that was not the end of it. Park Jian-hong had now begun to try and match him with Wang Mengmeng. Upon hearing this, Park Jimin was stunned, overwhelmed by the confusion. From biological father to adoptive father, and now potentially becoming my father-in-law. So Park Jimin decided not to care anymore. Whether he went back to his hometown this year or not, it seemed it didn't matter anymore. Around 10 o'clock, Park Jimin was picked up by Yang Sison and taken to the Longteng International Villa area, located in the imperial capital. To put it in an elegant and luxurious way, there's nothing exaggerated about it. The roads are wide, the trees are lush, and the air is even cleaner than that of some resorts. Just a few steps, and you reach the subway station, and stepping out of the neighborhood gate, you're immediately greeted by 3 top-tier hospitals, an elite elementary school, a cultural center, playgrounds, a stadium, and a shopping mall, all among the best in the country. Upon arrival, Yang Sison was thrilled, his eyes sparkling as if he had just discovered a treasure, eagerly reporting, "Godfather, your foresight is truly extraordinary. Now, finding talent has become the hottest nationwide program. Every day, countless partners approach us, and the advertising contracts are piling up. We just need to sign one, and at the very least, we'll make tens of millions. The transfer fees for the program alone have already reached several billion. Not to mention, the popular contestants are directly live-streaming sales, and the revenue is skyrocketing. Roughly speaking, by the time the program ends, we'll have made at least 3 billion. Hearing this, Park Jimin felt a bit confused. At first, I just wanted to spend money, but who knew I would accidentally open up such a monstrous money-making machine like this? Could this really be the destiny of the rich? Finally, Park Jimin waved his hand, speaking lazily, his face showing a tired expression, as though he had lost faith in money. Fine, just keep going. But remember, if there are any more contracts that are too troublesome, just decline them directly. I don't need this show to turn into a flea market." Yang Sison, seeing Park Jimin's expression, laughed. "Foster father, even if you blame me, it won't change the fact. This show is just too popular. Too many brands want to collaborate. Even if I wanted to reject them, I couldn't. Besides, who told you to have such a good eye, to invest in the right places, and make the show more successful than expected?" Park Jimin signaled to stop and said, Stop. I told you we're not discussing work today. I have absolutely no interest in making money." Yang Sison was silent for a few seconds after hearing that, then nodded and suddenly understood the reasoning. What? Ordinary people would be overjoyed to make 1 million. Yet here we are making tens of billions and still dissatisfied. Indeed, in Moss's eyes, 10 billion is just a small number, like a speck of dust. My vision has been too narrow. But that's not important. What truly matters is that the best decision of my life was following Chairman Lim. Because as long as you follow the right person, you don't need to struggle too much. Success will come naturally. Everything goes smoothly. Everything is easy. However, there was still work to be done. Yang Sison quickly gathered his thoughts, pulled out a thick stack of documents from his briefcase, which looked like a textbook. Adoptive father. This is the list of 120 finalists, including all their detailed information. As one of the 4 masters, you need to study it carefully to understand each of them. It must be said that Yang Sison was thorough, documenting everything from their measurements to how their machines operated, leaving nothing out, except perhaps the exact day of the month and their preferred poses. Who would have thought that he believed Park Jimin was hosting the program to find another adoptive mother? Park Jimin calmly accepted it, showing no special expression, only nodding once. All right, this is my job. I will try to understand each contestant clearly. As Park Jimin flipped through a few more pages, Yang Sison continued to announce. Adoptive father Young Sil Television has invested in 6 villas in the imperial capital. All the contestants participating in the talent search finals are staying there. Some contestants haven't arrived yet, but they will be present in the next few days. The adoptive father's room is on the 3rd floor. It is the largest room in the villa, fully equipped with all amenities. If you need anything, just let me know. Park Jimin waved his hand gently. It's been a busy day. You should go rest early too. We'll discuss the work tomorrow. Yang Sison replied. All right, adoptive father. Please rest early as well. At this moment, the clock had just passed 11 p.m. But instead of diving into a fairy tale dream, the girls were still gossiping, spreading rumors, and going crazy over a special figure. Breaking news, shockingly, Chairman Lim has arrived in the imperial capital. He's staying right next to our villa, haha. At the forefront of the movement was Lu Wen, who from the outside seemed demure, but in reality, her personality was as wild as a mad woman. She stood there, hands on her hips, grinning as if she had just won the lottery, shouting, Chairman Lim is here, my husband is here. Oh my God, I've been waiting forever, and he's finally here. But before she could get too excited, a sharp voice cut through the air. Lu Wen, stop laughing like you're possessed. What kind of girl scares people like that? Another girl jumped in, her eyes sparkling as if she had just found a diamond. Ladies, I have a real question. Do you think Chairman Lim might use his power to do something shady with us? I've heard rumors that he's quite the trap boy, and there are so many girls who've been involved with him, you could count them on one hand. This statement immediately split the crowd into 2 factions. One group shrank back, anxiously wondering, oh my God, do you think we'll be teased or mocked? The other group, however, brightened up and laughed. What's there to be afraid of? The real question isn't whether Chairman Lim will be interested, it's whether he'll even notice us. But after she got over her infatuation with men, Lu Wen became clear-headed again. Hey ladies, stop with the whole idea of chasing after rich guys. We're here to compete, not to find a husband. Look at QZ, she's not only beautiful and talented, but she's also a Harvard student with 20 million fans. Let's learn from her. Upon hearing this, someone took a deep breath and silently wiped away their tears. Don't bring QZ up as an example. The more we compare, the more we feel inferior. We're all contestants in the same competition, making it to the semifinals and finals. Yet her fan count is 20 million, while I still haven't even hit 1 million. It's heartbreaking. This is the league of girls in the eyes of a male idol. In front of handsome guys, we shy away, act demure like young ladies from noble families. But as soon as they turn away, we let go and indulge. We talk about anything and everything, from the neighbor's cat to how to lose weight. Amidst the conversation that was surging like a tsunami, there was one person who stood outside the radar. She was Nai Wen Kuzi, the most promising candidate with a level of elegance that only lacked a crown on her head. While others were still shouting about handsome guys or lamenting their fate for being so lowly, Nai Wen Kuzi had an entirely different thought. She stood silently in the corner of the room, her gaze distant, her mind consumed by a single thought. Park Jimin has finally shown up. I've waited for him for so long, to the point where I almost became an A-list star, with a dedicated fan base nationwide. But the wait hasn't been in vain, because I know a world-shattering secret. Park Jimin isn't just an ordinary person. He is the one who holds the most advanced artificial intelligence, something that can completely alter the world order. She thought further. The problem is, he keeps it for himself, and quietly uses it for improper purposes. Honestly, this is not just a waste of cosmic-scale resources. It's also a toxic boil blocking humanity's progress. All these years of enduring and pretending to be an outsider were just to avoid suspicion. When the decisive moment comes, I will strike a fatal blow. Park Jimin, he must be destroyed. At that moment, Liu Kuan-wen, curious, walked over and stared at Nai-wen Kuzai. Kuzi, what are you thinking about? And just as expected by the onlookers, Nai-wen Kuzi gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her tone full of philosophy, causing Liu Kuan-wen to almost strain her neck trying to keep up with her thoughts. I was wondering if, within the void of this world, there could be countless parallel spaces hidden. These spaces might have planets like Earth, a sun shining down, a galaxy, and even their own separate universes. If that's the case, wouldn't this world simply be a part of something called a parallel universe? Liu Qian-wen gasped, unable to swallow this chunk of information before Nai-wen Kuzi pushed the matter to an entirely new level of cosmic depression. Maybe we aren't the main characters, just background figures. A name that passes by the pages, existing or disappearing without anyone caring. And if that's truly the case, then hasn't our fate been sealed from the start? There's no way to change it, no way to escape. Upon hearing this, Liu Qian-wen touched Nai-wen Kuzi's forehead, her expression as bewildered as it could be. What do you mean by parallel universes? What do you mean by supporting characters in novels? What do you mean our fate is already set? I've been trying to listen carefully, trying to think hard. But the more I listen, the more it feels like I'm drifting into some strange, philosophical realm. QZ, why do you always say things I can't understand? Even though I don't get it, I feel like it makes a lot of sense. In the end, she gave up on trying to understand Nai-wen Kuzi's mind-bending way of speaking and said, "Forget it, just go to sleep quickly. Tomorrow, we still have to practice our acting." Looking at Liu Kuan-wen's back, Nai-wen Kuzi didn't say much, only nodding simply. Sleep. Outside, the sky was still dark, so much so that not a single star could be seen, as if it were a sign of a stormy tomorrow. At 6 a.m., before the sunlight had a chance to shine into the villa, a series of loud knocks echoed, accompanied by the voice of the program staff calling out, "Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Get up, wash your face, and put on makeup right now. Today is an important day." Inside the room, several female students, curled up in warm blankets, were startled by the loud shouting before they could figure out what was going on. Liu Kuan-wen, wrapped up in the blanket like a sleeping caterpillar, let out a groan, her voice lazy like a lazy cat. "Let me sleep a bit longer, just a little. I'll get up in 10 minutes, I swear." Someone said, "Get up, woman. Chairman Lim is here, doing a direct inspection." Liu Kuan-wen sprang up, her eyes wide open, hair messy, but her mind clearer than anyone else's. What? Today was a rare day, a rare event on par with a total solar eclipse. That Park Jimin woke up early to go to the program's production team. Park Jimin had just entered, and it was already blinding. Inside, over 80 girls were gathered. These girls, aged between 18 and 25, each had a face that could have stepped out of a magazine cover. They were all beautiful, with an aura that dazzled. Standing still, they were even more radiant than the main cast in a romantic drama. Netizens screamed upon seeing this. "Oh my God, this feels even more shocking than walking into a hot pot restaurant." Before Park Jimin could even take a deep breath, Yang Sison suddenly appeared with a professional smile. "Godfather, we've arranged for 2 staff members to hold cameras to capture your image. I hope you don't mind. In other words, every gesture, action, and expression of yours right now is being closely watched by millions of eyes." Park Jimin glanced around and immediately noticed that the 3 masters hadn't arrived yet, feeling like he had arrived a little too early. Wait, this isn't right. If I go in now, I'll be instantly recognized." Then Park Jimin looked at himself, standing alone in front of the crowd of beautiful girls, and felt something was a bit dangerous. This scene, to put it plainly, is just one man standing amidst a sea of beautiful girls. And the key thing is I came in first. There's no one else to share the attention, no one to carry the load for me. It felt no different from a giant sweet cake placed amidst the colony of hungry ants. So he immediately activated his invisibility mode, glanced at Cayman who was standing nearby, and whispered, "Hey, hey, lend me your hat and camera. And while you're at it, hand me your staff ID card. Let's not draw attention just yet. We'll keep a low profile for now." Before the camera could even react, the boss quickly grabbed the items, put on the hat, and transformed into a professional cameraman. "All right, now let's sneak in like this. No one will notice us." At that moment, inside the training room, with the number of employees being quite large, everyone was busy and no one paid any attention to the new staff member. And no one knew that at that very moment, a seasoned wolf disguised as an employee was stealthily weaving through the flock of sheep. "Foster father, you really know how to play the game." But because Chairman Lim was personally filming, Yang Sison spent the entire morning asking, "Foster father, should we notify the contestants in there?" Part Jimin immediately interrupted. "Don't mess up the plan. Let's just take a walk and see." The contestants were still busy with their tasks. Some were rehearsing their dance moves, others were muttering their lines, and some were taking advantage of the moment to livestream and interact with their fans. Each person was absorbed in their own work, completely unaware that among them was a secret master blending in. Part Jimin, who had been quietly observing as a staff camera, suddenly noticed Dai Han dancing skillfully in the middle of the rehearsal room. He casually asked Yang Sison, who was standing next to him, "The girl dancing over there, what's her livestream room number?" Yang Sison quickly checked the list and responded, "That's Dai Han. Her livestream room is number 668. She's one of the top contestants." Part Jimin nodded slightly, his gaze toward Dai Han somewhat admiring. I had only seen Dai Han play the violin before, but she's quite good at dancing as well. Though I say that, I still find it a bit strange. Among all the dozens of people practicing, some are struggling with their lines, others fumbling with their dance moves. But Dai Han carries a certain presence that's more remarkable than the rest. Part Jimin thought, it's not because she's the most beautiful, but because every movement is confident, decisive, without a trace of hesitation or anxiety. Clearly, she's someone accustomed to the spotlight, not just a contestant at a competition. More importantly, Dai Han's likability score has reached 94 points, and I haven't spent a single penny on her yet. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the moment to act has come. Part Jimin casually pulled out his phone and opened the Big Cat TV app. It's been a while since I logged in. I suddenly feel a bit nostalgic. Acting on a whim, he clicked the login button, and in the blink of an eye, a legendary name lit up on the screen. A solitary cigarette officially went online. At that moment, a familiar ID appeared in Dai Han's live stream room. As soon as this ID appeared, the already crowded live stream room immediately erupted like gasoline poured onto a fire. "Oh my God, President Lim has arrived. Welcome, President Lim. I'm not seeing things right. The legendary man, he's finally back. President Lim is here. President Lim really is here. Wait, President Lim suddenly went online. Is he planning to do something? Don't tell me he's going to spend money, right?" Just 1 second later, the entire Big Cat TV shook as if there had been a magnitude 10 earthquake. A massive notification exploded on the screen, so large it covered half the interface, with blinding light as if someone had just thrown the sun onto the screen, claiming all the attention of the netizens. A solitary cigarette had gifted the planet a 10,000 impact, 1 second of silence, 3 seconds of shock, and 5 seconds later, the entire social network exploded. And this was the most expensive gift of Big Cat TV, available only to those who held the title of Emperor of the Gods. The screen blazed like a fireworks festival, not just one, not 5, but dozens of bursts per second. Every time Part Jimin clicked his fingers, 1 million flew away, and just like that, 200 million vanished in less than half a minute. Yang Sison stood watching, eyes wide, mouth agape. Hey, am I seeing things? Chairman Lim is always on top, never fails to impress me. Everything Part Jimin did, everything he clicked, was followed by millions of people, not missing a single second. And what's even scarier is that he still had no idea. The planet continued to madly sweep across the screen, its speed so fast that it felt like the naked eye couldn't keep up. Behind the scenes, the staff at Big Cat were also wide-mouthed and eyes bulging as if they had just won the lottery. Crazy. This is really crazy. Chairman Lim hasn't even been here for 5 minutes, and he's already burned through 1 billion. I kneel, Chairman Lim. Do you need another dog that can bark? I'm ready to take the job. If this keeps up, Big Cat TV's valuation will soar by another 5 billion, while Chairman Lim has only spent 1 billion. A 5-to-1 return is truly money flowing in without a care. The boss is still a boss. What a brilliant move. Truly a person with the blood of the divine turtle. Everywhere they touch turns to gold. The number of people online also kept rising. 1 million, 5 million, 10 million, peaking at 13 million viewers. At this point, the country had a population of 1.4 billion. That means, for every 100 people, one person was watching Dai Han's livestream. At the very moment when everyone was still gasping for air due to the shock that struck them to the core, Dai Han remained as carefree as a fairy, completely unaware of the immense buzz she was causing across the entire internet. And all of this was because of a man who was spending money as if it were falling autumn leaves, a few billion already gone. At that exact moment, Liu Qianwen rushed over, her face full of excitement, shouting, "Oh my God, Sister Dai Han, you probably don't know this. Chairman Lim just gifted you tens of billions as a present, and the livestream is going crazy." Dai Han was frozen in shock. What? Park Jimin gifted me tens of billions?